The gentle breeze caressed his face on this splendid day, a moment that should have epitomized beauty. Yet it was abruptly overshadowed by a blood-red sky, plunging humanity into an abyss of relentless struggle and exploration. The world transformed into a purgatory, where darkness intertwined with blood, concealing a monumental conspiracy unknown to mankind. Amidst the cracks of existence, humanity fought for survival, dancing on the precipice of death in a desperate bid for a glimmer of hope. The societal structure had collapsed, laws lay in ruins. The threats were not merely the undead, but also the inscrutable hearts of in despair. Humanity grappled with the truth as unfathomable as a black hole. Chapter 1, Prologue. Zhou Qifeng gently stroked the face of his unconscious wife, her resolute features softened by his affection. Wearily, he murmured, "It will soon be over. I hope that when you open your eyes, the world will have returned to its clear blue skies." He tenderly kissed her forehead with his cracked lips, then steeled his gaze and exited the room. Outside, the sky had fully morphed into a crimson hue, reminiscent of the moment disaster first struck. Yet there was no time for contemplation. Stepping out, Zhou Qifeng was met by a throng awaiting his presence. Recognizing their familiar faces, he managed a faint smile, though it appeared strained. He understood their purpose, humanity's fate would be determined today. Clutching his trusty Tang Dao, a weapon that had accompanied him through countless life-and-death encounters, Zhou Qifeng was acutely aware that he was no favored child of this. In the aftermath of the calamity, some had awakened extraordinary abilities, yet the total number of those known to possess such powers worldwide scarcely exceeded 200. The 86 individuals before him represented the most formidable force they could muster. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the blade and declared, "You all understand the risks involved, do you not? This is a gamble." A jovial bald man responded, "What's the big deal? We might as well die together after all. This wretched world is not worth my longing." A shorter individual scoffed, "That may be true for you, but not for us." Laughter erupted among the group, and Zhou Qifeng too smiled. He continued, "Olgu sacrificed everything to see this through. You all know how agonizing his final moments were." Zhou Qifeng roared, "Humanity shall prevail. Humanity shall prevail." The crowd echoed, their voices a fervent chorus, powerful and unyielding. Drawing his blade from its scabbard, Zhou Qifeng realized he had not wielded it since the death of the commander. Its seal had remained intact for this very moment. An unprecedented surge of energy coursed through him from the sword, and with a fierce exclamation, arcs of lightning enveloped the blade. This power is both familiar and foreign. It embodies the commander's ability, formidable and fierce, yet simultaneously gentle and profound. 86 individuals stepped forward one by one, biting their fingertips to press their blood upon Zhou Qifeng's forehead. Instantly, an extraordinary and resplendent pattern emerged upon his brow. With eyes closed in utter silence, Zhou Qifeng's mind was flooded with the visage of old Zhang. The sacrifice of old Zhang had been excruciating. Despite the immense burden he bore, Zhou Qifeng knew he had to endure, otherwise all his prior efforts would be rendered meaningless. The blood of all 86 had been pressed onto his forehead, and that pattern absorbed every drop. Soon, Zhou Qifeng felt as if his body were on the verge of exploding with pain. Every inch of his skin, every sinew, and every cell cried out in unbearable agony. He gritted his teeth and persevered at last. He emerged victorious. The others felt their powers dissipate entirely, yet Zhou Qifeng radiated an unprecedented aura of strength and danger. Perhaps this was the key to confronting that terrifying adversary. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhou Qifeng clenched his fists, never having imagined he could attain such power. He was not the favored child of this era. While others awakened their abilities, he remained empty-handed, relying solely on his will, hard work, and intellect. Yet, in the face of absolute might, intellect seemed futile, leaving Zhou Qifeng feeling profoundly powerless. Ironically, it was precisely this version of himself that became the cornerstone for all, each individual willingly rallying behind him. They believed, trusted, that only Zhou Qifeng held a flicker of hope to save humanity. The thunderous roar transcended time and space, resonating in the ears of the crowd. The bald giant wiped the blood from his ears and declared, "Go forth, fight. We shall await your triumphant return, eagerly anticipating the clear skies you promised. Zhou Qifeng closed his eyes and smiled. When he opened them again, his inky pupils brimmed with resolve. The wings behind him unfurled slowly, then began to flap, summoning an immense gale that nearly uprooted everyone. Zhou Qifeng ascended into the sky, casting a cold gaze upon the grotesque behemoth in the distance. Fear had abandoned his heart, replaced by a profound and boundless fury. With another powerful flap of his wings, Zhou Qifeng shot forth like a speeding bullet toward the horizon. Today, right here, he would slay the gods. For years, humanity had struggled in the depths of despair, pleading with death for the gift of life. Now, it was time to sever the ties. To that damned death, they would declare the weight of their existence. To live amidst death, to rise from the abyss. Chapter 2, Mutation. The crisp sound of the class dismissal bell reverberated throughout the school. Zhou Qifeng jolted awake, his head resting on his desk, startling his deskmate, Lu Hui. Lu Hui exclaimed, "What on earth, Zhou Qifeng? What happened? Did you have a nightmare?" Zhou Qifeng took a deep breath, surveying his surroundings. The dream he had just experienced felt incredibly vivid yet absurd. Regaining his composure, he chuckled, "Yes, I had a rather springtime dream. Get lost. Aren't you curious about what I dreamed? Don't be ridiculous. Who do you think I am? A paragon of virtue. Why would I discuss such sordid matters with you? Then I shan't divulge anything. Brother Phone." Teacher Lu wore a seemingly benevolent smile as he remarked, "You two seem to get along quite well." Zhou Qifeng nudged Lu Hui with his elbow, but Lu Hui dared not respond. He bowed his head and fervently scribbled on his homework. Zhou Qifeng inwardly cursed. "That scoundrel Lu Hui." With a forced smile, Zhou Qifeng pleaded, "Teacher, you possess great magnanimity. Please overlook our little antics. If you must pursue the matter." It was entirely Lu Hui who broached the topic, and I had no part in it. Is everyone nowadays so adept at shifting blame? Teacher Lu gave Zhou Qifeng a light tap on the head before ascending to the podium. Zhou Qifeng turned to Zhao Xue and earnestly said, "I must ask you, Xue. For future occurrences, please inform me promptly." Zhao Xue covered her mouth, her beautiful, clear eyes sparkling with mirth. "I did tell you." "But you said, just when it was getting interesting." She mimicked Zhou Qifeng's tone and mannerisms perfectly. Zhou Qifeng pondered for a moment before reluctantly conceding, "You make a valid point." "Indeed. All right, all right." Teacher Lu had brought an abundance of snacks and beverages, including milk tea. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Qifeng was the first to be playfully urged by his peers to take the stage and perform. However, all of this was swiftly shattered at the moment just before school ended. A blood-red sky suddenly emerged, casting an ominous hue over the world. Regardless of the hour or location, the sky, once familiar, seemed to be draped in a crimson veil, rendering everything beneath it insignificant and powerless. Oh heavens! Why has the sky turned so red all of a sudden? It's terrifying. The classroom, once filled with laughter and joy, fell eerily silent as the sanguine light flooded in, dimming the previously bright atmosphere and creating an unsettling ambience. Zhou Qifeng swallowed hard, attempting to reassure himself. Surely, this cannot be some once-in-a-millennium meteorological phenomenon? Lu Hui's voice trembled as he gazed out at the crimson sky, a shiver of fear coursing through him. "Do you even believe what you're saying?" Zhou Qifeng swallowed again, feeling a profound sense of insignificance and helplessness wash over him. He clenched his teeth and declared, "Everyone, remain calm. It is precisely in times like these that we must unite." The teacher, preoccupied with comforting the students, was experiencing such an event for the first time in his long life. The ominous phenomenon lasted nearly 5 minutes, yet those fleeting moments felt as protracted as 5 years. Within the classroom, the atmosphere of trepidation did not dissipate with the vanishing of the dark sky. The sudden onset of light rain only heightened the collective unease. Zhou Qifeng glanced out the window. The earlier events had been extraordinarily bizarre, something he had never heard of before. The gentle rain now bore an ominous portent. As the dark veil receded, discussions erupted among the students. 5 minutes elapsed, then 10, then 20. Time trickled by, and although it was well past the school dismissal hour, no one could ascertain the safety of the outside world, and all dared not make a move. After more than 20 minutes, chaos engulfed the entire realm. Countless individuals suddenly descended into madness, voraciously tearing at human flesh. If one were to gaze down upon the city from above at that moment, they would witness a scene of utter disarray, anguished cries, and the primal roars of people resembling wild beasts. Hell was empty. The demons walked among us. In Class 13, several students near the window, along with others scattered throughout the room, began to convulse, their eyes rolling back, foam escaping their mouths, and their skin deteriorating. Internal organs and frothy blood erupted from their lips. A few fell silent during this harrowing transformation, while others grew increasingly violent, overturning desks, smashing their heads against walls. Behaving like mindless beasts, oblivious to their own pain. The class was paralyzed with fear. None had ever encountered such a nightmarish ordeal. One student attempted to intervene, but the once familiar figures now regarded him as the most delectable prey, lunging at him with the ferocity of predators, tearing into his flesh and voraciously chewing. His screams for help echoed, yet many classmates remained frozen in terror, backs chilled with fear, while some of the more timid students collapsed to the ground, fainting from the horror unfolding before them. Their reaction was hardly surprising, as the scene was indeed terrifying. The stench of blood permeated the air as 5 or 6 zombies rushed towards the unfortunate student, overwhelming him in moments and silencing his struggles. He was dead. Zhou Qifeng, nearly paralyzed with fear at the horrifying spectacle, understood he must act decisively. Otherwise, he would be the next victim. Ignoring the risk of attracting the zombies' attention, he shouted, "Quickly! We must eliminate them. They are no longer our classmates. If we do not make a choice now, we will surely perish." With that, Zhou Qifeng seized a wooden stool and, with a fierce cry, swung it against the head of one of the zombies. In the face of a life-threatening crisis, Zhou Qifeng unleashed an extraordinary strength beyond his own capabilities, yet his hands instantaneously became numb. The zombie's head burst open with a gruesome crack, red blood and white brain matter oozing out slowly. The foul stench induced a wave of nausea among everyone present. Zhou Qifeng, unable to bear the sight, shut his eyes and desperately struck the zombie's skull. The sound drew the attention of other zombies, and within moments, they began to swarm towards him. Terrified, Zhou Qifeng froze in place, the specter of death looming over his heart. The faces of his loved ones flickered in his mind, jolting him back to reality. "I cannot die. I do not wish to perish." In that instant, Zhou Qifeng roared, raising the chair in his hands and delivering a fierce blow to a zombie's head. Fortunately, his classmates rushed to his aid at that moment. Zhou Qifeng was indeed correct. If the zombies were not vanquished, it would be their classmates who would soon meet their end. The boys surged forward, although some timid souls cowered in the corners, praying fervently. Thankfully, only 5 or 6 zombies had emerged among them. United in purpose, they exerted considerable effort, but managed to temporarily escape the clutches of danger. Once the zombies were dispatched, everyone collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, and a profound silence enveloped the classroom. No one understood the cause of this calamity, nor did they know how many zombies lurked in the shadows. Was there still hope for humanity to survive? Some of the girls hugged their knees, weeping, as the overwhelming shock and fear for their lives shattered their psychological defenses. Zhou Qifeng felt a sense of despondency, although he had been the first to charge forward. It was merely the most pragmatic solution in a moment of peril. His father's early demise had imbued him with a maturity that surpassed his peers. Yet how mature could one truly be? He remained, after all, just a child. Some girls continued to sob, while others began dismantling the legs of chairs, scavenging for more effective weapons within the classroom. Meanwhile, a portion of the group sat in a corner, lost in a haze of confusion and dread about the future. They were gripped by fear, afraid that the next victim could very well be themselves. To prevent unforeseen calamities, Zhou Qifeng and his companions reluctantly pushed the bodies of those who had succumbed to zombification out the window. If given the choice, they would have preferred not to resort to such measures, but the emergence of these extraordinary creatures left them no alternative. They could not predict what further horrors might arise. Zhou Qifeng gazed out the window, the once tranquil and serene campus now transformed into a nightmarish landscape. It resembled a Hell's Cape, or rather, the entire world had morphed into a purgatory, a realm of torment belonging to humanity. The lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground, accompanied by the omnipresent throngs of undead, their terrifying howls echoing incessantly. Zhou Qifeng sank back down, leaning his head against the wall, as an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped him. How he wished that today's events were but a nightmarish illusion. He closed his eyes, yearning to escape reality for a moment. Yet his mind was flooded with the haunting images of his classmates' corpses, cold, decaying forms. He had taken lives, and though they could scarcely be considered human any longer, he was still consumed by a profound discomfort, a sensation akin to a vice gripping his heart, rendering him breathless. A wave of nausea washed over him as he tried to console himself, reminding that they no longer qualified as humanity. Their demise was, perhaps, a form of liberation. For no one wishes to become the grotesque, half-alive entities known as zombies. Yet, had he acted too hastily? Zhou Qifeng felt a disorienting haze settle over him. Pondering whether he had erred, whether he ought to have restrained them and sought a more prudent solution instead of acting on impulse. However, as he cast his gaze out the window, the cries of anguish continued to pierce the air. The hellish panorama outside remained unchanged. Even if he had refrained from striking the first blow, the outcome would have been no different. Zhou Qifeng swallowed hard, despite his fear. He had never lost sight of his purpose. Chapter 3. Awaiting rescue. The teacher continued to make phone calls, though not in a plea for help, but rather to other educators. The corridor on this floor housed 5 classrooms. When the anomalies first began, it was filled with cacophony. Yet now it had settled into an eerie silence, intermittently pierced by distant, chilling growls. This indicated that some classes were likely in dire straits. Among the 5 classes, including Zhou Qifeng's, only 3 appeared to be free from immediate peril. The educators of Class 15 and Class 11 were unreachable, given the current circumstances. The likelihood of their survival seemed grim. Zhou Qifeng's classroom was located on the 3rd floor, a precarious position, neither too high nor too low. Yet, compared to the 1st floor, it offered a semblance of safety, albeit with the constant need to guard against potential threats from above, below, and on the same level. However, a significant concern loomed: the scarcity of food. By a stroke of fortune, the teacher had procured bubble tea and an assortment of snacks, yet the remaining supplies, even when rationed, felt alarmingly insufficient. Despite the dire situation, none of the students had the appetite to eat. Leaning against the wall, Zhou Qifeng clenched his fists, accompanied by a sense of frustration and a twinge of pain in his arm, a likely result of a recent muscle strain. The teacher had mentioned during the calls that similar incidents were occurring nationwide. What of his family? Had they succumbed to the horrors? Had they become zombies? Or worse, had they perished? Zhou Qifeng dared not contemplate further. The urge to cry welled up within him, yet he understood that tears would serve no purpose, only further destabilizing his resolve. At that moment, the teacher concluded his calls and spoke softly to the class. Children, while the situation appears bleak, I feel it necessary to share the current developments with you. I have just contacted all the homeroom teachers on the 7th floor, but less than half of them have survived. All classes on the 1st floor are unreachable, and only Class 8 remains on the 2nd floor. On our floor, we have our Class 12, and Class 14. The 4th floor has Classes 19, 16, and 18, while only Class 23 remains on the 5th floor. As the gravity of the situation sank in, some students began to weep. With a survival rate of less than 50%, could they truly endure? Coupled with the terrifying humanoid creatures outside, even if they did survive, what lay ahead for them? Confusion, anxiety, irritation, fear, and sorrow surged within the hearts of all present, creating an overwhelming tempest of emotions. In that moment, a tall student rose and addressed the class. We can join forces with Classes 12 and 14 to clear this floor of zombies. Then, we can unite the remaining classes and eliminate the threats in this building, after which we can await rescue. The teacher opened his mouth to speak, hesitating to voice his thoughts. At that moment, Zhou Qifeng approached the student and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Zhang Xiaodong, he said, you heard the zombies' growls outside. Did you not? Do you understand what that signifies? With Classes 11 and 15 out of contact, there must be a substantial number of zombies lurking beyond. Do you truly believe that venturing out will ensure everyone has safety? Zhou Qifeng's tone was rather unkind, prompting Zhang Xiaodong to retort with some irritation. Do you expect us to cower here in cowardice? As he spoke, Zhang Xiaodong tugged at Zhou Qifeng's collar, his emotions running high. At that moment, Teacher Lu approached and interjected, you two need to calm down. This is not the time for quarrels. We must devise a strategy to address our current predicament. Zhang Xiaodong snorted dismissively and replied, Teacher, I stand by my viewpoint. Our foremost task should be to unite all available forces to eradicate these zombies. And what then? Zhou Qifeng countered, consider the immense effort required to eliminate the zombies in this building. Even if we manage to clear this floor, can you guarantee that our commotion won't attract the undead from outside? How do you propose we deal with the hordes of zombies out there? Akin to a vast ocean? Zhang Xiaodong felt a surge of anger. He perceived Zhou Qifeng as deliberately opposing him. Initially, when Zhou Qifeng led the charge against the zombies, he admired his bravery. However, it soon became apparent that he had misjudged him. Zhou Qifeng was just as timid, weak, and ineffectual as many others. With a heavy heart, Zhang Xiaodong declared, there are always more solutions than difficulties. If you want to assist, at least refrain from hindering us. Zhou Qifeng fell silent. He recognized that Zhang Xiaodong's current actions were nothing short of reckless. Despite the uncertainty of their survival, seeking death without purpose held no merit. Teacher, do you have a cigarette? May I have one? Zhou Qifeng asked. Teacher Lu glanced at him, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. He quietly retrieved a pack of cigarettes and handed one to Zhou Qifeng along with a lighter. Without further ado, Zhou Qifeng took the cigarette, lit it with practiced ease, and settled into a corner, lost in thought. As the acrid scent of smoke enveloped him, he found it far more tolerable than the stench of blood and decay. He yearned to express his frustrations, contemplating, much like Zhang Xiaodong, the idea of confronting the zombies. Yet, reason cautioned him against such impulsive actions. It would only lead to futile demise. He dismissed the notion that fearing death equated to cowardice, understanding that while death is inevitable, it must be met with purpose. Dying for one's country, bearing faith, sacrificing for righteousness, or protecting loved ones, these are noble and dignified ends. Conversely, succumbing to senseless self-destruction is the true meaning of a coward's death. Observing the intensified tension in the classroom due to the discord between the two, Teacher Lu sighed and suggested, "Let us remain here and conserve our resources. We should use tables and other furniture to barricade the entrance, preventing the zombies from entering, and secure the windows as well. Additionally, we need to discuss who will keep watch at night, allowing the others to rest and maintain their strength." Hearing Teacher Lu's plan, Zhang Xiaodong expressed his discontent. "Teacher, why must we do that? If we unite, we can surely clear this building of zombies." According to the recent occurrence of merely 5 zombies in our classroom, it appears that this building harbors a limited number of the undead, does it not? There remains a glimmer of hope. Before he could finish his thought, Teacher Lu interrupted him, saying, "Xiaodong, I appreciate your good intentions. However, this conclusion has been reached through discussions among the several class supervisors. In these extraordinary times, it is prudent to exercise caution. While your idea may hold some merit, who will bear the cost of the unknown? Let us leave it at that." The chilling howls of zombies reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a throat stuffed with tattered cloth, cacophonous and terrifying. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, the classroom remained brightly lit, yet the hearts of each individual sank into an abyss, ensnared by an endless void. Although the power had not yet been cut, an ominous sense lingered, suggesting that a blackout was inevitable. Naturally, this did not extend to the family of Zhou Qifeng, intensifying his despair and sorrow. Perhaps it was the overwhelming psychological strain that led someone to lose their sanity. For a piercing cry for help erupted from the nearby building. "Is anyone there to save me?" This sound, in the oppressive silence of the campus, resonated like a tolling bell, capturing the attention of all, not just the living, but also the zombies. Zhou Qifeng cursed under his breath. What a fool. Does he seek death? Peering out the window, he observed the previously lethargic zombies outside, their eyes suddenly ablaze with rage as they surged toward the source of the cry. Akin to a horde of malevolent spirits, their thunderous roars sent chills down spines, instilling dread within all who beheld the scene. Everyone witnessed the spectacle, yet silence reigned. No one dared utter a sound, acutely aware that they might be the next. Zhou Qifeng let out a profound sigh, an overwhelming sense of sorrow washing over him. Today it was he who faced death. Tomorrow, who would it be? However, Teacher Lu intervened, reminding them that they had no means to procure water resources, rendering it unwise to expend excessive energy and hydration. After all, short bouts of exertion would only lead to fatigue and muscle strain. Zhou Qifeng nodded, coming to a halt. Leaning against the wall, his gaze gradually grew hollow. He found himself at a loss for what to do, truly grasping the essence of powerlessness and the profound despair that emanated from within. Reality remained unalterable, the environment inescapable, and no hand reached out to assist, weighing down upon him like a formidable mountain, stifling his breath. Chapter 4. The amplified malice. Both entrances of the classroom were barricaded with desks by the students. Throughout the night, not just at midnight but at any hour, the sound of zombies battering against the doors could be heard from outside. Even though they could not breach the barriers, a palpable fear gripped everyone. Once those 2 obstructed doors were breached, there would be no doubt that all would meet a grim fate. This night felt interminable, with many unable to find sleep, while others, though slumbering, were jolted awake by the terrors of the day's events. Zhou Qifeng was no exception. He drifted in and out of sleep, believing that perhaps a brief respite would rejuvenate him. Yet in such an extreme and terrifying environment, this state of half-consciousness only deepened his fatigue. July dawned early, presenting a beautiful day akin to the previous one, yet vastly different. At this time yesterday, it had felt like paradise. Today, it was akin to hell. Zhou Qifeng rose from his seat, massaging his throbbing temples, and approached the window to survey the outside world. The morning sun gradually illuminated the surroundings. Yet what it revealed was the horrifying visage of the zombies. Their eyes glowed crimson, their skin rotting, with patches of hair falling away. Some zombies bore flesh that had decayed to the point that one could faintly discern their putrid innards. Blood trickled incessantly, not the vivid crimson one would expect, but a bizarre, inky black. The insides of these creatures were no longer the sanguine hues of humanity, but had taken on a ghastly greenish tint, repulsive and unsettling. Zhou Qifeng observed alongside teacher Lu, who gazed at his students with a deep sigh, lamenting their condition without any effective means to alleviate their distress. Though Lu had a few strands of gray hair, they were far from numerous. However, after such a cataclysmic event, his hair had turned nearly half white overnight. Zhou Qifeng pondered for a moment before approaching Lu and whispering, "Teacher, I have an idea. While it may not be entirely practical, it could temporarily stabilize the student's state of mind." Lu looked at Zhou Qifeng, his eyes heavy with fatigue, and inquired, "What is your plan?" Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qifeng replied, "We could deceive them into believing we just received news that the government has managed to stabilize certain regions and will soon be able to come to our aid. Do you understand the implications of such a statement? If they realize it is merely a fabrication, they will lose all motivation. That is the most terrifying scenario. For when one is engulfed in despair, survival becomes impossible." Seeing Lu's agitation, Zhou Qifeng quickly added, "I understand, but look at their current state. How long do you think they can endure? In times like these, it would be better to offer them a glimmer of hope, something to cling to, rather than allow them to live in perpetual terror." Teacher Lu gazed at Zhou Qifeng's resolute demeanor and sighed, "Indeed, I have been excessively indecisive. Very well. Let us attempt it as you suggest. Teacher, when you speak, please feign a bit of joy. Additionally, do not let them become overly excited. Excessive noise may attract zombies, which would be disastrous. Furthermore, we must conserve our food. We need to endure, and the longer we can last, the better." Upon hearing this, Teacher Lu chuckled softly, remarking, "You are quite clever, my boy." Zhou Qifeng replied with a wry smile, "What cleverness is this? It is merely a small trick to stave off death. After all, one cannot survive alone. By the way, teacher, do you think someone will come to rescue us?" Teacher Lu patted his head reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. Our nation will not abandon us. You must always believe in this." As he uttered these words, his confidence and pride instilled a sense of calm in Zhou Qifeng. For reasons unknown, he too believed that the country and government would not forsake them and would surely send aid. Perhaps it was simply human nature to cling to what one wished to believe. Teacher Lu gathered all the students together, forming a circle, with himself seated at the center. He gently cleared his throat, revealing a faint smile as he addressed them. "Students, I bring good news. I hope that after hearing this, you can manage your emotions and refrain from making too much noise to avoid attracting the zombies." "Really, teacher? Will someone truly come to rescue us? That is wonderful." Although this news was fabricated, its uplifting nature was genuine. Teacher Lu could distinctly sense the students' spirits lifting somewhat. At least there was a glimmer of hope. Thus, time gradually passed. Although the power had not been cut, Teacher Lu, while conducting his lessons, did not carry a charger or similar devices. Although multimedia could be utilized for online engagement, their attempts to distract themselves were futile, with their families' fates uncertain and their own lives at stake. The images on the screen only heightened their agitation. On the first day, the zombie crisis erupted. The second day, at Zhou Qifeng's suggestion, Teacher Lu disseminated false information, providing the students with a flicker of hope. However, by the third day, a grave situation had emerged. There was no food left in the classroom. They still had a limited supply of water, as every classroom was equipped with a drinking machine, and fortuitously, a new barrel of water had been delivered on the day of the disaster. Thus, as long as they rationed it carefully, they need not worry about freshwater resources for the time being. Yet, the absence of food posed a significant dilemma. While one could manage a day without sustenance, 2 or 3 days would leave everyone weak and vulnerable, with some potentially facing dire consequences. In recent days, Teacher Lu's brow has furrowed increasingly tighter. Although the zombies cannot breach their sanctuary, the reality is that they too are utterly trapped within, and are on the brink of experiencing a shortage of both food and water. No one knows when the rescue team will arrive, however. This protracted wait has the potential to erode the spirits of many, despite it being merely a few short days. Thus, on the fourth day, the group found themselves in a precarious situation. On the night of the third day, a riot erupted among the zombies. As the remaining members of Class 8 on the second floor, facing dire shortages, resolved to venture out and take their chances. Yet, the moment they stepped outside, they were ensnared by swarming hordes of zombies, numbering between 50 and 60 from just the second floor. Moreover, it seemed that the disturbance caused by the zombies below had incited agitation among the zombies on the third floor, where Zhou Qifeng and his companions were situated. On the fourth day, the weather is particularly dreadful. Although it is merely 9 in the morning, the sky outside looms ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Before long, a rumble of thunder erupts, and torrential rain begins to pour, accompanied by flashes of lightning that illuminate the ghastly faces of the zombies and the dim surroundings. The thunder resonates with the low growls of the undead, conjuring a profound terror among all, fear of the unknown, and fear of death itself. At that moment, piercing screams from several girls suddenly pierce through the classroom. Zhou Qifeng hastily rises, witnessing a group of boys forcefully pinning one girl to the ground, while a few others stand by, seemingly complicit in this unsettling act. Uncertain of what has transpired, Lu Laoshi furrows his brow and admonishes softly, "Xiaobin, what are you intending to do?" With one hand pressing down on the girl's head, Xiaobin lifts his gaze to Lu Laoshi and retorts, "Teacher, I'm aware of everything. I was nearby that day. Although your voice was hushed, I still heard you. The notion that someone would come to our rescue was nothing but a lie. Initially, I held on to a glimmer of hope. But I have come to realize the bitter truth. No one is coming to save us. Did you witness the chaos caused by the zombies yesterday? Whoever arrives will meet their demise. None will survive. We are all destined to perish." Xiaobin and Appo's actions resemble a desperate gamble, severing his own escape route. This is a cruelty directed at himself, but is it not also a cruelty towards others? The good news proclaimed by the teacher days prior was a mere illusion, serving as the proverbial last straw that could shatter many a fragile psyche. Teacher, at your age, you have experienced all that life has to offer, both the cherished and the lamentable. But we are different. We are still young, and many experiences lie ahead. Since we are all fated to die, I shall seize the opportunity to know the taste of a woman. With that, he violently tore away the girl's thin sleeve, exposing her youthful skin. Before Lu Laoshi could intervene, Zhou Qifeng surged forward from seemingly nowhere. He struck Xiaobin fiercely in the face, and before anyone could react, he kicked another assailant and then delivered a punch to yet another boy behind him. Zhou Qifeng moved swiftly and with considerable force, and by the time Xiaobin and his cohorts grasped the situation, Zhou Qifeng had already pulled the girl to safety beside the teacher. Xiaobin rose, wiping the blood from his mouth and spitting out a mixture of blood and saliva. Zhou Qifeng picked up a broken leg from a chair, coldly stating, "Xiaobin, you've lost your mind." With disdain etched across his face, Xiaobin clenched his teeth and replied, "Indeed, I am mad. So what? None of us will survive. Rather than be devoured by zombies, we might as well live fully in the fleeting moments we have left." Ask the people behind me. Who among them does not share this sentiment? Zhou Qifeng furrowed his brow and remarked, "Xiaobin, even in the face of despair, we must strive until the very end. How can we ascertain our survival without making an effort?" Zhou Qifeng refrained from unleashing a torrent of curses, for he sensed that the psyche of everyone present was faltering, their spirits waning. Xiaobin served as a prime example. Within him resided a once mighty beast, fierce yet dormant, posing a threat yet remaining at rest. However, the situation has changed. That beast has awakened. Chapter 5. Descent into madness. The standoff persisted for a moment until Zhou Qifeng let out a deep sigh, his expression shifting from rage to sorrow, ultimately culminating in a chilling coldness. Xiaobin sneered derisively, remarking, "Do you truly believe it is possible? Now that we have torn away the facade, why continue the pretense?" The individuals behind Xiaobin, initially contorted in anguish, gradually adopted a demeanor of indifference. At first, they were uncertain of their motivations. Perhaps it was the weight of pressure or the demons within that compelled them to align with Xiaobin's nefarious intentions. However, once the deed was done, they found themselves ensnared in a fleeting struggle, questioning the morality of their actions. Following this internal turmoil, they experienced a sense of release. In the face of catastrophe, where even the law may no longer hold sway, what value does morality possess? Either one does not act at all, or one embraces the chaos with reckless abandon. Teacher Lu rebuked, "Xiaobin, and you wretched sycophants behind him, do you not feel a pang of guilt for betraying your own conscience?" Furious, Teacher Lu had initially regarded his students as cultured, eager individuals, only to discover that many had long succumbed to darkness. In a frenzied outburst, Xiaobin declared, "What good is conscience when one is dead? Zhou Qifeng, cease your charade of virtue and hand over Zhao Xue, my companions, and I can overlook past grievances." The girl in question was none other than Zhao Xue, Zhou Qifeng's desk mate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xue felt a surge of anger and fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Qifeng's brow furrowed, veins bulging in his hands. Zhao Bin, your repugnant demeanor disgusts me. How dare you utter such words? If I wished for death, I would gladly take you all with me. You seek to revel in this chaos? Fine. I will unleash the zombies and let them witness your delight. Faced with Zhou Qifeng's explosive fury, Zhao Bin's expression faltered momentarily before returning to a facade of calm, smirking as he taunted, you wouldn't dare, would you? No, you wouldn't. Zhou Qifeng's laughter, more deranged than Zhao Bin's, filled the air as he suddenly yanked one of the tables blocking the door. The resounding crash reverberated, followed by the cacophony of zombies howling, pounding against the door, and clawing at the walls, a symphony of horror orchestrated for demons, eerie and terrifying. Zhou Qifeng's actions sent shockwaves through everyone present, including Teacher Liu, who genuinely feared that Zhou Qifeng might succumb to the overwhelming psychological strain. Zhou Qifeng wiped the smile from his face, casting a frigid glance at Zhao Bin and his cohorts. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. The barefoot fear not those in shoes. Do not burden me with the accusation of dragging an entire class into this grave peril. I fear nothing more than that. Since the crisis has erupted and you have shown no compassion, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. Death would be a relief, an end to this torment, sparing others from suffering. Having spoken, Zhou Qifeng gently draped his short-sleeved shirt over Zhao Xue's shoulders, supporting her as they made their way to a corner. Zhao Bin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Zhou Qifeng, in his madness, would dare to let a zombie in. The earlier look in his eyes had betrayed his true thoughts. If Zhao Bin persisted in his obstinacy, Zhou Qifeng would undoubtedly unleash the zombie. Just as he had proclaimed, those without shoes fear not those who wear them. Consequently, Zhao Bin and the 7 or 8 individuals behind him found their reputations tarnished beyond repair. Although reputation held little value, now the entire class shunned them, unwilling to engage in any form of communication, especially the girls. Zhou Qifeng assisted Zhao Xue into a corner and patted her shoulder, reassuring her, Old Zhao, fear not. All is well now. Zhao Xue's pale lips quivered incessantly, and ultimately, a single tear fell. She dared not weep aloud. In the moments of being restrained, terror had consumed her thoughts, rendering even the act of crying an afterthought. In the depths of extreme fear, one might even cease to think, though this varies from person to person. Only now, nestled against Zhou Qifeng, did she find a semblance of safety, and her tears cascaded forth like a breached dam. Zhou Qifeng offered no further words, merely giving her shoulder a gentle pat before embracing her softly, a silent comfort. As he rose, Zhao Xue's hand delicately grasped the hem of his trousers. He crouched down and said, It's all right. This classroom is rather small, and with everyone on high alert, they won't dare act recklessly. I must seek out others to discuss some matters. Zhao Xue remained silent, merely nodding slightly. On the first day of the catastrophe, 5 zombies had emerged in Zhou Qifeng's class. While they collaborated to eliminate the undead, Lu Hui had inadvertently found himself ensnared by one, its hands tightening around his neck like a vice. Had it not been for Zheng Xiaodong and the others, who swiftly dispatched the creature, Lu Hui might have met his demise. Crouching in a corner, Lu Hui trembled in fear. Zhou Qifeng recalled Lu Hui as a rather reserved yet occasionally earnest individual with a penchant for awkwardness. Though he lacked courage, his character was amiable. Witnessing Lu Hui in such a state brought Zhou Qifeng an indescribable pang of sorrow. He knelt beside Lu Hui, grasping his shoulder, and said, Old Lu, we must trust in our nation and government. We shall be saved. Lu Hui's eyes were vacant and distant as he muttered, It's all your fault. If you hadn't acted so impulsively, the zombies wouldn't have gone berserk. It's all your fault, your fault. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Qifeng realized that his earlier actions had rekindled Lu Hui's memories of that day, the harrowing fear of nearly being devoured by zombies. Old Lu, listen to me. The zombies cannot enter. Lu Hui remained silent, choosing instead to sit in the corner, seeking a semblance of safety for himself. Zhou Qifeng's heart was a tumult of emotions. In the face of such calamity, each person bore their own thoughts and feelings. Zheng Xiaodong chooses to take initiative, while Teacher Liu and Zhou Qifeng opt for patience. Zhao Bin and his companions succumb to despair, whereas individuals like Lu Hui are consumed by fear and unease. No 2 individuals are alike. Everyone possesses distinct personalities, diverse thoughts, and varying depths of existence. When confronted with such monumental upheaval, fear becomes the prevailing sentiment for the majority. Does Teacher Liu experience fear? Indeed, he does, for otherwise he would not have turned gray overnight. Does Zhou Qifeng feel fear? Certainly, for otherwise, he would not lie awake at night, feigning composure. Does Xiaobin experience fear? Absolutely. For otherwise, he would not have chosen to wallow in self-destruction. They were all meant to savor the joys of a fulfilling life, navigating the pressures of college entrance examinations. Reveling in the excitement of university life, cherishing the emotions of love, engaging in the rigors of the job market, nurturing the joys of parenthood, and relishing the happiness of a full house. However, the world has played a cruel joke, transforming the myriad flavors of life into an abyss of suffering and dread. This deranged world has birthed equally deranged individuals. Chapter 6. The desolation. The rain gradually ceased, yet the sky remained shrouded in a dreary gray, evoking a sense of restlessness within the hearts of many. Each individual was lost in their own thoughts, feeling powerless in the face of their circumstances. Just as the atmosphere was thick with confusion, a resounding explosion reverberated throughout the campus. The wandering zombies, drawn by the sound, surged toward its source with frenzied haste. A collective surge of hope ignited among the people. The explosion heralded the arrival of potential rescue. Zhou Qifeng rushed to the window, witnessing the zombies vacating the premises. Moreover, those on the upper floors, upon hearing the commotion, attempted to reach the source of the sound, only to meet their demise as they fell from the windows. Their bodies shattered upon impact. The chaos continued as the zombies raced toward the ruckus, but soon, the explosion's echoes faded, replaced by a sky ablaze with fire. It was evident that the military had mobilized for a large-scale cleansing operation. They were saved. Zhou Qifeng felt a weight lift from his heart, although danger still loomed. The prospect of rescue filled him with solace. The entire class exhaled in relief, some embracing one another in tears. The psychological torment endured over the past few days had been immense. Had the military arrived even a day or two later, they might have succumbed to madness. The fiery glow painted the sky crimson at the entrance, while the anguished wails and furious roars of the zombies filled the air. The flames proved devastatingly effective against the undead, and in mere moments, many zombies were reduced to charred remains. Yet, the fundamental instinct of self-preservation prevented those who had narrowly escaped from advancing further. However, the insatiable urge to kill was not so easily quelled. In just a few minutes, the zombies regrouped and charged toward the organized military forces. The soldiers opted not to deploy incendiary devices this time, instead employing suppressive fire, forming strategic formations. The soldiers wielded their weapons with precision, cutting through the zombie horde. Yet, the expenditure of ammunition was staggering. The bullets required to eliminate the same number of zombies were at least 4 times greater than those needed to take down a human. This was a conservative estimate, particularly during large-scale combat. Despite the substantial ammunition consumption, the results were undeniably significant. Just when victory seemed assured, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From within the throng of zombies emerged several grotesque figures, their bodies radiating a sickly green hue. No one could ascertain how these aberrations came to exist. Not even the most esteemed biologists of the age. Upon being dispatched by the soldiers, these peculiar zombies exploded in a grotesque display, their bodies bursting forth a viscous, dark green liquid that splattered everywhere, mingled with countless internal organs, exuding a foul stench. The explosion produced a shockwave comparable to that of a walking grenade, sending the nearest soldiers hurtling through the air. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, yet the composure of the soldiers was commendable. The captain bellowed, "First squad, provide cover. Second and third squads, retreat in an orderly fashion." Understood. Gunfire erupted incessantly, while the zombies roared relentlessly, charging forward with reckless abandon. The terrifying scene resembled demons emerging from the depths of hell. Zhou Qifeng and his companions endured each excruciating minute with a blend of hope and trepidation, yearning for the military to eradicate all the zombies while simultaneously fearing the potential annihilation of their forces. Thus, an hour elapsed. The initial 15 minutes were marked by the most intense gunfire and explosions, but as time progressed, the cacophony began to diminish. It seemed that the gathered zombies had been largely neutralized. An hour later, accompanied by the soft clinking of weapons and the faint sound of footsteps, the rescue team arrived at the 3rd floor of the high school where Zhou Qifeng and others were located. A series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, and someone, brimming with excitement, nearly shouted that there were people inside. Zhou Qifeng was no exception, his anticipation evident. Fortunately, Teacher Lu promptly restrained them. For attracting zombies at such a critical moment would be a grave misfortune. Teacher Lu gently rapped on the door before slowly opening it. A fully armed squad stood at the entrance, and the captain, appearing somewhat fatigued, said, "All right, please follow us for an orderly evacuation. But remember, obey the commands. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Teacher Lu nodded hastily. Of course, I will organize the students immediately. However, there are still survivors in the adjacent class and upstairs. I am uncertain about their situation. Rest assured, we will not abandon any survivors. The class next to yours has already been assisted in their evacuation, the captain assured him. Should we call the other class next door as well? It would save you another trip, suggested Teacher Lu. The captain frowned, responding, with so many of you. Do you wish to become live targets for the zombies? Enough talk. Please follow us and evacuate swiftly. Every minute we delay could cost another comrade their life. Teacher Lu nodded repeatedly, realizing he had underestimated the situation. The students were soon organized for evacuation, instructed to remain silent. Any matters could be discussed once they reached the safe zone. The team comprised approximately 15 individuals, arranged in a triangular formation of 3, advancing in 5 directions to ensure comprehensive coverage against the zombies' attack. As Zhou Qifeng moved within the group, his emotions diverged from the excitement of others. He gazed upon the multitude of corpses strewn about, feeling a profound sorrow. Among the fallen were not only zombies, but also a significant number of soldiers. The death toll surely exceeded 20, and he wondered how many more lay unseen. Although he felt relief at being rescued, the fate of his family remained uncertain. Potentially already lost. The heavy toll on the soldiers who risked their lives to save them weighed heavily on Zhou Qifeng's heart. He looked up at the sky, feeling an inexplicable heaviness from the overcast heavens. The crowd departed from the school with a sense of relief. Several military transport vehicles were stationed at the entrance, accompanied by fully armed soldiers. It appeared that the surrounding zombies had been largely eradicated. A regiment of soldiers escorted groups of survivors away, and after their departure, the military proceeded to rescue the remaining individuals. They would persist in this perilous endeavor, undeterred by the loss of comrades. Even amidst severe physical strain, they could not afford to halt. Time equated to life. A stringent order had been issued from above, and countless helicopters utilized thermal imaging to locate survivors across various regions. Within a week, it was imperative to rescue all survivors from these areas, even if not everyone could be saved. Efforts must be made to ensure the safety of every life that remained, though presently powerless. Those survivors who had endured the trials of survival might one day emerge as a vital force, potentially augmenting military ranks and labor resources. In response to this rescue mission, the nation declared a state of emergency, mobilizing all emergency response teams. It could be said that all armed forces across the country, including active military personnel, police forces, and militia that had not yet mutated, were urgently requisitioned by the Central Command. Nevertheless, the manpower allocated for global rescue efforts and the establishment of makeshift safe zones proved insufficient, rendering the allotted week inadequate. The rescue timeline would inevitably extend. Before the military could carry out their operations, self-rescue remained the only option. Zhou Qifeng and his companions were fortunate, having been rescued from the throngs of zombies before the army's intervention. As they sat in the back of the military transport vehicle, they were en route to an unknown destination, venturing into a dark world that was once familiar, yet had now become disconcertingly alien. Chapter 7. Safe Zone. The vehicle had been traversing for an extended period, the canopy above the rear compartment shrouding the light, causing all aboard to succumb to a deep slumber. Upon halting, a soldier addressed the occupants of the rear compartment. All right, you are to register your names next, after which your assignments will be allocated. Some individuals expressed discontent regarding the soldier's brusque demeanor. A few murmured in dissatisfaction. What? We still have to be assigned work? We just escaped from the zombies, and we are merely students. Could you? Before the complaint could be completed, the soldier calmly gestured for silence. However, beneath his composed exterior simmered a tempest of anger. I hope you understand that it is not you who escaped from the zombies. It is our lives that afforded you this chance. Our brothers are still bravely fighting on the front lines while you stand here complaining. I do not wish to hear your grievances, nor do you possess the right to voice them. This is my final act of mercy towards you. Should you dare to complain again, do not blame me for taking action. Now, proceed as I instructed. Go to the warehouse, register, collect your belongings, and prepare for work. The student fell silent, indeed realizing that, without the intervention of others, he would have long been devoured by the undead. Zhou Qifeng curled his lip in disdain towards the one who had just spoken. Was he truly so foolish? Had the soldier not regarded him as a student, he likely would have already resorted to violence. Zhou Qifeng surveyed this so-called safe zone, which was, in truth, a production facility dedicated to the manufacture of weapons and ammunition, yet devoid of any means to produce food. Consequently, sustenance could only be procured through scavenging, limiting the safe zone's capacity to accommodate approximately 1,500 survivors. Of course, with further modifications, that number would inevitably increase. After registering their names, Zhou Qifeng and his companions received a ration from the logistics unit, which consisted of drinking water and food. The portions were scant, yet the logistics personnel informed them that this constituted their sustenance for an entire day. Furthermore, idleness was not tolerated here. Should they desire additional provisions, they must render corresponding contributions. This was an unavoidable reality. Given the sheer number of individuals and the finite resources available, many engaged in hushed conversations, lamenting their plight. Although they understood such complaints bore no fruit and could alter nothing, sharing grievances among themselves provided a modicum of relief from their burdens. Zhou Qifeng gazed at the meager supplies in his hands. While insufficient, he felt a sense of contentment. Surviving was paramount. The once ordinary food and water had acquired considerable value in light of recent events. It became painfully evident that a disruption in either water or food supply could spell doom for humanity. With the outbreak of the zombie crisis, numerous water sources had been contaminated, and no one dared to test the consequences of consumption. However, water purified through treatment facilities remained safe for drinking, as verified by prior trials. Additionally, the logistics of transporting food from primary production areas had become severely constrained, exacerbating the scarcity. Amidst the chaos of rampant zombies and warfare, who could guarantee the safety of transformers or critical supply lines? No one can guarantee that even if something were to break down, there would be anyone willing to undertake repairs. Furthermore, the omnipresent zombies render the extraction of energy and the production of materials exceedingly arduous. In times past, labor was a given and the sole means of exchanging for societal resources. However, the present situation is markedly different. Even if humanity wishes to engage in labor, the ubiquitous zombies deny them that opportunity. The confluence of these factors exacerbates the struggle for human survival. On the first day, someone took the newly arrived survivors on a tour of the safety zone. This base was originally a facility for the production of firearms and ammunition, and following the outbreak, the Central Command's first order was to reclaim these strategic factories from the clutches of the zombies at any cost. The factory is vast, comprising 7 large warehouses, each utilized by the military for storing firearms, ammunition, food, fresh water, essential supplies, and medications. Notably, 3 of these warehouses are dedicated solely to materials. Additionally, the factory features a designated cafeteria and a small clinic typically used for medical treatment, but the clinic proved to be exceedingly cramped. Subsequently, they sought a slightly larger space for storing medications and even performing minor surgeries, albeit only those that do not require advanced equipment. It is also worth mentioning that there are employee dormitories. Given its function as a munitions production facility and its substantial size, the number of dormitories is considerable, albeit mostly consisting of single rooms. However, with the influx of people, 3 or 4 individuals now share a single dormitory. This factory has been thoughtfully equipped with various recreational facilities, as some individuals reside in the employee dormitories. They cannot be expected to remain confined to their rooms without any form of entertainment. Time passed swiftly, and as night began to fall, all survivors were assigned their tasks. The work was not demanding, primarily consisting of basic physical labor, with material distribution based on each person's daily output. In other words, beyond the essential provisions, there is an additional quota, with surplus allocations reflecting the difficulty of the tasks performed. Moreover, every 3 or 4 individuals were assigned to a dormitory. Although designated as single rooms, the factory's generous resources ensured that these single accommodations were quite spacious, featuring 3 rooms and a living area, not including the bathrooms. While the total area of the dormitory is approximately 70 to 80 square meters, the conditions are relatively satisfactory. Hence, converting single dormitories into shared ones significantly reduced the workload. Zhou Qifeng and 3 classmates from his class were assigned to one dormitory. One of them was Zheng Xiaodong, while the other 2 were named Lu Wuyang and Gao Lang. Although Zhou Qifeng and Zheng Xiaodong had previously experienced a minor conflict, it was a trivial matter, merely a difference in perspectives. That incident was easily put behind them. The other 2, having a good rapport with Zhou Qifeng, contributed to a pleasant atmosphere among them. The dormitory comprised 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a living room. However, the kitchen had been entirely emptied, with even the range hood removed and disassembled to extract any useful components. Gas is indispensable, especially during critical moments. The spacious employee dormitory serves a purpose, Some employees are couples working in the factory, while others bring their children. During a comprehensive renovation, each dormitory was transformed into 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room. Although the space is limited, its utility is maximized. The furnishings in the habitable dormitories have been uniformly relocated, although some dormitories are still in the process of being cleared. Nevertheless, these accommodations are sufficient for the current survivors. Not all survivors have congregated here. Many safe zones exist nationwide. Yet, despite this, the scope of human activity has shrunk to unprecedented levels. The logistics team has distributed essential supplies to everyone, focusing on practicality. Each individual has been assigned a small table, a lamp, a sleeping bag, along with necessary personal items, food, and fresh water for the day. While the sleeping bag may not be needed in the summer heat, it will prove useful in the future. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Zhou Qifeng and his companions began allocating rooms. After some discussion, Zhang Xiaodong chose the living room, while the remaining 2 occupied the 2 bedrooms. Zhou Qifeng settled into the smallest kitchen. Despite being a kitchen, once emptied, it bore little difference from the living room or bedrooms. After arranging his limited belongings, Zhou Qifeng prepared for sleep. Lying on the floor, the summer heat was somewhat stifling, yet not unbearable. With the ventilation window open, a gentle breeze wafted in, providing some relief. He rested his hands beneath his head, reflecting on the events of the past few days. It felt surreal, as if he were in a dream. Yet this was the harsh reality. After a brief rest, Zhou Qifeng began exercising. In this current situation, becoming stronger would enhance his chances of survival outside. Lacking any fitness equipment, he resorted to a series of simple exercises: push-ups, sit-ups, squats, planks, crunches, Russian twists, reverse crunches, and high knees. He resolved to train every muscle in his body, unsure of the efficacy of his efforts, but recognizing that inaction would yield no benefit. Although he had some prior experience with exercise, his foundation was not particularly solid. Zhou Qifeng focused not on quantity, but mechanically repeated these movements, striving to strengthen every fiber of his being. Was he fatigued? Certainly, but he was unwilling to surrender. Only through repeatedly surpassing his limits could he undergo transformation. This process would be lengthy and undoubtedly painful. However, with zombies lurking outside, this dire circumstance ironically heightened his focus. Beads of sweat trickled down as Zhou Qifeng gasped for breath. He had commenced an unwavering regimen of exercise around 9 o'clock, succumbing to fatigue from push-ups. He transitioned to squats. When squats proved too taxing, he resorted to crunches. This cycle persisted for nearly 2 hours. By approximately 11, Zhou Qifeng completed his final push-up and, disregarding the sweat pooling beneath him, collapsed onto the ground, inhaling deeply. He was utterly exhausted. He had never pushed himself to such extremes before. And it was only today that he realized his capacity for endurance. After catching his breath for a while, he retrieved a bottle of fresh water provided by logistics and took a modest sip. Though these waters seemed inconsequential in ordinary times, at this moment, they were more precious than gold. Zhou Qifeng paid no heed to any potential risks that such exertion might entail. Concerns could be addressed later, once survival was assured. Post-exercise, Zhou Qifeng refrained from succumbing to sleep immediately. Instead, he commenced a thorough massage of his body, aiding the metabolism of lactic acid accumulated in his muscles from the strenuous activity. Investing time in recovery now would serve his future endeavors well, ensuring optimal work efficiency and replenishment the following day. By around 11:30, after meticulously massaging his muscles, a gentle breeze provided a refreshing reprieve from the oppressive fatigue enveloping him. Zhou Qifeng deliberately awaited the conclusion of his massage and the near drying of his perspiration before choosing to rest, thereby guaranteeing his best state for the morrow. He noted that the more he found himself in such circumstances, the more contemplative he became, and, correspondingly, the calmer he felt. It is undeniable that the human brain is indeed the most remarkable aspect of the body, invariably adapting to environmental changes and facilitating corresponding adjustments. Of course, the will of a person remains an indispensable element. Chapter 8. The first day, Zhou Qifeng rose early, as anticipated, his body aching all over. Had he not received a massage for over half an hour the previous night, he might have found himself unable to move upon awakening this morning. At 6 o'clock, Zhou Qifeng struggled for a moment before sitting up, inhaling sharply in discomfort. Damn, it hurts like hell. After donning his attire, he gradually stood up, the pervasive soreness rendering him rather uneasy. Nevertheless, he knew he must swiftly adapt to the circumstances. Though it was merely 6 in the morning, the factory operated on a 24-hour schedule. Given the current precarious situation, should any critical transformer or essential line be compromised, the factory would face the grim prospect of paralysis. Therefore, processing must commence without delay, striving to fabricate all materials in the warehouse into weapons with genuine lethality before such an event could transpire. Moreover, it was not solely firearms and ammunition that were being produced. A considerable portion of materials was allocated for the crafting of cold weapons. There would inevitably come a time when ammunition ran dry, and at that point, the significance of cold weaponry would be undeniable. Zhou Qifeng's role involved transporting materials. As they were neither equipped to manufacture bullets nor firearms, much less forge swords. Presently, the demand for materials was substantial, while gasoline was limited. Thus, all transportation relied solely on the most rudimentary form of human labor. The base currently housed approximately 1,000 individuals, comprising 200 military personnel, 65 technical staff, 238 production line workers, 15 medical personnel, and 40 cooks, with the remainder being those like Zhou Qifeng, who were engaged in external rescue efforts but lacked production capabilities. Additionally, 2 hours of military training were conducted daily, aimed at enhancing the survivors' individual combat skills, reconnaissance capabilities, and their ability to cooperate with one another. Zhou Qifeng located his designated workstation, tasked with transporting materials from warehouse number 5 to production line number 3, a distance of just over a kilometer. Under normal circumstances, these materials would have been moved via vehicle. However, now they were reliant solely on manual labor. Electric tricycles could have been utilized, but typically, factories employed large trucks for such tasks, and it would be rather unseemly to dispatch a fleet of electric tricycles for material transport. Nevertheless, it was entirely dependent on sheer manpower. Each individual assigned to carry materials was provided with a small cart, thereby enhancing efficiency and reducing exertion. Around 6:30, Zhou Qifeng arrived at the warehouse, sipping water to moisten his lips, which had grown parched after consuming a biscuit. He engaged in a warm-up, which, though seemingly unnecessary to others, was vital for him, considering the lingering pain in his body. Zhou Qifeng identified the items he needed to move. Each box of materials weighed approximately 40 pounds. He loaded the first box onto his cart, then proceeded to lift the second, third, and fourth boxes. The weight on the truck reached 160 pounds, and Zhou Qifeng intended to haul it to production line 3. However, an embarrassing incident occurred. He found himself unable to move it. Zhou Qifeng had no choice but to unload the topmost box and, with great effort, dragged 3 boxes of materials toward production line 3. A contribution point system was in place, with designated personnel recording daily efforts. The more contribution points earned, the better the rewards that could be exchanged. As Zhou Qifeng was transporting materials to production line 3, Zhao Xue appeared beside him unexpectedly. Zhou Qifeng smiled at Zhao Xue and remarked, "What brings you here so early? Be careful, or you might not eat enough to grow." Zhao Xue chuckled softly. "You?" Always with the sharp tongue. Zhou Qifeng laughed heartily, although his laughter bore a hint of heaviness unlike before. There are times for jest. But now even having enough to eat is a concern. Zhao Xue pursed her lips and said, "Thank you for saving me that day, Zhou Qifeng." Zhou Qifeng merely shook his head. "Even if I hadn't acted, someone else would have stepped in." Zhao Xue smiled and shook her head. "It's different. I can feel it. You truly want us to survive." Zhou Qifeng paused his work, playfully patted Zhao Yixue on the head, and said with a smile, "All right, go on and work. If you keep bothering me here, I might just snatch your food during mealtime." Zhao Yixue pouted, "You only know how to tease me. Can I come and chat with you? Honestly, let us just get to work." Zhou Qifeng laughed again, choosing not to prolong the conversation, and resumed pulling the cart. By the time Jing Xiaodong and the others rose, Zhou Qifeng was already drenched in sweat, having worked tirelessly for nearly an hour and a half, completing only 9 boxes. His stamina was beginning to wane. On the first day in the secure zone, everyone started their tasks. Some worked sluggishly while others, like Zhou Qifeng, exerted themselves vigorously. Before long, noon arrived. Lunch was served in the staff cafeteria, but the fare was rather unappetizing, primarily consisting of dishes made from potatoes and radishes. As these ingredients had the longest shelf life, during lunch, Zhou Qifeng's hands trembled uncontrollably. He struggled to grasp his chopsticks, and when using a spoon, he was equally unsteady. Zhao Xue, seated across from him, felt a mix of amusement and concern watching his plight. To her recollection, while Zhou Qifeng had always worked hard, he had never appeared quite this exhausted. His refined face was still slick with perspiration, his hair disheveled, and his short sleeves completely soaked, giving him the appearance of a disheveled man. Yet, Zhao Yixue sensed his inner discontent, the fire of determination burning within his chest. Looking into Zhou Qifeng's eyes, she noticed that nothing had changed. Those eyes remained bright and spirited. Zhao Yixue chuckled heartily, lifting Zhou Qifeng's plate with a triumphant expression on her delicate face. "Little Zhou, call me Sister Shui, and I shall feed you." Zhou Qifeng inwardly scoffed, reflecting on his stature as a man of 7 feet. Could he truly debase himself to such servility? Yet, to his own surprise, he found himself doing just that. Without hesitation, he flattered her. "Sister Shui, you are the most beautiful, the gentlest, and the most considerate. Please, let me have a few bites. I am nearly starving." Zhao Yixue mixed the rice and vegetables together, scooping a generous portion to feed Zhou Qifeng. Zhou Qifeng ate swiftly, truly famished after toiling for an entire morning, having already moved approximately 36 boxes, with the prospect of surpassing his designated quota looming. In contrast, Zhao Xue's tasks were considerably lighter. Some of the more dexterous and quick-learning female classmates were assigned to bullet production, and she was among them. Given that women generally possess less physical strength than men, manual labor was predominantly allocated to the latter. Some looked upon Zhou Qifeng with disdain, criticizing his apparent nonchalance while his parents' fates remained uncertain. However, both Zhao Xue and Zhou Qifeng harbored their own thoughts, understanding each other's sentiments deeply. Zhou Qifeng recognized that Zhao Xue skillfully mastered her inner sorrow and anxiety, undoubtedly exerting efforts beyond the ordinary, as evidenced by the numerous band-aids adorning her hands, alongside several small wounds that had begun to scab, though she concealed her struggles. Zhou Qifeng sensed her quiet determination, for her gaze mirrored his own. Zhao Xue, in turn, was aware of Zhou Qifeng's relentless efforts. Perceiving the subtle agitation beneath his seemingly relaxed demeanor, he once possessed a charming smile and a melodious voice. But now she detected a thread of helplessness and sorrow within him. Unlike her, he could not disguise his turmoil as adeptly, while some might overlook it. Zhao Yixue understood that Zhou Qifeng toiled harder than anyone else. During lunch, Lu Hui approached Zhou Qifeng to offer an apology. "Qifeng, I am truly sorry for what I said the other day. It was wrong of me. I was too cowardly and ineffectual." Before Lu could finish, Zhou Qifeng patted his shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right, Lao Lu. I know you well. Just live well, until the day we can welcome peace once more." After lunch, there was an hour of respite. Zhou Qifeng initially contemplated foregoing rest to continue working, but upon reflection, he realized the importance of maintaining his health. Sacrificing his foundation for short-term gains would not bode well. Moments later, he succumbed to slumber, sleeping soundly and deeply. Zhao Yixue gazed at Zhou Qifeng for a moment before quietly approaching him, gently resting her head upon his shoulder. Though he carried a hint of perspiration, this sensation brought her an undeniable comfort. After a brief respite, she rose and departed, as she was not as fatigued as Zhou Qifeng and wished to seize the moment. Following a rejuvenating nap, Zhou Qifeng immersed himself in his work, diligently laboring from 2 o'clock until 6 in the afternoon. Within those 4 hours, he successfully transported 27 boxes of materials. By the end of the day, he had accomplished a total of 63 boxes and had completed the necessary coordination with the supervisor of the 3rd production line. The supervisor remarked, "Xiao Zhou, among the laborers assigned to our 3rd production line, you are the most capable. I recall there are a few here who are your classmates. Yet the least among them managed to move only 26 boxes, which is unacceptable. Although contribution points can be exchanged for nearly everything at this base, I must advise you, only those who exceed their quotas earn contribution points. Those who cannot even meet their allocations will not receive any. Be vigilant with your points. While you may use them as you wish, if someone approaches you for assistance, especially regarding contribution points, exercise caution, regardless of past associations." This gentleman, named Wang Jinlong, had a dark complexion but a warm smile. As Zhou Qifeng listened to the somewhat talkative elder, he felt a comforting warmth in his heart. Admittedly, Wang Jinlong had a penchant for conversation, yet every word he spoke was sincere. Clearing his throat, Wang Jinlong waved his hand. "Hurry along, or I might just have to deduct your points." With a smile, Zhou Qifeng dashed away. And as Wang Jinlong watched the youthful figure sprinting against the backdrop of the setting sun, he chuckled softly. This kid is quite spirited. In the golden light of dusk, the youth embodied vitality and hope. Chapter 9. A deteriorating situation today. I exceeded my quota by a remarkable 18 boxes. Every 2 boxes equate to 1 contribution point. And with the additional point earned from meeting my daily quota, I amassed a total of 10 points. Zhou Qifeng gnawed on his compressed biscuits, contemplating various matters. Having garnered 10 contribution points in a single day, I have resolved to use this as my minimum standard moving forward. As my physical prowess gradually improves, I anticipate accumulating no less than 300 contribution points within a month, and the task will only become increasingly effortless. Previously, Zhou Qifeng made a special trip to the Resource Exchange Center and noted that all items required a considerable number of contribution points. For instance, the compressed biscuits he consumed, which once cost only a few yuan for a small portion, now demand a full 10 contribution points for a single piece. It is essential to understand that one contribution point is earned only after exceeding the daily quota. Thus, those who fail to meet their quotas merely consume their entire day's worth of labor and meals. Although the concept of wages is currently obsolete, the labor performed throughout the day essentially pays for their sustenance. If their completion rate falls below 50%, their ration of compressed biscuits for the following evening's meal is forfeited. This regulation is undeniably harsh, yet it is an inescapable reality. After all, their factory lacks the capacity to produce food, and the conditions for cultivating crops are non-existent. Therefore, the rise in prices is both reasonable and, indeed, inevitable. The survivors, upon their arrival, subsist on 2 meals of compressed biscuits in the morning and evening, with the cafeteria providing lunch. Furthermore, after 7 o'clock in the evening, they must engage in a certain degree of military training, which includes the use of tactical hand signals, formation drills, cold weapon handling, physical conditioning, and most importantly, firearms knowledge. As for other aspects, such as military posture, formation, enemy capture techniques, and movement stances, these will not be emphasized for the time being, as the primary adversary is the undead, not other humans. Additionally, physical fitness remains a focal point, encompassing 5-kilometer runs, frog jumps, 100-meter sprints, push-ups, single-leg extensions, and comprehensive conditioning exercises, albeit with a less stringent regimen than conventional training. After all, they are not soldiers. This training merely aims to enhance their overall survival capabilities while simultaneously scouting potential recruits for military service. In facing the daily threat of zombies, soldiers will inevitably perish. And without replenishing their ranks, a dire situation will eventually ensue. Beyond physical training, the acquisition of firearms knowledge and various shooting stances holds equal importance. Zhou Qifeng approached his studies with utmost seriousness, dedicating himself to both knowledge and physical conditioning with unwavering resolve. He has set his sights on a goal. Once he has accumulated sufficient contribution points, he intends to exchange them for crucial resources, firearms, ammunition, cold weapons, medical supplies, food, and freshwater, each item being indispensable. This journey will undoubtedly be a protracted one. Standing here amidst a disciplined military training operation, Zhou Qifeng found himself with ample reason to immerse himself in the lessons at hand. After all, the knowledge he garnered would be his own, potentially extending his survival when he eventually ventured beyond the safety zone in search of his family. Currently, Zhou Qifeng and his family were in a state of complete disconnection. As a student residing on campus, he had not brought his mobile phone. Previously, when he attempted to reach out to his family using Teacher Lu's phone, he was met with silence. Even if his relatives were still alive, contact with Zhou Qifeng remained elusive. Anxiety churned within Zhou Qifeng. Yet he recognized that such feelings could lead to restlessness. In times like these, self-reflection and composure were paramount. Today's military training consisted of an hour of physical conditioning followed by instruction and tactical hand signals. This was crucial for future missions, allowing them to communicate without drawing the attention of the undead, thus circumventing unnecessary complications. After the training session, everyone was drenched in sweat. Although the regimen was not excessively rigorous, an hour of exercise was certainly no trivial endeavor. Gasping for breath, Zhou Qifeng remarked, "What is the purpose of this training, really? Do they genuinely believe we will be of any use?" Zhang Xiaodong playfully tapped Gao Lang on the head, saying, "You lack ambition. Don't you realize they are enhancing our self-defense skills?" Zhang Xiaodong was known for his forthright demeanor, never hesitating to voice his thoughts. The lanky Lu Wuyong interjected, "Enough complaining, Gao Lang. Look at Zhou. He was so enthusiastic during training, running 5 kilometers when they only required 3. He even pushed through despite feeling nauseated. What more do you have to say?" With a wry smile, Zhou Qifeng shook his head, acknowledging that he indeed ran 5 kilometers. The soldiers had intended for them to cover 3 kilometers, but given their varying levels of fitness, they eventually settled on that distance. Zhou Qifeng, however, resolved to push himself, as he had a foundational level of fitness, enabling him to outpace many of his peers. While others completed the 3 kilometers, He astonishingly matched the time of the last runner while covering 5 kilometers. The vigorous exercise took a toll on his stomach, leading to a bout of nausea shortly after stopping, but it did not hinder the subsequent training. Zhou Qifeng, you are truly pushing your limits. He heard. Come on. Gao Lang, Zhou Qifeng teased, look at your feeble state. You need to exercise. Otherwise, if zombies ever approach you, you won't even be able to run. You'll be left awaiting their affectionate bites. Laughter erupted among them, with Zheng Xiaodong jokingly adding, with all that excess fat, I wonder if zombies would find you appetizing. Huh, you're a real piece of work, Zheng, Gao Lang retorted, his face darkening with embarrassment. Do zombies even have preferences? He thought, glancing at his own belly. Suddenly, a surge of determination coursed through him, though it waned within mere seconds. Resolutely, Gao Lang reassured himself, it's fine, with daily training ahead. I refuse to believe I can't shed this weight. I must train harder. There's no way I won't succeed. At this moment, within a hospital in the city, a soldier tirelessly fired upon the frenzied zombies, yet the rate at which he eliminated them was far surpassed by their relentless advance. The soldier began to retreat, activating the microphone within his helmet and urgently declaring, Report, a zombie infection has emerged. The Qing'e City People's Hospital is now experiencing cases of zombie bites. I implore you. Before he could finish, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the microphone. This soldier faced a perilous fate. Compounded by even graver news, the zombies had become infectious. Nearly a week had elapsed since the onset of the calamity. Initially, those bitten by zombies did not undergo mutation. However, in recent days, anyone who had been bitten or scratched would inevitably transform into a zombie within a certain time frame. Scientists and biologists speculated that the zombies had now evolved into entities entirely controlled by a virus, their bodies serving as breeding grounds for this pathogen. This virus wreaked havoc on other organs, leading to decay and failure, while also seizing control of the central nervous system, rendering these zombies mere killing machines. To humans, they were relentless predators. Yet, when it came to their fellow zombies, they opted for consumption. The reason behind this behavior remained a mystery. Initially, humanity believed that zombies slaughtered them for sustenance. However, recent studies revealed a disconcerting truth. Zombies would viciously attack living beings, yet upon the death of their victims, yes, true death, they lost all interest in the lifeless corpses. Everyone had assumed that being bitten by a zombie meant certain death. But when the soldier accompanied his team to the hospital to rescue survivors, he discovered that those who had been bitten, whether alive or dead, would inevitably transform into zombies. The virus, carried swiftly by the bloodstream, infiltrated every corner of the body, ruthlessly destroying human organs and commandeering the central nervous system. From that moment on, humanity was irrevocably lost to the zombie horde. Though infection had not previously occurred, it did not imply that it was impossible now. Furthermore, zombies were known to consume their own kind. Just the day before, a team of soldiers bore witness to the gruesome consumption between 2 zombies, an act of the most primal slaughter, an unending cycle of death. They speculated that the previously reported mutations might have been linked to this cannibalistic behavior. However, this remained mere conjecture. The timeline since the outbreak was still too brief to uncover the complete truth. What was certain now was that humanity's plight would only grow more dire, and the battles against the zombies would become increasingly tragic. Just days prior, humans had been unafraid of injury. The simplest bite was easily treatable. But now, circumstances had changed. Zombies possessed the capability to infect, and no means existed to combat this contagion. In times of chaos, who could guarantee they would remain unscathed from a zombie bite? This revelation was but an added burden upon humanity's already fragile existence. If it were true that the number of zombies was not increasing, then humanity, given sufficient time and sacrifice, would ultimately emerge victorious. However, the current situation diverges from this expectation. The scales of victory appear to have tipped in favor of the zombies, who not only possess the ability to infect but also to evolve, though the mechanisms of their evolution remain shrouded in mystery. The mere fact that they can adapt is sufficiently terrifying, compounded by their infectious nature, rendering the scenario utterly despairing. Within a military base, a gravely serious commander sits in the command room, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The recent intelligence has plunged him into an extended period of reflection, his tightly knitted brows refusing to relax, as if his mind is ensnared in a tangled web, and no amount of effort can unravel it. After considerable deliberation, the commander lets out a long, weary sigh. Moreover, all secure zones under our control must fortify their defenses, and we must bolster our ranks with the rescued individuals. Furthermore, although the army is in retreat, if they encounter survivors en route, The leaders of each team will have full authority to make decisions. The commander's brow tightened further as he declared, "This is an order. No one is permitted to disobey military commands for any reason, or they will face disciplinary action." The adjutant saluted sharply, responding, "Yes, Commander." With that, he set off to execute the tasks assigned to him. The commander's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Yet the inner turmoil that plagued him remained unrelieved. Alas. Chapter 10. The crimson glimmer. The news of the zombies' ability to infect and evolve swiftly spread throughout every corner of the realm. A pall of dread enveloped the hearts of all, for these ghastly creatures were already exceedingly difficult to vanquish, devoid of rational thought. And now the revelation of their capacity to propagate and transform felt akin to a cruel jest from the heavens. When Shou Qifeng first heard this alarming tidbit, he was struck with profound shock, accompanied by an unsettling sense of trepidation. He began to question whether he truly possessed the audacity to confront these monstrosities alone. His reaction mirrored that of the vast majority. Who among them wished to become such a murderous abomination? No one desired such a fate. Clenching his fists, Shou Qifeng shook his head gently. "No," he admonished himself, "I cannot indulge in futile musings any longer. Time is of the essence. I must depart from this place and seek my loved ones." With this resolve, he dedicated himself fervently to his tasks, exerting himself with renewed vigor in both physical training and study. Upon receiving the disheartening news, the conversations within the base dwindled significantly. As the gravity of the situation caught everyone off guard, days turned into weeks, 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed since Shou Qifeng arrived at the base, and during this time, his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. The term robust aptly described him now. He had shed considerable weight, while simultaneously enhancing his physical prowess to unprecedented levels. Just 10 days prior, he had managed to haul 160 pounds of materials, enabling him to transport 4 crates at a time, thus significantly boosting his work efficiency. By the end of the month, Shou Qifeng had amassed a commendable total of 390 contribution points, placing him among the most esteemed survivors. However, the supplies in both warehouses had dwindled to nothing, albeit a plethora of firearms and ammunition had been produced in the interim. Handguns were merely the beginning. Shotguns, sniper rifles, automatic rifles, and submachine guns were all plentiful, accompanied by an ample supply of ammunition. Nevertheless, this did not afford them the luxury of complacency. Additionally, various melee weapons had been gradually crafted, though the process was considerably slow due to the fact that only one individual in the base possessed the skills to forge such implements. Weapons akin to swords could be completed in a matter of days, honed to a keen edge. The art of sharpening required finesse. Improper techniques could lead to chipping, a far cry from the exquisite sharpness of a dragon spring sword, yet sufficient for the task of penetrating a zombie's skull. Naturally, a certain degree of skill and strength was also requisite. Even so, these melee weapons were exorbitantly priced. The most rudimentary swords and knives commanded around 30 contribution points, a sum that now represented the fruits of Shou Qifeng's labor over 2 arduous days. To attain a higher quality, one must invest additional contribution points to engage the blacksmith for a customized service, and the duration of this process is undeniably prolonged. Indeed, every individual within this base is in need of contribution points. The essence of contribution points is akin to that of currency. They serve as a medium for exchange, imbued with significance and value by this very base. The leaders of each base are the true custodians of all resources. However, their capacity to accomplish numerous tasks is limited solely by their authority. Thus, they ascribe meaning to these contribution points, enabling the survivors to accept shelter while consuming resources and undertaking meaningful endeavors through their actions and labor. In turn, the leaders leverage the value they have generated to fulfill their own aspirations. To illustrate simply, this base is effectively under direct control from the central authority, whose officials utilize the value accrued from the contribution points earned by the survivors to support the military and comprehensive rescue efforts and to sustain a series of operations, ensuring that the nation continues to function seamlessly like a well-oiled machine. The leaders are the principal gears, while others serve as tightly interlocked smaller gears. Over the course of a month, transportation has become paralyzed in numerous regions across the nation, with some areas experiencing complete power outages. The potential for conflict looms everywhere. If critical lines or transformers are inadvertently damaged, it could lead to widespread blackouts. Nevertheless, the current state of communications remains relatively optimistic, as the zombies do not arbitrarily destroy signal towers. As the situation worsens, the status of electricians, once overlooked, has surged to unprecedented heights. After all, electricians possess the skills to repair or modify circuits, thereby establishing a stable power supply system for the entire area, which is crucial for every safe zone. The absence of electricity would severely impede many operations. Among the deceased, there was even an electrician. The reason the nation still has power is due to the central authority deploying heavy forces to these essential factories, such as power plants, water purification facilities, food processing plants, and resource extraction sites at the onset of the outbreak. Of course, not all factories were involved. Only a select few were prioritized. Although there were minimal casualties initially, this strategic occupation has, to some extent, prevented the nation from descending into paralysis. While helicopters can be used for transportation, their capacity is limited. To undertake large-scale logistics, freight aircraft are necessary. However, the conditions for operating such planes are exceedingly stringent, as a minimum of 2 airports are required for takeoff. With countless airports scattered across the nation, at this critical juncture, can we afford to divert so many troops for such operations? Each airport is teeming with zombies. And even if an airport were to be fully secured, the noise generated by a plane's engines would inevitably attract numerous zombies in a short span of time. It is conceivable that shortly after the aircraft descends, that location may once again transform into a gathering ground for the undead. After all, the series of adjustments and operational tasks required prior to takeoff necessitate human involvement, and the number of individuals needed is certainly not negligible. The cacophony of the aircraft's departure attracts the zombies, who in turn are drawn to the humans that are unable to evacuate in time. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, humans may resort to gunfire, which inevitably lures even more zombies. Thus, while air transportation is feasible, it is fraught with peril, and success may only be achieved once in a brief window of time. The reality remains that zombies are omnipresent. Humanity may find itself struggling to survive in such a precarious existence for an extended period in the future. To consolidate human strength, the central authority has implemented a series of measures. First and foremost, the recruitment of personnel has been expanded. This matter is of utmost importance. Anyone who meets the age criteria will be conscripted into service within their respective safe zones, and this enlistment is compulsory, barring individuals with mental health issues or disabilities. Secondly, within the safe zones, there will be a standardized implementation of contribution point uniforms, formulated by the leaders of each safe zone based on the available resources and the difficulty in acquiring them, with oversight from the central authority. Third, the construction of rudimentary defensive fortifications within and around the safe zones is crucial. An additional layer of simple defense provides an extra measure of security, given the relatively straightforward movement patterns of the zombies. Fourth, a series of regulations must be established within the safe zones, although the apocalypse has rendered formal law obsolete. As long as the central authority exists, there shall be absolute law within the safe zones. Fifth, all safe zones must compile a registry of biologists, which will be reported collectively, leading to the formation of research teams dedicated to the study of zombies. Sixth, each safe zone is required to engage in search and rescue, exploration, and capture missions in collaboration with the central authority on a monthly basis, with this mandate being enforced under the leadership of the safe zone commanders. These 6 directives constitute the entirety of the orders issued by the central authority, all of which are mandatory and subject to supervision by central personnel. This oversight is not merely a matter of idle governance. It serves to unite the hearts and minds of the populace. Why is this so? Because, although the leaders of each safe zone are officials of the central authority, the bonds of humanity are often tenuous. Who can discern if any harbor ulterior motives to become local tyrants? Hence, the role of the supervisory teams becomes especially significant. When survivors are assured that their hard-earned contribution points are not being siphoned away, it fosters a sense of solidarity and loyalty. The central authority's actions wield considerable deterrent power. Indeed, all military forces across the nation are directly controlled by the central authority. In such a context, many are likely to adhere faithfully to their duties, reducing the likelihood of underhanded schemes. Moreover, numerous officials possess an unwavering sense of integrity. These military forces are characterized by a robust sense of patriotism and cohesion. They stand as the pillars of strength in the era of catastrophe. No one is entirely unafraid of death. They too harbor fears, yet in the face of national calamity, they are willing to offer their hearts and lives, shedding the last drop of their blood. Why, you may ask? Because it has always been so. The crimson blood flows eternally within their veins. They fight not merely for their own sake, but for the sake of the entire nation. We, too, share this resolve. The will of our forebears has never faded. It lies embedded in our very bones, impervious to the passage of time. Instead, it has grown more vibrant, casting a radiant light of hope, a red beacon, amidst this dark epoch. Though this light may flicker and wane, it has never been extinguished. Chapter 11. The mission today. The safe zone where Zhou Qifeng resides is tasked with executing a mission assigned by the Central Authority, which also comes with a reward of contribution points. Should a person perish, their immediate relatives will receive 400 points as compensation. Contribution points are now issued in the form of electronic cards. A consensus reached over the past month among various safe zones and production facilities controlled by the central government across the nation. Each individual will receive a special card designed to store these contribution points, akin to a bank card. On this day, all survivors were gathered at a spacious training ground, typically used for military drills and cold weapon techniques. The leader of the base stood on a platform, surveying the densely packed crowd below. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "Comrades, I am the head of this base, and my name is Chao Xingyuan. Today, we must accomplish the mission assigned to us by the Central Authority. In the blink of an eye, it has been over a month since the outbreak of the zombie crisis. During this time, we have suffered immense losses and endured great hardship. Yet, despite these challenges, we have never relinquished our struggle nor our hope for survival. Our nation has established numerous safe zones at the cost of countless soldiers' lives. What is our purpose in this endeavor? Is it to consolidate power for ourselves? Absolutely not. Our aim is to uphold a society that is on the brink of collapse. For the past month, you have lived within the safe zone, constantly worrying about your absent family and companions. However, I urge you to believe in our nation and understand that your separation is merely temporary, not a permanent severance between life and death. Why do we strive to maintain this societal structure? Because, unbeknownst to you, many continue to fight for survival against overwhelming odds. In these apocalyptic times, the rule of law has vanished, and the darker facets of human nature are laid bare. Former comrades may now be reduced to mere sustenance for others. Once one crosses the moral threshold, such actions become habitual. The true terror lies in the unpredictability of the human heart. Each day, lives are lost outside. Some fall victim to the jaws of the undead, while others perish at the hands of their fellow survivors. Such tragedies are unceasing. Though these individuals may act out of a primal instinct for survival, they have become indistinguishable from the monsters they flee from, perhaps even more terrifying. Thus, such individuals are not worthy of our salvation. However, let it be known, dear comrades, that while we must remain vigilant, there exists a steadfast group within this society that clings to their principles and radiates the light of humanity. I hope you too will embody such virtues. Finally, I wish all of you embarking on this mission a triumphant return." Chao Xingyuan's words were both invigorating and reassuring. Despite the uncertainty surrounding their lost loved ones, the mobilization of such military strength by the state instilled hope that their families might still be alive. The mission assigned by the Central Authority this time requires Zhou Qifeng and his team to dispatch a contingent of approximately 140 soldiers to conduct a 7-day exploration in the Zhanhe district of Qinghe City, with the additional directive to accept any surviving civilians, excluding those who have taken lives. As time progresses, the rescue operations have become increasingly arduous. The frontline troops have gradually begun to withdraw to safe zones, military districts, and crucial facilities for brief recuperation before embarking on a second large-scale deployment. Initially, the purpose of the rescue was not solely to save lives, but also to eradicate the zombies. However, despite relentless efforts, the number of undead continues to surge, shifting the primary objective to the mere rescue of survivors while minimizing direct confrontations with the zombies. After all, these creatures have become increasingly unpredictable. This morning, following the Central Command's assignment, Chao Xingyuan selected 140 soldiers, while survivors volunteered to join, as they would need to gather supplies and collect airdrop packages from the state's aircraft along the way. Although they currently have a stable production line, the collection of resources remains paramount. Idly consuming their reserves is not a viable strategy. Additionally, food must be procured, as the supplies within their safe zone are rapidly depleting. Therefore, having a sufficient number of survivors is crucial for transporting provisions. Approximately 140 survivors are needed to form 14 teams alongside the military, setting off in different directions to execute their orders. During the volunteer sign-up, many individuals eagerly enlisted, yet, in comparison to those reluctant to venture out, the numbers appeared somewhat disheartening. Nonetheless, in light of this situation, Chao Xingyuan was resolute. Within half a year, excluding the elderly, infirm, and disabled, those who have not participated in a single mission will have their residency rights in the safe zone revoked. In no time, the quota of 140 participants was filled. Shou Qifeng, Zhao Xue, Zheng Xiaodong, and several other students also made the list. Chao Xingyuan glanced at the compiled names and nodded, stating, "Excellent, comrades. Rest well tonight. We depart tomorrow." With that, he turned and left. Zhou Qifeng, observing Chao Xingyuan's retreating figure, felt a subtle stirring in his heart, compassionate yet resolute. That was his impression of Chao Xingyuan. Beside him, Zhao Xue, humming a cheerful tune, voiced her discontent. "Why do you insist on complicating matters? Is it necessary to go out on the very first mission?" Zhao Yixue slightly tiptoed and gently tapped Zhou Qifeng on the head, retorting, "You're going, so why shouldn't I? Just because I'm a woman? Don't underestimate me. I have muscles." With that, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing her slender arm, and flexed, showcasing faint muscle definition. Zhou Qifeng chuckled, playfully squeezing Zhao Yixue's arm, but her small muscles could not withstand his strength and soon flattened beneath his grip. After completing his task, Zhou Qifeng sprinted away without uttering a word, his movements fluid and unhesitant. Zhao Yixue was momentarily taken aback. Had the instinct for survival in people become so pronounced? Yet, she merely pondered for a fleeting moment before exclaiming, "Stop right there," and dashed after him. Zhou Qifeng laughed heartily, fully aware that he was considerably faster than Zhao Yixue. He had recently noticed an inexplicable enhancement in his physical capabilities. Each time he pushed his limits during training, he experienced a subtle sensation, neither overwhelmingly strong nor easily disregarded. This phenomenon had become increasingly frequent over the past half-month, manifesting almost daily in recent days. By the following morning, Zhou Qifeng could distinctly feel an extraordinary lightness throughout his body, with marked improvements in his various physical functions. Though the increase was not monumental, it was sufficient to astonish him. Despite his slender appearance, his strength rivaled that of a well-trained soldier, perhaps even surpassing it. And he was merely 17. Naturally, compared to a true soldier, he still had much to learn. Zhou Qifeng shared this revelation with many, yet most dismissed it. Resigned, he refrained from elaborating further. However, there was one exception, Zhao Yixue. She placed immense trust in his words, recognizing that if she did not share this sensation, it indicated her training was insufficient and her nerves not yet robust enough. Zhou Qifeng never considered himself exceptional. If he could experience such advancements and sensations, so too could others. It was likely they had yet to genuinely reach their limits. Ultimately, this proved true. However, the process of transcending physical boundaries was excruciating. Although Zhou Qifeng had somewhat acclimated to this feeling, every time he neared his limits, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if his lungs were on the verge of bursting. Yet, after a brief respite, that sensation would return, followed by an all-consuming fatigue that enveloped him like a deluge. Upon waking the next day, Zhou Qifeng always felt remarkably invigorated, having reduced his necessary sleep from at least 6 hours to merely 4, ensuring he remained energetic throughout the day. This exhilarated him, as the tangible growth and strength provided him with a profound sense of security. For this upcoming mission, Zhou Qifeng had specifically exchanged for a large machete over the last 10 days. Although the weapon was of ordinary quality, the blacksmith had crafted it with great care. And despite spending 56 contribution points, Zhou Qifeng felt it was worth the investment. The machete measured approximately 75 centimeters in length and weighed 1.5 kilograms, which Zhou Qifeng found effortless to wield with one hand, let alone two. Additionally, during his training, he had sought advice on the use of such blades, and seasoned soldiers skilled with these weapons had generously shared their knowledge. Without further ado, Zhou Qifeng surpasses the majority of individuals with his remarkable qualities, exhibiting a formidable sense of self-restraint and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Although his motivations are rooted in the necessity of survival, such concerns seem trivial in the current context. For the past 10 days, Zhou Qifeng has devoted every available moment to mastering the art of wielding a machete. He has learned from soldiers that in battle, brute strength alone is insufficient. Often, it is skill, awareness, determination, and bravery that prevail. Zhou Qifeng possesses a keen aptitude for learning, and as he hones his abilities, he finds himself increasingly adept with the formidable blade. His grip, strike speed, cutting angles, and force have all improved significantly. Zheng Xiaodong, Gao Lang, Lu Wuyang, and others observe Zhou Qifeng's prowess with envy, Yet they are hindered by their own lack of contributions, unlike Zhou Qifeng, who exerts himself tirelessly. On the eve of their mission, Zhou Qifeng sat soaked on the floor of his room, gently massaging his muscles while catching his breath. After approximately half an hour, a familiar sensation enveloped him, marvelous and comforting, akin to the gentle spring rain after a drought, warm and sweet. Zhou Qifeng drifted into a deep slumber, awakening at 4 o'clock the next morning before dawn to practice his machete techniques. Today marks the day of their mission, filling him with a mix of trepidation and a flutter of excitement. This outing serves as the ultimate testament to his efforts over the past month. If he can survive well, he stands a better chance of finding his parents. A short while later, Zhao Xue arrived at Zhou Qifeng's training ground. Aware of his daily routine, the dynamic between Zhao Yixue and Zhou Qifeng is quite intricate. Many perceive them as a couple, though their relationship defies such labels. They are rarely apart, with Zhao Yixue often taking the initiative to seek him out. Naturally, Zhao Yixue is an exuberant young woman, and amidst the zombie crisis, who knows how long one can endure? It is better to boldly pursue one's desires while alive. Given the many regrets already amassed, why create more? Zhao Xue resolved that if Zhou Qifeng truly intended to leave, she would not choose to remain behind. Zhou Qifeng has grown accustomed to Zhao Xue's presence in his life. While he may appear carefree, it does not imply he is immune to exhaustion or confusion. Zhao Xue's existence serves as a delightful counterbalance to his life. Guess what I brought for you? Zhou Qifeng paused his activities, twitched his nose, and exclaimed with delight, "No way. Did you trade for this?" Zhao Yixue beamed with pride, relishing Zhou Qifeng's surprised expression, which she found particularly amusing. "Of course, I traded for it. You wouldn't believe how expensive meat has become lately." Zhou Qifeng swallowed hard, trembling slightly as he inquired, "Does it contain meat and vegetables?" Zhao Xue stifled a laugh, assuring him, "Absolutely. With the mission approaching, we ought to treat ourselves." As she spoke, Zhao Yixue opened her small package, revealing 2 sandwiches from within. The aroma wafted through the air, prompting Zhou Qifeng to swallow hard and remark, "You must have expended quite a few contribution points, haven't you?" Zhao Yixue shook her head, replying, "Not at all. I merely exchanged a small amount, just a little celebration." Zhao Yixue was elated. Zhou Qifeng's happiness was the greatest remedy for her own joy. As she spoke, Zhao Yixue extended a sandwich towards Zhou Qifeng. The twilight still cloaked the surroundings, rendering the sandwich's appearance indistinct, yet it did nothing to diminish its allure. Zhou Qifeng hesitated to accept it immediately. Instead, he flicked on his portable flashlight and said, "Let me see yours first. I need to inspect it." "Absolutely not." Zhao Xue sighed internally, pondering. "What is the purpose of this? Your grip on the knife is all wrong." She gently replied, all right. I can just take a piece of the meat from yours. Can't I? Honestly, why pretend to be so macho when you're younger than I?" Zhou Qifeng promptly turned around, grinning widely. "Hurry up. Once we've divided it, I shall begin eating. I'm absolutely ravenous." All right. Zhao Xue acquiesced as she extracted a piece of meat from Zhou Qifeng's sandwich and placed it in her own before taking small, delicate bites. In stark contrast to Zhao Xue's refined demeanor, Zhou Qifeng devoured his sandwich in a few large bites. The cafeteria served meat dishes weekly, as prolonged abstinence from meat could lead to health issues. Given the current circumstances, a weekly meat dish was permissible. Otherwise, prolonged storage would lead to spoilage. Although it was labeled as a meat dish, the amount of meat was pitifully scant, and fresh vegetables were not in ample supply. In such a context, a simple sandwich was enough to bring Zhou Qifeng a sense of fulfillment after a long time. Chapter 12. The scheme after finishing his meal. Zhou Qifeng seemed to suddenly recall something. He glanced at Zhao Yixue, who was still eating, and said, "Yixue, please continue eating. Later, accompany me to the exchange center to trade for some items." "All right," Zhao Xue replied, and after she finished her meal, she followed Zhou Qifeng to the exchange center. "Xiaozhou," Gaoshu began, "I must ask, what do you need a handgun for? Do you even have the aim?" "Gaoshu, how much do we sell handguns for?" Zhou Qifeng inquired. Gaoshu paused for a moment before responding. "A handgun typically requires about 180 contribution points. After all, the production of handguns is not particularly challenging, and the ones we create are not of superior quality. Truly valuable items are seldom sold." As he spoke, Gaoshu casually retrieved a handgun and handed it to Zhou Qifeng. This type of handgun usually costs between 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. But when converted to contribution points, the price is exorbitant, and contribution points cannot be purchased with money. "Xiaozhou, you must seriously consider this. Even if you buy it, You may not find it useful. Moreover, if the time comes when you need to fire it, it is likely to be during a dire situation. Gao Shu's tone was grave. I feel that exchanging so many contribution points for a mere handgun is not worth it. Though 180 contribution points may not seem excessive at first glance, Zhou Qifeng's relentless efforts over the past month had only earned him approximately 390 points, while others had earned even less, with some accumulating fewer than 30 points in a month. In such circumstances, who could claim it was not expensive? Zhou Qifeng sighed, alas. There is no other choice, Gao Shu. Who doesn't he wish to survive? Having an extra handgun provides a sense of security, at least at the final moment. It could grant me a quick release. Zhao Yixue tilted her head to observe Zhou Qifeng, puzzled by his unusual demeanor that day. Gao Shu sighed, watching the young man who frequently approached him to inquire about prices, feeling a twinge of emotion. He sighed again. All right, how many do you wish to exchange? Just one, Zhou Qifeng replied. Gao Shu frowned. Only one? For yourself? Zhou Qifeng shook his head, speaking earnestly. As a grown man, this knife is sufficient for me. I truly worry about her well-being. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yixue began to tremble, her eyes instantly reddening. She felt an overwhelming urge to cry, to collapse into Zhou Qifeng's embrace and weep freely. She was merely a young girl, yet she felt compelled to feign strength. Gao Shu felt as though something had lodged in his throat. He swallowed hard, slightly choked as he asked, "Why don't you exchange for two?" Upon uttering these words, Uncle Gao slapped himself twice, and then inquired of Zhou Qifeng why he had not contributed more. Zhou Qifeng, with a hint of peculiarity in his gaze, replied, Uncle Gao, you know my contributions are limited. I simply cannot afford more. But fret not, one is sufficient for my needs. Just remember to provide me with a few extra bullets. Zhou Qifeng spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet this only deepened Uncle Gao's sorrow. What wretched times had driven this young man to such a state? As Zhou Qifeng prepared to pay with his electronic card, Uncle Gao suddenly produced another handgun, along with several magazines and some ammunition. Zhou Qifeng's mouth fell slightly agape, rendered speechless. However, Uncle Gao sensed something unusual in Zhou Qifeng's demeanor. Was it gratitude he felt? Certainly. Yet, there was also an unmistakable glimmer of amusement in his expression. For a moment, Uncle Gao found it difficult to decipher the intricate subtleties of Zhou Qifeng's countenance. Zhou Qifeng retrieved his electronic card, feigned wiping away a tear, and forced a smile, saying, How can I accept this, Uncle Gao? It would put you in a difficult position. Uncle Gao sighed. Rules are rigid, but people are alive. Zhou Qifeng's spirits soared as he accepted the handgun, magazines, and ammunition from Uncle Gao, promptly depleting his electronic card of all its points while expressing his gratitude. Hastily pulling the still emotional Zhao Yixue away, Uncle Gao comprehended fully. It was not that Zhou Qifeng's expression was peculiar, but rather that the reality was as such. That mischievous lad was relishing the success of his ploy. Moments later, Zhou Qifeng's voice echoed back, Haha, isn't that merely stating the obvious? Uncle Gao, upon hearing this, chuckled and shook his head, murmuring, Why must this child resort to such tricks? If he simply spoke with me, I would gladly assist him. Earlier that day, Zhou Qifeng had arrived with a young lady, leaving Uncle Gao momentarily puzzled. Had he brought a girlfriend to flaunt? Although the girl remained silent throughout, her presence was undeniably pivotal. Uncle Gao recognized her. She had visited just the day before to exchange some meat and vegetables, claiming she intended to prepare a delightful meal for someone. It was reasonable to deduce that this person was indeed Zhou Qifeng. The expression on her face radiated genuine joy, evoking deep reflections in Uncle Gao, reminiscent of the beautiful moments of youth he once experienced. The young woman stood there, vibrant and full of life, preparing for a mission, while Zhou Qifeng sought to arm her for protection. Yet, the dilemma arose. His points were insufficient to redeem more than a single weapon. At this moment, which marked the commencement of Zhou Qifeng's elaborate scheme, Uncle Gao had unwittingly plunged into the trap intricately laid by Zhou Qifeng, becoming increasingly ensnared until he ultimately fell victim to Zhou Qifeng's cunning ruse. As he spoke, the corners of Uncle Gao's mouth curled upward slightly, as if he recalled a whimsical incident. Let him experience the consequences. Let him see how I will make things difficult for him. However, Zhou Qifeng remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. He hastily led Zhao Yixue away from this troublesome place, leaving her astonished by his series of maneuvers. Is it true that people nowadays are so deeply scheming? Zhao Yixue pondered, feeling a sense of dismay at having been so easily swayed. What a fool I've been. That rascal Zhou Qifeng has turned the tables on me. With her hands on her hips, she pouted, exclaiming, Zhou Qifeng, how dare you scheme against me? Zhou Qifeng chuckled heartily. This hardly qualifies as scheming. Rather, it's a case of resourceful utilization. Zhou Qifeng's demeanor was carefree, as if all was well. He gazed at the fuming Zhao Yixue with a smile, reveling in the unfolding drama. Zhao Yixue retorted, "I'll have your head for this, you scoundrel." With that, she swung her fist toward Zhou Qifeng. Zhou Qifeng made no attempt to evade her. He allowed her fist to strike his chest, and after a moment, Zhao Yixue ceased her assault. Burying her head against Zhou Qifeng's chest, she clutched him tightly, her long hair tousled by the gentle breeze. Neither spoke. The world around them was quiet, the dawn yet to break, enveloping them in a serene stillness. The softness of the girl's form and her faint fragrance rendered Zhou Qifeng momentarily dazed. It was not a fervent rush of blood, but rather a peculiar sensation. He yearned to utter something, yet words eluded him. Zhou Qifeng gazed at Zhao Yixue, his mouth opening slightly as his fingers trembled with the desire to embrace her. To truly hold the essence of his heart, but after a brief hesitation, he relinquished the thought. Instead, he nodded earnestly, saying, "Rest assured, I shall." The tragedy of this era has now become a shared sorrow for all. Chapter 13. The outside world. Zhou Qifeng carried little with him, only a machete and a handgun. When purchasing the firearm, Uncle Gao provided him with 2 holsters, which he casually affixed to his waist. Additionally, he bore a substantial backpack, issued uniformly by the base, intended for survivors to transport supplies. Zhou Qifeng began loading bullets into the magazines. After filling 5, he had a few extra rounds, which he stowed in his backpack, securing them to minimize noise during movement. Throughout a month of military training, knowledge of firearms and their usage proved indispensable, and survivors were periodically allowed to handle weapons and practice shooting. Thus, Zhou Qifeng was not entirely ignorant of firearms. Furthermore, he packed 7 days' worth of food and fresh water, distributed just the day prior. The 5 magazines were placed in the belt gifted by Uncle Gao, the handgun nestled in its holster, the machete strapped to his back, and the backpack secured in place. Although retrieving the machete would require setting down the backpack, such minor inconveniences were insignificant, especially since they would be accompanied by soldiers, allowing ample reaction time. Glancing at the clock, Zhou Qifeng noted it was already 6 o'clock, and the dawn light was gradually brightening. He surveyed his companions, Zhang Xiaodong, who was also prepared, along with the somewhat anxious Gao Lang and Lu Wuyang. With a smile, he announced, "Let us go, old Zhang, it's time to assemble." Zhang Xiaodong, carrying only a backpack filled with provisions, nodded in acknowledgement. He eyed Zhou Qifeng's machete and handgun and remarked, "Why are you bringing those? Won't that deplete your contribution points?" Zhou Qifeng chuckled, replying, "Contribution points are of no use if you're not alive." Gao Lang and Lu Wuyang observed the 2 preparing to depart. Gao Lang cautioned, "You 2 must be careful, you never know what might happen." The group shared a light-hearted laugh, while Lu Wuyang, feeling somewhat guilty, clapped both on the shoulder and added, "Just be cautious." Zhang Xiaodong nodded, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Yet, he understood that they must acclimate to this impending separation. "We should be on our way," he stated. Zhou Qifeng agreed, noting that they had 10 minutes until the required assembly time of 6:20. It was indeed time to depart. 280 individuals stood in neat formation at the training grounds, the soldiers fully armed, while the survivors bore their oversized backpacks. Xiao Xingyuan surveyed the crowd from the platform, allowing a smile to grace his lips. "Comrades, you are all brave souls. Remember to closely follow the soldiers. Their mission is to search and protect." The crowd nodded in unison. Xiao Xingyuan did not elaborate further, but took a deep breath, declaring, "Now, let us set forth." His words rang out strong and resolute. One by one, the 14 squads orderly boarded 3 military transport vehicles, departing through the gate of the safe zone and heading toward the unknown region of Zhanhe. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies, however. The speed of their journey rendered these creatures no threat. The low, guttural moans of the undead sent shivers down many spines. Amidst the turmoil of the crowd, emotions ran high. Some were anxious, others bewildered, a few were gripped by fear, and a couple even felt a flicker of excitement. Zhou Qifeng sat in the back of the truck, observing the passing zombies. Some were missing limbs, others limped, some had intestines spilling from their abdomens, and a few were even half decapitated. Their bodies were a grotesque display of flesh and decay, swarming with flies and maggots. The horror was palpable. Yet, whenever Zhou Qifeng's vehicle passed these creatures, they abandoned their previous sluggishness and began to sprint frantically, contorting their bodies in bizarre manners. This sight filled the onlookers with dread. Although the zombies were slower than many ordinary people, they exhibited a relentless stamina. In the dim light of dawn, pairs of blood-red sclera and pale pupils flickered with an unsettling gleam, unblinking and fixated on humanity. A wave of putrid stench assaulted the nostrils of the passengers, causing many to feel nauseated, their faces paling and stomachs churning. The three transport vehicles had now separated, each heading in different directions. Zhou Qifeng gazed outside. Apart from the zombies, there lay an expanse of desolation. In some areas, clusters of zombies seemed to be gnawing on something. And the city no longer retained its former cleanliness, as refuse floated freely in the air, permeating the atmosphere with its foul odor. Some places still had lights flickering, while others had succumbed entirely to darkness. The city had yet to reach a complete state of water and power outage. Zhou Qifeng scanned the surroundings, occasionally spotting shadows moving in the lighted areas, likely not human. The streets were eerily silent, save for the occasional sound of zombies and the startling squeaks of rats. The modified vehicle sped along, its front and two rows of blade racks generating immense kinetic energy as it moved swiftly. Even if a zombie suddenly lunged from the shadows, it would be obliterated in an instant. Humanity is fragile, yet simultaneously possesses immense strength. The atmosphere inside the truck was profoundly quiet. No one dared to speak, as the grim reality before them offered little room for optimism. An officer stood up in the back, declaring, "We are nearing the Zhanhe district. I urge every survivor to stay close to their respective teams to ensure your safety." The crowd nodded in agreement. Even if they were told to keep their distance from the soldiers, they would heed none but the call of survival. Who would dare confront the endless horde of zombies outside? Before long, the vehicle came to a halt in a concealed area devoid of zombies. Everyone disembarked cautiously, fearful of making too much noise and attracting the undead. The group quickly assembled into their respective teams and exited the hidden parking spot, embarking in various directions. Zhou Qifeng's team was designated as Team 3. Prior to their arrival, they had divided the Zhanhe district into 14 distinct areas, each corresponding to one of the 14 groups. As they cautiously navigated through the streets of Area 3, their primary objective was not to conduct a rescue, but rather to locate a suitable safe house. Ideally, this refuge would be stocked with provisions to spare them the time and effort of foraging for food. After approximately 2 hours of treacherous travel, during which they encountered numerous zombie attacks of varying intensity, the group arrived at the entrance of a supermarket. Fortunately, despite the peril, there had been no casualties. The captain remained silent, communicating through a series of tactical hand signals indicating a formation of groups of 3 and 4, ensuring there were no blind spots. He forbade the use of firearms, urging the survivors to maintain silence as they advanced. In this arrangement, the captain and 3 others formed a front line, while 2 3-person teams flanked the rear to protect the 10 survivors in the center. It was paramount that the survivors remained unharmed, as they would be responsible for transporting substantial supplies. Zhou Qifeng, however, did not remain too close to the group. Doing so would hinder his visibility and judgment and significantly impede his mobility. He was determined not to rely solely on the soldiers. He gently laid down his backpack, extracted his machete, and then hoisted the backpack back onto his shoulders, proceeding with utmost caution. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and in this profound silence, even the faintest sounds were accentuated. Zhou Qifeng's heart raced fiercely, and his palms were damp with cold sweat. The oppressive, unknown terror tormented his heart, as if someone were constricting it, leaving him breathless. As the group steadily approached the supermarket entrance, a zombie suddenly emerged from beneath a nearby vehicle, its blood-red eyes gleaming with avarice. It lunged toward them with a furious roar. The captain, noticing it was only one zombie, charged forward, intending to dispatch it with his military knife. After all, firing a weapon could attract a horde of zombies, which would be disastrous. Inside the supermarket, the atmosphere was dim, clearly a result of a power outage. However, the sky was gradually brightening, providing a semblance of reassurance to the group. This supermarket was notably large, and prior to the catastrophe, it had witnessed substantial foot traffic. Although fraught with danger, it promised ample resources. The captain gently pushed against the door, only to be met with the unexpected realization that it was securely locked. The group was filled with a surge of excitement. Throughout their journey, they had encountered only zombies, with no sign of other humans. The fact that the main entrance was locked suggested the presence of survivors within. Nonetheless, they could not afford to lower their guard completely. It remained uncertain whether those inside were indeed human or merely more zombies. The captain remained silent, but gestured for vigilance before tapping on the door in a specific rhythm. If there were indeed humans inside, this would serve as a signal. After all, zombies lacked the intelligence to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock. After approximately a minute, the door creaked open. A collective sigh of relief resonated among the group. None wished to confront the horrors of the undead. The individual who opened the door spoke not a word, but hastily gestured for everyone to enter. The captain signaled with his hands. Everyone, proceed in silence and remain vigilant. 20 individuals swiftly entered the supermarket, and the door was promptly locked again. The doorkeeper turned to observe Zhou Qifeng and the others, quietly inquiring, "Are you soldiers come to rescue us?" The captain nodded and replied, "Comrade, I require knowledge of your situation here. This location will be requisitioned, but rest assured, we do not intend to seize your belongings. We are here to execute a 7-day search and rescue operation, and this will serve as one of our safe havens." The man nodded vigorously, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "So, after 7 days, we will be able to leave with you, correct?" The captain affirmed, "Indeed." The middle-aged man's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he stammered, "Young man, no, young comrade, please follow me. I shall lead you to our resting area." The captain nodded, curiosity piqued. "Sir, I noticed this supermarket is quite expansive, spanning 2 levels. How did you manage to deal with the undead upon your arrival?" The middle-aged man sighed heavily. It is a long story. We arrived here roughly a week after the initial outbreak, and by then, this place was devoid of any living souls. We employed a few clever tactics to lure the zombies away, yet we lost several individuals in the process. Fortunately, we successfully entered the supermarket, where only a handful of zombies remained, which we managed to eliminate together. The captain nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. After a brief walk, the middle-aged man led them to a space resembling a small storage area, stating, "Some of our people are gathered here. This is where we usually discuss matters. Please, take a moment to rest while I summon the others." The captain replied warmly, "Thank you, sir. However, I hope you can do so swiftly. Time is of the essence." The middle-aged man chuckled, "Very well, I shall gather everyone shortly." With that, he opened the door and briefly introduced Zhou Qifeng and his companions to a few individuals inside before departing to fetch others. Observing the captain's impassive expression, Zhou Qifeng could no longer contain his curiosity and approached Captain Yang. Before he could finish, Yang Qing shook his head. "We shall speak later." Zhou Qifeng was perplexed. He sensed that Yang Qing had thoughts brewing, yet he could not decipher them. Yang Qing engaged in conversation with the others, who shared that their time here had not been too arduous. At least for now, they had no concerns regarding food or drink, and sanitation issues were manageable with the restroom facilities. The supermarket had an ample supply of drinking water, allowing them to bathe every few days as needed. Overall, life remains relatively comfortable, were it not for the hordes of zombies lurking outside. Yang Qing rose to his feet, casually adjusting his belt. Zhou Qifeng observed this subtle gesture and similarly unfastened the buckle of his own belt pocket. The middle-aged man, beaming with a broad smile, said, "Young comrade, these are all of us. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command us. As long as we can accompany you when the time comes, that is all we ask." Yang Qing responded with a gentle smile. "Uncle, you all need only to remain here in this supermarket. We will treat this place as a temporary refuge, and rest assured, we shall not forget you when we depart." The middle-aged man was deeply touched. Grasping Yang Qing's hand and expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, young comrade, thank you." The others echoed his sentiments, some even shedding tears. Zhou Qifeng took in this scene, perplexed by the captain's subtle action. Was it merely an unconscious movement, or had he misinterpreted its significance? Observing the harmonious atmosphere among the group, Zhou Qifeng cast aside his chaotic thoughts, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Half an hour later, Yang Qing, accompanied by his soldiers and Zhou Qifeng, had cleared out a small storage room, which they designated as a safe haven. Once tidied up, Yang Qing gathered everyone together and dispatched 2 individuals to stand guard at the entrance. With a fierce expression, Yang Qing's intentions remained somewhat unclear to Zhou Qifeng. However, they were on the verge of setting off once more, leaving little room for inquiries. Yang Qing offered no further explanation, merely surveying the group and commanding, "Check your equipment and prepare to depart." Chapter 14. Crisis. A group of individuals exchanged few words. In such moments, superfluous dialogue could jeopardize the entire team. Since Yang Qing had been appointed as the leader, it was evident that he possessed ample experience. The middle-aged man and the other survivors hoped Yang Qing's team could linger for a day before departing. Yet Yang Qing opted to stay for merely half an hour before setting off again. Upon leaving the supermarket, silence enveloped them once more. After walking for a while, just as they prepared to cross a road where the number of zombies was relatively sparse, a zombie suddenly lunged out from the underbrush. Fortuitously, or perhaps unfortunately, this zombie emerged right into the midst of Shou Qifeng and his companions. Although Yang Qing's formation had no apparent blind spots, it was impossible for 10 soldiers to shield every survivor. No blind spots do not equate to no gaps, and human beings require time to react. Before anyone could respond, the zombie had already approached the crowd, and the survivor nearest to it let out a blood-curdling scream, not from being bitten, but from sheer terror. In such a scenario, anyone would be frightened. Even the sudden appearance of a dog from the bushes could evoke fear, let alone a grotesque, humanoid creature like a zombie. His scream instantly elevated everyone's heart rates, but Yang Qing did not hesitate. Drawing his military knife, he swiftly charged toward the fetid zombie. The creature was fixated on the screaming survivor, roaring incessantly, akin to a famished leopard spotting a delectable lamb. The commotion attracted nearby zombies, who barreled toward them in a frenzied rush, transforming the previously serene road into a hellish nightmare. The group began to run, yet misfortune compounded their plight. Not far ahead, a vast horde of zombies, estimated to number around 40 to 50, materialized before them. To their right lay a cluster of buildings where zombies undoubtedly lurked, and it was a blessing they had not yet emerged to wreak havoc. On their left, zombies also awaited. If they were to retreat in that direction, they would need to eliminate these few zombies first. Yang Qing swiftly assessed the situation, cursing under his breath, "Prepare for battle, firearms are permitted, and follow my commands during the retreat." The sound of bullets being chambered echoed instantly, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the foul stench of zombie blood. Shou Qifeng gripped his large knife tightly, eager to assist, yet finding no opportunity. After all, engaging in close combat posed the risk of injury from both zombies and stray bullets. Glancing at his handgun, he hesitated momentarily, sighed, and loaded a magazine, disengaging the safety and chambering a round. Truth be told, he was somewhat reluctant, as ammunition was scarce. However, he had heard soldiers say that true marksmen were forged through the experience of using bullets. Up to this point, Shou Qifeng had not fired his weapon much, so this felt like an opportunity, perhaps even his first taste of real combat. He moved to Yang Qing's side, who cast a glance at him before resuming fire. Shou Qifeng understood that Yang Qing had tacitly agreed. Standing beside Yang Qing, he steadied his handgun, aiming at a zombie's head more than 10 meters away. Unlike Yang Qing's proficient shooting, Shou Qifeng fired each bullet slowly and methodically, yet even then, some bullets missed the target entirely. In contrast, the soldiers exhibited little hesitation. However, against the swiftly moving zombies, they too often failed to strike their heads. Yang Qing, on the other hand, demonstrated remarkable skill, nearly every shot resulting in a headshot, significantly alleviating pressure on the others. Nevertheless, the situation did not improve. The gunfire attracted more zombies. This was not the worst scenario. As Yang Qing noticed a few grotesquely green zombies appearing about 20 meters away, their abdomens swollen to an alarming degree, as if they were poised to explode at any moment. Yang Qing shouted, "Do not spare the bullets. Break through with utmost speed." Should the explosive zombies breach their position, annihilation was a distinct possibility. Minutes later, the soldiers carved a bloody path through the chaos, indeed, a path strewn with severed limbs, entrails, and the putrid, murky black blood. A group surged through the encirclement, advancing deeper into the Zhanhe district. Their mission was twofold: to conduct search and rescue operations while also scavenging usable supplies, particularly food and medicine. Along the way, they established a series of safe houses, employing a progressive transportation method to concentrate resources from a specific area into a secure location. With comprehensive transfers planned for the day before the mission's conclusion. Having emerged from their ordeal less than half a day ago, they had already faced a brush with death. Many were shaken, Shou Qifeng included. Not everyone possessed the fortitude to withstand such trauma. It was no exaggeration to say they had been mere steps away from demise. Had the soldiers failed to break free, they would have met their end in the foul mouths of the zombies, which had inexplicably transformed into grotesque monsters. After approximately half an hour of flight, guided by Yang Qing, the group discovered a relatively safe small house. Although modest in size, it was remarkably clean, likely untouched since the onset of the disaster. The items within were preserved quite well. More fortuitously, a hidden door leading to a basement was discovered in one corner of the dwelling. Once the group thoroughly searched the premises and confirmed the absence of both humans and zombies, they decided to rest here. Yang Qing cautiously locked all doors and windows, signaling to the others with hand gestures that they could take a brief 10-minute respite, though just over an hour had passed since leaving the supermarket. That hour had proved far more strenuous than the previous half-day. They had endured intense combat, mental strain, and an hour of desperate flight, fraught with anxiety. Some individuals now felt their legs weaken and cramp, risking imminent injury if they continued. Zhou Qifeng, due to his rigorous training and naturally superior physical condition, fared somewhat better than the rest. He merely settled down to sip a small amount of water, subsequently beginning to gently massage his muscles in an attempt to achieve relaxation. Although uncertain of its efficacy, he regarded it as a form of psychological solace. At that moment, a soldier approached and took a seat beside Zhou Qifeng, remarking, "Buddy, it appears you've prepared quite thoroughly. Not only do you possess a hefty machete, but you also carry a handgun. How did you manage to acquire such an arsenal?" Zhou Qifeng glanced at the young soldier, recalling his name was Chu Rui. He was only a few years older than Zhou, perhaps around 22 or 23. Yet already a soldier of considerable experience, displaying notable talent in design. Zhou Qifeng smiled and replied, "What's the big deal? I have a handgun. But if the zombies are far away, I won't be able to shoot them. This knife is merely a contingency for self-preservation." Chu Rui pondered for a moment before laughing. "I can't quite explain it, but I've had a fascination with firearms since childhood. Whenever I saw guns on television, an indescribable thrill would wash over me. Eventually, I decided to enlist. I never anticipated encountering such a situation. Come on, don't be so hard on yourself. At least you've acquired a wealth of skills. And you possess a remarkable talent for firearms." Zhou Qifeng fell silent, reflecting on the truth that family serves as both their armor and their Achilles heel. A myriad of emotions surged within him, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, Yang Qing rose, signaling for everyone to check their equipment and prepare for departure. Beyond the iron door awaited not the light of day, but the grotesque visages of zombies and an unending wave of terror. Chapter 15. The Hospital Before Departing. Yang Qing consulted the map to confirm the group's location and then quietly addressed everyone. "We are currently quite close to Baya Hospital. Although it may pose significant danger, we must make the journey." A survivor hesitantly inquired, "Captain, is it possible for us to avoid going to the hospital? If it was bustling with people before the disaster, then the number of zombies inside could be substantial. Wouldn't it be too perilous for just us to enter?" Yang Qing regarded the individual, revealing little emotion in his striking black and white eyes. He asked, "Have you finished speaking?" The speaker swallowed nervously, admitting to himself that fear gripped his heart. For Yang Qing was known for his unwavering decisiveness and rumored volatile temperament. With a sigh, Yang Qing stated, "Comrades, our base urgently requires a substantial supply of medications. A bite from a zombie can lead to infection. To avert such a fate, we must meticulously treat any infected areas, which may involve amputation. Without adequate supplies, many of our brothers will perish. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety." His words were resolute, yet in such a precarious situation, trust in one another was hard to muster. Observing the group's reactions, Yang Qing chose not to elaborate further, simply sighing once more before commanding, "All right, that's settled. Prepare to set off. Follow my orders, and let the pre-selected team members undertake the tasks." In this context, Yang Qing's words constituted an absolute command. Despite their dissatisfaction, the group understood there was no alternative. The party set forth once again, their previous brush with death rendering them even more cautious. The air was punctuated by the distinctive, ragged groans of zombies, reminiscent of fabric caught in a throat. Yet, the creatures remained elusive, tormenting the group's psyche. As they treaded carefully, they occasionally attracted the attention of some zombies, but these encounters were merely alarming rather than lethal. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the hospital. Once a pristine bastion of hope and technological advancement, the hospital now appeared desolate, its doors gaping emptily, a stark contrast to its former self. Where it once fostered miracles for humanity, it now stood as a place where they might scavenge meager supplies to salvage their future. Yang Qing signaled with a series of tactical gestures, prompting 3 soldiers to rush forward, evidently executing a previously devised strategy. Zombies are drawn to sounds and the scent of blood. Thus, they aim to exploit this weakness, diverting the creatures to create an opening for Yang Qing and the others to penetrate the hospital. The 3 soldiers utilized specially designed hooks to latch onto a second-floor window, retrieving several mobile phones from their packs, which they secured together to play music. They then swiftly began to ascend, sprinkling a small vial of preserved blood over the phones as they climbed. This sudden commotion sent the nearby zombies into a frenzied state. As they surged forth with reckless abandon towards the source of the mobile phone's location, ravenously lapping at the blood upon the ground. Some of the undead even resorted to cannibalism, and in an instant, A multitude of zombies swarmed the area, numbering in the hundreds, if not more. Within mere minutes, the previously serene corner of the hospital transformed into a veritable hellscape. These grotesque creatures emerged as if summoned from the very depths of hell, instilling terror and dread in all who beheld them. On the second floor, 3 soldiers took a deep breath before producing Molotov cocktails and hurling them downwards. Sparks ignited in an instant, illuminating the horrifying and absurd visages of the undead as they writhed and struggled within the flames. The inferno raged for a full 3 minutes, reducing the monsters to mere ashes, while the stench of burnt flesh permeated the air. Yet, Yangqing and his companions paid little heed to the repugnant odor. As the flames began to consume the zombies, the group swiftly charged through the hospital's entrance, barricading the door with all their might. Though it would not stop the relentless tide of zombies outside, it would buy them precious time. As noon approached, the illuminated hospital seemed less terrifying. However, vigilance remained paramount. With so many rooms within the hospital, the number of zombies could not simply be quantified by a few hundred. According to their plan, the 3 team members were to await the main group on the second floor, thus maintaining a low profile until their rendezvous. Leading the charge with a military knife, Yangqing advanced, flanked by his comrades who held their pistols ready, guarding the survivors as they progressed. Should they encounter 1 or 2 zombies, Yangqing would handle them. However, if faced with a larger horde, they would resort to gunfire. The hospital was expansive, and their objective was clear: to locate the pharmacy and scavenge every possible supply of medicine. The more they could carry, the more lives they could potentially save. Their first task was to ascertain the pharmacy's location, followed by the operating rooms, which would also contain valuable medical supplies. They intended to seize everything they could. But if the risks proved too great, they would retreat, for no one desired a venture that led to ruin. The pharmacy was easily located on the first floor, where 2 zombies clad in nurse uniforms relentlessly battered the windows, clearly drawn by the scent of blood, but unable to escape. They could only vent their inner fury in this futile manner. Unable to locate the pharmacy's entrance, Yangqing ordered his soldiers to maintain high alert and then forcefully shattered the glass, using a silenced pistol to dispatch the 2 zombies. He then sent in the smallest soldier through the window to unlock the door from the inside. 2 soldiers stood guard at the entrance while the others thoroughly searched the pharmacy, ensuring it was devoid of threats before allowing Zhou Qifeng and the others to begin gathering supplies. Meanwhile, the soldiers outside continued their grim task of eliminating the zombies that emerged from the various patient rooms and descended from the upper floors. Fortunately, these zombies did not appear in mass. At most, a dozen would emerge, while at times only 1 or 2 would show themselves. Thus, the soldiers outside found it relatively easy to eliminate them, especially after having already dispatched a couple of hundred zombies previously. Within approximately 10 minutes, everyone's backpacks were filled to capacity. Perhaps alerted by the commotion below, 3 soldiers from upstairs descended and successfully reunited with Yangqing and the others. Brothers, I humbly request silver notes. I would be eternally grateful. Chapter 16. The living in the hospital. The group moved swiftly, each member eager to avoid lingering in such a grim environment. Having secured the necessary supplies, their best course of action was to depart quickly. Their previous strategy had successfully eliminated a considerable number of the nearby undead, rendering the external situation relatively manageable. The team advanced in formation, their objective being a nearby safe house. Unbeknownst to them, in a room on the upper floor of the hospital, a man with bloodshot eyes watched them intently, his throat quivering as if he wished to call out for help, yet was paralyzed by fear of the lurking zombies. His gaze was rife with despair and anger, but it was predominantly filled with helplessness and confusion. This outcome seemed inevitable. No one even considered resistance, for they knew it would be futile. Everyone simply sat upon the ground. Some drank water, others consumed food, and a few engaged in conversation while others stared vacantly into space. Zhou Qifeng retrieved the provisions he had prepared earlier, replenishing the energy he had expended. He endeavored to remain in optimal condition, for, to put it bluntly, even if the soldiers faced annihilation and survivors fled in every direction, as long as Zhou Qifeng could outrun the others, he would not be the first to perish. Even in the face of despair, he sought to grasp at any flicker of hope. Zhou Qifeng was no saint. He lacked the capacity to care for everyone. So when confronted with desperation, and when all efforts seemed in vain, his primary concern was his own survival, especially concerning those with whom he did not share a close bond. While Zhou Qifeng was eating, Yangqing approached him. As soldiers, they often admired those who possessed an innate toughness akin to their own, much like Zhou Qifeng. Yangqing inquired, "Young man, Your name is Zhou Qifeng, correct? Zhou Qifeng nodded, somewhat perplexed by Yang Qing's intentions. Yang Qing continued, from now on, I shall refer to you as Xiao Xiao. I hope you can survive this mission. He sighed, reflecting on the overwhelming despair he had never before experienced since enlisting. Unlike the past, where even hellish training offered a glimmer of hope, their current reality felt akin to a true inferno. No one understood the origins of the zombies. Nor could anyone discern where hope resided, let alone how long this calamity would endure or whether humanity itself would be extinguished. The unknown, shrouded in darkness, was the most terrifying aspect of all. We need young individuals like you, Yang Qing asserted. Though you possess many areas of immaturity, it is undeniable that you are a promising prospect. Zhou Qifeng is not foolish. He comprehends Yang Qing's intentions. Yet, he is acutely aware that his apparent fortitude is merely a facade masking his inner fragility. He fears that he lacks the courage to confront the reality of the situation. Zhou Qifeng took a sip of water and chuckled, stating, I actually believe I possess some talent myself, haha. Captain, our nation's military strength must be formidable, correct? Yang Qing nodded, acknowledging this undeniable truth. Zhou Qifeng continued, however. There is one thing I find perplexing. Why have we not deployed tanks, aircraft, or missiles? After a moment of silence, Yang Qing responded, It is not as you presume. Once we recognized that zombies were contagious, the military commenced large-scale mobilization of tanks and aircraft, and even launched missiles in certain areas. However, Xiao Zhou, the military grapples with its own challenges. Zhou Qifeng remained silent, attentively listening, as did the other survivors, who were equally curious. Yang Qing elaborated. I am uncertain about the mutation rate outside, but do you know the mutation rate within the military? Zhou Qifeng shook his head. Only aware that some individuals had transformed into zombies while others had not, the reasons for which remained obscure. Subsequent statistics revealed that the mutation rate within the military soared to 50%, implying that half of the soldiers had succumbed to zombification from the outset, including a significant number of high-ranking officers. This reality placed an even greater burden on a dwindling number of individuals. Initially, zombies did not exhibit infectious qualities. However, after several days, the situation shifted dramatically. The Central Command swiftly initiated a fierce offensive to eradicate the zombies, yet we still underestimated their terrifying nature. The power of tanks is indisputable. Even without firing their cannons, their massive, forceful bodies could crush human forms. Yet, what we faced was not merely humanity. These creatures lacked pain perception. Once attracted, they would charge with frenzied abandon. Their speed was not inconsiderable, and they were impervious to fatigue. Upon the firing of the first cannon, thousands of zombies would be drawn to the colossal sound. While tanks are undeniably powerful, they appeared diminutive when confronted by such overwhelming numbers. Indeed, even if we employed tanks to lure zombies while aircraft launched air-to-surface missiles, the cost would be exorbitantly high. The loss of tanks would be one concern, but the potential sacrifice of soldiers' lives was far more daunting. Zombies surged forth like a flood, encircling the firing tanks with impenetrable swarms. A single shell could pierce through the bodies of 1, 10, or even 100 zombies, but what of thousands? Shells would detonate near the tanks, the tremendous force of the explosions obliterating both the tanks and the zombies. After sustaining heavy losses, we turned our gaze skyward. Yet aircraft could not divert the attention of the ground-dwelling zombies. In such a vast urban expanse, how many shells would be required to achieve comprehensive, indiscriminate bombardment? No one knew, nor did anyone dare to contemplate. Although the efficacy of aerial bombardment was not negligible, its cost-effectiveness remained dubious. As for missiles, their formidable power is well known to all. They are undeniably a trump card. However, it is precisely this immense potency that renders us somewhat immobilized. Within our urban confines lie numerous critical facilities. Should we launch a missile, the meticulously established safe zones and the facilities we have painstakingly secured would be obliterated. Furthermore, the destruction of key communication lines would leave many areas devoid of signal. In such dire circumstances, network connectivity becomes tantamount to intelligence, and intelligence serves as our eyes. Without it, we would be left to navigate blindly, with even the most rudimentary communications becoming exceedingly arduous. This leads one to ponder that if we are truly compelled to resort to missile strikes, the situation must have deteriorated to an alarming degree, perhaps due to a grave threat undermining the fragile foundations of humanity. Yang Qing gazed at Zhou Qifeng and reiterated, the mutation rate within the military is alarming, compounded by the loss of numerous comrades in battle. Consequently, our ranks have been severely depleted. Each soldier is assigned to a specific post, either stationed within the safety zone, engaged in missions outside, or guarding vital facilities such as power plants, smelters, production plants, and water purification stations. These are the lifeblood of our existence. Yang Qing fell silent. Yet the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone present. Despite possessing heavy weaponry, constraints abound, even among the most formidable soldiers. Over half have succumbed to mutation or death. The group sat quietly in the room, each lost in thought, some with vacant gazes, others contemplating the uncertain paths that lay ahead. Could humanity truly emerge victorious? Soon, half an hour had elapsed. Yang Qing declared, "Prepare to depart, everyone, regardless of the circumstances. We are still alive." The group set out once more toward the hospital, encountering a considerable number of zombies along the way. This time, the situation was even more dire than before, as they were soon beset by a horde of over 30 zombies. It was not that they could not be dealt with. Rather, engaging so many with firearms seemed unwarranted, while dispatching them with melee weapons would be laborious. Nevertheless, Yang Qing was not one to hesitate. He immediately commanded, "Everyone, engage with your sabers. Zhou Qifeng, you too." Zhou Qifeng was taken aback by Yang Qing's inclusion of him in the fray. He had not intended to fight alongside the soldiers. His thoughts were solely focused on self-preservation should the need arise. Yet, this approach was not sustainable. Inevitably, he would have to confront these monstrosities alone. Gripping his machete, Zhou Qifeng inhaled deeply, striving to conquer his inner trepidation and the trembling of his legs. Stepping forward to join Yang Qing and the others, sweat trickled down his palms, and his heartbeat quickened palpably. He cast his gaze upon the grotesque visages and blood-red eyes of the nearby zombies, inhaling sharply as the veins in his hand bulged with tension. "It's all right. It's all right. You still need to find your parents. You can do it," Zhou Qifeng reassured himself. Yang Qing chose not to elaborate. He understood that such matters needed to be overcome by Zhou Qifeng himself. After a series of tactical gestures, the soldiers surged forth, their blades carving through the air, leaving behind trails of destruction. Zombies fell one after another, their putrid blood spraying everywhere, yet it had no effect on the soldiers. Zhou Qifeng resolved to charge ahead. His speed was commendable, yet he was evidently lacking in experience, unsure of how to exert his strength. He quickly found himself face to face with a zombie that roared in hunger, its blood-red eyes filled with rage as it lunged toward him. Its decaying claws aimed to rend his flesh. At that moment, time seemed to slow, the zombie's movements becoming somewhat languid and easier to anticipate. Zhou Qifeng found this sensation peculiar, vaguely familiar, yet he could not place it. He realized that now was the opportune moment to vanquish this creature. With both hands gripping his knife, his veins bulged as the blood surged through his body. The sharp blade struck the zombie's neck with precision and with immense force. The creature's head was severed from its body. Dark, foul blood gushed forth from the neck, and the zombie's body collapsed like a lifeless sack. Moments later, his gaze hardened once more, banishing the earlier confusion and helplessness. It was still insufficient. He needed to fortify his nerves and heart to be as resilient as steel. Chapter 17. The harsh reality. Zhou Qifeng compelled himself to remain calm, even as his body resisted vehemently. He endeavored to exert control over his physical form with the strength of his spirit, striving to mold his flesh into the state he so fervently desired. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zhou Qifeng dispatched 4 zombies. Though the count was modest, it marked a significant advancement for him, considering he was merely a high school student. After clearing the area of the undead, Yang Qing chose not to linger due to Zhou Qifeng's discomfort and signaled with a tactical gesture. "Everyone, continue advancing." However, Zhou Qifeng was not one to be overly delicate. Although his stomach churned violently, there was no time for him to recalibrate his state of being. The group pressed forward once more, and Zhou Qifeng walked while enduring the incessant trembling that coursed through his body. Despite his mental preparation, he found the act of taking that step far more arduous than anticipated. A tumult of emotions swirled within him: fear, compassion, confusion, and a flicker of exhilaration. This world was utterly absurd. As Zhou Qifeng traversed the line, Chu Rui walked beside him, remarking, "Zhou Qifeng, try not to be too distressed. This is an ordeal we must endure. Don't be deceived by my composure. After my first kill, I nearly shed tears and trembled just as you do. We will inevitably acclimate to this." Zhou Qifeng nodded, replying, "Brother Rui, I understand, but I can't shake this unsettling feeling within me." Chu Rui chuckled softly. Feeling uneasy is a natural human response. After all, they were once flesh and blood beings. Yet, now that they have transformed into monsters. We must grant them release, not only for our sake, but for theirs as well. Shou Qifeng fell into silence, his thoughts unvoiced. Chu Rui sighed. Recognizing that this was a journey Shou Qifeng had to undertake on his own, no amount of external reassurance could suffice. The group continued in silence until they returned to the hospital they had previously cleared. Despite having vanquished many zombies, they could not afford to be complacent. The unpredictability of fate often lurked in the shadows, ready to ensnare the unwary. After a brief moment, Shou Qifeng halted, observing the fully armed team below him as if he had resolved upon a momentous decision. When Yang Qing and the others entered the hospital, Shou Qifeng suddenly seized a fruit knife from the ward, flung open the door, and dashed forward. He was determined to reach Yang Qing and the others. Only there could he find the means to survive, to escape the terror of being ensnared by the undead. As he burst through the door and raced down the stairs, a putrid stench assaulted him, overwhelming his senses. The room was a grotesque sight, stained with filth, and more horrifyingly, it was littered with bloodstains. Alongside remnants of human bones and hair, fragments of flesh clung to the bones, long since decayed, and the innards, too grotesque to swallow, lay carelessly scattered throughout the corners of the room. Amongst the skeletal remains were not only adults, but also one or two bodies that appeared to belong to children, sending chills down his spine. One can only imagine the grotesque acts this man committed in order to survive. He sprinted with fervor, terrified of being caught by the relentless undead, and when he finally spotted the military, he felt that dying at that moment would be a grave injustice to the month he had fought to cling to life. If these soldiers could not rescue him, he would drag them down with him, becoming fodder for the ravenous horde behind him. In a frenzy of thoughts, he maintained his pace, descending the stairs with remarkable speed, drawing the attention of every remaining zombie, not only due to the noise he generated, but also because of the overpowering scent of blood that clung to him. Though the stench was repugnant, it was equally alluring to the undead. Meanwhile, Yang Qing and his companions had just arrived at the pharmacy where medications were stored. As Shou Qifeng and the others were loading supplies, the man barreled down the stairs, tripping and shouting, "Help me! Save me!" Yang Qing furrowed his brow in discontent. He understood that the man's reckless descent would surely attract a throng of zombies. Steadying his automatic rifle, he commanded, "Everyone, prepare for battle. We must buy them time." The frantic man shouted, "Don't shoot. I'm human. Please, don't shoot. You're the military, right? Take me with you. I can offer you money." They certainly did not resemble bandits. At that moment, the growls of the zombies echoed incessantly, the sound of their advance reverberating in everyone's ears. The man realized they were preparing to confront the horde pursuing him, and he dashed toward Yang Qing and the others in search of safety. The zombies surged and stumbled into the first floor, their multitude overwhelming, with blood-red eyes sending chills down everyone's spine. Fortunately, they had refrained from recklessly exploring the upper floors. Otherwise, they would have faced an even greater horde. Now, it was evident that nearly 100 zombies had been drawn by the man, with more still closing in from behind. The soldiers raised their rifles, waiting for Yang Qing's command. Moments later, he barked, "Open fire." Instantly, smoke filled the air, and spent shells clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Flames burst from the gun muzzles as powerful bullets tore through the flesh of the zombies with astonishing speed, obliterating their forms. Hearing the commotion outside, Shou Qifeng and the others sensed a sudden turn of events and hastened their loading. Within a minute, their backpacks were filled to capacity. Shou Qifeng tapped on the glass, signaling Yang Qing that they were ready for evacuation. Observing the horde of zombies they had just dispatched, Yang Qing steeled himself and shouted, "All personnel, clear out every zombie. We must seize complete control of this hospital." In a moment, the soldiers' onslaught intensified, as they even mounted a heavy machine gun, whose firepower far surpassed that of automatic rifles, albeit at the cost of a much quicker ammunition depletion. Nevertheless, the efficacy of their efforts was apparent. In a mere 10 minutes, nearly all of the zombies that had charged forth were eradicated. Fortunately, this time, there were no explosive zombies among them. Otherwise, the confined space would have posed significant peril. Having cleared the first floor of the undead, Yang Qing instructed his men to barricade the main entrance with various objects, preventing the zombies drawn by the gunfire from breaching the door, thus rendering all their endeavors futile. The corpses of the zombies were heaped at the doorway, masking the scent of the living with the odor of the dead. After accomplishing this, Yang Qing's gaze shifted to the man before him, noting the bloodstains on his clothing. It was not the man's blood, but that of others, splattered upon him. Yang Qing's expression darkened as he extended a finger and inquired, "I have but one question. How many lives have you taken?" Upon hearing this, the man trembled slightly. He had long been on the brink of collapse. Faced with Yangqing and his group, he could hardly think of cleaning the blood from his attire, his mind consumed solely with the desire to escape this dreadful place. The man shook his head in fear, exclaiming, "I do not know. I did not intend to. If there were another way, who would wish to consume human flesh? I did not want this. It is not my fault. It is all their doing, those monsters. I merely acted to survive. They were already doomed. The weak and the ill. I only sought to live. What wrong have I committed?" Yangqing sighed, observing the deranged man before him. He wished to utter no further words. Instead, he drew his pistol, the cold muzzle aimed squarely at the man's head. The man's bloodshot eyes fixated on Yangqing. And suddenly he erupted into wild laughter, mad and unrestrained. "You cannot comprehend. You have food and drink every day. When have you ever cared for the plight of us common folk? Have you ever endured such despair? Have you faced the daily terror of death? By what right do you judge me? What qualifies you to take my life? They were already condemned to die. Is it wrong for me to consume them to ensure my own survival?" As the man spoke, his voice grew louder, his countenance increasingly grotesque. He bore an unmistakable resemblance to the very zombies they had fought. Yet, he still retained a semblance of human awareness. "I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. You cannot kill me. You have no right." Yangqing's pupils revealed no trace of emotion as he quietly replied, "Indeed, surviving is no small feat. But that does not justify your actions. You claim we have not endured? Do you know how many brothers we have lost? Not a single one chose to take their own life. Each fought until the last bullet, exerting every ounce of strength, every one of them torn apart by the undead. We carry not only the dread of death, but also the burden of guilt towards you. No one is omnipotent, and we are no exception, neither are they. Everyone harbors a fear of death, and this fear is not a justification for using others as shields. As for my motive for taking your life, it is because I stand as a representative of our nation. As long as the government endures, we shall remain the unwavering enforcers and advocates of the law." No further opportunity was granted for the man to speak. With a resounding crack, a bullet pierced through his skull, crimson blood dripping rhythmically onto the ground. Zhou Qifeng observed this scene, feeling a profound discomfort within. The man was indeed despicable, yet the absurdity of this world was even more contemptible. He had never heard Yangqing articulate so many words in one breath. Perhaps Yangqing was originally a cheerful and sunny soldier. But relentless blows had compelled him to adopt a demeanor of calmness and stoicism, not for any other reason but the increasing weight of his burdens. They too feel wronged. They too experience fear and sorrow, yet they have no means to express it. They must endure in solitude, concealing their emotions while maintaining their strength as always. In comparison to that man, Zhou Qifeng regarded himself as exceedingly fortunate. The man's plight epitomizes the brutal realities of this era, a landscape rife with darkness and despair at every turn. Chapter 18. The tide of corpses at night. After dealing with the man's corpse, a profound silence enveloped the group. Despite it being merely afternoon and the sky still radiant, each individual felt as though they had plunged into a frigid abyss. Yangqing assessed their equipment, noting a third of their ammunition had dwindled. An unsettling realization given that they had only embarked on their journey less than a day prior. The series of unforeseen events had left everyone mentally and physically drained. With a soft sigh, Yangqing glanced at the door barricaded by the lifeless bodies of zombies and stated, "We are temporarily secure. Yet it is implausible for us to remain here for the next 7 days. This hospital likely harbors more undead. We must conduct a thorough sweep and decisively claim this establishment." He continued, "Wang Jutang, Wang Shun, and Zhang Yutian, you three will remain here on standby. Zhou Qifeng and the other soldiers will accompany me upstairs to eliminate the remaining zombies. The other survivors should rest in place." "Understood." Zhou Qifeng, momentarily lost in thought, hesitated. Truth be told, he was reluctant to ascend. Although most of the zombies had been eradicated, lurking dangers still awaited above. However, it presented a valuable opportunity for self-improvement. He saluted, affirming, "Yes." Yangqing led the way, cautiously surveying the conditions within each ward. Despite the hospital's brightness, the eerie stillness quickened their heartbeats. The search persisted for 2 hours, spanning from the 1st to the 14th floor. Yangqing and his team conducted a meticulous inspection of each level. Though they encountered a few zombies, their numbers were minimal, and they were swiftly dispatched, in an environment that now felt relatively secure. Some members of the group lowered their guard and succumbed to slumber, seeking to recuperate from the day's exertions. Yangqing observed the time and addressed the group. "All right, let us commence our rest. We will rotate in 3 shifts. At 5:30 tomorrow morning, we shall continue our exploration. Indeed, time was of the essence. Yet incessant searching would ultimately yield more losses than gains. Subsequently, a tranquil silence settled over the group once more. Many soldiers exhaled deeply. The day's trials had been arduous, not due to physical exhaustion, but rather from the emotional toll. The threat of zombies loomed like a thorn lodged firmly in their throats. As the soldiers and Zhou Qifeng retrieved their rations and water, they chewed slowly. Zhou Qifeng's hand trembled slightly as he held his food. Although fatigue weighed heavily upon him, his appetite had vanished. He ate slowly, nearly succumbing to nausea several times, yet he persevered. Yang Qing observed Zhou Qifeng struggle but refrained from comment, instead devouring his own meal heartily. If Zhou Qifeng could not endure such trivialities, he would not deserve to survive in this harsh world. At last, Zhou Qifeng finished his meager portion of food and water lying on the ground. Staring vacantly at the ceiling above, he wondered how Zhao Xue and the others fared. What was old Zhang doing at this moment? Were they, too, evading zombies and scavenging for supplies, just as he had moments ago? How is Mother? How are the relatives? Everything remains a great enigma for Zhou Qifeng. Yet he finds himself unable to discover the answers. Time drags on as he lies there, occasionally shifting his position. His mind swirling with countless thoughts that only serve to heighten his agitation. In his current state, he feels utterly helpless, unable to remain prone any longer. Zhou Qifeng rises and exchanges a few words with Yang Qing before casually seeking out an empty consultation room to engage in his usual exercises. In truth, he had not intended to work out today. Sleep eludes him, irrespective of his efforts. Each time he closes his eyes, his mind is inundated with a cacophony of disjointed thoughts. Thus, he resolves to exhaust his physical energy completely in hopes of finding slumber. An hour passes, then 2. And finally 2.5 hours, until Zhou Qifeng can no longer persevere. After each set of exercises, he takes a brief respite. But the prolonged exertion has rendered his muscles profoundly fatigued. Raising his arms now feels like a monumental task. He gently massages his aching muscles, seeking relief from the discomfort. After about half an hour, a familiar sensation washes over him, and drowsiness envelopes his consciousness. He finds a spot to lie down and soon drifts into a deep sleep. Untroubled by any lurking dangers, reassured by the presence of numerous soldiers outside. Unlike before, this time Zhou Qifeng dreams of an enormous zombie, appearing as if it were a monstrous amalgamation of countless undead. Humanity seems insignificant before it as it advances like a small mountain, annihilating everything within its sight. Countless individuals are reduced to mere flesh beneath its feet, powerless to resist. Suddenly, Zhou Qifeng jolts awake, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He shudders at the thought of such a zombie truly existing. Would humanity stand a chance? The night has fully descended, and as Zhou Qifeng steps into the hall, he notices many have already succumbed to sleep. The soldiers on duty nearly mistake him for a zombie, but he promptly clarifies his identity. Approaching one of them, he inquires, "Brother, what time is it?" The soldier glances at his military multifunctional wristband and replies, "It is a little past 2 in the morning. You should rest. We have a mission to undertake at 5. Zhou Qifeng smiles and nods, then finds a place in the hall to lie down. With the clock striking 2. Having begun his exercises at 5 and dozing off around 8, he realizes he has managed to sleep for approximately 6 hours this time. Compared to his usual 4 hours of rest, this is quite a significant improvement, likely influenced by that peculiar sensation he experienced earlier. Thus, he lies there, feeling quite alert, devoid of any drowsiness. Nonetheless, closing his eyes in quiet contemplation is not without merit. After his brief slumber, Zhou Qifeng feels considerably revitalized, and the earlier discomfort has diminished significantly. An hour passed in relative tranquility until an unforeseen event transpired. The soldier on duty roused Yang Qing, who sensed an unsettling shift outside. Unlike the previous night's stillness, the undead outside now emitted a cacophony, increasingly frequent and disconcerting. Yang Qing swiftly became alert, moving to a window where darkness enveloped the scene, obscuring all visibility. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air. Everyone awoke in alarm, and Yang Qing instinctively heightened his vigilance. The sound of glass breaking originated from the ground floor, indicating that something had breached their sanctuary. He commanded the soldiers, "Everyone, inspect all the windows on the first floor in pairs, and report any findings to me." The soldiers conducted a thorough search, and soon, at a shattered window, they discovered a broken bottle and a pool of blood, not that of the undead, but human. A chill crept into Yang Qing's heart. It was evident that someone had targeted them, but what was their intent? There was no time for contemplation. It was clear that this individual sought to lure the zombies to overrun their hospital. The sound of glass shattering continued ominously, and Yang Qing furrowed his brow. Their adversary had come prepared, yet how had they evaded the zombies? The enveloping darkness provided a natural cloak of invisibility. With Yang Qing and his team in the light, while their foe remained shrouded in shadow, not only could they evade the undead, but they also aimed to use them as instruments of destruction. The overwhelming scent of blood soon permeated the entire hall, as blood-filled bottles were hurled from various corners. Given the zombies' acute sensitivity to the aroma of blood, it wasn't long before a throng of the undead congregated at the hospital's entrance, their low growls sending shivers down the spines of all present. The hospital's expansive hall featured numerous windows, through which some zombies could enter in addition to the main entrance. Previously, zombies refrained from climbing through windows due to a lack of enticing stimuli, but now, the scent of blood wafting from the broken panes would surely draw them in like ravenous hounds. Damn it, prepare for battle. We must fend off the onslaught before the doors are breached. Engage with your military knives. Zhou Qifeng, join in, Yang Qing ordered. By this point, zombies had begun to climb through the windows, their bodies tearing against the jagged glass shards, black blood flowing freely, yet this did not hinder their relentless advance. In that moment, the hospital faced the imminent threat of collapse. Chapter 19. A stalwart defense. Yang Qing surveyed the surroundings, noting that the hospital lobby was notably spacious, devoid of any advantageous vantage points. This meant they had to guard the windows while also dispersing their limited forces to protect the doors, which could be breached at any moment. Outside, the zombies relentlessly pounded against the entrance, some even gnashing their teeth. Despite their jaws being broken and blood spraying from their gums, they remained undeterred, their eyes fixated hungrily on the humans within, eager to surge in and devour them whole. Rubbing his temples, Yang Qing lamented the dire situation. Including Zhou Qifeng, their fighting force barely numbered 11. There were 5 shattered windows and 1 large door to defend. He called out, including Zhou Qifeng, every pair should guard a window. I will take charge of the door. If anyone wishes to survive, they must move anything they can to barricade the entrance. This should alleviate some pressure. Understood. The group sprang into action. Soldiers teamed up with Zhou Qifeng to defend the windows, eliminating the zombies that attempted to crawl through, while the survivors scavenged for materials to barricade the door. Buying precious time against the incoming horde. Utilize melee weapons as much as possible. Resort to firearms only when the numbers become overwhelming. Yang Qing's voice resonated throughout the lobby. Zhou Qifeng gripped his blade tightly, alongside a soldier named Guohaoyang, as they stood guard before a window. The zombies ferociously attempted to cram through the narrow opening, but the window was securely locked from within, allowing only one to pass at a time. Yet, driven by primal instincts, they did not line up. Instead, they jostled and screamed in a frenzy, trying to force their way through. However, the moment of reprieve was fleeting. The relentless pressure from the zombies began to compromise the locked window, straining under their collective force. If the locking mechanism were to give way, the size of the window would permit 2 or 3 zombies to tumble through simultaneously. At that point, their ability to kill might not keep pace with the influx of the undead, and the other windows faced similar predicaments. To make matters worse, there were zombies at the remaining intact windows, frantically banging against the glass. Zhou Qifeng glanced around, searching for anything that could serve as a barrier. As he witnessed the imminent shattering of the window, he tightened his grip on his machete, mentally bolstering himself. It's just zombies. It will be all right. Inevitably, the worst came to pass. The window could no longer withstand the onslaught, and the entire frame collapsed, allowing 5 or 6 zombies to surge through in a chaotic rush. Guohaoyang acted swiftly, thrusting his military knife at the nearest zombie's head. His arm bulged with muscle, and he unleashed a tremendous force, delivering a single, devastating blow that cleaved a deep gash into the zombie's skull, exposing its brain as viscous fluid oozed forth. Yang Qing had once remarked that Guohaoyang possessed the greatest strength among their group. Now it seems that the immense strength displayed is rather terrifying. Zhou Qifeng, undeterred, delivered a powerful kick to the zombie, causing it to stagger back several steps and obstruct the path of the other zombies behind it. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qifeng wielded his knife, delivering a swift blow to the creature's neck. Although a military knife is more convenient to carry, it pales in comparison to the machete in terms of lethality. The zombies had tumbled to the ground, and before Zhou Qifeng could react, a horde of zombies surged forward. He quickly retreated, and at that moment, Guohaoyang struck again, effortlessly dispatching 2 more zombies. The shattered windows were the scene of relentless combat as zombies continued to swarm into the hospital, clawing and lunging towards the survivors. As long as their brains remained intact, the relentless assault persisted, embodying a true sense of undying struggle. With the passage of time, Zhou Qifeng and his companions began to feel their stamina wane, their rate of zombie eradication slowing. Sometimes, before they could finish off a few newly entered zombies, another wave would come crashing in. The soldiers shouted in fury. Their physical strength was gradually diminishing. Occasionally, their shouts served as a means to recalibrate their bodies, igniting a spark of explosive energy. 10, 100, 200. Within the span of an hour, Zhou Qifeng and his team had dispatched an unfathomable number of zombies. These were not mere humans, unlike humans who have numerous vital points. Zombies could only be vanquished by destroying their brains. Everyone endured immense hardship. After an hour of intense combat, each strike, while not requiring their full strength, demanded nearly 60% of their utmost capacity. The continuous high-intensity battle left them utterly fatigued. This was no trivial skirmish. A moment's carelessness could result in the loss of life. Yang Qing's situation was equally dire, due to the heavy objects barricading the entrance. The zombies had not completely breached the door. It was merely ajar, wide enough for one person. Although a steady stream of zombies poured in, Yang Qing managed to eliminate them. No one knew how long this situation would persist. All they could do was hold on. Otherwise, death awaited them. Zhou Qifeng's clothing was already soaked with sweat, his throat parched and hoarse. At first, he could sever a zombie's head with a single stroke. Even when luck was not on his side, he could manage to do so in two. However, the situation had changed. Each swing of his weapon now felt as though he were lifting two heavy lead weights, and his hands struggled to maintain their grip on the knife. The situation had deteriorated to its worst, yet there were no signs of the zombies relenting. Damn it, how many more are there? Zhou Qifeng cursed. But his hands remained unyielding, continuing to cleave through the zombies' heads. Meanwhile, Yang Qing stood alone at the door, surrounded by an uncountable pile of zombies, appearing equally beleaguered. The survivors retreated to the second floor, preparing to make their stand, declaring that firearms were permitted. Understood. The zombies surged forth like a flood, their howls drowning out the gunfire. No matter the cost, we must defend this hospital. Chapter 20. Reluctant to part with Yang Qing, the group stood resolutely at the staircase, their firearms incessantly spewing flames. Bullets pierced through the flesh of the zombies at a remarkable velocity, obliterating every conceivable organ and tissue. Waves of the undead surged relentlessly toward them, and Yang Qing and his companions exchanged magazines one after another, the ground littered with golden shell casings. Yet, the onslaught of zombies showed no signs of abating. Gritting his teeth, Yang Qing commanded, "Deploy the grenades. Eradicate these wretched creatures." Chu Rue retrieved several grenades and hurled them into the midst of the zombie horde. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending countless zombies tumbling through the air. The explosives unleashed their full force, the shockwave and flying debris swiftly dispatching more of the undead. In the blink of an eye, a gaping breach appeared in the dense mass of zombies. The cacophony of blasts echoed, mingling with the grotesque sight of foul blood, entrails, and severed limbs, painting a scene of unimaginable brutality. At last, under the barrage of firepower and the strategic use of grenades, the situation began to improve. The number of zombies visibly dwindled. It seemed the scent of blood emanating from the first floor had dissipated, and the nearby undead had considerably lessened. This was monumental news for the group. However, the depletion of ammunition was alarmingly severe, with less than a third of their supplies remaining. Once Yang Qing and Zhou Qifeng had dispatched the remaining zombies, Yang Qing firmly barricaded the main door. Frowning at the stench that permeated the room, he gathered everyone together and declared, "Comrades, we must vacate this place. It has become unsafe. There are those who seek our demise. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand exposed. Should this hospital be breached again, we risk total annihilation." At that moment, a survivor voiced, "If we had known this, why did we hold our ground? We could have simply evacuated." Zhou Qifeng, incensed by the remark, interjected before Yang Qing could respond, "Evacuate? To where? The room is teeming with zombies, and outside we are surrounded. Should we walk directly into their jaws?" Yang Qing placed a calming hand on Zhou Qifeng's shoulder, urging him to temper his emotions. "We have a substantial supply of medical supplies here. We cannot afford to relinquish this stronghold. Moreover, if we manage to escape, will we be able to return to this hospital for supplies? And how will we confront the throngs of zombies upon our return? Then let us not return. We can find another location. The Zhana district is vast, Surely there must be more than one hospital. Yang Qing shook his head. I, too, am reluctant to squander our ammunition, but we possess a greater understanding of this place compared to others, rather than trust in the whims of chance. I prefer to rely on that which we can control. Very well, everyone upstairs to rest. Survivors, stay behind with me on watch. It was just past 3 in the morning. Though Yang Qing was reluctant to waste any more time here, there was little choice. Venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death, especially with a group of unknown individuals lurking in the shadows, their intentions obscured. The survivors left on duty, while unwilling, had no alternative. After all, during the recent skirmish with the zombies, they could only stand by helplessly, unable to contribute. Their condition was, however, relatively optimal. Zhou Qifeng was exhausted. Initially, standing guard by the window was manageable, but after a mere 10 minutes, fatigue began to weigh heavily on his arms. Zombies were not static targets. They moved, they resisted, and their only vital point was their head, making the act of dispatching them remarkably taxing. Yang Qing, too, was not in the best shape, yet the zombie's slow breach of the door had allowed him to conserve some energy. Zhou Qifeng and the other soldiers retreated to the second floor, finding a random spot to rest. They were all worn out, and their immediate priority was to regain as much strength as possible before tomorrow's endeavors. Otherwise, falling behind could jeopardize the entire team. Zhou Qifeng quickly fell into a deep slumber, but just as swiftly, he awoke. Upon waking, the earlier drowsiness had dissipated and the soreness in his body vanished. Noticing that the other soldiers were still asleep, he quietly descended the stairs to relieve Yang Qing, allowing him a brief respite. As he reached the ground floor, Yang Qing inquired, Xiao, why aren't you asleep? Zhou Qifeng replied, I did sleep. How long do you think I've been out? Yang Qing glanced at his wristband and chuckled, only 20 minutes have passed. Are you confused, or am I taken aback? Zhou Qifeng realized he had indeed only slept for 20 minutes and yet felt as refreshed as ever. The situation grew increasingly peculiar. Why was it that he and Zhao Xue experienced such anomalies while others did not? Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity for a detailed discussion with Yang Qing. He simply stated, Captain, I assure you, I am wide awake and alert. You should get some rest. I will call you at the first sign of trouble. Yang Qing remained skeptical, but the vitality in Zhou Qifeng's eyes was not characteristic of someone fatigued, and his demeanor suggested honesty. Zhou Qifeng saluted. Yes, Captain. Yang Qing ascended to rest, while Zhou Qifeng settled on the stairs. The foul odor from the first floor assaulted his nostrils incessantly, and he kept his machete within easy reach. He refrained from engaging the other survivors in conversation. With Yang Qing gone, they had grown lethargic, reassured by the presence of Zhou Qifeng, the ever-vigilant guardian. Not everyone shares the same sentiments following the recent upheaval. Some remained wide awake, gripped by an overwhelming fear of the undead breaching their sanctuary once more. Although the shattered windows had been barricaded with the corpses of zombies by Yang Qing and his companions, and even the unbroken windows were secured, they should have felt temporarily safe. Yet, their ignorance of the external threats only intensified their terror. Silence enveloped the room. Some rested while others remained ever vigilant. The night stretched interminably, yet no matter how prolonged or dark, time inevitably moves forward. As the lengthy night waned, the sky gradually brightened. After approximately an hour and a half, Yang Qing and his companions descended, each exhibiting a remarkable vitality and vigor. Yang Qing stretched his limbs and turned to Zhou Qifeng, inquiring, I believe I am beginning to grasp your situation. Guo Haoyong yawned, his joints cracking audibly, and with a grin, declared, It's been ages since I've felt this relaxed. Today feels almost surreal. I reckon I could take down a zombie with a single punch. Chu Rui scoffed. Oh, come off it, you big oaf. Is your brain obstructed by muscle? Guo Haoyong playfully smacked Chu Rui on the head, retorting, You rascal, do you seek a fight? Yang Qing, frowning, interjected, Are you two quite idle? If you have time to spare, you can lead the way ahead. Should anything arise, the two of you will bear full responsibility. Zhou Qifeng chuckled at the banter, realizing that the peculiar sensation he felt was not unique to him, but rather shared among all. Yang Qing addressed the survivors. Now, fill your backpacks with medical supplies. We must depart swiftly, for delay invites peril. Zhou Qifeng reached for his backpack to gather supplies, only to be halted by Yang Qing. Xiao, you need not worry about that. I wish for you to formally join the ranks of combatants starting today. Having another pair of hands will lighten our burden. However, if you prefer to abstain, that is acceptable, for joining the combat ranks entails constant danger. Chu Rui nodded vigorously, adding, Zhou Qifeng, revel in your fortune. You are unaware of our captain's nickname. He is notoriously frugal. You've landed a tremendous bargain. In time, we might even share the spoils. Yang Qing regarded Chu Rue with a chilling smile, eliciting an awkward chuckle from Chu Rue, as if he had inadvertently crossed a line. The survivors in the pharmacy, diligently stocking up on supplies, could clearly hear the conversation unfolding at the entrance. Some felt a pang of injustice and whispered to their companions, "What is the point of us laboriously helping these soldiers carry supplies? I feel we are the least valued here." A man beside him scoffed, "Oh, spare me your petty grievances. They have treated us decently. Staying with them poses minimal risk. Even if danger arises, it will be after their ranks have fallen. What more do you desire? Besides, isn't our purpose to secure a place in the safe zone for the future? What are you still dissatisfied with?" The man found himself at a loss for words and thus ceased to speak, diligently attending to the task of preparing the medicine. The survivor, filled with excitement, candidly admitted that his actions were merely accidental. He had not anticipated that a casual effort could yield such fruitful results. For Yang Qing and his companions, this matter transcended mere capability. It was fundamentally an issue of attitude. Therefore, it was essential to acknowledge his contributions. While the reward may not be substantial, it would certainly be fair. The group set off once more. Chapter 21. Encountering survivors throughout their journey, they exercised great caution. Unlike the previous day, their ammunition had diminished by 2/3, necessitating that each bullet be conserved. Otherwise, they might find themselves in the dire predicament of possessing firearms yet lacking the means to use them. As they passed a small supermarket, Yang Qing abruptly raised his fist, signaling everyone to halt. Though the sound was faint, Yang Qing discerned movement within the supermarket, reminiscent of items being stowed into a backpack. The nature of the individuals inside remained uncertain, especially following the events of that early morning. At that moment, there were no zombies in the vicinity, and Yang Qing gestured for the three groups to disperse and conceal themselves, awaiting the emergence of the occupants. The likelihood of them being foes was minimal, after all. Anyone capable of navigating the zombie horde with ease would hardly resort to scavenging such a modest establishment. 5 minutes later, two young men emerged from the store, appearing to be in their 20s. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no zombies were present, before preparing to depart swiftly. As they attempted to leave, Yang Qing, with his handgun raised, stepped into their line of sight. He uttered no words, keeping the cold muzzle of the firearm trained on them. The duo, visibly alarmed, waved their hands in a gesture of peace while pointing in a particular direction, signaling Yang Qing to follow them. Yang Qing executed several tactical hand signals, prompting Shou Qifeng and the others to reveal themselves. The sight of so many individuals, laden with various items, startled the two young men even further. Yang Qing indicated for them to lead the way, maintaining the gun's aim on their hearts. The two men proceeded cautiously, guiding Yang Qing and his group, who followed quietly behind. With an increase in numbers, the risk of attracting zombies escalated, necessitating utmost vigilance. After navigating through several alleyways and walking for a short while longer, they finally arrived at a relatively concealed 3-story building. Yang Qing assessed the structure, suspecting that it housed more than just these two individuals. The young men gestured invitingly, encouraging Yang Qing and his companions to follow them inside. Once through the entrance, they secured the large iron door on the ground floor and barricaded it. Before speaking, "You all appear to be military personnel. We are survivors of this calamity, and there are over 10 others inside. By the way, could you please lower your weapon? To be honest, it makes me quite anxious. If it were to accidentally discharge, I would be doomed." Yang Qing said nothing further and holstered his weapon. The two young men appeared frail, clearly accustomed to insufficient nourishment, suggesting they were unlikely adversaries. Yang Qing inquired, "You mentioned there are over 10 individuals here. Are you two solely responsible for procuring food?" "No, not at all. We take turns scavenging for supplies, operating in groups of 2 to 3, as having too many people can complicate matters," one of them replied, leading them to the living area on the first floor. This space appeared to have once been a modest family home, now repurposed as a safe haven in the wake of the catastrophe. Yang Qing entered the living room and glanced around, finding no suspicious elements. A few individuals were present, both adults and children. A young man spoke up, "Brother Jun, my name is Suji, and this is Shu Chirue. We have been here for quite some time. I honestly thought no one would come to rescue us, but unexpectedly." Suji's voice faltered, and Zhu Chirue was equally agitated. The arrival of military personnel offered a glimmer of hope that they might escape to a safer location, as they had no desire to linger in this cursed place any longer. At that moment, A little girl in the living room was curiously observing these outsiders. She appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old and was unafraid. She climbed down from the sofa, approached Yongqing, and grasped one of Suji's fingers, inquiring, "Brother Ji, who are they?" Suji wiped away his tears and replied, "They are brave soldiers here to rescue us." The girl's large eyes turned towards Yongqing, who also crouched down, shedding his usual stern demeanor for a softer gaze. He gently asked, "Little girl, how old are you? We have come to save you, and soon you will leave this place." Zhou Qifeng, observing Yongqing's demeanor, felt somewhat out of place. He had never seen Yongqing display such tenderness before. He glanced at Chu Rui, who sighed and remarked, "Captain Yang has a daughter, just as lovely as this little girl. He must be thinking of her." Zhou Qifeng sighed in agreement, recognizing the struggles everyone faced. Before long, all individuals in the building gathered on the first floor, which, although spacious, felt somewhat cramped due to the sheer number of people. Including those already present in the 3-story building, they had amassed around 30 individuals. After conversing with the little girl for a while, her grandfather approached. Upon seeing him, the girl rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Grandpa, Grandpa, these uncles are here to save us." The elderly man affectionately ruffled her hair and turned to Yongqing and the others, asking, "Young men, are you truly confident you can take us all away?" Yongqing smiled and nodded, assuring him, "Of course, rest assured, old man. We have a secure base, and we will safely escort you there." The people in the room erupted with excitement, engaging in animated discussions. Suji, overwhelmed with emotion, could only repeatedly express his gratitude. Yongqing surveyed the group of more than 10 individuals, noting 5 or 6 men, 3 women, an elderly man, and a child. They appeared to have a good rapport with one another. He felt a pang of nostalgia. In the apocalypse, such normal survivor groups had become increasingly rare. After all, without the constraints of law, men often exploited their gender advantage, leading to morally reprehensible actions. Although the room was filled with over 30 people, the distance to the safe house they had previously sought was not considerable, merely a 10-minute journey. Thus, they felt a sense of assurance. Yongqing addressed the group, urging them to organize their belongings and advised that they should refrain from bringing unnecessary items, as their stronghold was relatively nearby. He hoped they would act swiftly. In terms of essentials, one could argue that weapons and food were paramount. Regrettably, aside from a few wooden sticks, knives, and shovels found within the small building, there was little else to carry. Suji interjected, "Brother, let us not despair. The fact that we are safe is the greatest blessing." "Indeed," Yongqing replied, opting not to elaborate further. He glanced at Chu Rui and the others, stating, "All right, they are settled. We must prepare to depart." Chu Rui understood Yongqing's intent and nodded in agreement. Upon noticing Yongqing and the others preparing to leave, a little girl inquired, "Uncle, are you leaving? Will you abandon us?" After a brief exchange, Yongqing and his companions exited the premises. Once outside, Yongqing promptly led the group in search of a new safe house, which was closer to the hospital. However, this new shelter harbored 2 zombies and bore signs of a struggle within. As Yongqing caught a whiff of the foul odor permeating the space, he muttered, "Indeed, one cannot easily adapt." Zhou Qifeng approached him and asked, "Captain Yang, are you worried about that group?" "Yes," Yongqing admitted. "In theory, we should offer unconditional protection to fellow survivors. However, past occurrences compel me to act cautiously. One can never truly gauge the hearts of others." Zhou Qifeng nodded in understanding, choosing to remain silent as he assisted the survivors and soldiers in tidying the space, clearing a small room to store the medical supplies retrieved from the hospital. Checking the time, Yongqing declared, "Let us proceed to find some food. Once accomplished, today's mission will be deemed a success. Everyone should rest well tonight. For tomorrow, we shall delve even deeper into our exploration." Chapter 22. Meal. Yongqing and his companions casually selected a supermarket. To be honest, given their current capabilities, as long as the zombies did not swarm them, they faced little danger. They proceeded to fill 2 backpacks with purified water and an entire bag of snacks. Yongqing specifically requested the snacks, noting that there was a small child in the safe house, and having some treats would surely bring her joy. To add to the absurdity, Yongqing even found 2 Barbie dolls and thrust them into Zhou Qifeng's hands. Zhou Qifeng looked at Yongqing, torn between laughter and frustration, and exclaimed, "Captain Yang, I have joined the ranks of combat." With a face full of exasperation, he muttered, "Wearing small shoes should not be this ridiculous." Yongqing gazed at him with a bemused expression, prompting Zhou Qifeng to beam, "I shall comply with the leader's arrangements." Beside them, Chu Rui was nearly in stitches. secretly wishing to witness the sight of Yang Qing clutching two Barbie dolls. The imagery was simply too striking. A muscular man nearing 6'3", cradling two dolls. What a delightful spectacle. Lost in thought, Chu Rui's lips curled into a grin, unaware that Yang Qing had set his sights on him. Yang Qing reached out a large hand and ruffled Chu Rui's hair, saying, "What are you thinking about, you little rascal?" Chu Rui cheerily replied, "I was contemplating that beautiful springtime." This elicited laughter from the group, though they lived amidst calamity. The most admirable human quality is the ability to adapt swiftly and infuse mundane life with joy. Upon returning to the safe house, everyone was elated to see the bounty of food that Yang Qing and the others had brought. Before entering, Yang Qing snatched the Barbie dolls from Shou Qifeng's hands and, with a radiant smile, knocked on the door. Shou Qifeng, observing Yang Qing's demeanor, smirked and remarked, "Rui Gu, look at how unterious Captain Yang appears." Chu Rui chuckled heartily. He seems to have taken those dolls as if they were his own daughters. It's been ages since I've seen him smile so broadly after the disaster. Once the door swung open, Yang Qing stepped inside, beaming with joy. Lingling dashed out from within, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the two Barbie dolls in Yang Qing's hands. At that moment, her sister followed closely behind. Lingling's delight was evident. Yet she instinctively glanced at her sister. Her sister smiled and nodded, prompting Lingling to race toward Yang Qing, exclaiming, "Uncle, are these truly for me? But I have no money." Yang Qing scooped her up and reassured her, "No money needed, no money needed. These are gifts from your uncles, and we hope they bring you happiness." Lingling's sister encouraged her, "Don't forget to thank your uncles." Just as Lingling was about to unwrap the dolls, she sweetly uttered her thanks before eagerly preparing to play with her new toys. Shou Qifeng sighed with a bittersweet smile. Who would have thought that at just 17, I would already be an uncle? You old-timers may have your fun, but I'm still in high school. How did I become an uncle in someone else's narrative? Chu Rui playfully slapped Shou Qifeng on the back, then settled onto a sofa, exclaiming, "All right, who are you calling old? Do you even know what a woman feels like? You little brat." Shou Qifeng shrugged and retorted, "You talk as if you know. Tell me, do you?" Chu Rui boldly replied, "I don't know a damn thing. When I was in the army, I was barely a few years older than you, all right?" Shou Qifeng pressed on, "So why do you say? Mind your own business." Among the soldiers, there were a few skilled cooks. Despite being a group of rugged men, they managed to prepare a feast that was both visually appealing and aromatic. The enticing scent wafted through the house, making everyone's mouths water. Since the disaster struck, they had seldom enjoyed such warm and delicious meals. As their mouths watered, a sense of melancholy crept in. When did a simple hot meal become a luxury? Shou Qifeng inhaled the delightful aromas and felt the invigorating atmosphere enveloping the room. This kind of life had been absent for far too long, living every day under oppression and pain. Although he couldn't change reality, moments like this offered a welcome escape. Rising from his seat, he nudged Chu Rui, still dozing off. "Get up and help with dinner." "Hey, are you getting a bit too cocky, kid?" Chu Rui protested. "All right, I was wrong. Wow, this food smells amazing. Did the uncles make all this?" "Of course. Lingling, come and eat more. There's even sweet and sour pork that the uncles made especially for you." "That's wonderful. It's my favorite. Thank you, uncles." "Come on, everyone, dig in. Let us not waste anything. Who knows when we'll have the chance to eat like this again." Team Young used up all the gas in this house, haha. With so many of us here, and besides, we still have plenty of food in our packs. There is enough for everyone. Thank you, comrades. I'm getting old, and I can't be of much help to you all. Honestly, it weighs heavily on my heart. Oh, come on, old man. Don't say that. If you need anything, just ask Team Yang. Even if you want lobster or abalone, Yang can arrange it. Wow, uncle, are you really that amazing? Lingling, don't speak out of turn. But sister, that brother said so. Shou Qifeng, I see you've been rather lively these past few days. Team Yang, I was wrong. You enjoy your meal, I'll just leave. Laughter erupted, filling the room with joy and abandon. In this seemingly hopeless world, Yang Qing and his companions occasionally found solace in such meaningful nights. In moments like these, they could selectively forget the looming threat of zombies outside, momentarily evading the grim reality that humanity was on the brink of extinction. At least, in this fleeting moment, they're joyful. However, due to the incessant chatter, Shou Qifeng has been assigned the task of washing dishes, which has diminished his happiness considerably. Chapter 23. Airdrop. After their meal, Yang Qing and the others rested in a room with a basement, while the rest of the group dispersed throughout the house to sleep. They descended into the basement not for any particular reason, but because Yang Qing wished to inquire about certain matters from Zhou Qifeng. Finding a spot to sit, Yang Qing began, "Xiao Shou, how did you come to discover that peculiar phenomenon?" Zhou Qifeng recounted in detail. "One day while training at the base, I was utterly exhausted and decided to massage my muscles and rest. Before long, an overwhelming drowsiness overtook me, and I fell asleep without realizing it. That was the first time I noticed that I could function throughout the entire day with merely a few hours of sleep, and upon awakening, all my fatigue vanished completely." Yang Qing nodded thoughtfully. Since the onset of the disaster, their training at the base had been consistent, and their bodies had long since acclimated to the intensity of the workouts. Thus, they had not experienced such a phenomenon until that fierce battle when everyone nearly succumbed to exhaustion. Remarkably, after that day, they awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. No one could provide a rational explanation, yet the existence of zombies, such an anomaly, rendered everything else less surprising. At least for humanity, this was a fortunate occurrence. Yang Qing regarded Zhou Qifeng with a teasing smile. "Fortunately, your constitution was relatively weak, making you prone to fatigue. Otherwise, we might never have discovered this extraordinary phenomenon." Zhou Qifeng felt slightly offended. "Captain Yang, are you implying that I'm weak?" Guohaoyang chimed in gloomily. "You needn't ponder too deeply. He is indeed mocking you." Zhou Qifeng? Laughter erupted among the group, and Yang Qing cheerfully interjected, "Let us not dwell on such matters. It's time to rest. We still have 5 days until the mission concludes." Zhou Qifeng glanced at Yang Qing and asked, "Captain Yang, I have a question. Why did you insist on relocating them from that 3-story building to here?" Yang Qing smiled and explained, "Because this location is more concealed and, comparatively, safer. I intend to utilize that building as our safe house, making it easier to transport supplies once the mission is complete." Once the duty roster was established for each group, they settled down for the night. Zhou Qifeng opted out of training that day due to the cramped space and the presence of so many others. He felt somewhat self-conscious under their watchful eyes. The following morning, Yang Qing and his team set off early. The weather was less than favorable, with a gentle drizzle falling. They arrived at a bustling highway, a place frequented by numerous vehicles, not for any other reason but to retrieve some equipment. Since the onset of the catastrophe, the entire nation has plunged into a state of emergency. Helicopters have been deployed around the clock, dispersing countless airdrop boxes across various locales. These boxes are not solely intended for individuals like Yang Qing, who are engaged in rescue missions, but also for those who have yet to receive assistance. Filled with a comprehensive array of supplies, Yang Qing and his team are divided into 3 groups, each taking cover beside different vehicles, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The streets are densely packed with zombies and abandoned cars, creating a blockade. The vehicles are congested, some entirely wrecked, while the zombies roam aimlessly, moving in a grotesque manner and emitting a chilling hoo-hoo-hoo sound, which resonates ominously in the air. Yang Qing assessed the situation around him. Although the cluster of vehicles provided a natural barrier, relying solely on them to contain the zombies was evidently impractical. At that moment, he spotted a bus. Yang Qing gestured with his hand and pointed towards the bus. The soldiers who had been monitoring their position quickly grasped his intent. Guohaoyang, from the 3rd group, instructed the other 3 soldiers, "You 3 remain here on standby and act according to Captain Yang's commands. I will divert their attention." The trio nodded in agreement, as their fellow survivors could only stand by silently. Cautiously, Yang Qing and 2 soldiers advanced towards the direction of the airdrop. Meanwhile, the 2nd group, led by Chu Rie, remained focused on the situation behind them, ready to retreat at the slightest hint of danger. After a brief yet deliberate progression, Yang Qing halted, glancing at Guohaoyang, who had also stealthily approached from the opposite side, and nodded in acknowledgement. With a resounding thud, Guohaoyang leapt onto the roof of the bus, successfully drawing the attention of all nearby zombies. Countless undead, with bloodied mouths agape, surged towards Guohaoyang. Lacking intellect, they mindlessly executed the simplest of actions, charging recklessly towards the bus's location. However, they encountered numerous vehicles along the way, resulting in an ever-growing horde that forced a path through the congested streets. Undeterred by their lack of pain, a throng of heads swirled in a chaotic dance. Some zombies were trampled underfoot, yet they remained fixated on Guohaoyang, their terrifying roars echoing through the air. Within minutes, an overwhelming number of zombies amassed beneath the bus. Unlike Guohaoyang, they did not climb atop. But as their numbers swelled, the rear zombies incessantly shoved the ones at the front, many of whom were crushed beneath, making it only a matter of time before they too would reach the roof. Guohaoyang stared at the grotesque faces below, a wave of unease washing over him as the distance between them diminished. Gripping his military knife tightly, he braced himself for battle. As Yang Qing and his companions observed that the zombies were sufficiently distracted, they hastened their pace towards the airdrop crate. Meanwhile, Guohaoyang, noticing their movement, relentlessly struck the roof of the bus with the butt of his rifle. The resounding thuds echoed continuously, even if Yang Qing and his group inadvertently caused some commotion. It was drowned out by this noise. Seizing the opportunity, they approached the airdrop crate and swiftly opened it, prioritizing the storage of firearms and ammunition into their backpacks. The crate also contained a considerable supply of explosives, which were valuable assets. However, what filled Yang Qing with the most elation was the presence of a sniper rifle within. A sniper rifle symbolizes unparalleled power and enigma, demanding not only exceptional psychological resilience and marksmanship, but also adeptness in utilizing the terrain and maintaining absolute composure. These are essential attributes for becoming a proficient sniper. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The crate also held some food, but their backpacks were already filled to capacity, rendering the sustenance dispensable. For them, possessing firearms rendered food a trivial concern. Guohaoyang was already beset by zombies clambering onto the bus roof, and it would not hold for much longer. Yang Qing and his companions leapt onto the roof of a nearby car, sprinting rapidly toward Guohaoyang. As for the weight they bore, it merely served as an added challenge. As they drew nearer, a portion of the zombies were likewise attracted by their presence. Yang Qing brandished his handgun and fired into the horde, the deafening shot instantly capturing the attention of numerous zombies, some of which began charging towards them. At that moment, Guohaoyang, on the roof, dashed forward and leaped with great force. With a resounding crash, he landed on the roof of a car, the impact denting it significantly. He then took off running, with Yang Qing and his group following suit at breakneck speed. The chaotic pileup of vehicles caused by the disaster provided them with an advantageous escape route. Suddenly, an explosion erupted as the mass of zombies had yet to fully disperse. By this time, Yang Qing and his companions had reached the location of Zhou Qifeng and the others. He shouted urgently, "Run, quickly!" Zhou Qifeng immediately grasped the situation. They were not only to seize the airdrop but also to obliterate the zombies in the vicinity. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions reverberated continuously, transforming the vehicles on that stretch of road into fiery orbs. The immense energy of the blasts incinerated all nearby zombies into ashes. The group had already escaped the densest area of the vehicles, gazing from a distance at the sky, now ablaze with flames, while thick smoke billowed skyward. The ground trembled violently, a testament to the ferocity of the explosions. If one listened closely, the chilling wails of thousands of zombies could still be heard. Yang Qing, with his backpack in tow, addressed the group. "Let us depart. We must find a place to regroup and inspect our gear. Once the flames subside, we shall advance towards the nearby department store." Chapter 24. The department store. Yang Qing and his companions stumbled upon a modest room, where they eliminated the zombies within before commencing to carefully inspect the supplies dropped from the air. Initially, they discovered 5 handguns, accompanied by nearly 100 magazines, all meticulously arranged within a small box. Following this, they came across 3 automatic silenced rifles, which were equipped with an impressive 200 magazines, securely packed into 2 boxes. The sniper rifles were disassembled for storage, given that these large-caliber weapons were longer than the automatic rifles. Each sniper rifle was complemented by a high-quality scope and 10 magazines. Additionally, there were 3 small boxes containing approximately 60 grenades, a resource of considerable utility. Beyond these firearms, the airdrop also contained several high-quality weapons, a military knife, 2 Gurkha kukris, and a blade reminiscent of a tang dao. Each of these weapons, if sold in the market, would command a price in the thousands, signifying their superior quality. Yang Qing temporarily allocated the 5 handguns to a few of the more competent survivors, while the cold weapons were prioritized for Zhou Qifeng's selection. As a member of the combat unit, Zhou Qifeng had proven his mettle in dispatching zombies during their encounters. Zhou Qifeng chose the tang dao, feeling an inexplicable fondness for it upon first sight. The elongated blade, its lustrous metallic sheen, and the palpable sense of power and sharpness it exuded made him believe that wielding this weapon would facilitate the slaying of zombies with greater ease. Furthermore, Yang Qing equipped Zhou Qifeng with an automatic rifle, which left him pleasantly astonished. The remaining weapons were distributed among the group following their deliberations, ensuring that over half of the survivors were now armed. The intention was not to engage in combat, but to prepare them for extraordinary situations that the soldiers might be unable to address in time. After the distribution, Yang Qing retrieved his binoculars to survey the situation on the nearby road. The fire had raged for over half an hour, with a few smoldering embers still flickering. After a careful observation, he concluded that the zombies had likely been incinerated effectively. He then addressed the group. Comrades, prepare to set out. According to the map, they were approximately 3 kilometers from the department store ahead. However, this distance posed a challenge, as the area was densely populated, suggesting a significant presence of zombies. 2 hours later, Yang Qing and his companions arrived within 100 meters of the department store, where they were astonished to find that the surrounding vehicles were arranged in an orderly fashion, encircling the store. This formation served to effectively obstruct the entry of zombies, which, being devoid of intelligence, relied solely on instinct. At the entrance of the department store, 2 sentinels stood guard, remarkably armed with firearms, clad in bulletproof vests, and wearing tactical gloves. One can imagine that the scale of this survivor organization is indeed considerable. Yang Qing recognized the model of the handguns carried by the 2 sentinels, which were undoubtedly the weapons from the airdrop crates. It seems they have managed to secure a substantial amount of supplies. Otherwise, they would not be so casual in distributing firearms. Yang Qing spoke softly to the group. Once we enter, we must remain vigilant. Those capable of establishing such a stronghold are certainly not ordinary individuals. We cannot yet ascertain whether they are foes or allies. Zhou Qifeng inquired quietly. Given the immense crisis humanity faces, shouldn't we unite? What benefit do they derive from infighting? Yang Qing glanced at Zhou Qifeng, thinking to himself that the lad was still too naive. Indeed, but it is precisely in times like these that one must not let their guard down. Humans can be far more terrifying than zombies. Let us proceed. I shall approach first to inquire. You all remain on alert behind me. If there is any action that threatens my life, do not hesitate to fire. With that, Yang Qing gradually straightened up, slinging his automatic rifle in front of him, raising his hands to signal that he bore no weapons, and stepped forward. The others stood by, their firearms concealed within the chaotic vehicle seams, always aimed at the 2 sentinels at the entrance. Upon seeing Yang Qing, the sentinels instantly raised their handguns, pointing them at the advancing figure. As Yang Qing stepped closer, the 2 asked, "Are you military? What brings you here?" Yang Qing chuckled, "No need to be tense. I am here on a search and rescue mission." The sentinels scrutinized Yang Qing, taking note of his impressive arsenal, a Type 95 automatic rifle and its full set of accessories, a military pack, a combat knife, a handgun, grenades, combat boots, tactical gloves, and a helmet, each item eliciting envy. One of them questioned, "Just you alone?" Yang Qing nodded. "My teammates are on another mission." Noticing the bloodstains on Yang Qing, the other retorted coldly, "You ventured here alone and encountered so many zombies. How do I know you haven't been infected?" Yang Qing maintained his cheerful demeanor, replying, "If I were infected, would I still be able to converse so easily with you?" The sentinel grinned ominously. "How do I know your intentions? If you wish to enter, you must relinquish all your equipment to us. Otherwise, please remain where you are." Upon hearing this, Yang Qing thought to himself that matters could not be so straightforward. A mere ordinary person would have already been allowed entry upon encountering a rescue team like his. Yet the attitude of these 2 was distinctly different. Yang Qing remarked, "Oh, so you do not require our assistance?" The sentinel responded, "That is not quite the case. I merely fear you might be infected." Yang Qing clapped his hands, and soon after, Chu Rui and the others emerged, brandishing their automatic rifles as they approached. The sight of such a contingent left the 2 sentinels momentarily astonished. This is no mere trivial matter. The fierce demeanor of the soldiers at the forefront indicates that this is not an encounter to be taken lightly. Yang Qing smiled and inquired, "Is there still a need for inspection?" Surely, the presence of so many individuals speaks for itself. The 2 men fell silent for a moment before one of them responded, "Please hold on for a moment. We will seek further instructions." Yang Qing nodded in understanding. One person remained to stand guard while the other entered the building, presumably to consult with the overseer. Chu Rui beckoned Yang Qing aside and whispered, "Team Leader Yang, what should we do once we enter? They do not appear to be benevolent. It is likely that there are considerable armed forces within." Yang Qing nodded and replied, "Let us adapt to the situation. According to intelligence, this survivor base should house many survivors. We should strive to avoid conflict and remain vigilant. If it comes to a confrontation, we must not show mercy." Chu Rui nodded in agreement and refrained from further comments. Thus, the group awaited patiently. A few minutes later, the soldier returned and addressed the group. "Our leader has granted you permission to enter. Please proceed directly to the 7th floor, where our comrades will be waiting for you. However, exercise caution once inside. Refrain from any inappropriate actions. Without uttering another word, Yang Qing strode confidently through the entrance of the department store, followed closely by the others. Chapter 25 Zhongminghui. The interior of the building was spacious, with numerous shops on the first floor, predominantly selling clothing and mobile phones. This level was bustling with a multitude of individuals, men, women, the elderly, and children, easily numbering in the hundreds. However, the majority were frail and vulnerable. Yang Qing observed the poor complexion of these people. They appeared gaunt, and their eyes lacked luster. Yet, upon noticing Yang Qing and his companions, a glimmer of longing and desperation flickered in their gazes, though none dared to utter a word. Yang Qing took in the scene without comment. The building comprised 7 floors. The first 5 were dedicated to retail and dining, while the top 2 served as a hotel. The structure itself was rather peculiar. Each level housed survivors, some with firearms standing guard, creating a formidable security presence. The first floor primarily featured clothing and mobile phone stores. The second was dedicated to maternity and baby supplies. The third boasted luxury goods. The fourth consisted of daily necessities and various supermarkets and beverage shops, and the fifth was home to restaurants. Additionally, there was an underground parking lot and supermarket, brimming with an abundance of resources. However, the overwhelming presence of zombies was frightening, leaving one to wonder how these people managed to claim this territory. Although the building was not pristine, it was certainly not in a state of utter ruin, and there were individuals engaged in cleaning. Nonetheless, aside from those wielding firearms, a stifling atmosphere pervaded the space, suggesting that the rulers here were quite tyrannical. Occasionally, one could hear the furious shouts of men, the lamentations of the elderly, the ingratiating tones of women, the cries of children, and their agonizing screams. Yang Qing felt a surge of anger, yet he remained powerless, at least for the moment. A group ascended the stairs, and with each level they climbed, Yang Qing's ire intensified. Upon reaching the 7th floor, they encountered a brash individual with tattoos covering his exposed skin. Yang Qing calmly inquired, "Where is your leader? What kind of attitude is that?" The youth retorted, brandishing a gun at Yang Qing's head. It was unclear whether the man was foolish or if his leader was simply too formidable, as he displayed no fear in the presence of 10 fully armed soldiers and dared to aim a handgun at Yang Qing. Click, click, click. All except Yang Qing raised their weapons, including Shou Qifeng. Yet Yang Qing remained composed, stating, "Everyone, lower your weapons. We are guests and should extend a modicum of civility." The young man chuckled derisively, responding, "Look, your leader is quite polite, unlike you dogs who only bark aimlessly." Yang Qing regarded the youth, his expression unwavering, and replied, "You, too, are a rather impolite dog." Momentarily taken aback, the youth abruptly burst into laughter, preparing to pull the trigger. However, in that instant, he felt himself lifted off the ground, followed by a surge of excruciating pain. Clutching his abdomen, he rolled in agony, and with eyes ablaze, he shouted, "Damn it! I will kill you." As he contemplated pulling the trigger, he realized that the gun in his hand had vanished, reduced to a scatter of parts upon the ground. Just as the young man stood bewildered, Yang Qing delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, simultaneously seizing the weapon from his grasp. While the man writhed on the floor, Yang Qing had already disassembled the gun with astonishing speed. Looking at the young man, Yang Qing proclaimed loudly, "Shall we proceed inside?" His hearty laughter echoed through the corridor. "Of course, I was merely jesting with you moments ago. My suite is just ahead, you will find it." His voice reverberated through every corner of the 7th floor. Chu Rue muttered a curse. "Damn it, this bastard is still posturing." Yang Qing strode forward confidently, and at that moment, the young man rose, his eyes fierce. Before he could utter a word, Yang Qing lunged, unsheathing his military knife in an instant, pressing it against the young man's throat, drawing forth a thin line of blood. Regardless of how arrogant the man had been moments prior, he now felt a chill of dread coursing through him. Yang Qing's eyes, once calm, now radiated a chilling indifference and murderous intent that made the young man tremble. The others followed closely, with Chu Rue even spitting at the man. After a short distance, Yang Qing spotted 2 guards at the entrance of a suite, which he presumed to be their leader's quarters. Without exchanging a word, they entered the room. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by the pungent odor of smoke. This was not the scent of tobacco, but rather that of narcotics. Inside the living room, a man lounged on a leather sofa, lost in the indulgence of a cigar that was likely laced with drugs. Surrounding him were several attractive young women attending to his needs, while others danced provocatively in front of him. Their attire was revealing. a testament to their understanding that beauty was their currency for survival. As Yang Qing and his companions entered, what had been an expansive living room suddenly felt cramped. The man flicked the ash from his cigar and greeted them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. I apologize for the disorder of my room, but I have prepared a clean space and delightful food to properly welcome you. Might I have the honor of your company?" Though his words were courteous, an air of arrogance permeated them. Yang Qing suppressed his simmering fury and replied, "Let's forego the pleasantries. We're not here to engage in subterfuge. Speak plainly. What is your purpose?" The man erupted into laughter. Dealing with intelligent individuals is indeed refreshing. Before he could finish, a beautiful woman beside him peeled a banana and coyly offered, "Master, the fruit is ready for you. Please enjoy." The man suddenly erupted in a fit of rage, delivering a resounding slap to the woman, causing her to collapse to the ground. He then rose and relentlessly kicked her body, exclaiming, "Damn you, you wretched creature. Did you not see I was conversing with my friends? How dare you interject?" With every violent kick, the woman coughed up blood, pleading for mercy. Yet, the man showed no signs of cessation. After several blows, he forcefully pressed the cigar he had smoked earlier against her face. The woman let out a heart-wrenching wail, gripping the man's foot tightly as she begged, "Master, I am so sorry. It is my fault. Please forgive me. From now on, I shall serve you with even greater devotion." Before she could finish her plea, the man kicked her in the face once more, rendering her unconscious and causing several of her teeth to fall out, stripping her of her former beauty. The man brushed off his clothing and commanded, "Someone, take this wretched woman away. She belongs to you from this point onward." 2 men at the door stepped inside, traversed past Yang Qing and the others, and dragged the woman out as if she were a lifeless dog. Shou Qifeng clenched his fists, trembling all over. He yearned to intervene but restrained himself, knowing that any conflict at this moment could lead to dire consequences. Yang Qing furrowed his brow tightly, yet chose silence. This man's temper was unpredictable and could not be gauged by reason. The man settled back onto the sofa, lit another cigar, and with a smirk said, "My apologies, everyone. That wretched creature almost spoiled the mood. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Zhang, the arrogant Zhang. I am Zhang Mingwei." As he spoke, he laughed again, his expression brimming with arrogance and disdain. His prior actions were merely a demonstration that, despite their military presence and weaponry, here he was the ruler, the one who dictated everything. Even if they were to intervene, it would make no difference. Zhang Minghui's laughter sent a chilling sense of dread and fury coursing through Shou Qifeng. Chapter 26. The drug lord Yang Qing furrowed his brow, harboring a profound dislike for Zhang Minghui, whose demeanor struck him as that of a venomous serpent, cold and sinister. Observing Yang Qing's troubled expression, Zhang Minghui appeared rather pleased, for typically, they would avoid Yang Qing like a plague, treating him with a deference akin to that of a grandchild. Yet now, the tables had turned. Even the soldiers before him were compelled to heed his gaze, a sensation that was undeniably exhilarating. With a smile, Zhang Minghui beckoned, "Please, allow me to escort you all to the dining hall for a sumptuous meal to welcome you. I implore you not to refuse my humble invitation." Yang Qing remained silent for a moment before acquiescing. Zhang Minghui was a perilous man, his temperament as unpredictable as the wind, leaving one unable to fathom his intentions. As the group settled down in silence, including Zhang Minghui, they waited for approximately a minute before an array of exquisite dishes was presented, the tantalizing aromas assailing their senses. Soon, a long table was laden with an abundance of food and several bottles of wine. Zhang Minghui poured himself a glass of red wine and downed it in one gulp, exclaiming, "I still cannot get accustomed to red wine. It seems I am destined to be a man of rather base tastes." He then sampled a couple of dishes before urging, "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Enjoy the feast. These delicacies were prepared especially for you by the chef. It would be a waste not to partake." Yang Qing did not touch his chopsticks, fixating his gaze on Zhang Minghui. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Minghui set down his chopsticks, regarding Yang Qing with an amused smile. "I am the one who should be asking you. You have intruded upon my territory. What are your intentions? You should be well aware of ours, and I presume you comprehend my thoughts as well." With a sigh, Yang Qing replied, "Indeed, I understand. Let us speak candidly. Draw a line, and I shall accept it." Zhang Minghui erupted into hearty laughter, a forthright man. "I raise my glass to you." He drained his wine glass once more and, intertwining his fingers, declared to Yang Qing, "I wish for you to join us." "You are dreaming," Yang Qing retorted calmly, his gaze unwavering. "Why not?" Zhang Minghui replied cheerfully. "Look at my life now. It is so carefree. I have weapons when I desire them, women when I wish for companionship, power when I seek influence, and drugs at my disposal. I enjoy all that life has to offer. Surely, this lifestyle needs no further elaboration. Yang Qing, rarely conceding, nodded slightly. I understand. But this way of life is not what we seek. Be mindful of your words. It is you, not them. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yang Qing's cold interjection. I speak on their behalf. The life you desire is utterly repugnant to us. Zhang Minghui clapped his hands in amusement. Yet his expression morphed into one of increasing severity, radiating an oppressive aura. Zhou Qifeng endeavored to suppress the turmoil within, resisting the urge to evade Zhang Minghui's piercing gaze, fixating intently on him instead. Zhang Minghui also noticed Zhou Qifeng's gaze. He turned his head towards Zhou and suddenly burst into an audacious laugh, as if to say, "Little brat, you are still too inexperienced." Zhang Minghui's smile was sinister, his tone laced with menace. Yang Qing maintained her cold demeanor and remarked, I can sense that their lives are far from pleasant. With a chuckle, Zhang Minghui responded, You claim they are unhappy? Why not inquire yourself and see if anyone would be willing to follow you? There was no need for contemplation. Anyone who uttered such words was destined for demise, with no other outcome conceivable. Yang shook her head and replied, I only trust what I see. In your eyes, they are merely tools. As long as there is profit, they become commodities for trade. Zhang Minghui slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Excellent. You have articulated my thoughts perfectly, my friend. They are merely instruments, pawns aiding me in acquiring food and weapons. In this world, what holds the most value? Guns, food, and people. If you truly manage to take them away, who would lure the zombies? My brothers? Each one of their deaths would weaken my power. Why would I engage in such folly? Yang Qing remained silent. Zhang Minghui continued, however, if you insist on taking them. I have my eyes set on a food processing factory, a significant enterprise teeming with countless zombies and situated far from here. Should you seize that place for me, feel free to take those people. It would have no bearing on me. What do you say? Yang Qing frowned. You are making an exorbitant demand. Zhang Minghui laughed arrogantly and said, Indeed, I am making an exorbitant demand. Your savior facade truly repulses me. If you possess the ability to resolve what I cannot, then I would concede. If not, then all discussions are moot. After a moment of silence, Yang Qing replied, Since you were able to occupy this department store, you should have the means to take that food processing factory as well. Zhang Minghui responded bluntly, Indeed, I possess the strength. But why would I utilize labor that is readily available? That would be foolish. Suppressing her anger, Yang said, We will consider it. Suddenly, Yang added, Aren't you afraid we might kill you here? The atmosphere around them instantly turned frigid as Zhang Minghui's companions raised their weapons, aiming at Yang Qing. While she signaled for everyone to remain still, her gaze fixed on Zhang Minghui. Zhang Minghui took a bite of his food and said, You wouldn't dare. I have already issued orders. Should I be killed, my brothers will immediately open fire on all survivors. Subsequently, you will face both the zombies and our relentless pursuit. Yang Qing fell silent. Zhang Minghui had effectively seized upon her Achilles and Apos, heel, those very survivors. Zhang Minghui laughed, a laugh so frenzied that it was almost maniacal. This was as it should be. They must submissively yield to my will. They knew full well that they were being used as pawns, yet felt utterly powerless to resist. This sensation infused Zhang Minghui with an almost pathological pleasure. Yang Qing rose and declared, You may dine alone. I shall not accompany you. With that, a group of individuals stood up in unison and made their way outside. Zhang Minghui, however, paid them no heed, continuing to indulge in his meal and drink. Humming a cheerful tune, his spirits soared to unparalleled heights. This sensation was more intoxicating than any drug. Once the crowd had departed, Zhang Minghui turned to a nearby associate and informed the brothers to remain vigilant. Additionally, from time to time, provoke them and assert some authority to unsettle them. They must understand that here, I am the ultimate authority. Yes, boss. Very well, you may leave. Chapter 27. Eruption of conflict as Yang Qing and the others emerged from the dining area. A waiting individual outside stated, Follow me. We have arranged accommodations for you. We hope you will refrain from any unruly behavior. His tone was rather brusque, prompting only a nod from Yang Qing. What truly troubled him was not these minor figures, but rather Zhang Minghui, a far more formidable adversary. The group descended the stairs, arriving at a warehouse-like space on the first floor. It appeared to have been deliberately emptied, leaving a considerable area devoid of any items. The individual remarked, Well, This is where you will rest. Chu Rue, somewhat irked, retorted, do not get too arrogant. If it weren't for these survivors, we would have long since annihilated you. The man chuckled, a laugh that was both mocking and unrestrained. I look forward to it. Should you possess the capability. With that, he exited. Yang Qing placed a reassuring hand on Chu Rue's shoulder, saying, patience is essential. This account will eventually be settled. Shou Qifeng then inquired, Captain Yang, shall we seize the opportunity to eliminate their leader? Yang Qing shook his head, responding, no, our purpose is to rescue these survivors. Such an act would likely incite their wrath, leading to mutual destruction where no one emerges unscathed. Shou Qifeng opened his mouth, fell silent for a moment, and then asked, Captain Yang, I have a question. Curious, Yang Qing prompted, what is it? Shou Qifeng replied, I mean no offense. I simply wish to understand why you are so deeply committed to saving lives. Yang Qing laughed, joined by Chu Rue and Guahaoyang. You are still young and have not served in the military. Let me explain. Our training instills in us a loyalty to the party, to the organization, to the people, and to the nation. Every meal we consume, every resource we utilize, is funded by the taxes of the people. Their interests supersede all else. And we adhere to the party's directives. That is our shared belief. Perhaps at times you might think our efforts to save so many are somewhat unwarranted. I once shared your sentiment, believing personal well-being was sufficient. However, after enlisting, I realized the world has never known true peace. It is only through the strength of our nation and the sacrifices of our predecessors that we can thrive in a stable environment. Therefore, I deem it an honor to defend our homeland, a duty we soldiers must uphold. With a deep breath, Yang Qing continued. Whenever you see our national flag or hear our national anthem, the surge of emotion and respect within you cannot be easily quelled. In our eyes, the honor and stability of our motherland surpass all else. Shou Qifeng felt a lump in his throat, an array of thoughts clamoring to be voiced. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, there has never been a time of tranquility without the burdens borne by others. Shou Qifeng observed the peculiar glimmers in the eyes of Yang Qing and the other soldiers, determination, confidence, and pride. With a grin, Shou Qifeng remarked, Team Leader Yang, your words make me want to enlist. Yang Qing chuckled heartily before responding, let's discuss such matters later. Our immediate priority is to resolve the situation with Zhang Minghui. What are your thoughts? Guahaoyang interjected, Team Leader Yang, in my opinion, we cannot heed his words. My instincts tell me he poses a significant danger. And the likelihood of him breaking his promises is alarmingly high. He's merely threatening us, using us as pawns. Chu Rue nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, Captain. Their brazen demeanor suggests they possess considerable hidden armed forces. The others nodded in consensus. It was evident that Zhang Minghui would not honor his word. However, should a confrontation arise, they were in the open while Zhang Minghui's group lurked in the shadows, posing a grave risk of annihilation. Yang Qing furrowed his brow. Recognizing that the most pressing issue was the nearly 700 hostages in Zhang Minghui's grasp. This was the most challenging predicament. Otherwise, with their military training and equipment, they could systematically wear down Zhang Minghui's forces. As the group deliberated, the piercing cries of children and the desperate pleas of adults echoed from outside. Yang Qing's brow knitted tighter. What on earth did Zhang Minghui's faction intend to do? Stepping out of the warehouse, he noticed a crowd had gathered in the central hall, where anguished pleas reverberated through the throng. Please, please, do not harm my child. Please. Mommy, mommy, ah. A middle-aged man emerged, his voice faltering. For the sake of this childless youth, please let her go. Damn it, dare you speak again? Beat him. One of the men charged forward, delivering a brutal kick to the man's abdomen, followed by a relentless assault. Yang Qing's suppressed fury erupted like a volcano, and he bellowed as he surged forward, his robust frame parting the crowd as he plunged into the chaos. There were over 10 ruffians present, but only 3 were actively assaulting. The others merely reveled in the spectacle. Once within the throng, Yang Qing's fist struck the nearest ruffian with tremendous force, resulting in a resounding crack as the man's nose shattered, sending blood spraying before he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Witnessing this, the others rushed in to engage in the fray alongside Yang Qing. Chu Rue and Shou Qifeng swiftly joined the fracas, and upon noticing the commotion, Zhang Minghui's other subordinates rushed to the scene, plunging the situation into utter chaos. Shou Qifeng reacted quickly, pulling the women and the battered child to safety. The man, still capable of movement, followed closely behind. Upon seeing the child's bruised face and tear-streaked cheeks, Shou Qifeng felt as though his heart might burst from anguish. With a suppressed breath, he roared like a ferocious beast, his eyes bloodshot as he surged into the crowd, engaging in a fierce struggle with others. The fury within him transformed into raw power. Zhou Qifeng was oblivious to the number of punches he endured, the kicks he suffered, or the times he lost his balance. In that moment, Zhou Qifeng forgot the pain, his mind consumed by an almost frenzied thought: to annihilate this group of people, indeed, to kill. This was the first time Zhou Qifeng harbored murderous intentions towards humanity, and it was also the first time he realized that humans were, in fact, the greatest adversaries. Chapter 28. The tears of Zhou Qifeng. A tumultuous brawl erupted amongst a group of individuals on the top floor. In the room of Zhang Mingwei, he sat in indulgent pleasure, savoring his narcotic cigar. One of his subordinates approached him and remarked, "Boss, as you predicted, they have begun to fight." Exhaling a plume of smoke, Zhang Minghui chuckled. "I anticipated their descent into such repugnant behavior." The subordinate inquired, "What shall we do, boss? Should we inform our brothers to discreetly eliminate these soldiers and seize their weapons?" Taking another draw from his cigar and a bite of freshly peeled fruit offered by a maid, Zhang Minghui replied, "No need. They're of use to me. I intend to have them assist in taking that food processing plant." The subordinate hesitated, "But how can you be so certain they will heed your command?" Zhang Minghui's smile widened, tinged with arrogance. "You lack experience, my young friend. I am a notorious drug lord, with many a police officer and soldier fallen by my hand. Based on my understanding of them, they will comply. Their words carry little weight unless they truly forsake their absurd beliefs." "Understood, boss. What is our next move?" Extinguishing his cigar, Zhang Minghui rose and declared, "I will personally descend. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, and perhaps as soon as tomorrow or even today. They will obediently assault the food processing plant." The subordinate quickly flattered, "Boss, you are formidable." Ha ha ha. Downstairs, the ruckus had considerably diminished. Surrounding Yang Qing and Zhou Qifeng, a number of individuals lay sprawled on the floor. Some had succumbed to unconsciousness, while others groaned in pain. At that moment, Zhang Minghui descended to the lower level, clapping his hands, and remarked, "Impressive skills, truly commendable for those emerging from the ranks of the military." Furrowing her brow, Yang Qing retorted, "Zhang Minghui, you are playing with fire." With a jovial demeanor, Zhang Minghui replied, "I thrive on exhilarating games." Yang Qing, her expression darkening, stated, "Grant us 3 days, and we will bring down the food processing plant. Now that is the spirit. If only you had approached this sooner. We wouldn't have reached such a stalemate. Look at that young lady's face. It's grotesquely swollen. How pitiful. Had you conceded earlier, this could have been avoided." Zhou Qifeng's eyes burned red, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite his considerable strength, his lack of systematic training rendered him unable to match the control, reflexes, or observational prowess of Yang Qing and her companions. Chu Rue stepped forward, his expression contorted into a fierce grimace, starkly contrasting his usual gentle demeanor. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Qing restrained him, her voice cold, "Zhang Minghui, one day, I will take your life." Zhang Minghui, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter. "Please, get a grip on reality. You think you can just declare my death? Is this some kind of action comic? Don't be ridiculous. Even if you possess the power to kill me, what of it? The more you speak in such a manner, the more it reveals your impotence and fury. This will not incite my anger, but rather elevate my spirits. Perhaps one day, in a fit of exuberance, I might even take the life of a person or two for amusement. What say you?" Zhang Minghui laughed with wild abandon, his demeanor replete with provocation. Yet, the crowd found themselves utterly powerless against this repugnant leech. As long as one did not adhere to his whims, he would cling tenaciously. And even if one were to tear him away, it would cost them dearly. Yang Qing inhaled deeply, acknowledging that indeed, he had allowed anger to cloud his judgment moments ago. "I hope you will fulfill your promise. Within 3 days, we shall seize the processing plant. And I expect to see every one of these individuals alive and well. Naturally, my friend, I trust you will accomplish the task I have entrusted to you. Do not let me down, for you are well aware of the consequences." As Zhang Minghui ascended the stairs, he continued, "Take this radio with you. Use it to contact me when the time comes. Farewell, my friend, and may fortune favor you." Zhang Minghui departed with a hearty laugh, while one of his subordinates handed Yang Qing a radio, which he accepted without further ado. Yang Qing surveyed his fellow comrades, noting that only Zhou Qifeng bore the brunt of the injuries, with his face marred by bruises and significant swelling around his eyes. His upper garments were tattered, revealing a bloodstain across his chest, while the others appeared relatively unscathed. "All right," Zhou Qifeng nodded. limping into the room. He retrieved his backpack and approached the mother and daughter, squatting down to open it. "Sister, use this to spray on your child. I have some food here as well. You and that gentleman can share it shortly." The woman, cradling her child, cried softly as she expressed her gratitude to Zhou Qifeng. Though her voice was stifled, he could see the depths of her sorrow, fear, and plea in her eyes. "You must thank your brother. He is the one who saved you," the woman gently urged her daughter. The little girl, pulling her tear-streaked face from her mother's embrace, bore not only the marks of her tears but also numerous bruises, with blood trickling from her lips and nose, and her bare arms adorned with contusions. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, brother," the little girl stammered, and seeing her fragile state tugged at Zhou Qifeng's heartstrings. "Sister, take good care of your child. Leave the rest to us." Once back at their resting place, Zhou Qifeng could no longer restrain his tears. Retreating to a corner where he wept silently, hot tears streaming down his face. A profound sense of frustration enveloped Zhou Qifeng. He longed to scream against the injustice and madness of this world. He wished to confront the survivors who had hidden away during the chaos. He yearned to unleash the fiery wrath that simmered within him. Yet, he stifled his impulses, striving to maintain control. Futile actions only serve to drive one to the brink of insanity. Weeping may not be the most effective means for Zhou Qifeng to alleviate his anguish. Yet he perceives it as his sole recourse. The injury inflicted upon the young girl has pierced the tender core of Zhou Qifeng's heart. He once believed himself to be sufficiently resilient, capable of standing on his own, yet the harsh reality starkly reveals his inadequacy. Yang Qing approached Zhou Qifeng and sat beside him, softly encouraging, "If you wish to cry, then let it flow. No one will mock you." Zhou Qifeng remained silent, the sorrow within him intensifying. What was the source of this profound grief? It stemmed from myriad facets: the pity for the little girl, the frustration of his own impotence, the fury towards Zhang Minghui's madness, and the lament for the state of this era. A multitude of emotions led to Zhou Qifeng's unraveling. Yang Qing, too, felt a heaviness in his heart, filled with anger, powerlessness, and helplessness. Their every move was tightly constrained by Zhang Minghui, who, though lacking in sophisticated strategies, had fully grasped their vulnerabilities. A human devoid of morals, a being whose insatiable desires could never be quenched, is far more terrifying than any zombie. After weeping for a while, Zhou Qifeng managed to regain control over his emotions. The world around him began to feel somewhat alien. Perhaps it had always been thus, and he had simply never encountered it before. He sat in silence, uncommunicative. Chu Rui attempted to comfort him, but Zhou Qifeng merely expressed a desire for solitude. Chu Rui turned to Guo Haoyang and remarked, "Do you think something might happen to Xiao Shou like this?" Guo Haoyang felt equally lost. Zhou Qifeng's distress weighed heavily on everyone, and he anxiously scratched his head. "I don't know, but how can we, rough as we are, possibly comfort him?" Yang Qing shook his head and said, "Let us not underestimate Xiao Shou. I believe he is not a fragile person. Some experiences are essential for his growth. Otherwise, how can he mature?" Zhou Qifeng remained there alone, hour after hour. Gradually, a spark reignited in his eyes, though traces of dried tears still marred his face. They did not diminish his resolve. His gaze shone anew. Perhaps he was not yet fully mature, still incapable of standing alone. Yet he was undoubtedly progressing towards a better self. With a sudden movement, Zhou Qifeng dropped to the ground, his bright eyes fixated on the ceiling. This unexpected act startled those nearby, prompting Chu Rui to murmur, "Is he going to lose his mind from the blow?" Yang Qing observed Zhou Qifeng's radiant eyes from a distance and understood that he would only grow stronger in the future. Lying on the ground, Zhou Qifeng raised one arm and clenched his fist tightly. In his heart, he silently vowed, if possible, "I will eradicate all zombies and restore this world to a state of clear skies." Chapter 29. Strategy. As the last remnants of the waning sunlight cascaded upon the world, the sun gradually vanished from sight. This cycle has persisted for billions of years, ever since the dawn of its existence. When the luminous beacon of rebirth and hope flickered into oblivion, a shroud of darkness enveloped the land, inevitably invoking feelings of trepidation and desolation. Yet, all were aware that the sun would rise again as it always does. Zhou Qifeng retired early for the night. At approximately 6:30 the following morning, Yang Qing roused everyone from their slumber. Once the remnants of drowsiness had dissipated, he announced, "Today we shall venture to the food processing plant. All soldiers must accompany us. However, as this task falls outside our primary mission, all survivors may choose to remain here. Of course, those who wish to join us will not be turned away." The survivors exchanged glances, yet ultimately, none intended to embark on this perilous journey with Yang Qing and his group. Previously, they had no choice but to act out of necessity, but this occasion was markedly different. According to Zhang Mingwei, the food processing plant was teeming with zombies, an area so fraught with danger that even they were reluctant to enter. After all, one must survive to reap any rewards. Yang Qing surveyed the group, choosing not to voice any further thoughts. He turned to Zhou Qifeng and remarked, "You need not feel obligated to join us." Zhou Qifeng replied cheerfully, "Staying here would only deepen my discomfort." Yang Qing nodded in understanding, refraining from further discussion, and commanded all those undertaking the mission to check their equipment and prepare for departure at precisely 7 o'clock. Zhou Qifeng shouldered a military backpack, a practical vessel with a generous capacity of 75 liters, crafted from durable, waterproof camouflage canvas. Its colors mirrored the standard military pattern: black, deep green, light green, and brown. Weighing in at 1.2 kilograms, the backpack featured an integrated U-shaped aluminum alloy frame with a diameter of 1.5 to 2 centimeters. Forming a rectangular structure of 28 by 48 centimeters, the frame for colder climates stood an additional 20 centimeters higher. The corners of the frame were rounded to prevent puncturing the backpack. The back, straps, and waist support were all lined with sponge padding for comfort. At the base of the backpack, a zippered opening allowed for swift access to its contents, which included an assortment of hand grenades, rations, a bayonet, binoculars, night vision goggles, and an ample supply of ammunition. Given their lack of external support, it was imperative to carry as much ammunition as possible within their operational range. Otherwise, they might find themselves unable to escape in dire situations. An automatic rifle was always at the ready, slung over his shoulder, while a holographic sight adorned the weapon. Additionally, it was equipped with a white light scope and a low light scope. The early white light scopes utilized a Kepler optical system, primarily designed for long-range shooting with rifles. Modern iterations of white light scopes encompass various styles, including collimating, combination, holographic, and fiber optic types, broadly utilized with an array of light weaponry. However, white light scopes possess inherent limitations, as they are only effective during daylight. For nocturnal operations, a low light scope is essential. The infrared telescope is an enhancement over the white light telescope, equipped with night vision capabilities, allowing for precise aiming and observation in complete darkness. Both types of scopes possess a magnification of 3 times, making them suitable for accurately targeting relatively distant objectives. In contrast, the primary function of the holographic sight is swift aiming in close combat, ensuring accuracy and a higher hit rate, thus significantly increasing the likelihood of hitting a target even while in motion. As for the combat helmet, boots, and gloves, Zhou Qifeng has donned them all, recognizing that the ever-changing external environment leaves little time for equipping oneself. These items were retrieved from a previous airdrop crate, which Yang Qing had hastily handed over to Zhou Qifeng. Having learned various methods for utilizing military gear at the base, Zhou Qifeng adeptly handles these pieces of equipment. He opted not to carry his long tank saber, as its length, while impressive and formidable, proved cumbersome. Instead, he secured a pistol to his belt, with the magazine conveniently within reach. Due to the impracticality of the tank saber, Yang Qing provided Zhou Qifeng with a short blade, which could be sheathed on the thigh of his combat attire, enhancing his readiness for action. Yang Qing, observing Zhou Qifeng's appearance, suddenly burst into laughter. Zhou Qifeng reciprocated with a grin, and though no words were exchanged, their smiles conveyed unspoken understanding, a camaraderie that embodies a unique bond among men. At 7 in the morning, before the sun had entirely risen, a hint of coolness lingered in the air. A medley of scents wafted through, permeating the nostrils of all present, a blend of the unknown and the sin of death, a reality understood by everyone, yet retreat was not an option. Without unnecessary words, the group, under Yang Qing's guidance, departed the building, navigating through layers of vehicles outside, their position once again laid bare to the gaze of the zombies. The food processing plant lay over 130 kilometers away, situated in the suburbs, sprawling over an extensive area, not to mention the multitude of zombies within. The group entered a small house without drawing excessive attention. Yang Qing unfolded a map and addressed the others. As you can see, we are currently at this location, while the processing plant is to our east. We must traverse nearly 100 kilometers through the city and then proceed eastward for over 30 kilometers to reach our destination. I must also inform you that this processing plant is vast. It not only processes flour products but also starch-based foods. So one can only imagine the number of zombies inside. We need to secure a vehicle and devise a strategy to conquer that place. With that, Yang Qing retrieved a wireless intercom, signaling to a nearby soldier to place the device in another room. Who knows if the intercom is equipped with a covert listening device? It is prudent to exercise caution. After relocating the walkie-talkie to another room, Chu Rui inquired somewhat gloomily, "Boss, are we truly going to obediently follow their directives? Don't you find it rather stifling?" Yang Qing chuckled lightly, gesturing towards the map, and replied, "Certainly not. Just look at which district we are traversing." As Chu Rui followed Yang Qing's finger, a realization dawned upon him. He lifted his gaze and asked, "Captain Yang, are you suggesting that Team 10 should join us?" Yang Qing shook his head, "Absolutely not. This matter cannot involve anyone else. We will take on the food processing plant ourselves, but subsequent actions will necessitate their involvement." Chu Rui suddenly comprehended, exclaiming, "Captain Yang, are you aiming to eliminate Zhang Minghui?" Yang Qing nodded with a smile. Zhang Minghui was a formidable character. Yet he remained oblivious to our additional allies. He believed he had us firmly under his thumb, but the lack of intelligence provided us with the opportunity to eliminate them. Guo Yang, who was also stirred by excitement, was known for his fiery temper. He had been seething with anger the previous day, with no outlet for his frustration, and even found it difficult to relieve himself in the morning. Yang Qing's remarks only heightened his enthusiasm. However, Yang Qing shook his head, frowning as he cautioned, "This won't do. Zhang Minghui is exceedingly cunning and exceptionally cautious. If he is not convinced that we have seized the processing plant, he will undoubtedly formulate countermeasures. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain in the light. We could easily find ourselves in dire straits, which is not a scenario I wish to witness." Zhou Qifeng pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Captain Yang, did you bring a sniper rifle?" Yang Qing indicated Guo Yang, stating, "Old Guo is carrying one." Zhou Qifeng smiled and addressed the group. Chapter 30. Finalizing the strategy. "Captain Yang, are you not worried that the survivors accompanying us might defect to Zhang Minghui?" Yang Qing pondered for a moment and replied, "If this mission proves too perilous, taking them along may indeed become a liability." Yang Qing spoke candidly, for the truth was evident. Although our understanding of Zhang Minghui is somewhat limited, my intuition suggests he is a man of profound suspicion, one who prefers to keep matters firmly within his grasp. Thus, it is entirely plausible that Zhang Minghui could resort to threats and temptations against us. Zhou Qifeng nodded in agreement, finding Yang Qing's perspective to be quite astute. If Zhang Minghui had not made any moves against their people, that would truly astonish Zhou Qifeng. "Captain Yang, I have an idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility." "Do share," Yang Qing urged. "We must first entertain the possibility that some among our group might turn to Zhang Minghui, which would naturally inform him that we are not their sole faction. If this is the case, I believe he will undoubtedly prepare in advance, especially given that they currently occupy a position of advantage." Yang Qing nodded, acknowledging the difficulty of this scenario. The troublesome aspect is precisely that, even if we ambush and eliminate Zhang Minghui, his subordinates would not simply relent. Whether we harm the innocent or not, we will remain in a passive position, and they would merely exchange one leader for another. However, if we were to re-enter his line of sight, they would have to allocate personnel to guard against us, thus allowing our brothers outside to take decisive action. Chu Rui contemplated this and remarked, "Yet, even so, this would merely amount to a coordinated effort. Even if we manage to eliminate a portion of them, there will still be hidden enemies that we cannot detect." Zhou Qifeng nodded once more, stating, "Indeed, the challenge lies with this group of individuals. As long as we can devise a way to draw them out, we could create a significant opportunity." Suddenly, Yang Qing's expression shifted as a thought struck him, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. "Xiao Shou, do you realize you're playing with fire?" Zhou Qifeng chuckled in response, "Captain Yang, which do you think is simpler, dancing with wolves or scheming with tigers?" "But we are facing a pack of wolves," Yang Qing countered. "Let the wolves and tigers engage in battle, and we shall seize the chance to benefit from their strife." Upon hearing this, Chu Rui suddenly comprehended, "Zhou Qifeng, are you contemplating using the zombies?" The others gazed at Zhou Qifeng in disbelief. This young man truly dared to dream. To employ zombies as a means to weaken Zhang Minghui's strength could easily backfire. Zhou Qifeng nodded, asserting, "Zombies lack the allegiances we humans possess. In their eyes, there exists only slaughter and sustenance. If we can exploit this fact, we may catch Zhang Minghui off guard." Yang Qing fell silent for a brief moment before saying, "Elucidate your thoughts." "My idea is quite simple," Zhou Qifeng replied. "We must not only locate Team 10, but also find the nearest other team to us. We are responsible for creating confusion, One team will lay an ambush while another draws the zombie's attention. This task must not only be executed flawlessly but also with precision. If Zhang Minghui can be wary of our ambush, I refuse to believe he has sufficient armed forces to guard against the zombies. Moreover, unlike us, their base is fixed, that very department store. We, however, possess an escape route. After eliminating Zhang Minghui and his crew, we shall take over the building. Once our mission is accomplished, the organization will undoubtedly send reinforcements, a luxury they do not have. Guohaoyang was somewhat bewildered, unable to fathom that Zhou Qifeng, who usually appeared harmless, would engage in such grand schemes at a time like this. Yang Qing pondered Zhou Qifeng's earlier words repeatedly, though the strategy sounded somewhat reckless. It indeed constituted a viable approach. The adversary holds numerous hostages, and if they are not dealt with promptly, their actions will only escalate. Luring Zhang Minghui's men with a horde of zombies is, without a doubt, a clever idea, and amidst the chaos, it would facilitate the use of concealed firearms. Zhou Qifeng was not mistaken. Since they have only this one base, they cannot ignore the arrival of the zombies. For that building is the crucible of their ambition and capital. The challenge lies in executing this plan beautifully. Zhou Qifeng reiterated, "Do you all remember when we were at the hospital, and someone led a swarm of zombies our way?" That information was indeed true. Although we do not understand how they navigated through the horde, we can leverage this fact and proactively disclose this information to Zhang Minghui. This may alleviate some of their suspicions towards us. Come midnight, we will act, after neutralizing the guards at the entrance. We will draw the zombies in and catch them off guard. Once their ranks are thrown into disarray, we shall proceed. This is my thought process. Upon hearing Zhou Qifeng's plan, all fell into contemplation. While not perfect, given the urgency and gravity of the mission, it appeared to be the best course of action. Guohaoyang, wishing to disengage from the heavy thoughts, boldly proclaimed, "You all are so cunning with your schemes. Do as you please. I'll simply follow whatever course is decided when the time comes." Chu Rui chuckled and jested, "Would you perform for the zombies, perhaps by eating dung to entertain them?" "Fool." Guohaoyang shot him a glare, while Chu Rui grinned back, filled with provocation. Yang Qing inquired, "Does anyone have a better plan? Let us vote. Once we decide, we'll commence our actions, for time is not on our side." Silence ensued. They initially considered a direct assault, but perhaps Zhou Qifeng's strategy was indeed more plausible. Yang Qing scanned the group and stated, "Very well, we are closest to teams 9 and 10, though they are in opposite directions. Let us find a few vehicles. I will take responsibility for contacting teams 9 and 10. Each team is equipped with dedicated walkie-talkies, which typically remain powered off. However, after 1 o'clock in the morning, they are kept operational, monitored by designated personnel. By that hour, all teams have generally arrived at the safe house, allowing for communication in case of any developments." Zhou Qifeng addressed Yang Qing, saying, "Captain Yang, my thoughts may contain certain flaws. Should you not ponder over them further?" To be candid, although Zhou Qifeng felt a sense of accomplishment from the adoption of his strategy, an overwhelming sense of anxiety prevailed. He feared that any discrepancies in his plan could lead to the sacrifice of soldiers, a scenario he could not bear to witness. The lives of each individual were beyond his capacity to shoulder. With everyone prepared and poised for action, they faced an uncertain future. Chapter 31. The processing plant. Yang Qing seized the walkie-talkie before the group departed from their safe haven, their objective being to locate no fewer than 3 vehicles. Given their considerable numbers, it was likely that a nearby 4S dealership would harbor the cars they required. Cautiously, they approached the entrance of the dealership, where, as anticipated, a fair number of zombies lurked within, though their ranks were manageable. Guohaoyang's team took up the rear, while Yang Qing led the way, closely followed by Chu Rui and the others. With utmost care, Yang Qing pushed open the large door. Even the slightest creak instantly drew the attention of several zombies. The creature's crimson eyes ignited with a predatory gleam as they roared and lunged toward the group. Gripping his military knife, Yang Qing demonstrated unwavering control as he plunged it into the skull of one zombie. Zhou Qifeng, trailing closely behind, lacked Yang Qing's experience. His strike failed to deliver a fatal blow, and the undeterred zombie, with its foul maw agape, lunged for Zhou Qifeng's neck. Fortunately, another soldier intervened, delivering a swift kick that sent the zombie sprawling before dispatching it with a decisive stroke. The skirmish commenced with startling rapidity and concluded just as swiftly as within moments. Over a dozen zombies lay vanquished. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, Yang Qing turned to Zhou Qifeng, advising, "Act swiftly and decisively. If one strike is insufficient, deliver 2. Hesitation may very well cost you your life." Zhou Qifeng nodded, shaken. had it not been for the timely arrival of the soldier. He might have fallen prey to the zombie's bite. At merely 17, he found himself grappling with fear in the face of such horrors. Yang Qing surveyed the dealership. Noting that the vehicles on offer were indeed commendable, he inquired, Chu Rue, given your expertise with automobiles, which model here is robust and possesses a commendable speed? With a grin, Chu Rue caressed the hood of a vehicle, exclaiming, Captain Yang, this one, the Jeep Wrangler. With its elevated chassis and broad front bumper, it can navigate diverse terrains with ease. Moreover, its fuel consumption is relatively low, and its speed is commendable. Its performance is beyond reproach. Pleased with this assessment, Yang Qing declared, then this shall be our choice. Search the vicinity for the keys. I see several similar models here. Once we locate the keys, we shall prepare to depart. By the way, Chu Rue, does this vehicle have fuel? Chu Rue replied, indeed, it has sufficient fuel to reach a nearby gas station. Yang Qing nodded in acknowledgement and observed as the others scoured the area for keys. Let us proceed. We must fill the tank before anything else. Gua Haoyang muttered. Captain Yang, since this is a 4S dealership, there should be fuel available here, right? Yang Qing paused momentarily, then turned to Gua Haoyang with a smile. Though his intellect may not be his strongest suit, he certainly possessed a knack for reading the room. Gua Haoyang forced a hearty smile and remarked, Captain Yang, heh. You see, this wasn't intentional, right? Haha, don't take it to heart. Laughter erupted among the others, with Chu Rue and Shou Qifeng nearly in hysterics. Astonished that the clumsy giant would engage in such flattery, Chu Rue quipped to Shou Qifeng, did you see that? Don't let Gua Haoyang's usual swagger fool you. He's actually quite timid. Shou Qifeng chuckled, Brother Rue, isn't that a bit harsh? Brother Liang is right here listening. Chu Rue nudged Shou Qifeng's shoulder and replied, what is wrong with that? In this day and age, can we not allow others to laugh? Shou Qifeng pondered for a moment and said, you make a compelling point. Yang Qing, equally bemused, interjected, all right, enough fooling around. Let's find some oil in the store, fill up as much as we can. Then we'll head straight to the processing plant. The group soon resumed their journey, the roar of the engine resonating powerfully through the quiet streets. Countless zombies roared and surged towards them, yet faced with such a metal beast, their speed was utterly insignificant. Even if a few zombies unexpectedly blocked the path, they would be swiftly obliterated by the charging vehicle. Chu Rue, behind the wheel, exuberantly shouted out, relishing the thrill. It had been ages since he felt this liberated. Each day spent dodging zombies felt like a defeat. It was utterly suffocating. Shou Qifeng, feeling the exhilarating wind rush through the window, could hardly contain his joy. The frenzied zombies, the powerful roar of the car, and the rapidly receding buildings and landscapes sent his adrenaline soaring. Occasionally, they encountered traffic, but solutions outweighed obstacles. After some winding detours, they finally exited the congested area, with less than 30 kilometers remaining to the processing plant. With the off-road vehicle at full speed, it would take them no more than 15 minutes. Before long, they approached the processing plant. Before the disaster, this area was sparsely populated, with only a long stretch of road, land, and a few buildings in sight. Countless wind turbines and base stations stood resolutely in various locations, attesting to the normal operation of essential infrastructure. As they caught sight of the factory's silhouette, the group parked their vehicle and prepared to proceed on foot. The engine's roar was excessively loud, attracting a multitude of zombies, which was far from ideal. Walking to the front entrance of the processing plant, it was nearly 10 in the morning. The sky was remarkably clear, with fluffy white clouds lazily drifting above, occasionally shifting their positions and shapes in the gentle breeze. The sunlight, no longer too intense, bathed the faces of the group, allowing them to truly appreciate the beauty and vastness of nature in this boundless wilderness. Yang Qing gazed at the sky, the blinding light piercing his eyes, and he let out a gentle sigh, expressing how wonderful it would be if such events had never occurred. No one replied, yet Yang Qing swiftly regained his composure. He inhaled deeply, calming the restlessness that had briefly overtaken him, and declared, let us proceed to confront this wretched horde of zombies. All teams, maintain formation, fire only upon command. Yes. The guards at the entrance had already succumbed to their undead fate, thrashing wildly at the window. Yang Qing patted Shou Qifeng on the shoulder, saying, I'll leave him in your hands. Shou Qifeng merely nodded, unsheathing the military knife from his leg, swallowing hard. As he stepped into the security room, the zombies grew increasingly agitated, their movements and growls intensifying with each approach. Without hesitation, Shou Qifeng seized the moment. lunging forward and plunging his knife into the skull of a zombie, blood and brain matter erupting forth. Despite having witnessed such gruesome sights countless times, the revulsion never waned. Yet, the more daunting the task, the more imperative it became to rise to the challenge. From this operation, he recognized the chasm that separated him from others. A gap not easily bridged. Some say that a strong will, spirit, and soul are humanity's most formidable weapons, yet such attributes cannot be cultivated overnight. This processing plant, sprawling over 2,000 acres, housed 5 workshops, each equipped with 2 to 3 production lines. What awaited them next would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Chapter 32. The abnormal undead. A group traversed the interior of the processing plant, where the floor was still stained with copious amounts of blood. Strangely, there were no corpses in sight, neither human nor undead. It is well known that zombies do not clean up after themselves. Generally speaking, the fate of those who once inhabited this fallen factory could only lead to 2 conclusions. Either they had been devoured and transformed into zombies, or they had perished before succumbing to the infection. Gazing at the blood splatters and the remnants of uncleaned entrails scattered about, Yang Qing felt an unsettling premonition. In a hushed tone, Yang Qing cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. This place may be far more complicated than we imagine. There might still be survivors lurking here." At the entrance of the workshop, a significant amount of blood remained, darkening with time into a pitch-black pool. The sheer volume of blood made it difficult to fathom the chaos that must have ensued during the initial outbreak. Yang Qing signaled for combat readiness, and the group advanced cautiously. The factory's power supply was entirely inoperative, leaving the enclosed workshop devoid of illumination. With keen ears, they could still discern the rasping breaths of zombies, adding a chilling atmosphere to their surroundings. As they switched on their handheld flashlights, they noticed peculiarities. All the lights in the workshop had been damaged, and despite their presence, not a single zombie was drawn to them. Oddly, while the sounds of undead breathing filled the air, no visual evidence of their existence was apparent. Wherever there is abnormality, there lies a mystery. Along the lengthy assembly line, precision machinery stood in stark contrast to the incomplete products scattered about. As they ventured deeper, the metallic scent of blood intensified with each cautious step. Gradually, the stench grew more pungent, with blood, severed limbs, and entrails splattered everywhere, yet no zombies appeared. Yang Qing raised his fist, signaling for the group to halt. He switched off the flashlight and donned his military-grade night vision goggles. Without uttering another word, he awaited his companions to equip themselves before pressing onward. Before them lay a considerable mound of corpses, seemingly collected by the monstrous zombie that loomed ahead. More terrifyingly, this heap contained not only human remains but also numerous undead bodies. Suddenly, the colossal zombie rose to his feet, towering at a staggering height of 3 meters, rendering everyone in his presence remarkably diminutive. The most terrifying aspect was his grotesquely elongated arms and his formidable claws. The overwhelming sense of oppression nearly suffocated all those present. As the zombie stood motionless, its gaze fixed intently upon Yang Qing and his companions. After a tense few seconds, the mutated zombie suddenly sprang into action, its speed almost beyond belief. Yang Qing shouted, "Everyone, evacuate swiftly now." With that, he hurled a grenade, which detonated upon impact, sending shockwaves that slightly trembled the entire workshop. However, the grenade did not achieve the anticipated effect. The colossal zombie charged through the smoke created by the explosion, lunging towards the group. The monstrous roar of the zombie momentarily stunned everyone, but they quickly regained their composure. Yang Qing cursed vehemently. Damn it, that filthy creature. This zombie was unlike any they had previously encountered, not merely due to its exaggerated proportions and sharp claws, but also because its thunderous roar possessed the unsettling ability to momentarily confuse the minds of those who heard it. It is worth noting that in such fleeting moments, one could easily lose their life. Yang Qing bellowed, "Everyone, spread out, seek cover, and suppress it with firepower." With that command, he turned and began to unleash a hail of bullets. The sound of gunfire echoed as the magazine was quickly depleted, the bullets striking flesh with a resounding impact. Yet they failed to slay the beast, inflicting only trivial wounds. The zombie grew even more enraged. In its eyes, these humans were merely prey, and their defiance drove it into a frenzy. Shielding its head with its sharp, sturdy claws, it charged forward recklessly. Yang Qing, alarmed, shouted, "Retreat, fall back. This zombie possesses intelligence. We must engage it in an open area." Although the chaotic workshop somewhat constrained the zombie's movement, Yang Qing and his group were equally limited. facing restricted angles of attack, while the creature adeptly protected its head. Its formidable claws acted as a shield, and it charged forward without regard for the obstacles in its path, rendering Yangqing's firepower seemingly ineffective. In a short span, the zombie was riddled with bullet holes. Yet this did not hinder its relentless advance. The group hastily sprinted towards the workshop's exit, relieved to find they were not too far from the door. Sunlight poured into the entrance, starkly contrasting with the dimness within. Just as they were nearing the exit, the zombie behind them erupted into another deafening roar. Yangqing, bringing up the rear, felt the urgency acutely. The zombie had accelerated, its cries imbued with an undeniable sense of desperation. The ground trembled beneath them. Yangqing suddenly recalled a crucial detail. The lights in this workshop had been deliberately damaged. At the time, he had brushed it off, but upon reflection, he sensed a strong possibility that this incident was linked to the zombie. It was terrified of light. Of course, this was merely conjecture. He dared not test the theory by illuminating the creature with his flashlight. It wasn't a matter of desire, but rather sheer trepidation. If he were mistaken, it could cost him his life. Thus, Yangqing bellowed, "Everyone, evacuate this workshop with utmost urgency. This zombie cannot withstand light." As he spoke, he propelled himself forward with reckless abandon. Hesitation was not an option if he wished to survive. The group swiftly made their way outside, and indeed, as Yangqing had predicted, the zombie did not pursue them, even shying away from the illuminated areas. It howled frantically in the darkness, the thudding sounds echoing ominously. The group felt the vibrations beneath their feet, sending shivers of fear down their spines. How immense was this creature's strength? Fortunately, they had temporarily escaped the menace of the zombie. However, no one dared to lower their guard. The commotion they had caused could very well have attracted other zombies. Who could say what other horrors lurked in this place? Panting heavily, they scanned their surroundings, fingers poised on their triggers, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Yangqing took a few deep breaths and declared, "We must abandon this workshop for now. There shouldn't be many of these zombies. We must exercise caution in our assault on other areas. If anything feels amiss, we retreat immediately." After finding a concealed corner to rest for a few minutes, they proceeded to the next workshop. Although the previous zombie had been formidable, it possessed a significant weakness. Light was its greatest adversary. While they could not enter the previous workshop, they were no longer concerned about it breaking free, at least not until nightfall. Upon arriving at the second workshop, they faced a horde of zombies. However, compared to the previous aberrant creature, these zombies proved to be far more manageable. Within half an hour, every last zombie in the second workshop had been eradicated. Chapter 33. Slaughter. After successfully breaching the second workshop, it was nearly noon. In addition to the first workshop, the processing plant housed 3 more workshops. Given the peculiar nature of the zombies, which were averse to light, it was certain that they would become active during the night. Thus, the group faced 3 choices: eliminate the remaining zombies in the other workshops before nightfall, evacuate before dusk, or, after exterminating the other zombies, use overwhelming firepower to eradicate the mutated zombie. As the group took a moment to rest, Yangqing inquired, "Comrades, although our ammunition is sufficient, we must also contend with that accursed mutated zombie aside from the ordinary ones. My proposal is to seize the day and take down this processing plant, allowing us ample time to prepare for an airdrop box search nearby, which is crucial for our subsequent plans. Of course, the safety of everyone is paramount. If anyone is unable to continue, we shall postpone the decapitation of that zombie until tomorrow." Chu Rue, wiping the blood from his face, chuckled, "Captain Yang, who do you underestimate? There are hardly any zombies left in the processing plant. Speaking for myself, my stamina is absolutely up to the task." The other soldiers joined in the banter. Guahaoliang scoffed, "Give it a rest. Who doesn't know you're the biggest softy in the army, with stamina that barely holds up? Stop blowing your own trumpet." Chu Rue glared with his not-so-large eyes and retorted, "Damn it, you oversized fool. Who says I can't do it? I've never backed down when it comes to endurance. A man cannot falter. Even if he struggles, he must persevere. Not everyone can be like Zhou Qifeng." Zhou Qifeng, taken aback, wore a look of disbelief. The remark struck a chord, and laughter erupted among the others, in contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of battle. This light-hearted exchange brought a welcome levity. Yangqing chuckled and said, "Very well, let us rest for 20 minutes before proceeding to the next workshop. Remember, in the initial phase, rely on firearms. If conditions permit, conserve ammunition by firing in short bursts. If the density of zombies is too high, full auto fire is allowed." Once we have reduced their numbers by approximately 70%, we shall prepare for close combat. It is imperative to act within our means, shoot when necessary. Understood. The group replied in unison. After a brief meal and some hydration to replenish their energy, they rested for 20 minutes before heading to the third workshop. This workshop was still swarming with zombies, and the farther they moved from the first workshop, the more zombies they encountered, adding to their troubles. An hour later, they had captured the third workshop and simultaneously cleared the zombies from 2 nearby warehouses. The true challenge lay in the final 2 workshops, which harbored the greatest number of zombies. As these 2 workshops represent the largest sectors of the entire processing plant, and with a complete row of warehouses nearby, their swift actions quickly attracted all the surrounding zombies. Initially, the number of the undead was manageable. However, within minutes, an overwhelming horde surged forth, catching everyone completely off guard. It was estimated that around 500 to 600 zombies lurked within the 2 workshops and the warehouses combined. Eventually, the group found themselves encircled by a myriad of zombies, frantically lunging toward them. With no other option, Yangqing and the others resorted to unleashing their formidable firepower to suppress the onslaught, depleting a significant number of grenades in the process. Countless bullets struck the zombies, impacting their movements and speed, yet failing to deliver fatal blows. Prior to their departure, they had brought along every bullet they could carry, and the ammunition consumed thus far was relatively minimal, considering the 2 workshops housed barely 200. At most a tad over that, and were somewhat dispersed. This time, however, the scale of the zombie horde was greater and more concentrated. The recoil of the automatic rifles jolted every soldier's shoulder painfully, especially as they attempted to manage the rapid rate of fire while countering the weapon's kick, placing an even heavier burden on their arms. Despite this, none among them harbored thoughts of retreat. A fierce desire to kill surged through their veins. Kill, 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 kill. Only by vanquishing these creatures could they hope to survive. The thunderous roars of the zombies reverberated throughout the area, while the dull thuds of bullets piercing the air and entering the zombie bodies echoed like firecrackers. The warriors' furious shouts, though overwhelmed by the zombies' growls, resonated with a strength akin to steel. The acrid scent of blood, the pungent odor of gunpowder, the splattering of black blood and severed limbs, all coalesced into a tragic tableau of soldiers fighting back to back in mutual support. Perhaps this was the new norm of their era. The intense battle raged on for nearly half an hour. Yangqing and his companions contemplated a breakthrough, but each time they managed to tear open a gap in the horde, a fresh wave of zombies would immediately surge forth, rendering any movement impossible. Moreover, the area was exceedingly open, with all the zombies drawn outside, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. While the danger was heightened, the rate of extermination was also accelerated, albeit at the cost of ammunition. When the last zombie's head was exploded by Yangqing, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. However, it was not yet time to relax. Yangqing addressed everyone, urging, "Let us find a safe place to rest and prepare for the arduous battle that awaits us tonight." In workshop number 4, the entrance was barricaded by various objects, and after a thorough inspection of the premises confirmed that no zombies were present, everyone finally felt at ease to rest. Zhou Qifeng, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Damn, I'm utterly exhausted." Yangqing playfully tapped Zhou Qifeng on the head and remarked, "What has gotten into you? Suddenly so fond of profanity? Has Chu Rui rubbed off on you?" Chu Rui immediately objected, "Captain Yang, you're wrongfully accusing me. Although I may occasionally indulge in some colorful language, I assure you, I am a polite individual." "That's what all the villains say," someone chimed in, provoking a hearty laugh from the group, and even Chu Rui joined in with a silly grin. Zhou Qifeng glanced at his ammunition. He had very few bullets left. When they set out, his backpack had been filled with essential items alongside numerous magazines, yet now he found himself with only 2 magazines remaining. Casting a pleading look at Yangqing, he attempted to adopt a coy demeanor, saying, "Captain Yang, I'm running low on bullets. Could you spare me a few?" Not only Yangqing but everyone else felt a shiver down their spines, unable to believe that the towering Zhou Qifeng could feign such a childish appeal. It was utterly distasteful. Yangqing, unable to restrain himself, gave Zhou Qifeng a kick on the backside and retorted, "Little Zhou, I misjudged you. I once thought you were a brave young man, but my opinion has changed." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Qifeng inquired, "What do you think of me now?" Yangqing chuckled, "Now, I believe you to be a brave queer." "Damn it, a queer? Isn't this a case of having to bow down under the roof?" Zhou Qifeng grumbled good-naturedly. Yet he cheerfully said, "Captain Yang, I saw you taking precise shots at the zombies earlier. Your marksmanship was extraordinary. So, I thought you must have quite a few bullets left." Yang Qing laughed, realizing that after all this banter, Zhou Qifeng had simply come to request bullets. Knowing he hadn't wasted any in his headshots. "I can spare you 2 at most. I can't give you more. To be honest, I don't have many left myself. I intended to save these bullets for the mutated zombies." Yang Qing's marksmanship was the most accurate among the group. After Zhou Qifeng joined the fray, it was undeniable that his firepower suppression was exceptional. Bullets poured from his weapon as if they were free, with an astonishing rapidity. In such dire circumstances, this relentless barrage proved to be the most effective strategy. Furthermore, Yang Qing observed a notable point. Regardless of the ferocity of the recoil from the continuous firing, Zhou Qifeng's hands remained remarkably steady, a testament to his innate talent. Yang Qing's precision shooting was astonishingly accurate. With the group's firepower providing cover, he dispatched zombies with almost surgical precision, each shot finding its mark with both speed and accuracy. The ammunition of the others was running low, with only 3, or perhaps 3.5 rounds remaining. Chapter 34. Encirclement, Fierce Battle, and Sacrifice. 5 hours swiftly passed. And while everyone had regained some strength, they were far from peak condition. Yet, time was of the essence, barring unforeseen circumstances. The cunning zombie would likely take action against them that very night, and they were resolute in their mission to eliminate this creature. As darkness descended, the group stood at attention before Yang Qing. He nodded and addressed them. "Comrades, the aberrant zombie fears light. If we find ourselves ensnared by it, direct your lights towards it. However, be cautious. We must not activate our flashlights at the onset of our operation. If we inadvertently scare it away to another location, our efforts would be in vain. Remember, we must provoke it. Even if we cannot strike its head, we must instill a sense of threat. When it shields its head with its claws, obscuring its vision, that may present our best opportunity to vanquish it. But exercise caution, for we cannot ascertain whether this zombie relies on sight to detect humans." The group nodded gravely, their seriousness palpable. This was no trivial endeavor. Even the most battle-hardened veterans felt a twinge of anxiety. The 3-meter-tall zombie, endowed with a degree of intelligence and exhibiting bizarre behavioral patterns, moved with a speed far exceeding that of ordinary zombies. This weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Yang Qing, sensing the tension, shouted, "Advance! Victory is assured! Victory is assured!" They echoed. Within the processing plant, apart from the aberrant zombie, there were nearly no other zombies remaining. Once they eliminated this one, their mission would be deemed complete. Following this, they would orchestrate a more significant operation. Equipped with night vision goggles, the eerie green landscape unfolded before them. The profound silence heightened their anxiety, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. As darkness enveloped the sky, a deafening roar erupted from Workshop Number 1. An expression of its pent-up rage towards the humans who had evaded it during the day. It was determined to eviscerate them. Its massive form vanished into the night, and those nearby could feel the ground tremble with each of its steps, a testament to its formidable power. Yang Qing and his team pressed forward. With only one zombie remaining in the processing plant, there was no need for excessive caution. Since the creature feared light, it would undoubtedly be active at night, making the darkness its domain. Gradually, they felt the tremors beneath their feet. Yang Qing's senses heightened, and he whispered, "Stay alert. It's coming." Boom, 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 boom. The grotesque zombies drew ever closer, each step causing the ground to tremble like a rhythmic drumbeat. Yang Qing and his companions stood back to back, vigilantly guarding all directions around them. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes materialized from the darkness. Zhou Qifeng observed as the monstrous zombie emerged from a shadowy corner. Having locked onto each of them with its gaze, the creature let out a labored breath, crimson mist seeping from the decayed edges of its lips. In an instant, every weapon was trained upon the abomination, and orange-red gunfire erupted, illuminating the darkness with dazzling flames, brilliant and resolute. Neither side made unnecessary movements, for the outcome was starkly clear. It was a matter of survival. Either it was them or the creature. The zombie moved with alarming speed, towering nearly 3 meters and possessing a weight that was terrifying, yet it managed to dodge bullets with remarkable agility. Compared to its exaggerated physique, its head appeared disproportionately small, complicating the task of eliminating it. However, humanity's weaponry was no trifling matter. Supersonic bullets sliced through the dark like brilliant fireworks, piercing the air as they raced toward the creature's body. Undeterred by its injuries, the zombie fiercely shielded its head with its sharp, formidable claws, moving rapidly. It was hard to fathom such dexterity could belong to a zombie. Yang Qing noticed the creature guarding its skull with its talons and shouted, "Spread out as a team. Find the opportunity to slay it." Bullets struck the claws, merely sputtering sparks without even chipping the hardened appendages. This left the group questioning the extraordinary hardness of those claws. How could such powerful ammunition fail to inflict any damage? The monstrous zombie continued to charge forward, and the team responsible for the decapitation felt it was time to strike from the side. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The zombie suddenly pivoted, charging directly towards the decapitation team, a move none had anticipated. In that instant, Yang Qing shouted a warning, "It's coming for Guohaoliang's team." With urgency, he commanded, "Now? Its back is exposed. Kill it." Despite its neck being shattered, the zombie's ferocity remained undiminished as it accurately lunged toward Guohaoliang and his team. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in close proximity to a formidable foe. At that moment, a soldier suddenly recalled Yang Qing's earlier assertion that this particular zombie was averse to light, a fact that was now undeniably corroborated. He hastily activated his flashlight, and a brilliant beam illuminated the grotesque figure of the mutant zombie. Contrary to his expectations, while the creature's movements indeed faltered and it visibly recoiled from the harsh radiance, it was only a fleeting moment before its razor-sharp claws lashed out. Though it feared the light, its frenzy and fury eclipsed its instinct for self-preservation. With terrifying force, its lethal talons swiftly severed the nearest soldier in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain, the sheer volume of crimson a ghastly sight. The soldier, clinging to the remnants of consciousness, reached for the grenade strapped to his severed limb, yanked the pin free, and with his final ounce of strength, hurled himself towards the aberrant zombie, shouting, "Everyone, fall back. Wang Huntao, no." As his words fell silent, an immense explosion erupted, engulfing both the soldier and the mutant zombie in a cataclysmic conflagration. Flames roared in the darkness, their final brilliance extinguishing the life of the grotesque creature. Chapter 35, Advance. Advance Wang Huntao. The aberrant zombie did not succumb immediately, it continued to writhe in its final throes. Yet, regardless of its desperate struggle, it could not elude the fate of demise. Curcio. Guohaoliang's eyes were bloodshot as he firmly pressed down on the trigger of his rifle. A barrage of bullets sliced through the air, emitting sharp, thunderous sounds, seizing the last vestiges of life from this aberrant creature. At last, the zombie collapsed heavily to the ground, its coal-black body riddled with bullet holes. None had anticipated the ferocity of this aberrant zombie's vitality and murderous intent, casting a pall of gloom over each heart present. Tears welled in Guohaoliang's eyes as he trembled and approached the fallen creature, where the charred remains of Wang Huntao lay, reduced to only his upper body. The searing flames had consumed every inch of his skin, rendering his visage unrecognizable. Yet, even amidst excruciating pain, Wang Huntao's hands clung tenaciously to the body of the aberrant zombie. Witnessing Wang Huntao, who could not even receive a proper burial in death, Guohaoliang was unable to contain his grief any longer. Tears streamed down his face like a broken dam, the profound anguish within him rendering him almost voiceless. Save for the relentless flow of tears from his tear ducts, everyone removed their helmets, allowing tears to flow freely. A comrade who had once fought side by side, a brother with whom they had shared life and death, was now gone, leaving them utterly unguarded. Even the strongest among them, Yang Qing, had reddened eyes and trembled uncontrollably, struggling to hold back his tears, though all efforts seemed futile. Zhou Qifeng was weeping openly, despite not having known them for long. Each one held significant weight in his heart. Guohaoliang cradled the charred remains of Wang Huntao's upper body, weeping as he whispered, "Brother, I'm so sorry. If only I had reacted a moment sooner. If only." The factory had been successfully captured, yet not a soul felt the slightest joy within. Zhou Qifeng, choked with emotion, wished to console Guohaoliang but was restrained by Chu Rui, who wiped away his own tears, his swollen eyes lingering on Wang Huntao and Apos' remains. Let him weep for a while. Sometimes, solitude brings clarity. Crying can provide some solace. Chu Rui remarked. Zhou Qifeng gazed at Wang Huntao's lifeless form, memories of their time together flooding his mind. The cheerful and vivacious young man had perished, leaving Zhou Qifeng's heart feeling as though it were being tightly grasped by an unseen hand. Yang Qing inhaled deeply, then shouted, "Everyone, gather together." Guohaoliang removed his clothing and laid it on the ground, gently placing the body of Wang Juntang atop it. He could not bear to see his brother lying lifeless on the filthy earth. The group stood in a straight line, their posture dignified and solemn. Yang Qing, At the forefront, proclaimed loudly, Comrade Wang Juntang, born in 1998, age 23. He sacrificed his life heroically during a mission. He is a martyr and a hero. The group fired 3 shots and rendered a military salute, wishing that their comrade would know of their loyalty in the afterlife and that they would reunite as brothers in the next life. Bang, bang, bang. The 95-style rifles echoed in the air, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yang Qing retrieved a neatly folded 5-starred red flag from his backpack, large enough to completely cover a person. With great care, he unfolded the flag and solemnly draped it over Wang Juntang's body. The group gently transported his remains to the outskirts, where they excavated a deep pit. Due to limited resources, they could only fashion a simple tomb for him. After laying Wang Juntang to rest, the group stood in solemn silence. Yang Qing clenched his jaw, battling the urge to weep, and commanded, "Salute." After a prolonged moment, he lowered his arm, turned his back to the others, wiped the tears from his face, and declared, "Prepare to depart. It is time to settle the score with Zhang Minghui." The inevitability of loss during missions weighed heavily on them. Despite their belief that they had come to terms with it, moments like these revealed their profound vulnerability. Emotions are both the brilliance and the frailty of humanity. In silence, the group resumed their journey, their remaining ammunition dwindling. They aimed to locate a recently dropped airdrop crate, which lay in the 10th district. With luck, they might even encounter Team 10. To this day, the nation continues to dispatch helicopters to drop airdrop crates across the country, providing significant logistical support and serving as an unconventional form of reinforcement. Chu Rue, at the wheel, found that the once exhilarating roar of the engine now only sparked irritation. Such is the nature of these times, no one knows what the next moment may bring. A comrade who jested just moments before could be lost in an instant. They had yet to acclimate to this existence, but the world offered no chance for adaptation. The group arrived at a relatively secure location, extinguished the vehicle's engine, and prepared to rest. The vicinity is remarkably desolate. Even before the calamity struck, it rarely attracted visitors, rendering it a rather safe haven. They remain within their vehicle. For as long as they maintain a low profile, it is nearly impossible for the undead to detect their presence. In truth, the factory would provide a greater sense of security, yet they cannot bear to linger there, as the remains of their comrades lie buried within. And staying in that place would only deepen their sorrow. Powerlessness and helplessness. These are the sentiments that have most frequently enveloped Zhou Qifeng since the onset of the disaster. No matter how hard he strives, this feeling clings to him like an insatiable parasite. Initially, Zhou Qifeng believed that with an adequate weapon, he could gain a semblance of control over his fate. He thought that armed with a firearm, he could stand alone against the hordes of zombies. He assumed that with trustworthy companions at his back, he could confront destiny. However, repeated setbacks have unveiled a stark reality to him. No matter how formidable he becomes, no matter the strides he makes, he remains utterly insignificant when faced with the throngs of the undead. He does not know, Yang Qing does not know, and no one possesses the knowledge. Zhou Qifeng sighed, and Yang Qing seemed to sense his turmoil. He spoke softly, "Xiao Zhou, are you feeling lost?" After a moment of contemplation, Yang Qing continued, "It is precisely because life is fraught with regrets that we yearn for the beauty of tomorrow. It is the inevitability of death that spurs humanity, even those who live a century, to strive ceaselessly, to imbue their existence with meaning and vibrancy. All we can do now is to fight, until we draw our last breath." Chapter 36. Ruthlessness. After Yang Qing and the others departed the building, the subordinate assigned to surveillance approached Zhang Minghui's room and addressed the 2 individuals at his door. "They have left." The 2 nodded in acknowledgement, and one of them turned to knock on Zhang Minghui's door. After a few moments of relentless knocking, a languid voice emerged from within. "Come in." The man pushed the door open and entered Zhang Minghui's chamber. At that moment, Zhang Minghui reclined on the bed, his bare body draped with the company of 2 youthful women, occasionally planting kisses upon them. He inquired, "Have they left?" The subordinate nodded silently, refusing to meet his gaze. Zhang Minghui pressed further, "Have they all departed?" A smile broke across his face. "Excellent. Inform the others to prepare an extravagant breakfast for me. It must be sumptuous. For if I am displeased, you are well aware of the consequences." Though his words were laced with mirth, the smile he wore sent a chill down the spine. The subordinate nodded vigorously, his earlier bravado from the skirmish outside now extinguished, illustrating the terror Zhang Minghui instilled. A smiling tiger. This was the most fitting description of him, capricious and exceedingly dangerous. The breakfast was indeed lavish, a feast adorned with an array of delectable dishes that tantalized the senses. Zhang Minghui sampled each, yet his appetite did not warrant such abundance. After satisfying his hunger, a considerable amount of food remained, which his subordinates were tasked to consume. Rejuvenated, Zhang Minghui made his way to the first floor where Yang Qing and the others were resting. His sudden appearance startled everyone, for none wished to confront such an unpredictable and perilous individual, especially since all their weapons had been confiscated by Yang Qing's group for precautionary measures, even with arms. The oppressive aura Zhang Minghui exuded left many trembling, for this was no trivial matter. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Observing the cautious demeanor of those present, Zhang Minghui beamed, "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not be alarmed. Today, I have come solely to foster camaraderie among us." Upon concluding his statement, he clapped his hands, prompting his subordinates to enter, bearing exquisite and aromatic dishes, meticulously arranged before everyone. Following them was a group escorting several young women. Yet, the spectacle did not conclude there. A final group entered, brandishing an assortment of firearms, all neatly placed before the assembly. Silence enveloped the room, for no one dared to utter a word. Yet, the intent behind Zhang Minghui's visit was clear, a blend of seduction and menace. With a smile, he addressed them. "I understand that the management within your so-called safe zone is quite stringent. Such culinary delights are seldom afforded to you, are they? Moreover, the fact that even a woman of such grace beside me cannot enjoy the same privileges, lacking even a suitable weapon, raises the question, can we truly deem this so-called safe zone a sanctuary? To my eyes, it merely resembles a prison." Silence enveloped the gathering. Yet no one dared to contradict. Zhang Minghui, unfazed, continued, "Look at your circumstances. Your treatment is dismal, and you are still tasked with perilous missions. Is this not a form of oppression against the honest? Frankly, it is difficult for me to bear. I may not be a paragon of virtue, yet I have always treated those of value with utmost respect. Should you choose to ally with me, you shall have food, companionship, power, and firearms, everything you desire. If any among you prove more capable than I, you are welcome to take the reins of this safe zone. What say you?" Zhang Minghui spoke with fervor, sensing the wavering resolve in some hearts. He scoffed internally. In this apocalyptic world, ordinary people are easily swayed. Offer them benefits, and they cease to think critically. Among the survivors who followed Yang Qing, one trembled as he asked, "If we pledge allegiance to you, will we truly attain a better life?" With a smile as warm as spring, Zhang Minghui responded, "Of course, my friend. Join us, and you shall live as freely as we do." However, before he could finish, a subordinate beside him erupted in anger, shouting, "Damn it, don't push your luck." Zhang Minghui swiftly struck the man across the face, frowning as he said, "When I speak, when is it your place to interject? I apologize, boss. I didn't mean to. I simply cannot tolerate their ingratitude." Zhang Minghui delivered another kick, rebuking, "There shall be no next time. Depart. I do not wish to see you now." Yes. Thank you, boss. Thank you." The man scurried away on all fours. Those present witnessed the scene, their hearts gripped by fear. What a masterful display of the carrot and the stick. Zhang Minghui regained his composure, casually picking up a handgun, chambering around as he remarked, "This is a fine tool. With it comes status." He licked the barrel with a menacing grin, declaring, "Now, the choice lies before you. Choose wisely, my friends." The man who had spoken earlier, confronted by Zhang Minghui's terrifying smile, felt as though he might lose control of himself, for it appeared as if Zhang Minghui was insinuating, "Refuse to ally with me, and you shall face death." The man struggled internally for a moment before saying, I want to join." Zhang Minghui burst into laughter, knowing that once one person's psychological defenses were breached, the others would inevitably follow suit. "My friend, what is your name?" The man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, replied, "Brother, my name is Li Xing." Zhang Minghui warmly patted his shoulder and exclaimed, "Excellent. You possess both insight and conviction. Come, indulge in the meal I have meticulously prepared for you. Its flavor will surely not disappoint." With that, Zhang Minghui playfully slapped the backside of one of the 9 young women, saying, "Go on, attend to your brotherly and serve him well, or I shall toss you to the zombies." Yes, master," the woman responded, moving gracefully to Li Xing's side, her alluring form pressing against him. Having not been with a woman for over a month, Li Xing quickly succumbed to temptation, although he was aware that the woman was not there of her own volition. Desire ultimately led him to surrender. Suppressing his impulse, Li Xing inquired, "Boss, what about this woman?" Zhang Minghui waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "From this moment forth, she is yours. Should you find any inadequacies in her service, just let your brother know. and I shall ensure your needs are met. Now, go upstairs. My brothers will assist you." Li Shing, taken aback by the unexpected favor, repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, brother. I will repay you with all my might." Zhang Minghui laughed heartily, urging him, "Hurry along, lest you burst with anticipation." With Zhang Minghui's permission, Li Shing disregarded the meal and eagerly took the woman upstairs, his previous hesitations forgotten, his thoughts entirely consumed by the woman beside him. Zhang Minghui observed the others, noticing that nearly all were wavering. He was right. Where there were guns, there was power. Although the military had rescued them, their daily existence was filled with hardship. The military utilized the taxes paid by the people. Wasn't it their duty to assist the populace? Why should they dictate the rules? Why should they hinder others from pursuing a better life? Faced with overwhelming temptation, some had already crafted justifications for their choices. The soldiers exist to serve the people. Even if I depart, they can do nothing to me. Yes, that is how it is. Such thoughts swiftly spread among the crowd, and one by one, they began to declare, "Brother, I want to join. I wish to join as well." Amidst the crowd, Zhang Minghui could hardly contain his laughter at the foolishness surrounding him. They were truly naive, believing every word spoken to them. Such simpletons would remain oblivious even to the manner of their own demise. In his domain, even those who were not dim-witted and chose not to align with him could not expect to survive in this world. Yet, Zhang Minghui's attention was drawn to a youth who stood apart from the others. With his head bowed and silence enveloping him, he appeared to possess an unyielding spirit. Approaching the young man, Zhang Minghui inquired, "What is your name?" The young man lifted his gaze, fear evident in his eyes. Yet he maintained direct eye contact with Zhang Minghui as he replied, "My name is Chu Changxian. Do you not intend to join us?" Zhang Minghui probed further. The smile vanished from Zhang Minghui's face as he coldly pressed, "Why not?" The overwhelming aura exuded by Zhang Minghui seemed to suffocate Chu Changxian, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. This very young man had once assisted Shou Qifeng in moving items upon his recent induction into the ranks of battle. Faced with temptation, he had restrained his desires. Confronted with threats, he had endeavored to suppress his fears. Chu Changxian swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he articulated, "I do not wish to join you. You are perilous, and I fear that one day, I may not even comprehend how I met my end." Zhang Minghui furrowed his brow, fully aware that they all recognized the truth of their situation. Yet, the majority had chosen to engage in self-deception, clinging to beliefs that suited them. Drawing a pistol, Zhang Minghui aimed it at Chu Changxuan's head and asked, "Are you not afraid I shall kill you right now?" The cold barrel pressed against Chu Changxuan's forehead sent shivers through him, intensifying the tremors in his legs as fear and chill enveloped his entire being. After a moment of silence, Chu Changxian, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow, confessed, "I am afraid, but I fear even more the betrayal of my own conscience. Living forever in the shadows, perhaps death would be a release for me." Zhang Minghui erupted into manic laughter, exclaiming, "Laughable. Only someone as naive as you would cling to the notion of preserving one's inner self. What value does that hold in the face of harsh reality? What can it achieve?" As he shouted, Zhang Minghui unleashed a furious kick upon Chu Changxuan's head, the intense pain rendering him nearly unconscious. Instinctively, he curled up, clutching his head. The initial blow had nearly incapacitated him. Now, all he could do was shield himself from Zhang Minghui's wrath, completely powerless against the onslaught. Zhang Minghui continued to kick and curse vehemently. Everyone stood quietly by, none daring to incite a commotion or intervene. Gradually, Chu Changxuan's consciousness began to blur, and he felt the pain ebbing away. All he could sense was the heaviness of his eyelids, a profound fatigue enveloping him. His mind was flooded with memories of his life, replaying moments of joy, sorrow, anger, confusion, helplessness, desolation, excitement, restlessness, irritation, and bewilderment, an array of emotions and experiences that shaped his existence. Why was he willing to embrace death rather than betray his own heart? Why? In his youthful innocence, he struggled to grasp his parents' intentions. With a childlike voice, he asked, "Mommy, why have you brought me to see so many graves?" His mother did not react with anger. Instead, she knelt down and gently caressed Chu Changxuan's little head, saying, "My child, they are heroes. They forged the peace we enjoy today with their lives. Your grandfather was also a martyr, a hero, and thus we must honor them." Although young Chu Changxian could not fully comprehend his mother's words, he understood the significance of the term hero. "Mommy, when I grow up, I want to be a hero too." His mother smiled, pinching his cheek playfully, and replied, "Then remember this. A hero is loyal to their country and true to their heart. Can you achieve that? The young boy nodded eagerly, his imagination painting images of the reverence he would receive as a hero. The thought alone filled him with exhilaration. His mother, smiling, extended her pinky finger and said, "Then let us make a pact. Cross my heart and hope to die. 100 years shall not change." As he approached the brink of death, Chu Changxian seemed to see his mother's gentle face before him. His pupils dilated, and the signs of life swiftly faded. "Mom, am I a hero? Ah, perhaps not in the grand tapestry of my life." Just as he was on the verge of losing all consciousness, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through him, a torment that pierced to the very cells of his being. Yet, this sensation lasted but a fleeting moment, and soon, Chu Changxian was utterly engulfed in a haze of oblivion. Chapter 37, Preparing for Action around 1:30 in the morning. Yang Qing established communication via military radio with Captain Shin Linchong of the 10th Squad and Captain L. Lai of the 9th Squad, engaging in a meticulous discussion regarding their plans. Once they eliminated Zhang Minghui and his group, the army could rightfully seize the processing plant that Yang Qing and his team had captured, which inherently belonged to them, as the spirit of Wang Huntao still rested there. At the break of dawn the following day, the group gathered their equipment and set out in search of airdrop crates. Their shortage was not in firearms, but rather in ammunition and grenades. Within merely 2 hours, they discovered the first airdrop crate, extracting more than half of the ammunition inside, while refraining from taking any firearms or other weapons. This act was intended to leave a glimmer of hope for any potential survivors who might arrive. They navigated through areas with sparse zombie presence, quickly locating a second airdrop crate. Upon inspecting its contents, Yang Qing paused momentarily, a smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "This time, we have stumbled upon something exceptional. There is an entire package of high-velocity explosives." Chu Rui chuckled, remarking, "We shall use this to deliver a grand surprise to Zhang Minghui and his cohorts." After discovering 2 airdrop crates, everyone's ammunition was sufficiently replenished. And within one of the crates, they also found a sniper rifle. While it may be slow in dispatching zombies, it was undeniably first-rate for taking lives. Among Chu Rui's squad, a soldier named Zhang Zhonghui exchanged his automatic rifle for the sniper rifle, being the most proficient marksman among them. In terms of sniping skills, Yang Qing could not rival him. Unlike Guahao Yang, who possessed a robust physique and bore supplies along with the sniper rifle effortlessly, Zhang Zhonghui was a different caliber of soldier. This arrangement had been previously discussed. They were well acquainted with one another. Frankly speaking, the overall strength of the 9th Squad surpassed that of the 10th Squad considerably, making their role in attracting zombies a safer endeavor. The 10th Squad was tasked with maintaining vigilance and standing ready to act at the opportune moment. The group scheduled their operation for the early hours of the following day, a time when everyone would be most relaxed and least vigilant. They drove to the predetermined location, identified by the 10th Squad as an ideal rendezvous point. Yang Qing and his team parked their vehicle in a concealed spot nearby and proceeded on foot to meet the 10th Squad. True to Shin Linchong's words, the area was virtually devoid of zombies' attention. They concealed themselves and secured all doors and windows. Shin Linchong surveyed Yang Qing's team. Everyone was indeed present, yet an unfamiliar face. Shou Qifeng had joined their ranks. Military hall, he. Yang Qing's eyes dimmed momentarily. He merely nodded without elaborating further. He understood Yang Qing's character. Yang Qing was unwilling to sacrifice any member of his team, always believing that safeguarding their safety was his responsibility. In contrast to Yang Qing's team, the casualties in Shin Linchong's unit were significantly greater, with 1 soldier deceased and 2 survivors. Just 2 days prior, they encountered a horde of zombies during a search and rescue mission. Although they had made no noise, the undead inexplicably amassed, growing in number until they ultimately discovered Shin Linchong's group, resulting in devastating losses despite their desperate escape. Yang Qing noticed the absence of personnel in Shin Linchong's team. Yet he refrained from commenting further, feeling unable to do so. He handed a backpack to Shin Linchong and remarked, "You must have very few bullets left, though limited. These should suffice for emergencies." Shin Linchong nodded in acceptance. While the bullets would be scarce when distributed among everyone, they were adequate for the immediate situation. Shin Linchong inquired, "What exactly is Zhang Minghui's background that necessitates the collaboration of our 3 teams?" He chuckled bitterly, adding, "You truly have a knack for courting danger. Yet I will follow your lead this time. Damn, this outing has been exasperating. Let us engage in a decisive battle." Yang Qing smiled, replying, "This notion was not conceived by me." "Then who?" Shin Linchong asked, directing his gaze towards Shou Qifeng. Curiously, Shin Linchong remarked, Old Yang, you must be joking. This kid hasn't he even matured. He should still be in school, right? How can he be so ruthless? Yang Qing's lips curled slightly. He too found it hard to believe. Yet the reality was that Zhou Qifeng possessed a fierce determination, even if he had yet to fully mature. Zombies are not merely summoned at will, they lurk in every corner, and a moment's carelessness may lead to encirclement, potentially resulting in the annihilation of all participating teams. Some matters seem simple in contemplation, yet articulating and executing them presents a challenge of an entirely different magnitude. Zhou Qifeng offered a weary smile. Having not slept well the previous night, due to Wang Juntang's death, it was entirely reasonable for him to be quieter than usual, as he had yet to adjust his emotions. Shenlin Shone, a skilled marksman, experienced a surge of exhilaration each time he steadied his aim through the scope of his sniper rifle and struck his target. However, as an exemplary sniper, he learned to cast aside all emotions during the execution of his missions. When faced with living adversaries, Shenlin Shone would selectively forget, allowing that intoxicating feeling to bloom only during his routine training sessions. After some exchange of conversation, Yang Qing stated, "It is time for us to set off. Comrade Shenlin Shone, we entrust our backs to you." Yang Qing led the way in rendering a military salute, with Zhou Qifeng and the others following suit. As Yang Qing and his companions departed, they were filled with indignation. They had no intention of heading to the processing plant, but were compelled to eradicate the zombies inside. A task that, had it not been for their intervention, might have spared Wang Huntao's life, at least temporarily. Given the circumstances, they resolved not only to eliminate the undead, but also to seek the head of Zhang Minghui. Chapter 38. As Chu Changxian and Yang Qing departed from that location, Shen Linchong and his group soon followed suit, aiming to reach their designated position ahead of schedule to facilitate their forthcoming endeavors. The roar of the steel beast reverberated throughout the entire neighborhood. Yang Qing and his companions no longer concealed their presence. They charged through the horde of zombies, most of whom were caught off guard and left in their wake, although a small fraction managed to obstruct their path. Devoid of intelligence, the zombies failed to comprehend the immense power of the armored vehicles. Each time a zombie rushed toward them, it was sent soaring through the air by the force of the steel beast. The robust front bumper and the vehicle's design, tailored to withstand various adversities, granted them unparalleled advantages. They did not lure the zombies toward the department store, but the distance was not substantial. As they neared the department store, Yang Qing finally reduced their speed and sought a concealed corner to halt the vehicles. He swiftly exited the car and urged everyone, "Run. We need to hide for a moment. We have no idea how many more zombies are behind us. Hurry." The group dashed forward, initially intending to seek refuge in a small building, as any shelter would be preferable to the throngs of zombies outside. Navigating through the disarray of parked cars, they finally reached the open area in front of the department store. As Yang Qing and his companions emerged, several pairs of eyes were already fixed upon them. One individual, sporting a buzz cut and wielding a sniper rifle, reported, "This is Lao Bai, target sighted. They are approaching the building." "Understood. Are there any unusual developments in the vicinity? I will report to the boss." The voice on the other end of the radio belonged to one of the guards stationed at the entrance, Zhang Minghui. He stroked his freshly groomed beard, squinting in thought before stating, "Do not alert them unnecessarily. According to the intel from those fools, they likely have many more scattered around. But they are not close. Since they approach from the south, let us dispatch some personnel to monitor that direction. Report any movements immediately." Zhang Minghui furrowed his brow and added, "Do you believe they would engage in such a futile endeavor? Their journey from the south indicates they must have a reason for heading in the opposite direction of the processing plant. Do not inquire further. Simply follow my orders." "Yes, boss." If Yang Qing and his companions were present, they would undoubtedly commend Zhang Minghui's actions. At last, he had performed a deed of merit. Their detour from the south was purely due to the overwhelming horde of zombies they had unwittingly attracted. This could also be referred to as an unintentional stroke of fortune. However, Yang Qing and his companions remained oblivious to the fact that their misguided actions had inadvertently mobilized Zhang Minghui's forces. Zhang Minghui took another sip of red wine, puffing on a cigar laced with narcotics, and murmured softly, "Ah, Yang Qing, you seek my demise, and fortuitously, I too wish to acquire your equipment." The woman beside him, who was massaging his feet, let out a sultry giggle and remarked, "Master, you are truly exceptional. Their intentions have been transparently discerned by you." This compliment further elevated Zhang Minghui's spirits. It must be said that human beings often choose to believe only what they wish to believe. Thus, flattery frequently yields immediate results. Zhang Minghui laughed heartily. "You little temptress. Tonight you shall see how I render you unable to rise by morning." Noticing Zhang Minghui's jovial mood, the woman gracefully stood up, adorned in attire that catered to his peculiar tastes. Her soft, fragrant body coiled around him like a cool serpent as she sweetly whispered, "Master, if the mood strikes you, why wait until nightfall? Serving you is my utmost honor." Zhang Minghui's desires were ignited, and he turned to overpower the woman, embarking on a tempestuous embrace. Meanwhile, Yang Qing and his group entered the department store, yet they sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The expressions of those around them bore a hint of pity. Yang Qing inquired of one of Zhang Minghui's subordinates, "Where is your boss? Call him out. I have matters to discuss." The subordinate merely replied, "The boss is busy and cannot come down at the moment. Please wait a moment, but do not venture to the area where he was resting. It is no longer safe." With that, he chuckled, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. Yang Qing pressed further, "What about our people? Where have they gone?" A soft sigh escaped him, and Shou Qifeng could not suppress his disappointment. The last remnants of hope they harbored were swiftly extinguished by the implication that their companions had aligned themselves with Zhang Minghui. After nearly an hour, Zhang Minghui descended, embracing the woman with a hearty laugh. "Ah, welcome back, my friends, from your victorious return. I sincerely apologize for my earlier preoccupations. Wouldn't you agree, my dear?" The woman, who had been adjusting her hair, blushed and playfully slapped Zhang Minghui's chest, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how embarrassing." Yang Qing's expression remained tranquil, but internally he seethed. "What a splendid show of power! We have successfully seized the factory. It is time for you to fulfill your promise," Yang Qing stated. Zhang Minghui responded with a smile. "Of course, I am always true to my word. However, before that, I must present a remarkable sight to all my friends. Please follow me." With that, Zhang Minghui strode towards the warehouse and opened the tightly shut door. At the center of the warehouse stood a rack, upon which a person was bound. At that moment, every light in the warehouse was extinguished, save for the one illuminating the figure on the rack. Zhang Minghui waved his hand grandly and proclaimed, "Come, everyone, behold my masterpiece." As the crowd entered, the scene before them ignited their fury to an unprecedented level. The scent of humanity captivated the attention of the bound individual, who began to scream frantically, his bloodied mouth spewing a grotesque mixture of saliva and blood. His head had been brutalized beyond recognition, the skull utterly shattered, and the mingling of his lifeblood and the putrid black ichor of his zombie state created a gruesome tableau. His crimson eyes gleamed with a fierce malice, sending chills down the spines of all present, intensifying their rage. Chuchang. Chapter 39. The Battle. Yang Qing clenched his fists, harboring a favorable impression of the young man before him, a person known for his resilience and hard work. Yet, at this moment, he could scarcely discern his features, nonetheless. His attire unmistakably revealed his identity as Chuchang. Shou Qifeng's pupils dilated in disbelief, an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloping him. He had never anticipated that the demise of Wang Juntang was merely the precursor to further tragedy, and now, not long after, another individual had met such a grim fate. How do you find it, everyone? Are you satisfied? Curse you. Satisfaction? What a joke. The death of Chu Changxian once again provoked a visceral reaction from Guohaoyang, who, still reeling from the shadows of Wang Juntang's passing, erupted like a cornered beast, his anguished roar echoing through the air. With that, Guohaoyang drew his pistol and lunged forward, the barrel aimed squarely at Zhang Minghui's head. Zhang Minghui, seemingly foreseeing this outcome, nonchalantly raised his hands, an innocent smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "My friend, this is where you are mistaken. He has transformed into a zombie, and he is no longer your comrade. Or perhaps you align yourself with the zombies, making you a foe of humanity? Do you take me for a fool? I will end you today." Just as Guohaoyang was about to pull the trigger, Yang Qing's voice rang out, halting him. "Guohaoyang, stand down." Yang Qing's demeanor was dark as he commanded, "Zhang Minghui, where are the others? Bring them out." Zhang Minghui straightened his attire and instructed, "Go. Summon them." A subordinate nearby nodded and communicated via radio, "Tell the survivors to come to the first floor." Understood. Before long, Li Sheng and the others arrived at Yang Qing's location. Yang Qing remained silent, scrutinizing them with a gaze that belied the tumultuous emotions roiling beneath his calm exterior. Suddenly, he laughed, the sound escalating until it sent chills down the spines of all present. Once calm was restored, Yang Qing spoke, "It appears you have been faring well. That's commendable." Following this, he chose not to utter another word, while Zhang Minghui observed with a gleeful, almost malicious interest. At last, it was Li Sheng who shattered the silence. "Captain Yang, I have long wished to express this. Your lofty demeanor is truly repugnant. Is it merely your possession of firearms that elevates you above us? Since aligning with the boss, my previous existence felt less than human, dictated by your commands daily. It is only upon arriving here that I have truly grasped the essence of life. With weapons at hand and women by his side, nothing was lacking. In contrast, his former self appeared utterly foolish and laughable. As Li Sheng spoke, his voice grew increasingly louder, seemingly venting long-held grievances. Yang Qing and the others remained silent. For there was no need to respond. In the eyes of all present, he had already become a mere specter. Yang Qing's profound gaze rested upon Li Sheng. Yet the more he held his tongue, the more Li Sheng's fury intensified, akin to a futile punch landing upon cotton. With a sigh, Yang Qing addressed Zhang Mingwei, urging him to refrain from such futile discourse. Soon, I shall personally grant Chu Changshan his release. As for you, we have fulfilled your demands, and we intend to take all those individuals with us. Zhang Mingwei replied robustly, of course, but considering your exhausting day, I suggest you rest a while. We can discuss their matters once you have regained your strength. There is no need to wait. Clarity is best achieved now, and we can rest afterward, Yang Qing asserted. Zhang Minghui chuckled, unperturbed, and responded, certainly. However, to ascertain that you have genuinely completed your task, we must confirm this in person. And you will need to send a few of your people to accompany us. Yang Qing furrowed his brow and said, very well, let us wait until afternoon. Once our people have rested, someone will accompany you. Zhang Mingwei laughed heartily, as expected of military personnel, straightforward and decisive. It is settled then. With that, Zhang Mingwei had achieved all his objectives and did not linger, beckoning his companions to depart. At present, it appeared that all actions were indeed following Zhang Minghui's design. Yet by nightfall, everything would change. Ha ha roar. Chu Changshan cried out repeatedly, struggling against the sturdy chains that bound him. No matter how fiercely he fought, he could not free himself. This was not merely a concealment of wounds leading to zombification. A deep gash marred his chest, inflicted by Zhang Mingwei with a blade tainted by zombie blood, which had ultimately led to Chu Changshan's transformation. Zhou Qifeng observed Chu Changshan and, with tears brimming in his eyes, withdrew his military knife, plunging it decisively into Chu Changshan's brain, thereby extinguishing his life completely. What had become of this world? Zhou Qifeng pondered, feeling that the more he experienced, the more unreal the world appeared. It seemed that what people spoke of was indeed true. Reality often surpassed fiction in its absurdity. At that moment, the young girl they had previously rescued timidly entered, scanning the room anxiously. Once she confirmed that only Zhou Qifeng and his companions were present, she cautiously stepped inside. Yang Qing crouched down, regaining his composure, and said, little girl, you should go outside. The stench in here is overwhelming and not suitable for children. The young girl timidly replied, Uncle, I saw that day. The brother who turned into a zombie was killed for refusing to join them. I didn't tell anyone but you. Yang Qing managed a strained smile and reassured her, you've done well, child. Now, hurry outside. Staying here will put you in their sights. The uncles will come to save you. Trust us. He returned to the room, closed the door, and spoke softly to the gathered individuals, everyone who was willing to accompany me to the processing factory. All hands were raised without exception. Yang Qing paused in silence for a moment before continuing, Chu Rui. You stay here. Aside from me, you are the most suitable to lead. Many matters require your attention. Additionally, Zhou Qifeng, Zhang Yutian, Wang Shun, and Zhang Lin. You will remain as well. The rest will accompany me. Chu Rui protested, Captain Yang, I disagree. I believe you should stay here. You are far more capable of leading everyone. Yang Qing simply shook his head. Since I am the captain, all decisions will follow my command. All right, everyone. Rest as soon as possible. We must believe that, regardless of how this world deteriorates, there will always be those who shine with the brilliance of humanity. This is not only for us, the survivors, but also for our departed compatriots. This time, we must proceed with determination. Chapter 40, The Midnight Kill in Truth. Zhang Minghui's request for Yang Qing and his companions to accompany him to ascertain the conditions of the processing plant aligned perfectly with Yang Qing's own intentions. To say nothing of other considerations, should Zhang Minghui choose to bring a contingent of armed forces along, it would undoubtedly alleviate some of the pressure on the group during their nocturnal operation. After all, Zhang Minghui was a significant figure to ensure his safety. He would certainly be accompanied by a considerable number of men. While this would significantly heighten the danger for Yang Qing and his team, they deemed it a worthwhile trade-off compared to the perils of operating under cover of night. They sought Zhang Minghui's life, and he sought theirs. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. At that moment, Zhang Minghui stood within the warehouse, inquiring, "Have you come to a decision?" Yang Qing replied, "Yes, I will accompany you along with 4 other team members. The rest will remain here. You should feel more at ease now." Zhang Minghui chuckled, "Excellent. It is a pleasure to deal with such astute individuals as yourselves. We shall depart shortly via the back road, where the zombies are fewer. However, I must caution you against any reckless behavior on the way, as you are well aware of the consequences." Yang Qing inwardly cursed, "Damn it. Why didn't he mention the back road earlier? This old fox is truly cunning." Zhang Minghui intended not only to take lives, but to undermine their spirits as well. Nevertheless, Yang Qing maintained a calm demeanor, merely nodding and stating, "We should not delay. Let us set off promptly." With a cheerful disposition, Zhang Minghui replied, "Let us go. Follow me. Our vehicles are ready. However," he added, "one more thing. Please leave your firearms behind. Should you decide to act against us en route? I cannot withstand your onslaught. Do not push your luck." Yang Qing's eyes gleamed with cold resolve. After a moment of silence, he conceded, "Very well. But I cannot relinquish my firearms to you." With that, he placed his automatic rifle and backpack on the ground, along with his handgun. The others followed suit. Feeling a deep sense of frustration, yet recognizing the futility of resisting, Zhang Minghui was the epitome of a ruthless predator, cunning and treacherous. Once this was accomplished, Zhang Minghui ordered his subordinates to thoroughly search them, ensuring no additional items remained. Only after confirming this did he declare, "Prepare to depart. Follow me, everyone." Yang Qing turned to glance at Chu Rui, nodded, and then followed Zhang Minghui as they departed. Zhang Minghui led a substantial group, numbering over 20 individuals. The fact that he had disarmed Yang Qing and his team underscored his extreme caution. The vehicles roared to life, and Zhang Minghui, seated within, wore a smug smile, seemingly mocking the incompetence of Yang Qing and his companions, reveling in the power he wielded over them all. Soon, night fell deeply. Chu Rui and his companions had scarcely exchanged a few words throughout the day, preoccupied with meticulously adjusting their weapons and polishing their military blades. They had rejuvenated their spirits, preparing themselves for the impending task with utmost diligence. According to Yang Qing's strategy, at the break of dawn, Team 10 would dispatch 4 of their most skilled soldiers for a covert infiltration mission, with the primary objective being to neutralize the 2 guards stationed at the entrance of the building. The remaining 2 soldiers would stealthily enter the building to execute an assassination mission. Meanwhile, the team leader, shone, was tasked with eliminating the hidden sentinels lurking within the premises. Yang Qing had previously indicated that it was highly probable that someone inside the building was armed with a sniper rifle, concealed in a corner, vigilantly observing everything transpiring outside. Shen Linchong had arrived at a vantage point early on, meticulously monitoring the building's activities. He successfully identified the locations of the hidden sentinels without being detected. In contrast to Shen Linchong, a professional marksman, the snipers within the building exhibited a certain amateurism. They may have been capable of operating a sniper rifle, yet they lacked the requisite awareness expected of such a role. Additionally, they had located the main power switch of the building. Their operatives would stealthily infiltrate to disable the power, and during the ensuing darkness, Chu Rui and his team would swiftly make their way to the monitoring room on the first floor, where they would quickly sabotage the surveillance equipment. Moreover, to ensure Shen Linchong remained undetected while firing, Team 9 would initiate their assault at the precise moment he pulled the trigger, deliberately engaging the zombies to divert the attention of the other snipers inside the building. Should the need arise, they would even resort to using grenades to mask the sound of Shen Linchong's gunfire. By creating chaos, they would secure their opportunity. The overall plan was as follows. While Shen Linchong dealt with the sentinels, Team 9 would generate confusion and gunfire to draw attention. Simultaneously, they would disable the power and infiltrate under the guise of shadows, sabotage the monitoring room, and lure the zombies toward the department store, provoking the armed forces inside to defend against the undead. Those masquerading as guards would choose the most chaotic moment to open fire, while the infiltrators would execute their assassination tasks on the upper floors. In essence, the vigilance of the eyes watching the eastern side would be significantly diminished, affording them a greater chance to strike unexpectedly. Yang Qing glanced at his watch. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, leaving merely half an hour before the operation commenced. The moment was swiftly approaching, and every individual stood alert and invigorated. Although merely a day had passed, they all felt as though they had awaited this moment for far too long. Chu Rue inquired, Zhou Qifeng, there is no mistake regarding the location of the monitoring room. Is there? Zhou Qifeng nodded affirmatively, stating, absolutely no issues. Chu Rue said, Wang Shun, shortly you will act alongside Zhou Qifeng. Remember, be swift and ruthless. Wang Shun nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation for the impending moment. Though the world lay ensconced in the depths of slumber, many lost in their dreams. The pitch-black night concealed an intense aura of impending danger. Chapter 41. Inferno on Earth 3, 2, 1. The circuit breaker of the department store was deliberately shut off. In an instant, darkness enveloped the entire building. Zhou Qifeng and Wang Shun surged forth like arrows released from a bow. Intent on annihilating the surveillance room before anyone could realize their presence, only then could their subsequent infiltration proceed smoothly. Inside the surveillance room, the sudden darkness left the two occupants momentarily bewildered. Who could have foreseen this? Damn, what a stroke of misfortune. Let us go together. Why not go alone? If I dared to go alone, would I still need you as midnight fell? The completely power-deprived building took on an eerie quality, especially since many had succumbed to slumber. Theoretically, aside from those with special missions like themselves, no one would be stirring about. The two opened the door to the surveillance room, eager to ascertain the situation. At that moment, Zhou Qifeng and Wang Shun, who had long been lying in ambush at the entrance, sprang forth, swiftly covering the mouths of the two individuals inside, while their sharp military knives severed the arteries in their necks. Strictly speaking, this marked Zhou Qifeng's first act of murder, yet there was no time to ponder other matters. Zhou Qifeng and Wang Shun dragged the lifeless bodies into the surveillance room. Zhou Qifeng inquired, Brother Shun, how should we destroy this surveillance room? Should we use our guns? Wang Shun shook his head, manipulating some elements in the corners of the surveillance room before responding. All right, let us go. Delays may lead to unforeseen changes. As the power outage unfolded, the four soldiers tasked with infiltration commenced their operation. The abrupt onset of darkness rendered the guards at the entrance temporarily blind. Before they could acclimate to the quiet obscurity, their necks were silently snapped by unseen hands. Two soldiers swiftly donned the guards' uniforms, while the other two charged into the building, akin to a dagger piercing the heart of the enemy. Old Bai, report the situation. Have you detected any anomalies? None. But hurry and send someone to inspect the circuit breaker. Be wary of infiltration. Minutes later, Zhang Minghui's subordinates arrived at the circuit breaker, only to find no trace of anyone. It appeared to be merely an ordinary power failure. How strange. Why has it been tripping so often lately? Indeed, the building's power supply was restored to normalcy once more. Shen Linchong lay atop a building, his sniper rifle aimed at a particular room on the 6th floor. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, revealing the hidden sniper on the 4th floor once more within Shen Linchong's crosshairs. Following the outbreak of disaster, the primary adversaries had become zombies, rendering the airdrop supply crates nearly devoid of night vision sniper scopes. This was primarily due to the Central Command's belief that the eradication of zombies was the most pressing concern, along with a desire to prevent such equipment from falling into the hands of those with ulterior motives. As for Shen Linchong, he was equipped with a night vision sniper scope for his military assignments, though he had yet to employ it. Initially, Shen Linchong refrained from eliminating the sniper during the blackout, not wishing to raise alarm. He feared that, in the chaos of darkness, Zhang Minghui's subordinates might inadvertently harm the survivors. Observing the oblivious sniper across the way, a cruel smile slowly crept across Shen Linchong's lips. Compared to me, you are still too inexperienced. In light of my training, you are nothing but a mere novice. Connecting his radio to the 9th squad, Shen Linchong fired, and the opposing sniper collapsed. Before the other snipers could react, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the entire block. The 9th squad had deployed grenades. All of this was in pursuit of a singular objective, to take Zhang Minghui's head. The deafening blast jolted everyone within the building to full awareness. A myriad of emotions surged through the crowd: fear, uncertainty, hope, and panic. With Zhang Minghui absent, the operations within the building fell temporarily under the command of one of his most capable subordinates. He demanded, "Where is the sniper? Report immediately. What has transpired?" Caution was urged as he instructed, "Stay alert and report any developments." This sniper had initially been tasked with monitoring the southern front. Following the explosion, he reached out to Lao Bai, only to discover that Lao Bai was unreachable. Thus, he resolved to investigate the eastern sector, calling several others to accompany him. Frankly, he found it hard to believe that anyone could infiltrate silently, yet they grossly underestimated Yang Qing and his team's prowess. A group of 4 or 5 arrived at the room on the 6th floor where Lao Bai had been, but found no trace of him. The room appeared unchanged, lacking any signs of struggle. Cautiously, they entered, scanning the area with trepidation, fearful that someone might suddenly emerge from the shadows. However, often the most perilous places are the safest. The two soldiers responsible for the infiltration had already stealthily entered this room and disposed of the body. One of them concealed himself behind the door while the other sought refuge in a shadowy corner, remaining silent. They were acutely aware of a sniper lurking nearby. And when the power outage occurred, they swiftly approached the door of this room. At this hour, just past midnight, vigilance was at its lowest. Patrolling guards were nearly invisible. It was precisely this negligence that allowed their operations to proceed seamlessly. In truth, one could hardly blame Zhang Mingwei and his team, with a sniper on the rooftop, guards below, and surveillance cameras scattered throughout the building. The only entrance was the front door, rendering the place remarkably safe. Who could have anticipated that they could infiltrate so quietly? Should the soldier at the door discharge his weapon, the other would spring forth, resolving the situation in mere seconds. Before long, 4 or 5 individuals entered the room, and the one at the forefront turned to say, "Do not relax yet," before he could finish. An overwhelming sense of dread pierced through him as he glimpsed a figure concealed behind the door, brandishing a silenced pistol and grinning menacingly. Bang! The suppressor minimized the sound of the bullet, yet its force remained undiminished, causing a vivid bloom of crimson to erupt from the man's chest. The soldier leaning against the door locked it securely to prevent any unsuspecting passerby from discovering their presence. They meticulously cleaned the bloodshed and then awaited the next move in silence. Zhou Qifeng and his companions were similarly biding their time, anticipating the opportune moment. Soon, the deafening cries of the zombies reverberated through the building, echoing in everyone's ears. The 9th team's operation had succeeded. The guards at the entrance were allies, and the lookout above had been eliminated, rendering the surveillance entirely ineffective. Success was at hand. A soldier who had remained near the building threw several blood-filled bottles, which shattered in the open area in front of the department store, instantly releasing the metallic scent of blood into the air. The zombies, previously pursuing the 9th team, seemed to have caught a whiff of their maddeningly delectable prey, recklessly charging toward the department store. The scent of blood proved far more intoxicating than that of human flesh, driving them into a frenzy. Countless zombies surged forth like a ravenous tide, overwhelming the barricade formed by vehicles in front of the department store with their sheer force. Shen Linchong stood atop the building, gazing down at the throngs of zombies below, feeling the chilling resonance of their collective, monstrous howls, akin to an ancient beast of terror. His spine tingled with unease. As he surveyed the scene, the black tide nearly consumed the entire street. Countless pairs of crimson eyes glimmered in the darkness, resembling a hellish inferno on earth. Chapter 42. Achievement. The tremors outside swiftly captured everyone's attention, plunging the entire building into chaos. All those who had been peacefully slumbering were abruptly awakened. What had seemed perfectly fine before sleep had transformed into a monumental upheaval upon their awakening. The survivors emitted anguished cries, their inner terror once again stirred. Zhang Minghui's subordinates were equally in disarray, their hurried footsteps resonating like a frantic drumbeat. How should I know? Get downstairs. Everyone, have the survivors deliver the ammunition to the first floor. Those who disobey will face merciless consequences. 2 of Zhang Minghui's men hurried into the area where Chu Rui and the others were resting. Seeing them still present, they momentarily relaxed their vigilance and bluntly commanded, "You all, come with us to fend off the horde." Quickly, Chu Rui said little, merely exchanging glances with the group. They all understood that the final moment was imminent. With a cacophony, everyone sprang to their feet, the sound of gun bolts being drawn sharp and foreboding. Chu Rui bellowed, "Kill." The 2 men delivering the message were startled by the sudden movement of the group, fearing they might be the targets. However, they soon witnessed Chu Rui and his companions racing toward the open space at the entrance, their automatic rifles ruthlessly claiming the lives of the undead. Relieved, the 2 joined the ranks defending against the zombies. As Chu Rui fired, he surveyed the surrounding situation. Despite the 20 or so individuals who had accompanied Zhang Mingwei, the effective combat strength gathered here exceeded 150. Furthermore, gunfire could be heard from above, albeit not from sniper rifles. Countless bullets whizzed through the air, and innumerable vehicles erupted in explosions, their tremendous force engulfing waves upon waves of zombies. The unexpected turn of events left the temporary leader of the building taken aback. Furrowing his brow, he struggled to comprehend the reason behind such bizarre occurrences. Over the past month, nothing like this had transpired. However, ever since Yang Qing and his group arrived, everything had changed. Out of the ordinary, there must be something amiss. Suddenly, A chilling possibility flashed through his mind. Could this entire situation be a grand performance orchestrated by Yang Qing and his companions? He dared not dwell on the thought. But at that moment, the door to his room was abruptly pushed open. Yet, the person who entered was not someone he recognized. The surreal sensation, coupled with the stark reality of death, sent a chill through his limbs. The figure at the door was none other than one of the two soldiers who had previously infiltrated. The soldier stationed at the entrance had long been dealt with. The scarlet blood glimmered under the illumination, casting an enchanting crimson hue. Without granting him a chance to utter a word, the soldier discharged his firearm, extinguishing his life in an instant, plunging him into utter darkness. The individuals above would be managed by them, while those below would be the responsibility of Chu Rue and his companions. As it became evident that no armed forces remained within the building to fend off the zombies, Chu Rue retreated while firing at the undead, a disguised soldier observing this scene intently. He produced a grenade and hurled it towards the area teeming with people. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed the grenade. To their eyes, all were akin to grasshoppers bound by a single thread, doomed to perish if the defenses were breached. Boom. Countless individuals were propelled into the air by the explosion. This abrupt turn of events momentarily stunned Zhang Minghui's men, as the deafening blast rendered them momentarily hearing impaired. Damn it. That fool threw the grenade. Someone cursed vehemently, but in the next instant, an innumerable number of flames erupted forth. Many felt a sudden pain in various parts of their bodies before losing consciousness. Chu Rue and his allies redirected their firearms towards the surviving members of Zhang Minghui, commencing a frenzied barrage. Bullets penetrated flesh, leaving behind a cascade of blood. The numbers of these individuals dwindled rapidly, unlike the zombies. Some were fortunate enough to be instantly killed, while others endured multiple shots before succumbing. Amidst the carnage, an injured man lay on the ground, aiming his pistol at Zhou Qifeng, who was firing his weapon. "I'll take one down with me." Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a bullet pierced through his heart with brutal force. It was Shun Linchong, who had not been idle upstairs, methodically reaping the lives of enemies with each shot. Beside him, he had already expended several magazines. The immense recoil of the sniper rifle sent jolts of pain through his shoulder, yet he showed no signs of halting. The pain incessantly stimulated his nerves, keeping him in a state of heightened awareness and concentration. Many of those he killed were individuals who had fallen but were not yet entirely deceased. If left unchecked, they could inflict unnecessary casualties upon Chu Rue and his group. At that moment, the 9th Squad charged forth, joining forces with Chu Rue to repel the zombies. With Zhang Minghui's forces nearly neutralized, the primary threat now lay in the seemingly endless horde of undead. As Li approached Chu Rue, he fired his weapon while shouting, "Hurry, use the grenades. Obliterate these wretched scoundrels." The cacophony of the zombies' bone-chilling howls intertwined with the thunderous sound of gunfire rendered even the simplest conversations extraordinarily arduous. Even though they stood in close proximity, the voices of the two men were nearly inaudible unless they shouted at the top of their lungs. Chu Rue responded with equal fervor, "I know. Zhou Qifeng, the grenades." Zhou Qifeng opened his backpack, revealing the volatile explosives they had previously discovered. They intended to use these devices to reduce the horde of zombies to mere fragments. However, Zhou Qifeng did not pass the backpack to Chu Rue. Instead, he called out, "Rue Gu, keep them focused on me, don't hit me." With that, he discarded his firearm onto the ground and surged forward like a swift cheetah. Ignoring Chu Rue's warnings, Zhou Qifeng charged ahead. Chu Rue urgently commanded the others, suppressing fire, cover Zhou Qifeng. Zhou Qifeng soon approached the throng of zombies. Despite the relentless fall of the undead, their numbers appeared undiminished, pressing forward in an ever-increasing tide. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Qifeng drew his combat knife and inflicted a deep gash on his arm. Blood immediately gushed forth as he endured the excruciating pain, racing toward the area with the most remaining vehicles, allowing his blood to flow freely. As he ran, Zhou Qifeng felt the weight of his reckless decision. The moment his blood scent permeated the air, every zombie that had been charging toward Chu Rue and the others abruptly turned their attention to him. The subsequent wave of zombies, lured by the scent of blood, converged upon him, unable to discern the difference between human and blood. To them, a human was merely a vessel brimming with life's essence. Countless zombies descended upon the blood-soaked ground, eagerly licking the crimson liquid. While tossing the explosives at that location, Zhou Qifeng retrieved his prepared bandages, attempting to staunch the flow of blood as he continued to run. Although the entrance was a mere 100 meters away, Zhou Qifeng felt as though this distance was the most arduous he had ever encountered. even with Chu Rue and the others providing cover by eliminating zombies. He still felt the brush of claws perilously close to his body several times during his frantic sprint. At last, Zhou Qifeng reached the vicinity of the entrance. With the horde behind him effectively cut off by Chu Rue and the others who had surged forward. Boom! The thunderous roar of the sniper rifle reverberated across the expanse of the sky once more. Subsequently, a violent explosion erupted, sending mushroom clouds soaring towards the heavens. Although the explosive force was insufficient to inflict harm on those 100 meters away, the immense shockwave left everyone feeling a sense of trepidation, their bodies tingling with unease. The detonation reignited previously unexploded vehicles, filling the air with an incessant cacophony of booming sounds. Flames erupted skyward, instantly claiming the lives of the zombies at the epicenter of the blast, while those at a slightly greater distance were also engulfed by the fierce blaze. Soon reduced to ashes, the brilliant crimson flames illuminated the night, effectively obstructing the path of the undead. Without exception, all zombies attempting to breach this fiery barrier were incinerated. The explosion persisted for an extended duration before finally subsiding, leaving everyone with aching ears, as the world around them seemed to spin in chaos. After a considerable time, they gradually regained their composure. Observing the increasingly fervent flames, Chu Rue let out a sigh. This battle, at long last, had reached its conclusion. Chapter 43. Outbreak. A group of individuals sat in the car, their habitual silence enveloping them. The autumn sun, no longer as scorching as in summer, cast a gentle warmth, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. Yang Qing cracked the window slightly, allowing the swift winds to caress his face as he gazed at the somewhat grimy glass. His thoughts drifting aimlessly into the distance. It felt almost dreamlike. When would this existence reach its conclusion? Perhaps it would coincide with the day of humanity's extinction. As they journeyed towards the processing plant, an indescribable sorrow weighed heavily on Yang Qing's heart. He feared that this time, he might truly meet his end there. He was unafraid of death, yet the thought of it filled him with dread. Just as Zhou Qifeng had remarked, was this struggle truly meaningful? In contrast, Zhang Minghui occupied the driver's seat, one hand holding a cigar and the other firmly grasping the steering wheel, humming a cheerful tune, seemingly in high spirits. He rolled down his window to its fullest extent, letting the fierce winds tousle his hair. This was the finest of times, unshackled by the constraints of law. Zhang Minghui resembled a wild beast that had broken free from its bindings. He appeared utterly unconcerned about the possibility of a zombie suddenly lunging at the window, a sentiment seemingly shared by his companion in the passenger seat. It was unclear whether their demeanor was born of confidence or mere arrogance. The convoy departed the city, reaching the outskirts with less than 30 kilometers remaining to the processing plant. However, to their astonishment, shortly after they left, two zombies began to sprint from the very spot they had just vacated, their speed astonishing, surpassing even Yang Qing's full sprint. Their trajectory was unmistakably directed towards the processing plant. Upon arriving at the processing plant, Yang Qing and his companions stood in silence at the entrance for a moment. The place bore no significant alterations compared to their last visit, yet a palpable sadness lingered in their hearts. Their comrade, Wang Juntang, lay buried here. Zhang Minghui once again flashed his infuriating grin and declared, "Lead the way, my friend." Yang Qing merely nodded. In this desolate expanse, they had no chance to resist. Their only weapon a solitary military knife. All their other arms had been left within the building. Yang Qing took the lead, guiding Zhang Minghui as they inspected each workshop and warehouse. This remote location was unlikely to attract wandering zombies without reason. As they surveyed their surroundings, Zhang Minghui remarked, TSK, truly impressive for someone emerging from the military. The efficiency is indeed remarkable. Zhang Minghui is nothing but a scoundrel, unafraid of the heavens and the earth. His threats utterly devoid of significance. A group of individuals meandered around to the fifth workshop, the final one. This processing plant had long since been completely deprived of power. However, unlike the first workshop, the lights in the other areas showed no signs of damage. Had a few more mutated zombies appeared during their last visit, the casualties among Yang Qing and his companions would have been far more devastating. Beams of light incessantly illuminated the dark workshop, where the only sounds were the footsteps and breaths of the group. Yet, this very silence heightened their anxiety. The sudden emergence of any menace would not be a trivial matter. As they ventured deeper, Yang Qing discovered a relatively large processing machine stationed along the production line. He realized that an opportunity had arisen. With a swift turn, his military knife materialized in his hand, the sharp blade reflecting a chilling glimmer under the flashlight's beam. No one anticipated that Yang Qing would suddenly launch an attack, even without any equipment. The individual behind him barely had time to draw his weapon before Yang Qing severed his throat with a single slash, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Without hesitation, Yang Qing seized the submachine gun from the fallen man's grasp, aimed it at Zhang Minghui, and unleashed a barrage of fire before rolling behind the large machine for cover. However, Zhang Minghui was quick on his feet, pulling a subordinate in front of him, resulting in a flurry of bullets that claimed the life of his comrade. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Zhang Minghui, momentarily flustered, shouted, "Quick, cover me. Eliminate them." Simultaneously, Guo Haoliang and his team began their offensive, albeit with less success than Yang Qing. One soldier, while attempting to wrest a firearm from Zhang Minghui, was struck in the head by an enraged shot, dying instantly. Guo Haoliang plunged his military knife into the neck of one of Zhang Minghui's subordinates, refusing to withdraw it. Witnessing the death of his comrade before his eyes reignited his fury, and he could no longer contain himself, roaring as he fired indiscriminately. "Qian Xingguan! Damn it! I curse you all!" Amidst the darkness, flashes of rage illuminated the scene. Several individuals fell victim to Guo Haoliang's gunfire. At that moment, one of Zhang Minghui's henchmen seized the opportunity. Amidst the rising smoke, a series of shots struck Guo Haoliang's robust frame. He presumed that Guo Haoliang would perish on the spot, yet the sight before him became etched in his memory for a lifetime. Countless bullets struck Guo Haoliang's body, but in an instant, he locked his gaze upon his assailant. The pair of crimson eyes, brimming with lethal intent, rendered him momentarily paralyzed. Leaving his limbs cold and his mind momentarily devoid of thought, Guo Haoliang let out a thunderous roar, summoning every ounce of strength to raise his firearm, hoping to eliminate his adversary before meeting his demise. Yet, fate conspired against him. Before he could even pull the trigger, his head was transformed into a pool of crimson. A shotgun. The identity of the assailant who struck Guo Haoliang at point-blank range remains unknown, but the immense power of the blast extinguished his life in an instant. Yang Qing, suppressing his inner turmoil of rage and sorrow, leaned out and unleashed a rapid succession of 3 shots. His firearm, akin to the scythe of death, was both sharp and merciless. The other 2 soldiers, having dispatched an enemy, similarly concealed themselves. Zhang Minghui retrieved a grenade, counting down to the explosion, and hurled it into the narrow space where 2 individuals had taken refuge just before it detonated. Yang Qing felt the tremors beneath his feet and silently whispered a farewell to Zhao Lei and Li Wan, assuring them that he would soon join them. He moved with the grace of a nimble cat, soundless in his approach. Zhang Minghui and his men dared not move recklessly, searching for Yang Qing's position. However, in the enveloping darkness, visibility was severely compromised. Even with flashlights, their effectiveness was minimal. Yang Qing removed his helmet and hurled it towards a specific location. The noise drew everyone's attention, and their weapons instinctively aimed at the helmet, only to be met with disappointment as it proved to be nothing more than a mere helmet. Zhang Minghui's expression shifted drastically as he caught sight of Yang Qing's ghostly figure. Gunfire erupted, unleashing a torrent of lethal fire as Yang Qing swiftly claimed life after life. Zhang Minghui instinctively shielded his subordinate with his own body, despite the latter's desperate struggles. Following a relentless barrage, Yang Qing once again vanished from sight. In a fit of desperation, Zhang Minghui bellowed, "Retreat. Everyone cover my escape, or face death." Initially, Yang Qing believed that this group, confronted with the specter of death, would no longer heed Zhang Minghui's commands. Yet, to his astonishment, despite their reluctance, the prolonged subservience had seemingly conditioned them to forget rebellion. Remaining obedient to Zhang Minghui's orders, only 4 of Zhang Minghui's men remained, encircling him as they swiftly exited the shadowy workshop, as if the light outside could provide them with a sense of security. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. Without night vision goggles, they became living targets for Yang Qing, exposed under the bright sunlight. With a resounding bang, yet another individual fell to the ground, shot through the head by Yang Qing, who stood directly in front of Zhang Minghui. In a state of panic, Zhang Minghui hastily concealed himself behind another person, shouting, "Quick, fire your weapons, suppress the fire." The man in front instinctively shifted aside, yet Zhang Minghui fired a shot into his leg, angrily exclaiming, "Shoot for me now, or if he can't kill you, I certainly will." Having said this, he found a secure corner, aiming his pistol at the remaining 3 individuals, ready to end their lives should they refuse to comply with his orders. The others, faced with danger from both sides, had no choice but to press on. They fired indiscriminately, attempting to eliminate Yang Qing, who lurked in the shadows. Yang Qing, however, remained patient, biding his time for the opportune moment. After a minute of continuous gunfire from outside, the cacophony ceased. They had sent a considerable number of people to confront Yangqing, and while each individual carried a few spare bullets, their supply was limited. The current situation rendered them unable to retrieve the weapons that had been dropped earlier. Damn it! Keep shooting. What are you waiting for? Zhang Minghui's frantic voice echoed from outside. Boss, we have no bullets left. Damn it, you useless bunch of idiots. At this moment, Yangqing took a deep breath and dashed out like a cheetah. Even while in motion, his shooting remained exquisitely precise. 3 bullets flew once more, and the remaining 3 individuals met their demise. Only Zhang Minghui was left. Startled by Yangqing's sudden appearance, Zhang Minghui, disregarding the remaining bullets in his handgun, fired recklessly at him. Yangqing nimbly rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding a fatal shot. The one bullet grazed his left hand. Enduring the pain, Yangqing swiftly aimed his gun at Zhang Minghui, who was preparing to reload. The bullet wound in his palm caused Yangqing's left arm to tremble, significantly diminishing his shooting accuracy. Frowning, he ceased his precise shooting and began to spray bullets in Zhang Minghui's direction. Zhang Minghui, covered in dirt and disheveled, scrambled to hide. Even dropping his gun in his frantic escape, he concealed himself in a corner, breathing heavily with trepidation. Meanwhile, Yangqing had exhausted his ammunition. Chapter 44. The terrifying ability. Yangqing had exhausted all his ammunition. He turned and dashed towards the lifeless body to retrieve the fallen submachine gun. Suddenly, it seemed as if Zhang Minghui sensed something amiss. His gaze hardened with a fierce intensity. Yangqing endeavored to maintain the steadiness of his left hand as he cautiously approached the concealed position of Zhang Minghui, step by deliberate step. Victory was within his grasp. He could not afford to squander this hard-won opportunity through a moment of complacency. At that instant, Yangqing felt a disturbance, prompting him to glance back in the direction from which they had arrived. A horrifying scene unfolded. 2 zombies charged towards him at an alarming speed. Their movements were eerily reminiscent of a living person, devoid of the typical sluggishness associated with the undead. While zombies were not typically slow, they certainly should not possess such extraordinary swiftness. Yangqing pivoted and fired at the approaching zombies, yet they exhibited an uncanny intelligence, evading his bullets. Numerous rounds struck their bodies, even penetrating their skulls, yet they remained undeterred, maintaining their rapid advance towards him. As a magazine emptied, the 2 zombies continued their relentless pursuit, closing the distance with alarming rapidity. A chill crept into Yangqing's heart. When had these zombies evolved to such an extent? Even damage to their brains failed to incapacitate them. However, upon further reflection, the bizarre nature of the zombies' appearance struck him as exceedingly strange. Yangqing turned to seize another submachine gun, but in the blink of an eye, the zombies were already upon him. Gritting his teeth, he realized that while he could retrieve the weapon, he would be torn to shreds the moment he grasped it. In a desperate move, he drew his combat knife and turned to face the threat. One zombie lunged at him, while the other raced towards Zhang Minghui. Upon first encountering these 2 zombies, he had harbored a terrifying suspicion, one so unfathomable that he preferred to believe in their evolution rather than accept the notion that they were drawn to Zhang Minghui. Yet the cruel reality, cold and unyielding, confirmed his fears. They were indeed under Zhang Minghui's control. Casting aside his futile thoughts, Yangqing recognized the pressing need to neutralize the zombies. Otherwise, if Zhang Minghui obtained a weapon, his demise would be inevitable, and he would be releasing a predator back into the wild. With his right hand firmly gripping the combat knife, he stifled the turmoil within as the zombies lunged for his throat. He deftly evaded their grasp, swiftly pivoting to drive the knife into the temple of one of the zombies. To his dismay, however, the creature showed no signs of injury. Foul, black blood gushed forth, yet its momentum remained unimpeded. Yangqing withdrew the knife, retreating while dodging the zombies' attacks, relentlessly slashing at the flesh of the one before him. At that moment, Zhang Minghui, supported by the nearby zombies, staggered to his feet, visibly unsteady. He clutched his abdomen, gasping for breath. It turned out that Yangqing's barrage had not been entirely ineffectual. He had been struck in the stomach. Though his injury was severe, it was not fatal. At that moment, the zombie, poised to deliver a blow, suddenly halted, as if Yangqing were non-existent, and turned to run to Zhang Minghui's side. Zhang Minghui clutched his stomach, his eyes ablaze with fury, an overwhelming malevolence radiating from him. Upon seeing Yangqing aiming a gun at him, Zhang Minghui felt no anger. Instead, he began to laugh. though beneath that smile lay a torrent of rage akin to an erupting flame. Zhang Minghui bellowed ferociously, "Yangqing, you are remarkable. However, at this point, do you still believe you have a chance to kill me?" Yangqing held the gun firmly. Although the skirmish had been brief, it was extraordinarily fierce, and the intensity of the combat had once again aggravated the wound on his hand. Since the onset of the conflict, a bullet had remained lodged in his flesh, and with every movement, a searing pain radiated from his left palm. Now, his left hand trembled violently, blood oozing profusely and dripping incessantly. Zhang Minghui glanced at the injury on his hand and, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "I offer you a choice. Either submit to me or face death." Cold sweat trickled down Yangqing's face. He remained silent, yet the unwavering determination in his gaze to eliminate Zhang Minghui conveyed his answer unmistakably. Zhang Minghui clutched his abdomen and erupted into laughter once more, but this bout of mirth was abruptly cut short by the searing pain from his wounds. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he coldly remarked to Yangqing, "Indeed, I have committed countless misdeeds in my life. Yet I have always held a profound respect for tough men. Remove the bullet from your weapon." Yangqing, maintaining a stern expression, kept the gun trained on Zhang Minghui and replied, "Why must you feign sincerity?" Zhang Minghui merely let out a faint laugh before unsheathing a knife and plunging it deeply into his abdomen. He stifled a groan, enduring the agony as he forcefully extracted the bullet lodged within him. Upon witnessing this, Yangqing, without a moment's hesitation, slung his firearm across his back and pressed his finger against the palm of his hand, then violently yanked out the bloody bullet, still embedded with bone fragments. Zhang Minghui's complexion turned ashen, while Yangqing's veins bulged, undeniably showcasing their fortitude. It must be said that both of these men exemplify true grit. Yet they find themselves in completely opposing factions, locked in a relentless struggle to the death. Yangqing fiercely tore a corner of his garment and then wrapped it around his left hand. If left unattended, not only would he escape the clutches of Zhang Minghui, but the substantial loss of blood could very well lead to his demise. After a brief and rudimentary bandaging, Yangqing once again aimed his firearm at Zhang Minghui's head. He found himself perplexed, pondering the true intentions behind Zhang Minghui's actions. Although the pain remained excruciating after the bullet was extracted, it was a slight improvement compared to the agony he had previously endured. At that moment, Zhang Minghui had also removed the bullet from his abdomen and proceeded to bandage the wound with the gauze he had on hand. Suddenly, Yangqing discharged his weapon, the bullet slicing through the air and targeting Zhang Minghui's skull. Yet Zhang Minghui appeared to have anticipated this moment. A zombie suddenly obstructed his path, and the bullet penetrated its skull, erupting in a grotesque spray of crimson. Meanwhile, Zhang Minghui continued to tend to his wounds. Once he completed this task, he lifted his gaze and, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, "I had initially believed you to be a hero." Yangqing, with a calm demeanor, fired another shot, stating, "This era has never required heroes, and I am destined not to become one." A cruel smile crept upon Zhang Minghui's lips as he suddenly extended two nearly invisible, slender black threads from his back. These threads penetrated the body of the zombie. Gunfire erupted incessantly, yet not a single bullet found its mark on Zhang Minghui. All were absorbed by the undead. Zhang Minghui laughed heartily, proclaiming, "You have run out of chances. You are fated to perish here, while I am destined to reign as the sovereign of this age." As he spoke, the bodies of two zombies rapidly shriveled, leaving behind mere desiccated husks. Initially, Yangqing fired continuously, yet he could not strike Zhang Minghui. However, when he finally managed to aim true, a more terrifying reality unfolded. He no longer feared the gunfire. Die. Die. Chapter 45. The King. In the King, Zhang Minghui's physique rapidly swelled, and his previously normal skin tone gradually transformed into a dark purplish hue. Unlike the crimson eyes of the zombies, Zhang Minghui's gaze, after absorbing the undead, manifested a strikingly eerie violet color that radiated an intimidating brilliance. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, Zhang Minghui's stature expanded further, approaching 2 meters. Unlike the decayed and foul-smelling bodies of the zombies, his form exuded a sense of power, with bulging muscles tearing through his upper garments. A profound sense of oppression enveloped Yangqing as he squinted and frowned, observing Zhang Minghui from a distance, feeling an unsettling sense of helplessness. No matter how formidable Yangqing was, he remained merely human, while Zhang Minghui had transcended the limits of humanity and perception, transforming into a monster. Yangqing persistently aimed for Zhang Minghui's head, firing his weapon, but Zhang Minghui raised his massive arms to shield his skull. The bullets failed to achieve the desired effect, penetrating only a couple of centimeters into his flesh before losing all efficacy. Having absorbed the zombies, Zhang Minghui was endowed not only with enhanced vitality, but also with an immensely powerful physique. He unleashed a thunderous roar, causing Yang Qing to grunt in response. The sheer force of Zhang Minghui's bellow tightened Yang Qing's chest, nearly robbing him of breath. Unwilling to concede, Yang Qing swiftly repositioned himself in search of an opportunity. However, to his astonishment, Zhang Minghui's movements were far swifter than he had anticipated. Yang Qing initially believed that such a heavy body would hinder Zhang Minghui's agility. Yet he was gravely mistaken. Zhang Minghui's speed transcended the ordinary, resembling the terrifying swiftness of the earlier zombies. With colossal strides, Zhang Minghui closed the gap, his enormous fists whistling through the air as they descended upon Yang Qing. A wave of alarm surged within Yang Qing. It felt as though a small truck were barreling toward him. Yet he was no longer in peak condition, battling while dragging his fatigued body against Zhang Minghui. With no time to evade, Yang Qing crossed his arms defensively. Zhang Minghui's massive fist struck down upon Yang Qing's forearms with tremendous force. The sound of shattering bones echoed, and in an instant, Yang Qing was sent hurtling backward. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground. His arms had nearly lost all sensation, and a searing pain radiated from his back. Zhang Minghui showed no intention of granting Yang Qing a moment's respite. He leaped into the air, propelled by the immense strength of his leg muscles. Clenching his fists, he descended like a cannonball, aiming to crush the prostrate Yang Qing. A wave of impending doom enveloped Yang Qing, yet he struggled to roll aside, narrowly avoiding Zhang Minghui and Appo's assault. Forcing himself to stand, albeit unsteadily, he staggered to retrieve the submachine gun lying nearby. With his consciousness slightly hazy, he abandoned precision aiming, unleashing a frantic barrage of gunfire toward the gargantuan figure of Zhang Minghui before him. Zhang Minghui appeared to be deeply apprehensive of Yang Qing inadvertently striking his head, instinctively shielding himself with his hands while allowing bullets to penetrate his body. Though the pain was undeniable and the blood flowed, to him, it could only be deemed superficial wounds. The terrifying resilience of the undead manifested vividly within Zhang Minghui, embodying sheer horror and despair. Protecting his head, he proclaimed, "Cease your struggles. Your demise is inevitable, just like that of your foolish comrades." His voice had long since grown hoarse, taking on an eerie quality, as if a rag were lodged in his throat, rendering it unpleasant to hear. Yang Qing was unwilling to accept his fate. He refused to perish in such a manner. He yearned to drag Zhang Minghui to that infernal realm. A primal scream erupted from him, a cathartic release of the pressure that had built within him, an expression of his seething rage. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, yet he remained indifferent. When his ammunition was expended, he hurled his firearm at Zhang Minghui with all his might, treating it as a mere brick. Yet, if bullets could inflict no harm upon the monstrous Zhang Minghui, how could an empty gun fare any better? Disregarding his injuries, even as the pain persisted and his bones shattered, even as his heart pounded violently under immense strain, Yang Qing pressed on. Zhang Minghui had no intention of entering the workshop. The cramped, dark space would severely restrict his movements. Armed with a gun in hand and another slung across his back, with grenades tucked at his waist, Yang Qing surrendered himself to the fury coursing through him and the adrenaline surging within his veins. Even in death, he resolved to drag Zhang Minghui down to hell. He advanced towards the workshop entrance, then hurled a grenade. The moment it left his hand, he inhaled deeply and charged forth, roaring, "Ah!" Zhang Minghui, catching sight of the grenade, instinctively recoiled. Despite his tough exterior, being caught in the explosion would be unbearable. The detonation erupted, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust and smoke. Yang Qing burst forth from the haze, and as he emerged, Zhang Minghui's fist, accompanied by a howling gale, barreled towards him. In a swift maneuver, Yang Qing executed a sliding tackle, slipping behind Zhang Minghui. He quickly turned, his gun spitting forth fiery tongues of flame, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets that compelled Zhang Minghui to defend himself once more. Enduring the discomfort and excruciating pain in his arm, Yang Qing fired with one hand while retrieving another grenade with the other, biting off the pin before tossing it towards Zhang Minghui. He rolled aside hastily, knowing his body could scarcely withstand the shockwave from the explosion. The blast consumed Zhang Minghui's form, yet even this level of destruction proved insufficient to claim his life. Zhang Minghui emitted a furious roar, his flesh mangled beyond recognition, countless shards embedded deep within his body, while purplish-black blood coursed over his entire form. In a fit of rage, spurred by the injuries inflicted by a grenade, he lunged at Yangqing, his humanity seemingly devoured entirely by the ferocity of the undead. His body hurtled towards Yangqing like a cannonball. Yangqing barely evaded Zhang Minghui's assault, yet Zhang did not relent, seizing Yangqing's left leg with a vice-like grip. Gritting his teeth, Yangqing fired again, but the impact was negligible. Zhang Minghui's muscular, purplish-black hand enveloped Yangqing, enveloping him in excruciating pain, prompting a piercing scream to escape Yangqing's lips. With sheer force, Zhang Minghui tore into Yangqing's left leg. What tremendous strength! The gaping, dog-like wound was grotesque, and the agony nearly caused Yangqing to lose consciousness. However, he clung to a sense of grim determination. Zhang Minghui began to gnaw at his leg, blood spraying in all directions. Yangqing clenched his jaw, the veins in his forehead and hands bulging like thick earthworms. He rolled incessantly, despite the intensifying agony of his wounds. Survival eclipsed all else. The specter of death loomed near. After a brief feast, Zhang Minghui's face was drenched in blood. His purplish-black pupils shifted back to Yangqing, now devoid of humanity, filled with madness and murderous intent. In desperation, Yangqing hurled a grenade. A series of explosions erupted like the relentless beat of a drum. Zhang Minghui emitted a terrifying shriek. Even amidst the chaos, he remained unyielding. Charging through the billowing smoke towards Yangqing, Yangqing sat on the ground, gasping for breath, his grip tight on a Molotov cocktail, prepared to embrace death in a final stand against Zhang Minghui. Zhang Minghui lunged at Yangqing, his bloodied maw tearing into the flesh of Yangqing's arm. With a muffled groan, Yangqing smashed the Molotov cocktail onto the ground, flames erupting skyward. The undead feared fire, a fundamental truth. The fierce blaze engulfed both men in an instant, forcing the severely injured Zhang Minghui to abandon Yangqing, rolling on the ground in vain. Flames enveloped Yangqing. His clothes ignited, his hair reduced to ash in moments. The searing heat made the approach of death palpably clear. The untreated wounds became increasingly unbearable under the onslaught of fire. Gazing at the seemingly doomed Zhang Minghui, Yangqing contemplated surrendering to death. Yet the faces of his fallen comrades surfaced in his mind. With great effort, he struggled to rise, only to collapse again from sheer weakness. Crawling inch by inch towards the entrance of Workshop 5, the distance to the doorway seemed insurmountable, stretching like an eternity before him. At last, he gradually crawled to the entrance of the workshop, while Zhang Minghui beside him had nearly ceased his struggles, emitting only a series of anguished wails. The visage of Yangqing, charred like coal, yet still ablaze, revealed no signs of life as he expended the last vestiges of his energy, yearning to let out a mighty roar, only to discover that no sound would emerge. He adjusted his posture, kneeling with one remaining leg at the door of the 5th workshop. Ultimately, he smiled. He had succumbed to death. It seemed as though he could glimpse his comrades, his brothers, awaiting him ahead. Zhang Minghui also halted his struggle. His swollen form was swiftly returning to its original state. Soon, the transformation was undone. Yet he stood but a step away from the threshold of death. Shortly after the calamity erupted, he discovered a peculiar ability, one that allowed him to command 2 zombies, regardless of whether they were alive or deceased, for his own purposes. Perhaps it was his capacity to control the undead that led other zombies to refrain from attacking him, as if they deemed Zhang Minghui one of their own. Zhang Minghui was cautious. This secret was known to scarcely anyone else. He had initially believed that amidst the chaos of this apocalyptic era, he could ascend to become its sovereign, the sole ruler. However, everything shifted with the emergence of Yangqing and his companions. Faced with a seemingly insurmountable disparity in power, this damned soldier refused to relent. Cursed, 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 cursed. Zhang Minghui raged inwardly, yet no sound could escape his lips. His heartbeat slowed, gradually coming to a halt. Zhang Minghui had perished. Yangqing may not be a king, yet his remarkable abilities were evident to all. He was a king nonetheless, an undisputed monarch. This battle was a clash of kings, fierce and tragic. Zhang Minghui descended into the abyss with his dreams, while Yangqing tread the path to the afterlife, bearing the lives of his brothers. This era is destined to birth countless sorrows. The struggle between humanity and the undead may persist for an unknown duration, and the truth behind this calamity remains obscured. Yet, in every age, there exist individuals akin to Yangqing. Their strength does not lie solely in their being, nor does it depend on possessing unique abilities like Zhang Minghui. True power resides in their indomitable courage in the face of adversity, their unwavering spirit of perseverance, and the profound strength of their hearts. Life is fleeting and fragile, and thus priceless, precious, and beautiful. The future remains an enigma, conclusions cannot be drawn at present. Only by surviving can one uncover the depths of the cruel reality that lies behind this catastrophe. Tangled in Dark Chapter 46. Execution after successfully repelling the horde of corpses. The group managed to regroup within the building. Fortuitously, this large-scale confrontation resulted in no casualties. The survivors inside the edifice were still in a state of bewilderment, as the rapid shift in circumstances was nothing short of astonishing. The little girl, once saved by Yang Qing, whispered to her mother, "Mommy, did the uncles win? Have the bad people been chased away?" The woman, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Zhang Minghui had treated them with utter disdain, as if they were mere livestock. Food and water were scarce, and each day was fraught with anxiety. Whether from the fear of becoming a tool for Zhang Minghui's wrath or being used as bait in the next operation. Observing the exhausted yet raucous young soldiers, who were playfully jostling and hurling insults at one another, she could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. She gently wiped her child's face and reassured her, "Yes, there will be no more bad people to bully you, for they will protect us." Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, shouts of expletives pierced through. "Damn it, Zhou Qifeng, do you think you're capable? Why did you deviate from the original plan? How much experience do you possess? Right now, you are merely a greenhorn. If something goes awry, how am I to account for it? Do you understand that your reckless decision nearly jeopardized our subsequent plans? If you fail, everyone in this building will pay the price for your folly." The one berating him was Chu Rui. The initial strategy had been for him to plant the explosives, yet Zhou Qifeng had recklessly charged ahead. Although the mission succeeded, such impulsive behavior could easily lead to catastrophic failure on the ever-changing battlefield. Most critically, Zhou Qifeng was too young. If he were to perish, all hope would be lost. It was precisely during such tumultuous times that veterans needed to step forward and shield the rookies. Veterans illuminate the path for the newcomers, at least that was Chu Rui's belief. Zhou Qifeng, wearing an apologetic smile, implored, "Rui Gu, please let me explain." Chu Rui, his expression dark, continued mercilessly, "I can understand your feelings. I know you fear your plans might endanger others. But let me tell you, each one of us has set foot on this path fully prepared for death. Your actions do not serve our interests. They trample upon our resolve." Zhou Qifeng was momentarily speechless. He was acutely aware that Chu Rui and the others had braced themselves for the ultimate sacrifice, yet the haunting image of Wang Juantong's demise lingered vividly in his mind. He could not bear to witness such tragedy unfold again, even if that notion was utterly unrealistic. At that moment, Shen Linchong approached and placed a hand on Chu Rui's shoulder, saying, "Hey, Chu Rui, don't be too angry. This kid meant well, and it's only natural he acts this way, having not experienced what we have." Afterward, Shen Linchong turned to Zhou Qifeng, smiling as he patted Zhou Qifeng on the shoulder, and said again, "You are quite remarkable and exceptionally brave. Chu Rui means no harm. As seasoned veterans, it is our solemn duty to care for the new recruits. It would be a disgrace for us to allow new soldiers to perish before our eyes or to let them charge into danger ahead of us. At least, that is our belief." LV Lai chimed in cheerfully from the side. Chu Rui's anger had dissipated considerably, although he claimed his irritation stemmed from Zhou Qifeng's disobedience. In truth, he feared for Zhou Qifeng's youthful life. With a grin, Chu Rui playfully kicked LV Lai's backside and remarked, "Damn it, if anyone is truly devious, it's you." LV Lai pondered for a moment, rubbed his rear, and calmly replied, "Get lost." Chu Rui turned once more to Zhou Qifeng and said, "I apologize, Zhou Qifeng. My earlier words were indeed somewhat harsh." Noticing that Chu Rui was no longer upset, Zhou Qifeng sighed in relief and smiled. "It's all right. It's all right. I always let your words go in one ear and out the other, Brother Rui. Just kidding. It's too late now." Before long, the soldiers had thoroughly reassured the survivors and informed them that assistance would arrive in a few days to escort them to a safe zone. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was alert, they recounted the rules within the safe zone, what must be adhered to and what must not be done. After about 10 minutes, all the survivors displayed expressions of joy, astonished by the magnitude of the country's response. They were saved. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Chu Rui's expression darkened. He addressed Shen Linchong, saying, "Brother Chong, have you seen any of your men among the survivors who came out with us from this building?" "Yes. I heard they had defected and have already been apprehended. I forgot in my excitement just now, Shen Linchong replied. Take me to see them. You all come with me. This matter is far from over. With that, the 5 of them followed Shen Linchong to an open area on the 5th floor, where 2 soldiers were watching a group of unarmed traitors. Recalling the death of Chu Chanxian, Zhou Qifeng's anger surged once again. The pitiful and helpless demeanor of the individuals before him was utterly repugnant in Zhou Qifeng's eyes. Chu Rui stepped in front of the 8 traitors, his eyes filled with coldness. He grimly inquired, "Weren't you all quite impressive? What happened? No longer so formidable? Was it merely the possession of firearms that made you bold? Didn't you claim to have them as well? Where are your weapons? Your power? Your women? Didn't you say you could enjoy it all? And now? Your previous compliance with us seemed foolish, but what have you now?" Chu Rui continued relentlessly, his piercing words like daggers, striking at the hearts of those before him, reaching into the depths they were most reluctant to acknowledge. They were not helpless. They had simply chosen to wallow in their own degradation. Li Sheng averted his gaze from Chu Rui, but after a moment, he summoned his courage and pleaded, "Please, listen to me." At that time, aligning ourselves with him was our only means of survival. I do not wish to perish. I have not yet lived enough. I cannot die in such a wretched manner. Ah, the tragic irony of a desperate appeal for mercy. Chu Rui revealed a cruel smile and responded, "I comprehend your sentiments." Li Sheng regarded Chu Rui with disbelief, struggling to accept the words he had just heard, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Yet, in the next instant, that joy morphed into sheer terror as he observed Chu Rui nod towards Zhou Qifeng, who then unsheathed his military knife and approached him with a chilling demeanor. If circumstances permitted, Zhou Qifeng would prefer to avoid taking a life. His first true act of killing had been to eliminate those within the surveillance room. Initially, he had hesitated, contemplating merely incapacitating one individual under his charge. However, he realized that if he miscalculated, the consequences would be catastrophic. He compelled himself to proceed. Knowing it was a necessity, Zhou Qifeng understood the gravity of his actions, yet to overcome his trepidation, he chose to confront it head-on. Not everyone relishes the act of killing. If it were possible, he would wish for humanity to coexist peacefully, united against the threat of zombies. Yet, deep down, he recognized the futility of such aspirations. The familiar yet foreign concept of murder seemed to intertwine with Zhou Qifeng's very being. Confronted by the terror in Li Sheng and the others' eyes, Zhou Qifeng felt no hesitation. They were products of this era's tragedy, but who among them was not? As Zhou Qifeng drew closer, Li Sheng suddenly rebelled. Faced with the inevitability of his demise, he lost all reason and lunged at Zhou Qifeng, attempting to seize the military knife from his grasp. Yet, such efforts were in vain. Zhou Qifeng, quick and decisive, landed a powerful fist against Li Sheng's face. Thud. Li Sheng fell heavily to the ground, dazed from the blow. Without a moment's pause, Zhou Qifeng plunged the knife deep into Li Sheng's heart. As excruciating pain surged through him, Li Sheng's vision darkened, and he succumbed to death. Zhou Qifeng withdrew the knife and inhaled deeply, grappling once more with that loathsome sensation, that repugnant touch. Chu Rui's tone remained devoid of any compassion as he declared, "The rest of you are acutely aware of your fate. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Although I do not desire to kill you, I perceive you as a persistent threat, a ticking time bomb poised to turn against us. I am sorry, but we cannot afford your presence. Please, I beg you for another chance. Do not kill me. I have no choice. I merely wish to survive. Please, do not take my life." Chu Rui ended their lives with a single shot. Initially, he intended to cast them out as offerings to the zombies, yet fearing the complications that might ensue, he opted for a more decisive resolution. The mingling scents of blood and gunpowder gradually permeated the air. In such dire circumstances, it would be prudent to entrust their fates to the leaders of the safe zone. But Chu Rui hesitated, concerned that they might survive. Some may deem his actions excessively cruel. However, this is not a time for gangland skirmishes in an era of peace. We now inhabit a world on the brink of apocalypse, where leaving such individuals alive poses a significant threat. One cannot predict the day they might be betrayed from behind. And by then, it would be too late for regrets. There exists no remedy for remorse in this world. Similarly, Chu Rui harbored no regrets for his actions, even knowing he might face severe repercussions. This world demands kindness, but not foolish benevolence. Chapter 47. Burial. After attending to the remains of the deceased and resolving the internal issues of the building, Chu Rui and his companions gazed at the sky, which was gradually brightening, feeling a sense of unease. For reasons unknown, since yesterday afternoon, a foreboding sensation had settled in Chu Rui's heart. As though someone had met with misfortune, he found it implausible that the formidable Yang Qing could be defeated by Zhang Mingwei. As time slipped by, it was soon 7:30 in the morning. A gentle drizzle began to fall outside, adding a chill to the early autumn air. Chu Rui and his group distributed food to the famished survivors. The building contained ample provisions, well preserved enough to sustain nearly 700 souls until their mission's conclusion. Gazing out at the rain and listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops, Chu Rui felt increasingly agitated, as if his inner turmoil had materialized into reality. He turned to Shen Linchong and inquired, "Brother Chong, has Team Leader Yang not contacted you yet?" Shen Linchong shook his head, responding, "I attempted to reach him, but to no avail." Rising to his feet, Chu Rui declared, "Brother Rui, I wish to visit the processing plant." After a moment of silence, Shen Linchong replied, "You may go, but I must emphasize that if, by any chance, Yang Qing has encountered dire circumstances, I hope you will bear the necessary responsibilities rather than act impulsively." Chu Rui nodded, affirming, "I understand. I leave this place in your capable hands, Brother Liu, and you. We shall proceed to the processing plant. Exercise caution." "Understood." Shen Linchong did not deter Chu Rui. The situation here had stabilized, and as long as there were no significant disturbances, the zombies would likely remain at bay for the next few days. Little did they know, both individuals had already succumbed to the flames, reduced to ashen corpses. The five of them huddled in a single vehicle, carefully navigating the perilous terrain, steering clear of zombies, and accelerating past any unavoidable encounters. After approximately 2 hours, they arrived at the processing plant. The sky had grown increasingly overcast, and the rain intensified. Aside from the sound of the rain, there was an unsettling silence enveloping the area. Chu Rui led the group cautiously through the desolate plant. 1 workshop, 2 workshops, 3 workshops. For workshops, there was not a single zombie in sight. Due to the inclement weather, visibility was compromised, and as they traversed the eerie silence of the facility, Chu Rui suddenly halted. His throat quivered unnaturally, as though words were lodged within, unable to escape. His pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Noticing his sudden stop, the others turned to follow his gaze. A strikingly shocking scene unfolded before them. On the ground lay 4 or 5 corpses, some belonging to Zhang Mingwei and others to his subordinates. Not far from these bodies, at the entrance of the 5th workshop, knelt a solitary figure, a robust silhouette. Chu Rui swallowed hard and slowly approached, oblivious to the world around him, which had faded into a blur. His gaze was fixated on the figure kneeling at the doorway, which remained starkly clear. Zhou Qifeng recognized it unmistakably as Yang Qing. Despite being grotesquely scorched, the semblance of their familiar comrade was evident in both demeanor and physique. Yang Qing had perished in battle. A profound sorrow engulfed Zhou Qifeng's heart, his eyes reddening, yet a glimmer of hope lingered within him. What if it was Yang Qing? What if it were merely someone resembling him? Clearly, this was a delusion. Chu Rui's body trembled slightly as he reached Yang Qing's charred remains. He collapsed to his knees, staring blankly at the ashen figure. His lips quivering in an attempt to weep, yet no tears would fall. This was his captain, the very leader he had followed since enlisting. When he was a soldier, Yang Qing was a squad leader. When he ascended to squad leader, Yang Qing became a company commander, and when he himself became a company commander, Yang Qing had risen to battalion commander. Throughout these years of military service, Chu Rui had always been in awe of Yang Qing's excellence. He had never ceased to pursue Yang Qing's footsteps, despite always being 1 rank below. Ironically, this very hierarchy fueled his motivation. If there was anyone with whom Chu Rui shared the deepest bond in the military, it was undoubtedly Yang Qing. Kneeling before Yang Qing's body, a grotesque smile crept upon Chu Rui's lips, half crying, half forced laughter. "Captain Yang, we had a pact, didn't we? We promised that after our service, I would take my future girlfriend, and you would bring your wife and children, and we would travel together. We promised. Did you not once express the desire to watch your children grow, wishing that when they saw you, you wouldn't appear as a stranger? Did you not long to hear your child sweetly call you daddy? Perhaps, in your final moments, you felt deep regret. Perhaps you bore guilt. Perhaps you endured unbearable pain." Tears began to stream down Chu Rui's cheeks as memories of their shared moments flooded his mind. Zhou Qifeng and the others gazed at the burn marks on Yang Qing's body, the gruesomely severed left leg, and could not contain their own tears. After a moment of mourning, Chu Rui suppressed his profound grief, lifted Yang Qing's lifeless form, and silently stepped into Workshop 5. The workshop remained shrouded in darkness. permeated by the stench of blood. The bodies of fellow comrades were scattered throughout, with Zhao Lei and Li Wen suffering horrific injuries from a nearby grenade explosion. Zhao Lei losing his right arm, and Li Wen's face grotesquely mangled. Throughout this ordeal, everyone was engulfed in overwhelming sorrow and fury. Comrades who had been vibrantly alive just yesterday now lay separated by the veil of death. It was entirely natural for them to struggle to accept this tragic reality in such a short span of time. After discovering the remains and severed limbs of their comrades, Chu Rui and his companions carefully carried the deceased to the outskirts. They utilized the engineer shovels they had on hand to excavate a grave large enough to accommodate 5 individuals, solemnly placing their fallen comrades within. At least here, they could find peace in the earth. Once the bodies were interred, Chu Rui and his companions rendered a military salute, holding their arms up for an extended moment before finally lowering them. Grief is inevitable and will linger for an extended period. Yet reality affords no one the luxury of mourning. The earth continues its relentless rotation, and time flows inexorably onward. In silence, they exited the processing plant and boarded their vehicle, damp and subdued, making their way toward the department store. Chu Rui refrained from driving, choosing instead to embrace the stillness. He turned slightly to gaze at the processing plant, gradually fading from view. Perhaps he would never return to this place again. Even if the military were to take control here in the future, his presence would likely be absent. This site not only housed the remains of his comrades but also buried their dreams and lives. This broken world is truly abominable. Chapter 48. Yangqing. It seems you have grown quite audacious, daring to resist us. Hand over the money, you foolish coward. Huh, look at Yangqing. He is so frightened he can barely move. Let's exert a little more pressure on him, so he comprehends our might. In a secluded corner of the school, a group of children, seemingly around 11 or 12 years old, ceaselessly jeered, encircling the younger Yangqing. They relentlessly punched and kicked him while laughing ignorantly, unleashing a torrent of mockery and insults. Crouched on the ground, Yangqing hugged his head, trembling in fear. At last, the group ceased their torment, rifled through his pockets, seized the few dozen yuan, and dispersed. As they walked away, they remarked, "What a scoundrel Yangqing is. If he had just given us the money earlier, we wouldn't have had to exert so much effort." Once they departed, Yangqing collapsed on the ground, weeping helplessly. Why, despite having done nothing to provoke them? Did they choose to treat him this way? Why? Yangqing recounted the events to his father, initially believing he would receive comfort and support, but he was mistaken. His father struck him sharply across the face. Yangqing was momentarily stunned, yet the searing pain on his cheek affirmed the reality of the situation. He touched his face, tears welling in his eyes. His father delivered another resounding slap to the other side of his face. Yangqing could no longer contain his tears, which cascaded down relentlessly. His father sat on the sofa, his expression dark and brooding, as if he might weep himself. "Yangqing, apart from pain, what else do you feel?" he asked. Yangqing merely sobbed silently, knowing his father admired masculinity and despised a man shedding tears without cause. Observing Yangqing's demeanor, his father's heart softened momentarily. Yet he maintained a stern facade, stating, "Remember the sensation burning in your chest like a flame. We do not instigate trouble, yet if someone bullies us, we must never act like a coward. If others show us a foot of respect, we shall return it with a yard. If they take a grain from us, we shall reclaim 3 measures in return. This is the principle you must grasp and embody. Tell me, how do you feel now? What are your emotions after I struck you?" Yangqing remained silent, staring intently at his father, feeling an overwhelming discomfort in his chest, as if it might explode at any moment. His father demanded again, "Tell me, what do you feel now?" In a subdued voice, Yangqing muttered, "Angry." His father raised his voice once more, insisting, "Speak louder. What do you feel?" Yangqing cried out, his tears bursting forth anew. "Father, I am very angry. I am so angry." Yangqing's father chuckled, rising to his feet. Believing that his father was about to strike him again, Yangqing instinctively shielded his head. However, his father did not strike. Instead, he affectionately ruffled Yangqing's hair and said, "My son is not a coward. Remember this, do not seek trouble. Yet when others bully you, learn to resist and protect yourself. Now, go eat and complete your homework. Tomorrow, prove to me that you are a man." With pride, he revealed the money from his pocket, as if presenting a silent testament. The teacher's furious reprimands echoed throughout the corridor, and Yangqing stood defiantly, seemingly indifferent to the scolding. The teacher, exasperated by this student who had never ceased to cause him concern since his arrival, felt overwhelmed. No matter how many times he had been reprimanded, it seemed futile. In the throes of rebellion, Yangqing was not inclined to heed his teacher's advice. Caught between reason and brotherly loyalty, he resolutely chose the latter. In the midst of this, his father contemplated slipping a red envelope into the teacher's hand. The teacher then glanced toward the principal's office and remarked, "Your son has already signed the withdrawal papers." In an instant, Yangqing's father's fury surged, and he shouted, "Damn it, I'll beat you to a pulp." With that, he unleashed a torrent of blows upon Yangqing. The teachers, alarmed by the commotion, rushed to intervene, but the sheer number of them could not restrain him. Yangqing had never imagined that his father could be so fierce. Initially, he had anticipated merely a beating. Yet his father's strength was astonishing. After just a few punches, Yangqing felt as though his body might fall apart. That day, he was nearly beaten to death and needed several days to recover before he could rise from bed. On that day, his father asked, "Tell me, how did I educate you?" Terrified from the beating, Yangqing dared not retort and obediently replied, "You taught me that when someone respects me a foot, I should respect them a mile. When someone harms me a grain, I should retaliate with 3 measures." His father lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a cloud of murky smoke, saying, "Then how have you acted?" Yangqing fell silent, lowering his gaze, unable to meet his father's eyes. His father sighed and said, "I instructed you not to seek trouble, yet you have only become more of a scoundrel as you grew, constantly stirring up trouble. I can understand your camaraderie and your desire to stand up for a friend, but once or twice may be an accident. How many fights have you engaged in since starting school? Damn it. Do you know that I have to clean up your mess each time? You may have enjoyed yourself, but have you ever considered how your mother and I have suffered because of your actions? Can you honestly say that all these years of fighting were due to others' instigation?" Yangqing remained silent. Indeed, he had not sought trouble in the beginning, and no one dared to bully him. Yet, as he matured, he seemed to transform into a different person altogether, resembling a rogue. The father inhaled the remaining smoke deeply, declaring, "Tomorrow, go for a physical examination and enlist in the army. I've made some arrangements for you to undergo proper transformation in the military." Yangqing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a sudden decision from his father regarding his enlistment. However, given the current circumstances, he realized that refusing would likely result in a more severe beating from his father. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that joining the army might not be so bad after all. At least it would spare him from daily abuse. Curiously, Yangqing inquired, "Dad, what is life like in the army?" Upon entering the military, Yangqing was plunged into a grueling regime of training. The seasoned soldiers seized every opportunity to torment the recruits, as it seemed to them a welcome diversion from their own arduous routines. Yangqing began to harbor regrets. Compared to the harshness of military life, the comforts of school seemed appealing. Yet, within him resided a fierce determination. He could not tolerate the derision from the veterans. Thus, he gritted his teeth and trained relentlessly, aspiring to surpass them and render them speechless. Gradually, Yangqing evolved into a more competent and adept individual, becoming accustomed to the military lifestyle. Eventually, he ascended to the role of squad leader, observing the new recruits arriving each year. He found himself instinctively pushing them to their limits, gaining insight into the motivations of the veterans who had once trained him. Initially, Yangqing would clash with others, but as time progressed, he underwent a transformation. His former temper and arrogance faded away. He rose through the ranks, becoming a squad leader, platoon leader, company commander, and regiment commander. Along the way, he formed connections with numerous individuals: Chu Rui, Gua Hailiang, Wang Huntao, Wang Shun, Zhang Yuntian, Qian Shunquan, Zhao Lei, Li Wen, Zhang Lin, Shen Linchong, and El Lai, among others. He grew increasingly proactive, striving to achieve excellence in every endeavor, whether in tasks, competitions, or arduous marches. A burgeoning sense of responsibility took root within him. He began to consider matters from others' perspectives, embracing his responsibilities and facing challenges head-on without evasion. While still in the military, he had cultivated a blissful family life, blessed with a beautiful and gentle wife and a charming, obedient child. Yet, just as everything seemed to be progressing positively, calamity struck. Yangqing was forced to take the life of a subordinate who had succumbed to zombification, and at times, he could only watch helplessly as his comrades perished before his eyes. Over time, his demeanor grew increasingly somber, and his words became scarce. He attributed the deaths of his fellow soldiers to his own inadequacy. It was his helplessness that had led to their sacrifices, and the guilt lingered relentlessly. In the twilight of his life, Yang Qing found himself kneeling at the entrance of Workshop 5. Had he not acted impulsively within the workshop, perhaps some of them might have survived, albeit the likelihood was slim. Nevertheless, Zhang Mingwei was also a threat that needed to be eliminated. His danger far exceeded that of the zombies. He was gambling, wagering the lives of 5 individuals, but fortuitously he emerged victorious. Chapter 49. The enigma. Upon witnessing the somber expressions etched on Chu Rui and his companions' faces, it became evident that Yang Qing and his group had met with misfortune. Shen Linchong had initially intended to offer words of consolation, for in these times, death seemed an ever-present specter. The departed had vanished, yet the living must persist. However, considering the close bond between Chu Rui and Yang Qing, Shen Linchong sighed. Although the loss weighed heavily on all, it was undoubtedly the closest of friends who bore the greatest sorrow. With the captain lost and half of their combat unit perished, the survivors who had ventured forth alongside them had also succumbed. It could be said that Chu Rui's team was among the most unfortunate of all. Nevertheless, their accomplishments were equally remarkable. They not only transported an entire hospital's worth of medical supplies, but also rescued a substantial number of survivors, bringing the total close to 800 when combined with previous efforts. They had also secured a processing plant in this department store. After resting for half a day, their spirits began to mend slightly. Chu Rui sought out Shen Linchong and Li, stating, "Gentlemen, I possess a critical piece of intelligence to share with you." Li, intrigued, inquired, "What intelligence?" Taking a deep breath, Chu Rui replied, "During our time at the hospital, we were unexpectedly attacked at night. Although I could not discern the assailant's features, I am certain he emerged conspicuously from the horde of zombies. Remarkably, regardless of his actions, the zombies did not assault them." Shen Linchong furrowed his brow. Was that individual smeared with zombie blood? Chu Rui shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. However, we have tested this theory. Even when coated in zombie blood, excessive movement will attract their attention. More troubling is the possibility that this individual, or this group, is our adversary. They may be using blood vials to lure the zombies with the intent to eliminate us." Such a revelation warranted serious consideration, as Shen Linchong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Chu Rui continued, "Moreover, we encountered a zombie exhibiting a degree of intelligence. This aberrant creature not only recognized its own head as a vulnerability but also displayed localized mutations, rendering it exceedingly formidable. Wang Juntang met his demise in such a manner." At this, both Shen Linchong and Li fell into a pensive silence, for this news was far from reassuring. With every increment in the zombie strength, humanity edged closer to annihilation. Li queried, "How many such zombies have you encountered?" Calling out to Shou Qifeng, Chu Rui responded, "Only one. However, what perplexes me further is the condition of Captain Yang's left leg." The revelation that Yang's left leg had been brutally torn from him left Shen Linchong and Li momentarily stunned, their expressions a mixture of disbelief as they stared at Chu Rui. Shen Linchong swallowed hard, asserting, "Chu Rui, that should be impossible." Chu Rui replied with unwavering conviction, "I am certain of this, and even more bizarre is the presence of 2 desiccated zombie corpses at the scene. By the time we arrived, those bodies were emaciated to an alarming degree, reduced to little more than skin and bones." Shen Linchong and Li felt a chill run down their spines. If this were indeed true, it indicated that there were still numerous unknown circumstances surrounding them. Whether it was the scar on Yang Qing's left leg or the 2 bizarre corpses that had turned into mummies, the implications were unsettling. Chu Rui continued, "Shou Qifeng has a hypothesis. He speculates that the injury to team leader Yang's leg may have been inflicted by Zhang Mingwei. After all, Zhang Mingwei bears countless bullet holes, which hardly suggests that Yang acted out of rage. If that were the case, he wouldn't have resorted to incendiary devices." Li furrowed his brow, realizing that if this were true, it could spell disaster. This would mean that such occurrences might become more frequent in the future, a grim prospect for humanity. Shen Linchong inquired, "Do you have any thoughts or discoveries regarding this matter?" Chu Rui merely shook his head, replying, "Had Shou Qifeng not observed with a keener eye, we might have overlooked the bullet holes on Zhang Mingwei. His conjecture is merely speculation, but one must always prepare for the worst." Li recalled Chu Rui's earlier mention of someone attempting to kill them in the hospital and asked, "Is it possible that the person who tried to kill you at the hospital was Zhang Mingwei?" Chu Rui shook his head. Though he had considered this possibility, it seemed unlikely. The situation had been chaotic at the time, with blood vials thrown in from all directions, suggesting that it was not the work of a single individual. However, if it were not the act of one person, then given Yang Qing's capabilities, he could only have eliminated a portion of the attackers, making it improbable that he could have taken them all down. The situation remained shrouded in mystery. Chu Rui shifted the conversation, stating in any case, if you encounter any abnormal zombies, do not act recklessly. Do not let your numerical advantage lull you into a false sense of security. They are cunning and formidable foes. Understood, they replied. Previously, Yang Qing and his team had been too preoccupied with their relentless journeys to relay the intelligence they had gathered to the various squads. However, the circumstances had now changed, and they had achieved a temporary semblance of stability. By dawn tomorrow, they would utilize the designated radio to convey detailed information to each squad. Shen Lincheng asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Chu Rui lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment before responding, "We will continue onward. Perhaps you should join our squad or allies. That way, we can look out for one another. Your team has dwindled to just a few of you, which is perilous." Chu Rui shook his head, asserting, "The same applies. A larger group increases the likelihood of detection by zombies. Our presence might even hinder you. You two should decide who will keep watch over this building." Shen Lincheng and El Lai exchanged glances, silent, with only 5 individuals remaining. The reduced risk of detection by zombies was a silver lining, yet the diminished number would also significantly weaken their combat and breakthrough capabilities. El Lai conceded, "Very well. We respect your decision and resolve, but please exercise caution in your forthcoming endeavors. Currently, only 5 individuals remain, a significant reduction from before, accompanied by a palpable silence." Chu Rui gazed at his companions and declared, "Comrades, we shall embark on our mission this afternoon. Ensure you rest well and gather your spirits. The sacrifices of Team Yang will not be in vain. Their resolve shall be inherited by us." A chorus of understanding followed, and conversation dwindled. It was now nearing 11 o'clock in the morning, with their departure scheduled for 2. The previous day's battle had drained their physical strength, and the emotional toll of the morning's events weighed heavily upon them. Everyone felt fatigued, not just in body, but in spirit. Zhou Qifeng lay in his room, his mind a tumult of confusion, tinged with disillusionment and despair. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, they had no path but forward, and retreat was not an option. Chapter 50. The terrifying truth. In the days that followed, Chu Rui and his companions encountered only a handful of survivors, fewer than 20 in total. They established a makeshift stronghold at a gas station, living in a state of constant trepidation. Soon, they became acquainted with the circumstances of this group, who were quite receptive to the arrangements proposed by Chu Rui. He intended to transport all the survivors he had discovered to this location, facilitating a more convenient retrieval by the military when the time came. Upon entering the building, everyone was taken aback. Although they had previously left behind ample provisions sufficient for their survival, the uncertainty of remaining in such a place weighed heavily on their hearts. A little girl, upon seeing the newcomers, joyously inquired, "Uncles, where is Uncle Yang Qing? I miss him so much." Chu Rui found it difficult to meet the innocent gaze of the child. He crouched down, remaining silent for a moment before responding, "Ling Ling, Uncle Yang Qing, he has passed away." Ling Ling was momentarily stunned, her Barbie doll slipping from her grasp. The doll, beautifully adorned, was now rendered meaningless, as the person she wished to showcase it to was no longer present. She did not retrieve her doll, instead sobbing as she threw herself into her grandfather's embrace. The sound of her fragile, sorrowful cries tugged at the hearts of all present. Despite their brief acquaintance with Yang Qing, the loss of their saviors stirred profound emotions within them. Zhou Qifeng picked up the fallen doll and approached the weeping Ling Ling. "This is a gift from Uncle Yang Qing," he said gently. "He hoped you would grow up healthy. You wouldn't want to disappoint him, would you?" Ling Ling gazed at Zhou Qifeng with her tear-streaked, reddened eyes, nodding through her sobs. Zhou Qifeng managed a strained smile and said, "Then promise us. Live well for Uncle Yang Qing. Be strong, do you understand?" Ling Ling accepted the doll, cradling it in her arms, nodding silently in agreement. Having comforted the group, Chu Rui and his companions resumed their journey. They encountered dangers along the way, but these threats were swiftly quelled. After escorting Ling Ling and her party to safety and exchanging greetings with Shen Lincheng, they prepared to depart once more. Within a modest rental dwelling, Chu Rui and his companions were engaged in discussion. Although the room exuded the foul stench of decaying corpses, they had long since become desensitized to such horrors. Chu Rui spoke up. "Do you all remember what Captain Yang said previously?" Zhou Qifeng and the others nodded. At the supermarket, Yang Qing had clearly sensed something amiss, remaining vigilant against that group. However, due to the relentless series of crises they faced, the matter had been temporarily set aside. Zhou Qifeng asked. Captain Yang mentioned they were peculiar, but I could never discern what was odd about them. Did you notice anything, Ruege? Zhang Lin interjected. Do you think they might be using others to lure the zombies, allowing them to enter safely? Zhang Yuntian nodded in agreement, as he too entertained this notion. However, Zhou Qifeng felt an unsettling disquiet, acutely aware of the rampant zombies outside. What methods or words could have compelled others to venture forth and attract the undead? Zhou harbored an unsettling notion, yet he continued to ponder, striving to extract pivotal information from their conversation that fateful day. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Rui spoke. Everyone, prepare for the worst. On the very first night after we emerged from the supermarket, we narrowly escaped the clutches of those with ulterior motives. Such a coincidence seems far too orchestrated. I suspect they might be the very individuals who once tossed blood vials into the hospital. Zhou shared this sentiment. Yet the mechanics of their actions remained an enigma. The group advanced with utmost caution, evading zombies whenever possible. When evasion failed, they resorted to their military knives. Mindful to keep the noise to a minimum, the supermarket's entrance remained securely locked, with a myriad of zombies still roaming the vicinity. This time, however, their emotions were different. They chose to refrain from entering. While there was no conclusive evidence to brand them as foes, it was prudent to exercise caution. The group discovered a nearby 3-story building, clearly inhabited by zombies, yet they resolved to take the risk, intending to observe the supermarket's interior from this vantage point. The jarring creak of the door echoed through the eerie silence, a stark contrast to the stillness surrounding them. They hastily entered the building, where the air reeked of decay and death. Signs of struggle were evident throughout. The inhabitants had likely been numerous. Yet it appeared they had all succumbed to the transformation into zombies. As anticipated, they soon encountered 7 or 8 zombies within the premises, swiftly dispatched by the group. Chu Rui equipped his rifle with a high-powered scope and began to survey the supermarket through the glass. Initially, nothing appeared amiss, but soon, an unexpected and harrowing scene unfolded before his eyes. His expression darkened, culminating in an aura of lethal intent. The individuals within the supermarket not only posed a threat, but a significant one at that. In a section of the supermarket deliberately cleared, he beheld the most horrifying and grotesque sight of his life. The open area was strewn with numerous corpses, and those who had initially welcomed them now seemed to have lost their sanity. Blood Splatter Chapter 51. A clash of arms. The scene before Chu Rui felt profoundly surreal. They were consuming not only humans, but also corpses of the undead. Chu Rui ceased his observation, turned to the others, and gravely stated, "This group poses a significant threat. They likely harbor secrets unknown to us. Just moments ago, I witnessed them feasting on not only human flesh, but also the remains of zombies." Upon hearing this, every individual present gasped in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. If they were merely consuming human flesh, it could be deemed as sheer madness. However, the act of devouring zombie corpses crossed an insurmountable line. This could very well be a pivotal moment in uncovering the truth. Zhou Qifeng inquired, "So, Brother Rui, what shall we do next? Should we eliminate them all?" Chu Rui shook his head. Their behavior is undeniably peculiar. They exhibit traits akin to zombies, yet lack the physical characteristics of the undead. Wang Shun interjected. Could it be that they are, in fact, zombies? Perhaps they have evolved into forms beyond our imagination? Chu Rui remained silent. If that were the case, the future would undoubtedly worsen. Initially, only Yang Qing had sensed something amiss upon their arrival, yet even he could not pinpoint the specifics. Should the zombies truly transform into such entities, blending seamlessly among the masses, ordinary people would be unable to discern them. In that eventuality, humanity might find itself akin to fish on a chopping board, vulnerable to slaughter. Let us refrain from hasty actions, Chu Rui advised. We must investigate this location. If we can procure intelligence, it would be ideal. If not, we shall resort to lethal measures. Such beings, neither human nor ghost, cannot be permitted to survive. Their intelligence and capacity for disguise render them exceedingly perilous. After observing for approximately an hour, Chu Rui noted their caution, following their feast. They meticulously cleaned the area and concealed it with various items. He sneered quietly, realizing that this was not their first transgression. Having forsaken their humanity, there was no need for him to exercise restraint. Chu Rui stowed his sniper rifle and addressed the group. "Check your gear. We are preparing to enter. Exercise caution." Everyone nodded solemnly. They had endured too many losses and were unwilling to suffer any more. Chu Rui led the way, employing the same rhythmic knocking on the door as Yang Qing had done. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged man who had previously opened the door reappeared. Compared to their last encounter, he seemed somewhat rejuvenated, exuding a more vibrant energy. With a beaming smile, the middle-aged man eagerly gestured for them to enter the supermarket. Witnessing his expression, which resembled that of a man reuniting with family, Chu Rui felt a cold smirk form within, solidifying his resolve to eliminate them. The middle-aged man, with an air of seriousness, locked the door behind them and remarked, "Young comrades, how is it that only you few remain? Where are the others? Although they have already discerned their true nature, it is not yet the moment to sever ties." Chu Rui lamented, "They have all perished in battle." The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with desolation, yet to the onlookers, his expression appeared utterly absurd and repugnant. Chu Rui nodded and said, "We have come to escort you to the safe zone, where numerous guards ensure its security. No one need live in constant fear any longer." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before replying, "Comrade, perhaps you should first retrieve the others. As you know, we have an ample supply of food and water here. But others are not as fortunate as we are. There is no need to delay the rescue for our sake." Noticing the peculiar glint in Chu Rui's gaze, the middle-aged man hastily clarified, "It's not that we do not wish to accompany you. Rather, I believe the other survivors may require your assistance more urgently. We can wait until last." Chu Rui chuckled, "Uncle, you truly have a kind heart, but fret not. You are indeed the last group." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Observing a hint of ulterior motive in his expression, Chu Rui continued, "I must ask, Uncle, why do you seem reluctant when others would have readily followed my words? Our safe zone may not be the most splendid, and labor is required. Yet we would never forsake anyone and can guarantee your safety. Or is there some unspoken reason for your hesitance? Perhaps we could assist you." Though Chu Rui spoke with warmth, the middle-aged man's heart sank. Could it be that these soldiers already knew something? Throughout their encounter, the guns in their hands were not aimed at him, yet they remained poised for action at any moment. The middle-aged man quickly forced a smile and said, "Not at all. We are quite pleased, in fact. However, since you've traveled such a distance to retrieve us, you must be weary. Wouldn't it be better to rest here for a while before continuing your journey?" Chu Rui was not swayed by their deceptive words. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle. But time is of the essence, and we must press on." The middle-aged man opened his mouth, then conceded, "Very well, I shall summon them." With that, he went off to find the others. After his departure, Zhou Qifeng and the others remained vigilant, ever watchful of their surroundings. Approximately 10 minutes later, a woman who appeared to be in her 30s emerged into view. Chu Rui and his companions fell silent, observing her approach. Just as she was about to reach them, the woman suddenly charged forward, her eyes turning a vivid crimson. Those blood-red eyes were a harbinger of the undead. Zhou Qifeng, the closest to her, sprang into action. Delivering a fierce kick to her abdomen, the woman collapsed to the ground, emitting a cry of agony. Zhou Qifeng seized the opportunity, darting forward to plunge his sharp military knife into the woman's skull. In an instant, she was dead. Following her demise, a series of crisp applause resounded. A middle-aged man gradually emerged into the crowd's view, his eyes, like the woman's, filled with a violent crimson hue. He clapped slowly, devoid of the earlier joy and excitement, his face etched with indifference and cruelty. "Who would have thought that you were so prepared? I truly wonder when you began to be wary of us." The middle-aged man spoke slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Rui. "We have been cautious since the moment we stepped out of that supermarket," Chu Rui retorted. "I never imagined you would transform into such grotesque beings." The middle-aged man chuckled derisively, licking his lips, his eyes ablaze with savage intent. "You are clever, yet also arrogant. Now that you have seen our true forms, why do you come here to court death?" Chu Rui also smiled, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. "We are not here to meet our demise. Rather, we have come to send you to yours." The middle-aged man erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in existence. "Send me to my death? With just the four of you? Do not be so deluded." At that moment, Chu Rui and his companions raised their guns, the cold, powerful barrels aimed squarely at the middle-aged man. Just then, the original 40 or 50 patrons of the supermarket began to emerge from various corners, surrounding Chu Rui and his group. The middle-aged man looked down on them with disdain, as if observing a cluster of feeble ants. "You dare to engage me in conversation? In the face of such a disparity in strength, how do you intend to send me to my death?" Chu Rui maintained a calm demeanor. "Even if we cannot annihilate you, we will ensure you pay a heavy price. However, before that, I am quite curious about how you came to be in such a state. Do you not feel disgusted when you consume the flesh and blood of your own kind?" The middle-aged man smiled coldly, saying, "Is it wrong to strive for survival? Is it wrong to seek immense power and a formidable body? By what right do you self-righteous individuals define right and wrong? Whatever I desire to do is justified. Do you have any idea how hard we have fought to survive? Do you know the taste of zombie flesh? Have you ever experienced the despair of resorting to consuming zombie flesh when cornered? You have not endured it. By what right do you declare me in the wrong?" Chu Rui fell silent, for in the middle-aged man's eyes, he saw an unfathomable madness. Chapter 52. Cherish. Without further hesitation, Chu Rui decisively pulled the trigger. In an instant, flames erupted from the muzzle, and the bullet tore through the air, aimed directly at the head of the middle-aged man, as if he had been prepared for this moment. The man tilted his head just in time to evade the speeding bullet. The projectile embedded itself into the wall, leaving behind a deep groove. Chu Rui was astonished by the man's remarkable reflexes, enabling him to dodge a bullet traveling at supersonic speed. The middle-aged man chuckled and remarked, "Do not engage in futile struggles. With just the four of you, what waves can you possibly create? Your lives hold no value to me. I merely require your firearms." Furrowing his brow, Chu Rui questioned, "If you have already acquired the power you sought, why do you still need the guns?" The man grinned menacingly, responding, "Guns are so convenient and powerful. Why would I not utilize them?" With a frown, Chu Rui pressed, "So it was indeed your people who hurled blood vials into the hospital?" The middle-aged man laughed heartily, seemingly viewing them as mere prey. "Exactly. We orchestrate the chaos while you serve as unwitting pawns. However, I never anticipated that you would prove so difficult to eliminate." Everything fell into place. The middle-aged man had transformed into a creature resembling a half-human, half-zombie, after consuming zombie flesh. The undead regarded him as one of their own and would not attack him, allowing him to plot their demise under the cover of darkness. Unfortunately, the plan had faltered. Chu Rui coldly inquired, "Have you considered that your strategy might backfire?" The middle-aged man, intrigued, observed that, regardless of the circumstances, Chu Rui and his companions appeared to be in a dire predicament. They were merely 4 against nearly 50 who encircled them. The man was confident that should they dare to fire their weapons, his followers would tear them to shreds in an instant. "Oh, pray, enlighten me with your brilliant solution to this predicament," he taunted. Just then, Chu Rui suddenly smiled, and at that moment, they crouched down and covered their ears. A thunderous explosion shattered the middle-aged man's thoughts completely. Chu Rui and his companions were not alone. A sniper positioned at a distance had already planted explosives. Anticipating this very moment, the bombs were not set close enough to annihilate everyone present, yet the tremendous blast still disoriented the unsuspecting middle-aged man and his associates. Although Chu Rui and his group were not unscathed, they had been prepared. The supermarket was transformed, a massive hole blown into its structure. Enveloped in thick smoke in the blink of an eye, Chu Rui shouted, prompting everyone to rise swiftly, casting grenades into the store without regard for direction. The rhythmic explosions erupted once more, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Chu Rui and his companions hastily exited the supermarket, pursued relentlessly by the half-human, half-zombie monstrosities that had survived the grenade blast. The group raised their firearms and began to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Though they could not guarantee that every shot would deliver a fatal blow, it would at least serve to impair their adversary's mobility. The effect was palpable, yet just then, a furious roar erupted from within the supermarket, reminiscent of a lion in a fit of rage. A middle-aged man emerged from the smoke, his body ravaged and bleeding profusely. Stripped of clothing, Chu Rui and the others glimpsed the grotesque form concealed beneath. His skin had taken on an unnatural hue, marked by eerie yellow and streaked with ominous purple-red patterns that coiled around his physique like sinister serpents, subtly writhing as if alive. The crimson intensity in his eyes was markedly more pronounced than that of the other zombies, indicating a strength far superior to theirs. Bang! A high-caliber sniper bullet swiftly approached the middle-aged man. To everyone's astonishment, he merely raised his hand and grasped the bullet tightly, embedding it in his palm without penetrating through. What formidable flesh he possessed! Even the aberrant zombie they had encountered previously paled in comparison. Chu Rui's expression turned grave, mirrored by the middle-aged man's troubled countenance. What had initially appeared to be a certainty had now been thrown into disarray, compounded by his own considerable injuries. Engaging in a protracted struggle here seemed unwise, especially with a sniper lurking in the distance. Observing the dwindling number of half-human, half-zombie creatures nearby, the middle-aged man resolved to retreat. He growled, "I shall spare you today. I, Wu Zhenchuan, will remember you. The next time we meet, it will be your demise." With that, he leapt, grasping the building's wall with his hand, and departed without hesitation. though the other half-human, half-zombie creatures lacked such abilities. They seemed instinctively drawn to Wu Zhenchuan's location and followed in pursuit. Despite Wu Zhenchuan's departure, they still faced an imminent threat. The earlier explosion had attracted countless zombies, who now surged towards Chu Rui and his group. Chu Rui activated his radio, shouting, "Quickly, Zhang Yutian, retreat. The horde is coming. Report, the zombies have surrounded my position, and I have no way to escape. Take care." End of transmission. The radio abruptly fell silent, only to be followed by the thunderous crack of sniper fire. However, Zhang Yutian did not utilize the bullets to eliminate the advancing zombies. Instead, he desperately aimed to eliminate the retreating Wu Zhenchuan. A furious roar echoed from afar. "Damn soldiers! I shall not rest until you are annihilated." Chu Rui's teeth ground together with a harsh, grating noise, yet he found himself utterly powerless. He bellowed, "Everyone retreat! Retreat!" Zhou Qifeng gripped his rifle tightly, the muscles in his cheeks visibly tensed. Nevertheless, he too was at a loss for what to do. The crowd, laden with a mix of exhilaration, sorrow, and rage, hastily withdrew, and before long, the sound of Zhang Yuntian's gunfire ceased. Zhang Yuntian had fallen, in his final moments. He was not preoccupied with thoughts of escape, but rather with the intent to eliminate the menace that was Wu Zhenchuan. Zhou Qifeng's heart felt as though it might burst. In just a matter of days, he had witnessed the deaths of countless individuals, yet no matter how fervently he fought against it, he could not avert such tragedies. In this brief span, they had already lost one comrade. Zhou Qifeng finally comprehended the reason behind Guohaoyang's furious roars. It was not merely grief, but also a profound hatred for his own helplessness. Chapter 53 embraced the crowd departed from the supermarket, their hearts heavy with sorrow and indignation. It was now the afternoon of the 6th day, with merely half a day remaining until the conclusion of their mission. Shen Linchong noticed that another member had been lost from Chu Rui's team, stirring a tumult of emotions within him, even though they had grown accustomed to farewells and sacrifices. To facilitate their retreat, Shen Linchong and El Lai had relocated the survivors they had previously rescued to this place. They were fortunate that the transfer had been executed without any casualties. On this day, Shen Linchong and El Lai refrained from involving Chu Rui and his team in patrol and duty assignments. They had endured far too many ups and downs. Compared to other teams, Chu Rui's group had suffered the most grievous losses. The atmosphere was somber, particularly for Chu Rui, whose doubts about his leadership were reignited by Zhang Yuntian's death. He questioned whether he was truly fit to lead this team, believing that his ineptitude would only result in more sacrifices due to his decisions. He began to deeply empathize with Yang Qing's earlier sentiments and gradually understood why Yang Qing had become increasingly serious and taciturn. With the comprehensive evacuation set for the following day, everyone was aflame with anticipation, having grown weary of their precarious existence. Zhou Qifeng, too, was fatigued by such days. Despite the brevity of 7 days, it felt as protracted as a year. None of the soldiers found rest, including Chu Rui and his companions, who had not been assigned to any duty. At around 1 a.m, the voice of Cao Xing Yuan crackled through their military radio. "Attention all teams, attention all teams. A full-scale evacuation will commence at 7 o'clock this morning. All teams, please refrain from taking any further action. At 7 o'clock, we will locate your positions and dispatch troops to retrieve you. I repeat, all teams, please do not take any further action. At 7 o'clock, we will locate your positions and dispatch troops to retrieve you." Cao Xing Yuan's voice cut off abruptly, devoid of any hesitation. A night of silence ensued, and the first ray of dawn pierced through the darkness, casting a gentle warmth upon this absurd world. At 7 o'clock in the morning, countless military transport vehicles, laden with soldiers, departed the safety zone, traversing towards various locations in the Zhanhe district. The large-scale transportation effort persisted for nearly an entire day, during which numerous skirmishes erupted, claiming many lives. Some may wonder why such a laborious and thankless endeavor was undertaken. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, should they not conserve their strength to combat the undead? Why expend such tremendous effort and resources to rescue these survivors? While this perspective cannot be deemed entirely incorrect, it is rather extreme. Not everyone is born resilient. Those who have endured such harsh environments often emerge stronger, capable of wielding greater power in the future. Zhou Qifeng sat in the vehicle, gazing through the window at the scenery retreating behind him. He knew he was drawing closer to the safety zone, yet the very thought intensified his feelings of trepidation and unease. Soon, the transport vehicle passed through the heavy gates and entered the secure zone. While the survivors and supplies would undoubtedly be managed by someone, those in the combat sequence still needed to report to the command room. This was true for all combat teams without exception. The answers they sought would be revealed there. They arrived at a rather austere command room, where Chao Yun sat inside, smoking in silence. The situation was grim. Many teams had already reported, all with casualties. Their reports indicated that the evolution of the zombies had gradually surpassed human control, and in the future, the sacrifices of humanity would only become more tragic. Upon seeing Chu Rue and his 3 companions, Chao Yun sighed again, his eyes reddening. He extinguished his cigarette and saluted them. Though silent, it was a gesture of the utmost respect for their bravery in the face of death. Chu Rue recounted the information he had gathered in meticulous detail. Chao Yun's brow furrowed even deeper. He had heard of the aberrant zombies from other teams. But when Chu Rue spoke of the bizarre half-human, half-zombie creatures, a chill ran down his spine. He could hardly bear to imagine how many would take reckless risks if they learned that consuming zombie flesh could transform them into such monsters, impervious to their undead foes. What shocked him most, however, was Zhou Qifeng's speculation regarding Yang Qing's death. Around an hour later, Chu Rue and his companions completed their report. Chao Yun remarked, "You have worked hard this time." He straightened and offered another military salute, grave and solemn. Chu Rue and his team reciprocated. Upon exiting the command room, Zhou Qifeng bid farewell to Chu Rue and his companions before sprinting off to find Zhang Xiaodong and Zhao Xue. They were the last team to report. All previous squads had finished. If Zhao Yixue were still alive, she would surely be waiting for him at their place. He held steadfast to that belief. Zhou Qifeng ran swiftly, even as his heart felt as if it might burst. His pace never wavered. Time ticked by, and the sun gradually sank in the western sky. As he ran, he eventually slowed, a radiant smile spreading across his face. The last rays of daylight gently descended, and the lights in the secure zone flickered on. In that moment of light and shadow, he saw the person he longed for. Zhao Xue's shoulder-length hair danced in the breeze, revealing her pure yet resolute face. The dust and minor scars upon her visage did not diminish her beauty. Rather, they added an intriguing charm. Zhou Qifeng halted, and Zhao Xue, too, gazed at him from a distance. The instant their eyes met, it felt as though time itself ceased to flow, and the surrounding scene blurred, leaving only each other in their gaze. If such is indeed the case, Zhou Qifeng finds herself uncertain whether she can persist any longer, fearing she might resort to actions she could never have imagined. Yet, fortunate is she that she still breathes, albeit wearied and haggard, she remains alive. Zhao Yixue's eyes brimmed with tenderness and longing. The unforeseen upheaval hastened the maturation of those who once possessed a semblance of innocence. In this realm of uncertainty, amidst the absurdity of our times, encountering such a person is a rarity, a true treasure. Zhao Xue stood still, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she gazed at Zhou Qifeng. As Zhou Qifeng approached her, an avalanche of words overwhelmed her. Yet she found herself incapable of uttering a single coherent sentence. Zhao Yixue gently rose on her toes, tenderly patting Zhou Qifeng's head, remarking, "It must be so arduous for you." Zhou Qifeng choked back her emotions and, with a smile, replied, "It is truly wonderful that you are alive." Zhao Xue enveloped Zhou Qifeng in a gentle embrace, and Zhou Qifeng reciprocated, cradling Zhao Xue's frail, delicate form. Though both bore the grime of their ordeal, the mingled sense of sweat and the putrid odor of zombie blood coalesced, yet this was the most exquisite of embraces. Chapter 54. To return only when drunk, the two remained silent, merely savoring the warmth of each other's presence. Just as they were lost in their own world, Zhang Xiaodong, Gao Lang, and Lu Wuyang unexpectedly emerged from the shadows. Gao Lang, with his peculiar voice reminiscent of a duck, playfully urged, "Steal a kiss, steal a kiss." Zhang Xiaodong chimed in with a cheerful grin. "Oh, Zhou Qifeng, aren't you the least bit concerned about your brother here, lost in thoughts of Zhao Yixue?" Lu Wuyang, standing nearby, added with a teasing tone, "Come on, Lao Zheng, are you actually feeling jealous? This is all perfectly normal, wouldn't you agree, Lao Zhou?" Both Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Yixue turned crimson. Zhao Yixue and nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothing, her enchanting features flushed with a deeper hue, enhancing her allure. In a soft voice, she said, "I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Zhou Qifeng." With that, she hastily departed, though unbeknownst to anyone, a beautiful smile graced her lips. As Zhou Qifeng opened his mouth to respond, he realized Zhao Xue had already dashed away. He then turned to Zhang Xiaodong and the others, exclaiming in irritation, "Damn you bunch of scoundrels." Zhang Xiaodong burst into laughter and fled, with Gao Lang and Lu Wuyang following suit. Though they were in flight, their banter continued unabated. relentlessly mocking Zhou Qifeng. How splendid it would be if life could always remain in such a blissful state. That evening, Chao Xingyuan gathered everyone together. The transformation of their safe zone was now complete, and with the supplies procured from their recent foray, along with the processing plant secured at the cost of Yang Qing and his team's lives, the capacity of the safe zone had significantly increased. According to estimates by professionals, it could now accommodate nearly 6,000 individuals. After the recent mission, 14 teams had rescued approximately 1,400 survivors, with those from the department store alone accounting for over half. Chao Xingyuan stood at the forefront, a microphone before him. The safe zone, bustling with around 3,000 people, resembled a tumultuous wave of dark figures. Clearing his throat, Chao Xingyuan addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please settle down." The noise subsided, and silence enveloped the gathering. He continued, "The situation has become increasingly dire. The zombies are evolving continuously, and we have encountered many monsters that leave us utterly astounded. In the future, humanity will only grow more vulnerable, and we may soon face the threat of extinction." An uneasy murmur swept through the crowd. Many felt a deep-seated dread. Having finally reached the safe zone, they had believed their safety was assured, yet the harsh reality struck them like a thunderbolt. Chao Xingyuan raised his hand, signaling for calm. "Of course, I am merely presenting the worst-case scenario. I firmly believe that as long as we unite as a species, we will ultimately overcome this catastrophe. I am not attempting to brainwash you, nor am I imposing our will upon you. Our sanctuary is not an absolute fortress. Inevitably, we shall confront the undead. One day, our parents, children, friends, and spouses may succumb to the clutches of zombies, and we might find ourselves powerless to intervene. Is this the fate you wish to witness?" Among the crowd, some began to breathe heavily, as haunting images they wished to forget resurfaced in their minds. Some parents gazed at their young children beside them, their hearts gripped by terror. Indeed, if one does not grow stronger, they cannot even safeguard their dearest loved ones. Soldiers may provide temporary protection, yet they cannot ensure perpetual safety. Faced with the heart-wrenching cries of children, and the helplessness as one witnesses their wives, parents, friends, and kin being devoured by zombies, such feelings are unbearable. Yet, this apocalyptic world has already forced many to endure such profound anguish. The past cannot be altered, but the future remains malleable. With the lives of countless soldiers and immense effort, we have extracted you from cities overrun by the undead, not merely because you are citizens, but more importantly, because we aspire to shift the balance of power in favor of humanity. There are no saviors in this world. We can only rely on ourselves. Only by uniting and strengthening can we hope to eradicate such tragedies. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to hear your voices. Are you truly willing to live your lives in this manner? Do you genuinely desire your descendants to dwell in unending suffering? The feelings of helplessness, despair, fear, pain, sorrow, and loss. We refuse. We refuse. Chao Xingyuan shouted with fervor. I cannot hear you. I want you to voice your innermost thoughts loudly. We refuse. We refuse. We wish to live. Chao Xingyuan smiled, a joyous expression illuminating his face. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "All right. What lies ahead may be a training regimen worse than death, but I hope that each of your subsequent days reflects this spirit. Today, let us not return until we are inebriated." Chao Xingyan proclaimed enthusiastically, and soon, an uncountable array of tables, delectable dishes, and beer were brought forth. The spacious area originally designated for training felt somewhat cramped, with nearly 3,000 individuals gathered for a meal. A continual stream of aromatic dishes graced the tables, and the people began to eat heartily. Chu Rui sought out Zhou Qifeng, pulling him along for drinks. Zhou Qifeng readily obliged. At their table, only 4 individuals sat. Yet 11 cups adorned the surface. Chu Rui poured the liquor, filling each cup to the brim, then uncorked another bottle, raising it high and proclaiming, "Cheers." Wang Shun, Zhang Lin, and Zhou Qifeng wasted no time, lifting their cups and drinking heartily. The dishes on the table emitted an enticing aroma. Yet they paid little attention to the food, focusing instead on their drinking. Gradually, as the alcohol flowed, their conversation grew more animated. Having indulged excessively, Zhou Qifeng even excused himself to vomit twice, which led to a round of teasing from Chu Rui and the others. "Ah, Zhou Qifeng, do you recall how? When Chu Rui first arrived, he was quite the troublemaker, only to be brought to tears by Captain Yang. Goodness, is it truly that sensational? I, Sangge, am an honest man. Do not deceive me. Why would I deceive you? Zhang Lin is aware as well. Lin Ge, is it true? There is no doubt about it. You cannot fathom how heart-wrenching Chu Rui's tears were back then. Damn it, You two rascals, didn't we agree to keep this under wraps? Who are you to dictate what can be said? By heavens, I shall ensure you drink to the point of collapse today. Come, let us go. Zhou Qifeng. Don't just stand there grinning. Join in. Who fears whom? Let us drink. The group laughed uproariously, occasionally reminiscing about the embarrassing moments of past comrades. Laughter filled the air. Yet glistening tears began to form in their eyes. No one cried. The bitter tears mingled with the beer, swallowed down into their stomachs. Once, they perceived beer as bitter and unpalatable, but as they matured, they realized that compared to the bitterness of reality, the bitterness of beer resembled a kind of sweetness. After a considerable time, everyone was thoroughly intoxicated, and Chu Rue and his companions lay sprawled on the ground, huddled together in a comical yet heart-wrenching manner. The others from the combat unit looked at Chu Rue and his friends with a heavy heart. These comrades carried them back to their respective dormitories. Thus, a night swiftly passed. He rubbed his aching head and rose to wash his face. The cool water rejuvenated him significantly, providing a sense of comfort. Following a large-scale mission, the work in the safe zone had ceased, granting everyone a full day of rest, a luxury that was typically unthinkable. However, excessive pressure could lead to complete breakdown, especially in these times, thus necessitating a balance between work and rest. Those who had completed missions were entitled to contribution points, which needed to be logged at the exchange. While engaged in his duties, Gao Zhangkue noticed Zhou Qifeng's entrance and cheerfully remarked, "Not bad, little Zhou. That journey must have been exhausting." Memories flooded Zhou Qifeng's mind, and he responded with a bittersweet smile. "Indeed, it was quite arduous. By the way, Uncle Gao, could you please add my contribution points? You can deduct what I owe you from them." Gao Zhangkue sensed that Zhou Qifeng had matured somewhat, as anyone would in such an environment, for otherwise, one would only face a dead end. "You've got quite the crafty heart, even daring to scheme against me." Zhou Qifeng rambled on, and after some contemplation, Gao Zhangkue said, "Damn, you flatter me well. However, I do enjoy hearing it." He input Zhou Qifeng's identification number into the computer, only to find that his contribution points amounted to 0. Gao Zhangkue altered the information, causing Zhou Qifeng's contribution points to surge from 0 to 800. Zhou Qifeng was astounded by this figure. Wasn't he supposed to be merely 200 contribution points? Gao Zhangkue chuckled and explained, "Chao Xingyuan specifically came to inform me about your situation. You are the only one among the 14 teams who joined the combat sequence during the mission. And according to your teammates, your contributions were remarkably outstanding." Zhou Qifeng swallowed hard. To be honest, he had never considered himself part of the combat sequence. He merely acted in accordance with his instincts. As for his actions, they were merely subconscious impulses and decisions. Gao Zhangkue patted Zhou Qifeng on the shoulder and said, "All right, accept the present as it is. There is no need for undue modesty compared to your efforts. These contribution points are trivial, especially since many resources and lives were exchanged for them through your blood." Gao Zhangkue then playfully tapped Zhou Qifeng on the head. "Can you really call him old Xiao? You little rascal." Zhou Qifeng smirked, amused by Gao's enduring patience. "Are you feeling disgruntled?" Gao Zhangkue asked with a smile. "No." "Then what are you waiting for? Don't you want me to treat you to a meal here?" Zhou Qifeng replied, "Well, that is not entirely out of the question. I've heard your culinary skills are quite impressive, Uncle Gao. Get lost." As Zhou Qifeng exited the exchange point, his spirits were lifted. Was this the essence of camaraderie among comrades? The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and the world seemed to take on a more beautiful hue, if only it weren't for those monsters. Recently, Zhou Qifeng had noticed a marked enhancement in his physical condition. Although he still appeared lean, he could sense an underlying strength simmering beneath his wiry muscles. Wang Juntang, Guahailiang, Qian Shenquan, Guahailiang, Zhao Lei, Li Wen, Yang Qing, Zhang Yuntian. Zhou Qifeng had endured the loss of these comrades, feeling helpless and powerless in the face of their demise. He understood that he was still woefully inadequate, far from being able to confront the profound, boundless darkness. Perhaps no one could escape this era. Ultimately, there might be no survivors. Yet, as long as humanity persists, they would continue to struggle. At least, Zhou Qifeng felt that way. This world is undeniably cruel, yet it possesses an undeniable beauty. Chapter 55. A new journey. On this day, Zhou Qifeng engaged in nothing of significance. He and Zhao Xue meandered aimlessly, indulging in light-hearted conversation. The two strolled through every corner of the safe zone, their laughter echoing like a melodious symphony. Occasionally, they would encounter elderly individuals basking in the sun, and now and then they would spot a handful of children joyfully engrossed in their innocent games. Their dialogue seemed boundless, a delightful exchange that painted a vibrant portrait of youth. Today, Zhao Yixue donned a dress she had acquired with contribution points, a delicate light blue garment that gracefully extended to her knees, cinched at the waist with a slender blue ribbon, perfectly accentuating her yet-to-fully blossom figure. Her slender calves, akin to lotus roots, were exposed, adorned with petite white shoes. Her hair cascaded softly, and her youthful visage, flushed with a hint of rose, rendered her as ethereal as an angel descended from the heavens. Her large, sparkling eyes were as clear as crystal, embodying purity and beauty. In the presence of Zhou Qifeng, all her worries seemed to dissipate, leaving only him in her gaze. Zhou Qifeng had an innate talent for bringing joy to her heart. When he smiled, it was truly captivating. His thin lips curled up in mirth, his delicate brows arched with delight, and his crescent-shaped eyes twinkled with amusement. Occasionally, passers-by would cast glances, some intentionally, some inadvertently, toward Zhao Yixue. Earlier, they had crossed paths with a young man, seemingly around 18 or 19, who had accompanied Zhao Yixue on a recent mission. Witnessing the intimacy shared between Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Yixue, he walked away, visibly disheartened. Zhou Qifeng raised an eyebrow, remarking, "I never imagined my silly girl possessed such charm. Just a few days away, and she has already captivated someone else." Zhao Yixue playfully nudged him with her foot, pouting. "Who belongs to you? Who's the silly girl?" "Zhou Qifeng, I think you might be asking for a beating." Zhou Qifeng, with both hands, playfully pinched Zhao Yixue's collagen-rich cheeks. Laughing heartily, "You've hit the nail on the head. I've recently noticed a peculiar itchiness. Perhaps you could assist me in scratching it?" Zhao Yixue swatted away his hands, which were mercilessly teasing her face, and in a swift motion, leapt onto Zhou Qifeng's back. He instinctively shielded her, fearing she might tumble. "Oh, my dear lady. A little warning would be appreciated. Do you realize I was utterly unprepared? What if I injure my back? What if I fail to catch you and you fall?" Zhao Yixue tugged at Zhou Qifeng's ear. "How could you think of your back first, and not me?" Zhou Qifeng replied earnestly, "I hope you don't misconstrue my priorities. My back is indeed crucial. It pertains to my future ability to procreate." Zhao Yixue's cheeks flushed crimson, her mind momentarily wandering to tantalizing thoughts. She once again tugged at Zhou Qifeng's ear forcefully, chiding him playfully. "Zhou Qifeng, you rogue." Zhou Qifeng gasped in pain, and at that moment, a group of children approached, engrossed in their innocent games. He gently set Zhao Yixue down, and she ceased her playful antics. Not wishing to disturb the children, they found a quiet bench and sat down. Observing the energetic little bodies of the children and listening to their innocent laughter, the two fell into a serene silence, seemingly reveling in the sight of the children at play. The smiles of the young, their playful gestures, and even their cries were music to their ears. Zhao Yixue softly linked her arm with Zhou Qifeng's, resting her head on his shoulder, while he inclined his head slightly, resting it against hers and inhaling the delicate fragrance she wore. "Qifeng, look at how joyful they are," she remarked. "Indeed, we were once like them, carefree, crying when we wished and laughing without restraint." Zhao Yixue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she added, "I miss my parents. I wonder how they are faring now." Zhou Qifeng sighed. He felt the same pang of longing. However, this morning, Xiaoxing Yuan had announced the call for conscription. When Zhou Qifeng and his companions reported their findings, they had already informed Xiaoxing Yuan of the possibility that humanity had undergone evolution. After all, when humans exceed their limits, it stimulates their bodies, leading to a permanent, albeit slight, enhancement in physical prowess. Xiaoxing Yuan regarded this information with utmost seriousness. If true, it could signify a monumental leap for humanity. Xiaoxing Yuan consulted numerous individuals to verify this phenomenon, and indeed, their experiences aligned perfectly with Zhou Qifeng's assertions. When these individuals surpassed their limits, they would be swiftly enveloped by fatigue, yet only needed 4 to 5 hours of rest to completely recover from their previous exhaustion. Remarkably, they reported awakening feeling rejuvenated, as if reborn. In light of this, Xiaoxing Yuan intended to disseminate the news across all safe zones and planned to develop a regimen designed to help humans transcend their limits rapidly. In essence, he aimed to consolidate the most physically demanding exercises that induce fatigue. In the coming days, specialized training programs would likely be established, albeit they would be quite arduous. After a day of rest, Zhou Qifeng returned to work, opting to haul 6 boxes of materials in one go, totaling 240 pounds. Though it was strenuous, he managed it well, a testament to his rapidly improving physical condition. As for the conscription mentioned by Xiaoxing Yuan, Zhou Qifeng was still mulling it over. To speak frankly, He finds it increasingly difficult to remain here, with the fate of his family hanging in the balance, causing him great distress. Yet, he also has his own considerations. Given his current capabilities, survival outside proves to be a formidable challenge. While his family's lives remain uncertain, Zhou Qifeng's contemplations may appear selfish or even rebellious to some. Yet he shares their anxiety, feeling utterly helpless. As he worked today, his mind was preoccupied, and ultimately, he resolved to take action. He undertook the task of transporting 6 boxes of materials at a time, each journey lasting approximately half an hour. Commencing at 6:30 in the morning and continuing until 5:30 in the evening. Excluding breaks and meal times, Zhou Qifeng managed to complete around 102 boxes, surpassing the stipulated 45 by a remarkable 57 boxes, equating to 28.5 contribution points, though the fraction would be rounded to 29. Upon finishing his work, Zhou Qifeng proceeded to the operations command room, gently knocking on the door. The voice of Chaoxing Yuan resonated from within, inviting him to enter. Zhou Qifeng softly closed the door, greeted by the warm smile of Chaoxing Yuan, which made him feel a bit bashful. Major General Chao. I have something to discuss with you, he began. Chaoxing Yuan, arms crossed, encouraged him to continue. Please, go ahead. Taking a shallow breath, Zhou Qifeng stated. I wish to leave the safe zone. Chaoxing Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, May I ask the reason? Zhou Qifeng replied, I want to search for my family. I am deeply concerned. Chaoxing Yuan tapped his fingers on the table, pausing in thought before saying, Xiao Zhou, you are a promising individual. Chu Rue and others have shared many commendable things about you. Zhou Qifeng remained silent, listening intently. If possible, I would prefer that you stay. For here lies ample room for your growth. However, if your worries compel you to leave, I cannot deter you. Nonetheless, I wish to convey that the 0649 base will always welcome you. The 0649 designation refers to their safe zones number. Across China, thousands of safe zones have been established, distinguished by these numerical identifiers. These zones vary in size and strength, and their numerical value does not necessarily reflect their true capabilities. However, it is universally acknowledged that base 0001 is the most formidable, located in the capital, Beijing. Should base 0001 fall, humanity might face an existential catastrophe. Zhou Qifeng felt a stir within. Truth be told, he did not wish to depart, yet for the sake of his family, he felt compelled to go. Chaoxing Yuan smiled, saying, No need to worry, we will prepare what you need as a special reward for your outstanding performance in this operation. Zhou Qifeng fell silent, uncertain if he should voice his request. After a few moments, he spoke again, Major General, may I trouble you to arrange those items in women's sizes? There is no need to prepare them for me otherwise. Chaoxing Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I shall provide you with 2 sets. Zhou Qifeng was enveloped in a myriad of unexpressed emotions, somewhat astonished, deeply touched, a tinge of shame, and a profound sadness. This time, he truly intended to abandon the strategy of self-inflicted suffering. However, General Chaoxing Yuan recognized his predicament and proactively brought it to light. This gesture stirred waves of warmth within Zhou Qifeng's heart. General, thank you. Chapter 56, embarking on a journey. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer, during which Chaoxing Yuan offered several words of advice to Zhou Qifeng. To be honest, he was genuinely reluctant to let Zhou Qifeng depart. The young man was indeed a promising talent, and if he were to flourish, he would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the future. However, since Zhou Qifeng expressed his intent to seek out his family, it was clearly impractical to compel him to remain against his will. Zhou Qifeng felt a twinge of regret. General, there's no need for that. I can retrieve it myself. I wouldn't want to trouble you all. Chaoxing Yuan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. All right. No need to keep calling me General. Given that I am of similar age to Gao Zhangkue, if you refer to him as Uncle Gao, then you may call me Uncle Chao. It sounds more familiar to me. Zhou Qifeng chuckled in response. Very well, Uncle Chao. Less than half an hour later, a military vehicle arrived at their dormitory, bringing with it none other than Chu Rue and his companions. Chu Rue, Wang Shun, and Zhang Lin delivered a plethora of supplies to Zhou Qifeng's quarters, their expressions rather grim. The items they brought were extensive and comprehensive. Following Zhou Qifeng's induction into the combat ranks, Chu Rue and the others had ensured he received all the necessary gear: a military helmet, gloves, night vision goggles, combat boots, and various other essential equipment. Firearms were also well represented, including a Type 95 automatic rifle with nearly all its accessories, as well as a domestically produced Type 92 handgun. Additionally, they supplied grenades, incendiary devices, illumination flares, and more. Moreover, they had prepared 2 complete sets of gear, one for men and another for women. Beyond the firearms, there were 4 military knives alongside the tang saber Shou Qifeng had previously utilized, making for an impressively luxurious assortment. After placing the items inside, Chu Rui glanced at Shou Qifeng, his words seemingly caught in his throat. With a sigh, he remarked, "Well, is it even worth discussing this with me? We are more acutely aware than most of the dangers that lie outside." Wang Shun chimed in with a question. "Shou Qifeng, are you certain you must go?" Shou Qifeng's gaze was resolute as he replied, "Yes, I must go." Nearly 2 months had elapsed since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, and he was unwilling to delay any longer. While he might not consider himself exceptionally strong, he had certainly made some progress since then and was at least confident that he would not perish immediately upon venturing out. Whether his family had succumbed to the undead or had been rescued by those within the safe zone, he realized that only by witnessing the truth for himself could he find peace of mind, or perhaps resignation. Zhang Lin also sighed, feeling at a loss for words. Some thoughts lodged in his throat remained unspoken. Nevertheless, he could not articulate them, no matter how hard he tried. Chu Rui pressed his lips together, forcing a smile as he said, "All right, brother, I respect your choice and admire your resolve. I wish you safe travels." Shou Qifeng felt a slight sting in his nose as he responded, "Take care, everyone. Farewell." That evening, Shou Qifeng contemplated for a long while whether to embark on this journey alone. He truly did not wish to embark on an adventure with Zhao Xue. However, despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, Shou Qifeng was acutely aware of her stubborn nature. If he were to leave alone, it was highly probable that she would venture out in search of him. As Shou Qifeng strolled along the pathways of the safe zone under the cover of night, he pondered deeply, and before he knew it, he found himself standing before Zhao Yishua's dormitory. With a bittersweet smile, he chastised himself inwardly. "Shou Qifeng, you are indeed a selfish person." Without further hesitation, he approached her door and gently knocked. It was not Zhao Yishue who answered, but another female resident of the dormitory. "Good evening. Could you please summon Zhao Yishue for me?" he inquired. "Certainly." Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yishue came running towards him, and before he had the opportunity to speak, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. The softness of her figure and the faint fragrance surrounding her eased Shou Qifeng's previously anxious demeanor. He gently wrapped his arms around Zhao Yishue and said, "Come. I need to discuss something with you." "Okay." Hand in hand, they wandered about, and Shou Qifeng declared, "Old Zhao, I have decided to leave." Zhao Yishue did not exhibit any overt surprise, as this was an anticipated development. "When?" she asked. "Tomorrow morning. I wish to accompany you." "What if I say I do not wish to take you with me?" "Then I shall go alone in search of you, until my last breath." Shou Qifeng suddenly chuckled, a sense of relief washing over him. Indeed, the answers to these questions had long resided in his heart, hadn't they? Zhao Yishue's expression shifted to one of frustration, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. With a stubborn resolve, she queried, "Are you afraid I will hinder you? Or do you simply not care about me at all?" With a gentle movement, Shou Qifeng brushed away the tears threatening to spill from her eyes, smiling as he reassured her, "No, it's not that. I fear losing you. I dread my inability to protect you, and I am even more terrified that your sacrifice may result from my actions." Zhao Yishue cast her gaze downward, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Biting her lip as if making a decision, she lifted her head, her enchanting eyes locking onto Shou Qifeng's. Rising onto her tiptoes, her soft, delicate lips brushed against his in a tender kiss. In that ephemeral moment, Shou Qifeng felt as though his mind had short-circuited, a surge of electricity coursing through his being. His heart soared like a myriad of doves dancing in the sunlight, akin to dolphins joyfully leaping from the water, creating beautiful splashes. Moments later, a blush adorned Zhao Yishue's cheeks as she nestled her head against Shou Qifeng's sturdy chest, whispering, "As long as you are with me, I shall not perish." That evening, when Zheng Xiaodong and the others learned of Shou Qifeng's impending departure, they were overwhelmed with concern yet filled with admiration. Such a decision was not one everyone could make. Merely this act alone warranted the respect of all. On that day, the brothers exchanged contribution points for a few bottles of wine, not much. As the following day Shou Qifeng would depart, and excessive drinking would hinder their affairs, they accompanied their drinks with some modest dishes, engaging in conversation. Yet the atmosphere lacked joy. Early the next morning, Shou Qifeng rose with the dawn, preparing his belongings. Once fully equipped, he secured the Tang Hung Dao at his waist, a belt crafted by a skilled artisan overnight, offering both convenience and freedom of movement. Clad in full gear, Shou Qifeng had shed the naivety of his high school days, now exuding a subtle aura of solemnity. With a military backpack slung over his shoulders and an automatic rifle in hand, he stealthily exited the dormitory he had called home for just over a month. Zhao Xue was already waiting at the entrance of the safe zone. Alongside her were Chu Rui, Wang Shun, Zhang Lin, Chao Xingyuan, and Gao Zhangkue. As Chao Xingyuan approached Shou Qifeng with a smile, he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Take care." Shou Qifeng returned the gesture with a military salute. One by one, Chu Rui and the others bid him farewell. Having arranged a vehicle to facilitate his swift journey to the destination, Shou Qifeng embraced each of them gently, then addressed the group, "Friends, may we meet again by fate. Cherish yourselves." With that, Shou Qifeng and Zhao Xue entered the vehicle. As the engine roared to life and the gate creaked open, Shou Qifeng departed from the 0649 safe zone, embarking on a new journey. He was uncertain of what lay ahead. All he knew was that he was traversing a path shrouded in darkness, fraught with peril and brambles. "Brothers, I implore you for silver notes. My gratitude knows no bounds." Chapter 57. Rescuing others in the blink of an eye. 5 days had elapsed since Shou Qifeng and his companions departed from the safety zone. Throughout this period, they encountered numerous perils, yet fortune favored them, allowing them to transform danger into opportunity. The survival skills and synergy between Shou Qifeng and Zhao Xue flourished rapidly. With only the two of them, their objectives were considerably diminished compared to their previous squad operations. Zhao Xue hailed from Wuchuan County in Qinghe City, while Shou Qifeng's residence was in Guicheng County, also within Qinghe City. Their journey to Guicheng County fortuitously led them through Wuchuan County, prompting them to first seek Zhao Yishue's family. Their educational institution was situated in the urban area of Qinghe City, approximately 600 miles from Wuchuan County and even farther from Guicheng County, around 750 miles. Over these 5 days, their travels had not covered substantial ground, barely reaching 180 miles. Shou Qifeng's driving skills were still rather unrefined. Although equipped with a map, the omnipresent zombies posed significant hindrances. Fortunately, the vehicle provided by Chao Xingyuan was of commendable quality, a 4-seater off-road vehicle, modified with a sharp blade mount at the front and reinforced with various materials, including bulletproof glass. Shou Qifeng pondered the reason behind Chao Xingyuan's generosity towards him. If it was merely admiration, it seemed rather excessive. Nevertheless, such queries remained unanswered. Their immediate priority was survival, at least until they reached Wuchuan County. On this day, Shou Qifeng and Zhao Yishue raided a small shop, where the nearby zombies were sparse. The establishment was modest in size, harboring only 3 zombies within. For Shou Qifeng, 3 zombies posed no threat whatsoever. He drew his tang knife. The muscles in his arm tensed with strength and visual impact. With swift precision, he dispatched the 3 zombies in no time. Zhao Xue adeptly secured the doors and windows before opening her backpack to gather provisions, ensuring they had enough supplies for the next 4 or 5 days. The unpredictability of the forthcoming days warranted preparation. Should circumstances prevent them from scavenging further, their stockpile would sustain their survival. As long as they remained alive, solutions to their dilemmas would surely present themselves. Shou Qifeng then picked up a decent cigarette and inquired, "Zhao, may I take this cigarette?" Zhao Yishue's cheeks were smeared with dust. During their days out, they had managed to find places to bathe and rest, but most of the time was spent fleeing and wandering aimlessly. With a bright smile, she replied, "What do you think?" Slightly disheartened, Shou Qifeng set the cigarette down. Despite his imposing physique, he dared not take it without Zhao Xue's consent. In his heart, he mused, "Let her revel in this moment. Once we reach safety, I will have my way." Zhao Xue picked up the cigarette that Shou Qifeng had just put down and placed it in her bag, exclaiming, "You mustn't smoke too much. Otherwise, prepare to face the consequences." Shou Qifeng chuckled, "My backside is already in 2 halves, with a little flower blooming in between. Would you care to take a look?" Surely, he must have been referring to a chrysanthemum. Zhao Xue, in mock annoyance, kicked Shou Qifeng's rear, urging, "Hurry up. If the zombies come in, I shall be the first to flee." Shou Qifeng pinched Zhao Xue's cheek, teasing, "Run along. After all, you can't outrun me. My legs are longer." Lately, he found himself increasingly fond of pinching Zhao Yishue's soft, elastic cheeks. He particularly adored the expression she wore, as though she wished to bite him. It was utterly adorable. After packing her belongings, Zhao Yishue playfully slapped Shou Qifeng's behind, proclaiming, "Let us go." Shou Qifeng, rubbing his backside, replied, "If we're going, why strike me?" Zhao Xue, with a bright smile, retorted, "Who told you to keep pinching my cheeks?" Can a backside be compared to a face? I think they're quite similar. To me, your backside is essentially akin to your face. Zhou Qifeng, bemused, thought, is this truly a rational statement? Zhao Yixue continued, but I must admit, your backside has a rather pleasant feel to it. Get lost. Zhou Qifeng started the vehicle, ready to move on, but a sudden commotion caught his attention. He realized that not only was his physical prowess steadily improving, but his senses seemed to have heightened as well. Previously, in complete darkness, he could see nothing, yet now, he found that he could faintly perceive shapes in the shadows. Although subtle, this enhancement thrilled him immensely. He chose not to turn off the engine. It may have been selfish, but he did not intend to overextend himself. With their limited capabilities, both he and Zhao Yixue were barely managing to protect themselves. They had neither the strength nor the inclination to assist others. Zhao Yixue did not voice any objections. Her kindness was undeniable, but she was no saint. As Zhou Qifeng prepared to leave the area, a deep male voice echoed throughout, pleading, "Please, take this pregnant woman away. You need not concern yourself with anyone else. I beg you." Zhou Qifeng muttered a curse, chiding the man for his recklessness. However, upon hearing about the pregnant woman, his heart quivered. While he could easily disregard others, the thought of the innocent unborn child made him realize he was not as ruthless as he had envisioned. Exchanging glances, they understood one another's intentions. Zhou Qifeng halted the vehicle, swiftly opened the door. He had no intention of rescuing anyone else, as his abilities were far too limited. But assisting a pregnant woman was within his grasp. The man who had just emitted a sound wielded a colossal fire axe with remarkable ease, astonishing Zhou Qifeng as he swung it effortlessly with one hand. With each strike, a zombie met its demise. What immense strength and stamina must he possess to engage in such combat? At this moment, Zhou Qifeng felt himself inferior to him. Beside the man stood a visibly pregnant woman in her 30s, alongside a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, seemingly still a college student. The zombies were numerous, yet not overwhelming to the point of being unmanageable. What ill intentions could these two young individuals harbor while protecting the pregnant woman? Zhou Qifeng mused silently. No longer hesitating, Zhou Qifeng drew his Tang Dao, the razor-sharp blade glinting ominously under the sunlight. Zhao Yixue remained in the car, her handgun trained unwaveringly on the group surrounding Zhou Qifeng. Should any danger arise, she was prepared to fire without hesitation. She could not bear the thought of Zhou Qifeng perishing due to her own negligence or weakness. With a firm grip on his Tang Dao, Zhou Qifeng lunged forward like a nimble leopard, his live form erupting with astonishing energy. He swiftly harvested the lives of the encroaching zombies. Fortunately, among them were no special types capable of explosion or mutation. Otherwise, Zhou Qifeng and the others might have faced dire consequences. A torrent of foul, dark blood splattered across him, yet he paid it no heed, his gaze fixated like a hawk on the bodies of the undead. With all his faculties heightened, Zhou Qifeng found himself effortlessly dispatching the zombies, provided their numbers were not excessively overwhelming. Before long, he carved a path through the horde, shouting, "Quick, follow me. I will cover you. You must get the pregnant woman to safety." As he spoke, he cleaved through another zombie's neck and swiftly retrieved a grenade from his belt. Recognizing Zhou Qifeng's formidable prowess, the man clutched the pregnant woman and hastily retreated. He could not afford to dwell on her condition. Survival took precedence. The young woman beside him expressed her gratitude before following suit. In a mere moment, more zombies began to converge. Zhou Qifeng hurled the grenade into the area teeming with the undead and then quickly vacated the vicinity. A resounding explosion erupted, launching countless zombies into the air, creating a brief vacuum in the blast radius. Having successfully bought precious time, the duo escorting the pregnant woman reached the vehicle. Zhou Qifeng matched their speed. Feeling an urgent need to remain cautious, he could not allow Zhao Yixue to be left alone in the car. He flung open the car door, glancing at the zombies surging toward them from several dozen meters away, and bellowed, "Hurry, get in the car. We must leave at once, or it will be too late." A few individuals hurriedly boarded the vehicle. Although it was a four-seater, its spaciousness allowed for 5 occupants without considerable discomfort. Zhou Qifeng ignited the engine and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The four-wheel drive off-roader surged forth like a formidable steel beast, crashing through the area. Even with several zombies obstructing their path, they were obliterated upon impact. Let us not forget, there were blades affixed to the front of the vehicle. Zhou Qifeng swiftly exited the perilous zone, exhaling a sigh of relief once they were out of danger. With a furrowed brow, Zhou Qifeng remarked, "Are you all trying to court death by causing such a commotion in a non-secure area?" His tone was less than congenial, for the man's actions had been exceedingly reckless. Had there been a greater number of zombies, Zhou Qifeng and his companion Zhao Yixue would have been compelled to resort to firearms, tools meant for survival. If the density of the undead exceeded their capabilities, it was plausible that both of them could perish, a scenario Zhou Qifeng was loath to contemplate. The man, exhibiting a volatile temperament, retorted, "What do you expect me to do? Besides, I merely wanted you to rescue the pregnant woman, not us. We could have broken through." Zhou Qifeng's countenance darkened. He was irked by the man's dismissive attitude. After all, he had exerted considerable effort to save them, only to have his actions belittled. "What do you mean by that? Were it not for the pregnant woman, I would not have halted nor risked my life to assist you." It seemed the man was on the verge of anger, but a young woman beside him intervened. She quickly apologized. "I am truly sorry. Please forgive us. Sun Haozha has a rather abrasive temperament, but he is genuinely a good person. We are immensely grateful for your help." Upon saying this, the woman nudged the man. Frowning as she urged, apologized promptly. Though somewhat reluctant, the man eventually lowered his head. His tone softened considerably as he said, "I apologize. My earlier behavior was inappropriate. I hope you can overlook it." Through the rearview mirror, Zhou Qifeng observed the young woman with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that the hot-headed Sun Haozha would heed her words. With the tension dissipating, Zhou Qifeng replied, "It's quite all right. I too should apologize for my earlier remarks. I did not intend to sound harsh." Throughout this exchange, Zhao Xue remained silent, trusting in Zhou Qifeng's ability to navigate the situation. The pregnant woman appeared unwell, clutching her abdomen as beads of cold sweat trickled down her face, her body trembling uncontrollably. Noticing the woman's distress, Zhao Yixue inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" The pregnant woman struggled to lift her head, but to everyone's astonishment, her eyes had taken on a reddish hue, and dark blood began to seep from the corners of her mouth. Generally speaking, such circumstances are often indicative of an infection. Zhou Qifeng hastily declared, "Quick, examine the elder sister's condition. She is likely to have been bitten." As expected, the young woman discovered a zombie bite on her leg. A sense of panic washed over her, for individuals in such a state typically have little hope of survival. The virus within the zombie had already permeated her body through the wound, threatening to transform the pregnant woman at any moment. Zhou Qifeng furrowed his brow, relieved that there were no nearby zombies, and he randomly parked the vehicle. Once everyone disembarked, the condition of the pregnant woman deteriorated further, as she began to experience mild convulsions. He sighed and said, "There is no other choice. Let us grant her a merciful release." Seated upon the ground, her eyes, once vibrant, were now increasingly hollow, and though she trembled, her hands remained protectively cradling her belly. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, tears glistening in her reddened eyes. Zhou Qifeng perceived a mixture of reluctance and yearning within her stare. She did not wish to depart from this world. She longed to catch a glimpse of her unborn child, even if only for a fleeting moment. Yet, she equally dreaded the thought of becoming a monstrous zombie. With a heavy heart, Zhou Qifeng sighed once more, drawing his handgun and aiming it at the pregnant woman's head. Despite her nearing transformation, a flicker of humanity still lingered. Chapter 58. Encounter with the alien species. Sun Haozha took the cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a plume of smoke. The young woman spoke up, "Thank you for saving us. My name is Tang Xiaoyan, a fourth-year medical student. Sun Haozha is a dear friend I have known since childhood. Despite his appearance, he is truly a good person, though he can be a bit foolish at times." Zhou Qifeng casually discarded his cigarette but, responding, "It's no trouble. Once we ensure your safety, we will be on our way." Tang Xiaoyan hesitated momentarily before asking, "Would you mind taking the two of us with you?" Zhou Qifeng frowned, replying, "Don't you think what you just said is a bit presumptuous?" Sun Haozha's temper flared up instantly, his rough voice filling the vehicle. "If you don't want to take us, just say so without being so rude." Zhou Qifeng, however, remained composed, not out of a lack of desire to respond, but rather due to the limitations of his and Zhao Xue's capabilities. While Zhao Xue was capable of looking after herself, Tang Xiaoyan was another matter entirely. On their way to rescue the three of them, Zhou Qifeng had observed that it was Sun Haozha who had been dealing with the zombies, single-handedly protecting both Tang Xiaoyan and the pregnant woman. Tang Xiaoyan shot Sun Haozha a glare, prompting him to instinctively retract his neck and fall silent. She continued, "We want to be a burden to you. We simply have nowhere to go. Despite my appearance, I am quite useful. If you get injured, I can treat you, and I can cook." Sun Haozha gently shook his head at Tang Xiaoyan, saying softly, "Xiaoyan, there is no need for this. If they don't wish to take us, we can survive on our own." Zhou Qifeng was unaware of their past or personalities. He only recognized that the seemingly fragile Tang Xiaoyan was the one truly in charge. Indeed, she appeared delicate, yet the determination in her eyes was unmistakable. Zhao Xue sighed, saying, "It's not that we don't want to take you, sister. It's just that accompanying us could lead to numerous dangers." "I'm not afraid," Tang Xiaoyan declared resolutely. Zhou Qifeng interjected, "Actually, we can take you to a safe zone. There's one near Wuchuan County where we are headed. We can drop you off there." Before Tang Xiaoyan could respond, Sun Haozhe interjected, "I want to go." Zhou Qifeng furrowed his brows, struggling to comprehend why these two were so insistent on staying with him. He had always been cautious, but the peculiar behavior of the pair heightened his wariness once again. Tang Xiaoyan lowered her gaze, and after a moment of silence, she pleaded, "Please, don't take us to the safe zone. We will not be a burden to you, and as you've seen, Sun Haozhe is quite capable. He can assist you." Zhou Qifeng remained silent, lighting another cigarette. Tang Xiaoyan did not seem to be a person of deep scheming, and there was no need to say anything further about Sun Haozhe. Although Sun Haozhe was indeed reckless, his willingness to protect the pregnant woman at all costs suggested he was not a bad person. It could be said that their approaches to life were simply different. The decision of whether to bring them along placed Zhou Qifeng in a dilemma. After a long pause, Zhou Qifeng said, "Very well, we can take you with us. But we are on a quest to find someone, and time is of the essence. To be frank, I can only assist you within the limits of my capacity. If it comes to a choice between you and my own affairs, I would not hesitate to forsake you." Upon hearing Zhou Qifeng's agreement, Tang Xiaoyan was overjoyed and expressed her gratitude, saying, "All right, thank you so much." She playfully nudged Sun Haozhe, who, with no other option, mumbled his thanks in a low voice. Following that, silence enveloped the group, and both Sun Haozhe and Tang Xiaoyan, fatigued, soon fell into a deep slumber. After a considerable time, noticing the two remain motionless, the co-pilot, Zhao Xue, softly inquired, "Is this really all right?" Zhou Qifeng shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain. But they do not give me the impression of being malicious. We shall proceed cautiously." However, he added, "To be frank, these two are indeed peculiar. Most individuals would be eager to rush towards a safe zone. Indeed, this also perplexed him the most. At that moment, they were traversing a road far from the city, one that had been quiet even before the disaster struck, with only a few vehicles passing by. After approximately an hour of smooth driving, Zhou Qifeng observed that the number of buildings ahead was gradually increasing. He thus found a relatively concealed spot to halt the vehicle. At this moment, Tang Xiaoyan awoke, her drowsy eyes lending her an air of cuteness. She quickly roused Sun Haozhe from his slumber. Seeing them alert, Zhou Qifeng suggested, "Let us rest for a while. Just ahead lies a town. We should regain our strength before continuing." As he spoke, Zhou Qifeng opened his backpack, producing some food and water to offer to the two. Tang Xiaoyan smiled and thanked him. Now that food was present, the once reluctant Sun Haozhe expressed his gratitude with enthusiasm, his hunger overwhelming him. He devoured the sustenance with remarkable speed, letting out a satisfied belch afterward. Tang Xiaoyan, beaming, passed him the water and gently advised, "Take your time, no need to rush." Sun Haozhe smiled back, and it was then that Zhou Qifeng witnessed the innocence in his laughter for the first time. Zhou Qifeng pondered whether his earlier apprehensions had been unwarranted. He then asked, "Aren't you afraid that my food might be poisoned?" Sun Haozhe shrugged and replied, "What is there to fear? At worst, it would simply mean death. I am not afraid. I just cannot afford to die. What would happen to Xiaoyan?" Tang Xiaoyan's face was slightly flushed, her lips curling into a charming smile. Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Xue also shared a smile. Seemingly shifting the topic, Tang Xiaoyan inquired, "By the way, I noticed you both are quite young and equipped so well. Are you affiliated with the military district?" Zhao Xue chuckled in response, "Not at all. When the disaster first struck, we were still high school seniors." Tang Xiaoyan was taken aback, and Sun Haozhe shared her astonishment. They had not anticipated that Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Yixue were merely high school students, around 18 years of age. However, their demeanor belied their youth. One could easily believe they were of the same age as Tang Xiaoyan. Tang Xiaoyan laughed, "You are quite impressive." Zhou Qifeng smiled in return, saying, "Circumstances compel us." After a brief exchange and a light meal, Zhou Qifeng resolved to proceed into the nearby town. To reach Wuchuan County, passing through this area was essential. Beyond it lay an additional 300 miles to their destination. Zhou Qifeng navigated the town with focused determination. Though their progress was slow due to the numerous abandoned vehicles scattered about as a result of the chaos, Tang Xiaoyan appeared somewhat anxious, while Sun Haozhe remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently outside. Suddenly, a zombie lunged out in front of them. Zhou Qifeng, having encountered such situations before, swiftly pressed the accelerator, causing the engine to roar to life as it surged forward. In an instant, their speed reached nearly 100 miles per hour, with the rapidly expanding chemical energy converting into ferocious mechanical force. The vehicle's mounted blades effortlessly severed the zombie's limbs, and the sturdy tires crushed its fallen body into a puddle of gore. The sight startled Tang Xiaoyan, who covered her mouth in silence. Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Xue were already accustomed to such occurrences. As for Sun Haozhe, he was even more audacious. Witnessing the zombie's demise, he widened his eyes and murmured, "Impressive." This reaction left Zhou Qifeng bemused. Despite Zhao Xue's gentle demeanor, her initial response had been quite akin to Sun Haozhe's. At times, Zhou Qifeng pondered whether Zhao Yixue might be hiding a more robust side. The group continued onward, arriving at a modest supermarket. They dared not venture into larger supermarkets teeming with people. Though stocked with provisions, they were also swarming with zombies. Safety was paramount, after all. This supermarket was well situated, conveniently near a pharmacy. Zhou Qifeng deliberated. He had brought along a sufficient supply of medication, so he decided against risking a foray inside. As long as we have enough, he concluded. Tang Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, while Sun Haozhe remained silent. Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Xue cautiously alighted from their vehicle and entered the modest supermarket. True to expectation, a few zombies roamed within, yet they posed no significant threat in the eyes of Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Yixue. After dispatching the zombies, the duo hastily began to gather supplies. Just as they were preparing to depart, Zhou Qifeng suddenly sensed commotion outside. His gaze shifted to the tumult, igniting a blaze of fury within him. Hadn't they been warned against venturing out? Why, of all places, did they choose the pharmacy, thereby entangling themselves with unforeseen dangers? Zhou Qifeng wrestled with his thoughts, while he acknowledged that their intentions were not malevolent. Their lack of relation and their penchant for attracting trouble compelled him to resolve to disregard them. Zhao Xue shared a similar sentiment. This was not cruelty, after all. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Moreover, Zhou Qifeng was not one to disregard caution lightly. It appeared that Tang Xiaoyan had harbored some notion of seeking essential medications from the pharmacy. At such a time, it was futile to speculate. Sun Haozhe would undoubtedly choose to follow Tang Xiaoyan unconditionally, given his predictable nature. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated in the ears of Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Xue. A chill crept into Zhou Qifeng's heart as the horrifying image of Wang Juantong's demise resurfaced in his mind. Indeed, within the pharmacy lurked a mutated zombie. However, it was not as colossal as the one that had slain Wang Juntang. Its size was akin to that of an ordinary zombie, yet it bore two large, black fangs, dripping with blood. Whether of the undead or human, it was uncertain. Sun Haozhe swung his massive fire axe with fervor, yet the zombie's agility rendered his efforts futile. In that moment, two zombies materialized from seemingly nowhere around Tang Xiaoyan, their grotesque, bloodied mouths agape as they lunged towards her. The horrifying sight momentarily paralyzed Tang Xiaoyan with fear. Fortunately, Sun Haozhe reacted swiftly, darting to her side like an arrow released from a bow. His eyes ablaze with unparalleled bloodlust. He brought down his axe with the force of a mythic creator, cleaving one zombie in two, leaving a clear mark upon the ground beneath. With urgency, Sun Haozhe hoisted Tang Xiaoyan onto his shoulder and dashed towards Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Yixue's location. Observing the unfolding events, Zhou Qifeng understood Sun Haozhe and Appo's intent and cursed under his breath. Damn, that fool. No longer concealing his intentions, Zhou Qifeng seized the opportunity. With the number of zombies still manageable and the mutated one not yet evolved to a formidable extent, now was the moment to eliminate it and escape. Zhou Qifeng vaulted through the window, with Zhao Yixue closely following. In truth, Sun Haozhe's reflexes were commendable. He recognized that Zhou Qifeng wielded a firearm, far superior to any fire axe. Zhou Qifeng rolled on the ground twice, the rifle in his hand swiftly ejecting spent cartridges, with fiery orange flames surging incessantly from the muzzle. The 5.8mm bullets, imbued with tremendous power, pierced through the flesh of the zombie like venomous serpents soaring through the sky, shredding its sinews and blood. This particular zombie was far more manageable than the previous one. It was oblivious to the need to protect its own head. Even when injured, it charged forward with frenzied abandon, its uncontrollable murderous intent making it yearn to skin Zhou Qifeng alive. Zhou Qifeng remained composed, continuing to fire, yet he found it exceedingly difficult to strike the creature's head, as its speed was astonishingly swift. Just as the grotesque claws of the aberrant zombie were about to graze him, a deafening crack echoed through the air. and the zombies had erupted, showering the surroundings with a thick, foul-smelling spray of blood. Not far from Zhou Qifeng, the handgun in Zhao Xue's grasp emitted wisps of smoke, remnants of the friction caused by the expulsion of the bullet. Chapter 59. Conflict. Sun Haozhe and Tang Xiaoyan were both taken aback. Their astonishment not solely stemming from Zhao Xue's remarkable marksmanship, but also from the perplexing potency of her handgun. Zhao Xue appeared somewhat fatigued, her breath coming in slight gasps. The surrounding horde of zombies was drawn to them, a relentless wave that sent shivers down Zhou Qifeng's spine. He felt utterly incapable of confronting such a formidable swarm. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Yixue dashed towards the vehicle. Sun Haozhe was quick to react as well, hoisting Tang Xiaoyan and racing after them. As Tang Xiaoyan observed the sprinting Zhao Yixue, she couldn't help but wonder what set her apart from this girl. Why was Zhao Xue's speed slightly superior even to Zhou Qifeng's? Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Xue reached the car, but at that moment, Sun Haozhe also flung open the back door. Zhou Qifeng furrowed his brow, dismissing their presence. Every second wasted could spell disaster, leaving them vulnerable to the terrifying multitude of zombies. With the back door still ajar, Zhou Qifeng pressed the accelerator, nearly casting the two behind him off balance. Sun Haozhe was jolted by the sudden motion, instinctively exclaiming, "Damn." He quickly pulled Tang Xiaoyan closer to him and firmly shut the door. Zhou Qifeng maintained a stern demeanor, while Zhao Xue, despite her calm exterior, chose to remain silent. Although they had not held any particular fondness for Sun Haozhe and Tang Xiaoyan, neither did they harbor any animosity. They were inclined to offer assistance when possible. Yet, Zhou Qifeng couldn't shake off the feeling that the pair was a perpetual source of trouble, akin to a ticking time bomb beside him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Hadn't he warned them not to exit the vehicle? Why did they persist in disregarding his caution? Zhou Qifeng drove with great speed, a blur of motion. The sheer number of zombies trailing them was overwhelming, and failing to escape their grasp would lead to grave consequences. Before long, Zhou Qifeng discovered a relatively serene dwelling, nestled in an open expanse with seemingly no other houses nearby, and the structure was quite spacious. The horde had finally been shaken off. As twilight descended, Zhou Qifeng resolved not to venture further into the night, choosing instead to rest there. Tang Xiaoyan, still in shock from the harrowing experience, had remained silent throughout the journey, her body trembling slightly. It was evident that even after the catastrophe had unfolded, she had yet to acclimate to this new reality, perhaps due to her sheltered existence. Sun Haozhe had clearly been protective of her in the past. Tang Xiaoyan, feeling somewhat guilty, murmured, "I only wanted to help you prepare some medical supplies. I didn't mean to cause trouble. I'm sorry." Recognizing that she was a girl, Zhou Qifeng suppressed his rising frustration and replied, "Let us go inside first. It seems there are fewer zombies here." Zhao Yixue remained as taciturn as ever. Sun Haozhe assisted the still trembling Tang Xiaoyan out of the vehicle. Zhou Qifeng cautiously entered the room, a military knife in hand, and conducted a thorough search, only to discover, to his surprise, that there was not a single zombie within the premises, save for some dust. He prudently secured all doors and windows, then furrowed his brow and remarked, "Did I not explicitly say that you should refrain from disembarking the vehicle? Are you aware of the trouble this could potentially incite?" Tang Xiaoyan lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat aggrieved, yet still apologized. "I'm sorry, I'll be more careful." Zhou Qifeng offered her no leniency, asserting, "This is not merely a matter of being careful. You." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sun Haozhe. "Have you said enough? You do realize that your current demeanor irritates me immensely." Sun Haozhe's gruff voice ignited the fury simmering within Zhou Qifeng. In retaliation, Zhou Qifeng retorted, "Damn it, do you have any idea how long I've found you insufferable? From the very beginning, you've barked like a rabid dog. I made it clear that while you could accompany us, we would not pry into your reasons, nor would we compel you to undertake tasks. We simply requested that you refrain from causing chaos. But have you managed to adhere to that?" Sun Haozhe stubbornly countered, "And what of it? If it weren't for Xiaoyan's sake, I wouldn't even consider following you." Zhou Qifeng's expression darkened. He felt utterly incapable of communicating with Sun Haozhe, who seemed devoid of reason. Tang Xiaoyan hastily intervened. "Please, let us not argue. It is all my fault. Everyone, let us calm down." Sun Haozhe glared at Zhou Qifeng and declared, "Xiaoyan, stay out of this. I believe this brat is simply too self-righteous, always positioning himself as the leader." Zhou Qifeng's temples throbbed with frustration. Faced with such obstinacy, he found himself at a loss. No matter how he reasoned, it felt akin to speaking to a wall, utterly incomprehensible. Zhou Qifeng reiterated, since you find me so intolerable. I must say, I share the sentiment. Why don't you just leave? Truth be told, I never intended to drag along a burden like you. Unable to contain himself any longer, Sun Haozhe lunged at Zhou Qifeng, throwing a punch aimed at his chest. Zhou Qifeng was no pushover, having undergone numerous physical enhancements. He was no longer the frail high school student of yore. When Sun Haozhe's fist connected with Zhou Qifeng's chest, Zhou felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. Neural, he clutched his abdomen, his eyes reddened, as he raised his gaze and fixed it fiercely upon Zhou Qifeng, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Zhou Qifeng, too, was in considerable discomfort. After enduring a blow from Sun Haozhe, it felt as though his chest might explode, and even the act of breathing was excruciating. Sun Haozhe attempted to rise, but was suddenly enveloped by an unparalleled sense of imminent danger. Zhao Yixue, having drawn a gun, aimed it directly at his head. Her once enchanting eyes, now devoid of warmth and vitality, replaced instead by a chilling intensity filled with malice and rage. Her patience had reached its breaking point. Tang Xiaoyan, with her frail frame, shielded Sun Haozhe, visibly trembling with fear, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet, confronted by Zhao Xue's icy gun barrel, she showed no inclination to retreat. Zhou Qifeng furrowed his brow at Tang Xiaoyan's demeanor, feeling a flicker of compassion. He was not one to stand idly by in the face of death. Yet the present era did not permit such benevolence. Noticing a slight softening in Zhou Qifeng's tone, Tang Xiaoyan's face lit up with gratitude as she hurriedly expressed her thanks. Indeed, Tang Xiaoyan possessed a striking beauty, unlike Zhao Xue's. Her fully developed figure exuded a mature allure. Her delicate oval face and well-proportioned nose were captivating, but it was her amber-hued eyes that drew immediate attention, perfectly framed by elegantly arched brows. Casting a glance at Sun Haozhe, Zhou Qifeng observed that while he was not conventionally handsome, he radiated a robust masculinity, his short hair adding an air of sharpness to his persona. However, Sun Haozhe's unpleasant temperament made him less appealing, leaving Zhou Qifeng puzzled over Tang Xiaoyan's affections. Weary and having sustained discomfort, Zhou Qifeng decided not to dwell on the matter further. The pain in his chest was becoming increasingly unbearable, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He spoke, "It is getting late. We should rest. I truly wish to avoid conflict with you. However, I have my own burdens to bear, and your presence alongside us poses a significant risk. I hope you can have an earnest conversation with Sun Haozhe if this continues. Parting ways is inevitable. Apologies, I will certainly speak with him." "Thank you," Tang Xiaoyan replied, her voice filled with sincerity. As Zhou Qifeng ascended the stairs, discreetly inhaling sharply in discomfort, he sought a room to rest and assess his injuries. Zhao Yixue holstered her weapon and, with an impassive expression, warned Tang Xiaoyan, "Take care of yourself." With that, she followed Zhou Qifeng upstairs. Finding an unoccupied bedroom, Zhou Qifeng locked the door upon Zhao Xue's entry. At that moment, his complexion paled slightly. He had not anticipated that Sun Haozhe's punch could have so nearly fractured his rib. In truth, it seems that his ribs have sustained a slight fracture, though it has not yet progressed to a full break. This revelation led Zhou Qifeng to question the source of Sun Haozhe's extraordinary strength. Cold sweat cascaded down Zhou Qifeng's face, akin to raindrops, especially after he had endured a punch from Sun Haozhe and swiftly retaliated, exacerbating his injuries. Zhao Yixue, observing Zhou Qifeng's condition, felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy and frantically rummaged through her backpack for a medical kit. Zhou Qifeng attempted to remove his upper garments himself. Yet each movement aggravated his wounds, inflicting excruciating pain. Zhao Yixue approached him with caution, gently assisting in the removal of his equipment. Zhou Qifeng managed to smile, teasingly remarking, "What, are you so eager to undress me?" Zhao Yixue pouted slightly, her delicate hands carefully helping him out of his shirt as she replied, "You know, it seems you were destined for luxury in your past life, needing someone to assist you even to remove a shirt." Her soft, cool touch occasionally brushed against Zhou Qifeng's skin, providing an unexpectedly soothing sensation that momentarily made him forget his agony, leaving him somewhat flustered. Noticing Zhou Qifeng's intense gaze upon her, Zhao Yixue felt her heart race, a flurry of emotions overwhelming her. After a brief pause, Zhou Qifeng appeared to regain his composure, awkwardly chuckling before wincing in pain. "Old Zhao, I've come to a realization," he remarked. As Zhao Yixue meticulously applied ointment to his bruised chest, she inquired, "What realization?" "I've discovered that you are truly beautiful." Zhao Yixue burst into laughter, her charm captivating. She playfully lifted his chin with her slender finger, her eyes sparkling as if they could ensnare his very soul. What is this? A sudden epiphany today? Zhou Qifeng chuckled heartily. Indeed. I used to think you were quite the tomboy, but now I am astonished to find that you are, in fact, a rather handsome tomboy. Zhao Yixue raised her fist. Feigning an intent to strike him, I'll give you a good beating. After tending to his wounds, they prepared to rest. They never shared a bed, as one would always keep watch. Zhao Yixue took the first half of the night, while Zhou Qifeng would take the latter. This routine was consistent, for they had no one else they could trust. Once Zhou Qifeng fell into a deep slumber, Zhao Yixue fetched a stool and sat beside his bed, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at him, now peacefully asleep. This silent observation lasted nearly an hour. In her eyes, Zhou Qifeng appeared radiant, stirring her heart with an undeniable allure. Chapter 60. The calm after the storm. After falling into a slumber, Zhou Qifeng once again found himself ensnared in a peculiar dream. This vision bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had experienced prior to the calamity. Yet the outcome diverged tragically. He had been unable to vanquish the terrifying monstrosity, plunging humanity into an unfathomable abyss of despair. Within a mere 2 days, the remaining strongholds had been breached, heralding the complete extinction of humankind. Awakening from this haunting nightmare, Zhou Qifeng was drenched in sweat, as if he had emerged from a deluge. Beside him, Zhao Yixue clasped her hands anxiously. Upon noticing his consciousness returning, her eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over. Glancing at the bandages that encircled his body, Zhou Qifeng reassured himself that this was indeed the realm of reality. Nevertheless, the dread from his dream lingered, instilling a palpable fear within him that the dire circumstances might ultimately manifest. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, prompting him to gingerly test the mobility of his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that the wound on his chest had miraculously healed. This was indeed a fortuitous revelation. Zhao Yixue, taken aback, admonished, "Why are you moving about? You might worsen your injury." With a triumphant grin, Zhou Qifeng tore away the bandages and proclaimed, "Behold, the terror of my regenerative prowess." He swiftly discarded all the wrappings and beamed at Zhao Yixue, seemingly eager to witness her awe and admiration. However, her expression shifted to one of irritation as she retorted, "Have you lost your mind? You call yourself healed with such a massive bruise on your chest?" Zhou Qifeng, perplexed, sensed that the narrative was veering off course. He inspected his chest, only to find the ominous dark bruise still very much present. No matter how one looked at it, it was far from a state of well-being. Yet, strangely enough, Zhou Qifeng felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. Rising from the bed, he executed several vigorous movements and turned to Zhao Yixue, exclaiming, "See, I truly am fine. I cannot explain it, but I feel incredible." Realizing that Zhou Qifeng had no reason to deceive her, Zhao Xue's apprehension began to dissipate. Her keen eyes scrutinized him, and for reasons unknown, Zhou Qifeng felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. With a playful tone, Zhao Yixue remarked, "Not bad at all. Your physique is quite impressive." The moment he heard this, a surge of mischief ignited within Zhou Qifeng. With a chuckle, he lunged toward her. Caught off guard by his sudden advance, Zhao Yixue was unable to react before he enveloped her in his robust embrace, his warmth radiating against her skin, flooding her senses with a masculine aura that turned her cheeks crimson and sent her heart racing. In that instant, Zhao Yixue resembled a startled fawn, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Zhou Qifeng gently laid Zhao Yixue onto the soft bed. A mischievous grin plastered across his face as he declared, "Today, I shall show you just how formidable I am." With that, he playfully pounced onto her. Zhao Yixue's mind was a whirlwind, though the moment felt abrupt. It was tinged with an undeniable anticipation. However, Zhou Qifeng did not make any further moves. After falling onto Zhao Yixue, he lay gently on the bed, his hands tenderly encircling her slender waist. He whispered to her, "Just let me hold you for a moment. I fear that once I lose you, I shall never hold you again." As he uttered these words, it was as if he had traversed the vicissitudes of life, not in a feigned manner, but in a genuine sense of helplessness and melancholy, cherishing the gradual loss of something precious. Zhao Yixue said nothing, burying her head tightly against Zhou Qifeng's warm, sturdy chest. Nuzzling softly, she truly wished that time could linger a little longer at that moment. With her head nestled against him, she soon drifted into slumber. Zhou Qifeng held Zhao Yixue close, inhaling the scent that lingered on her. Though Zhao Yixue was known for her cleanliness, after days of wandering, the faint fragrance had been replaced by the odor of fatigue and sweat. Yet, Zhou Qifeng felt no discomfort whatsoever. Indeed, the Zhao Yixue of his dreams had perished. Yet he remained powerless, as he always had been, witnessing the loss of so many around him, no matter how he struggled or exerted himself. He could not combat the cruel hand of fate and the passage of time. Perhaps the scenes from his dreams were real, perhaps they were not, but regardless, they felt as tangible as if he had truly lived them. Zhou Qifeng covered Zhao Yixue with a blanket and resumed his training. He felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, as if the recent injuries had further awakened his physical prowess. It was a wondrous and peculiar sensation. Zhou Qifeng could not comprehend the reason behind this phenomenon, yet he was grateful for the favorable reality it presented. In the early hours of the following day, there was a knock at the door. Having been absorbed in his training, Zhou Qifeng wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily donned a garment, and opened the door. Tang Xiaoyan stood at the threshold, somewhat bashful. Zhou Qifeng was perplexed. What could be so urgent that it could not wait until daylight? Tang Xiaoyan bit her lip. Hesitating momentarily before speaking, I apologize once more for yesterday's events. Please believe me, my following you was not born of any ulterior motive. I merely wish to assist you in any way I can. You know I am studying medicine. Zhou Qifeng shook his head, stating, let us put yesterday behind us. I can pretend it never occurred. However, I hope for transparency between us. Please tell me your true intentions for following us. Tang Xiaoyan sighed. The truth is, we do not wish to avoid the safe zone. Our decision to remain outside is largely due to Sun Haozhe. So it was indeed because of Sun Haozhe. From the moment Zhou Qifeng first observed this pairing, he sensed something was amiss, a profound dissonance as if two individuals, who should never intersect, were inextricably linked. Zhou Qifeng inquired, why? We became acquainted in our childhood, a time when he was still innocent and optimistic, approaching every endeavor with remarkable zeal. During those years, I was timid and often bullied, and it was invariably Sun Haozhe who stood up for me. Gradually, we became inseparable friends, and it was his profound influence that steered me away from my weakness and nurtured my burgeoning confidence. His home environment was dire. His mother was a compulsive gambler, and his father was a violent man prone to aggression, with daily quarrels echoing through their household. I admired him for maintaining such an optimistic demeanor amidst such turmoil. However, tragedy struck when his father, in a fit of rage, killed Sun Haozhe and Appo's mother during one of their violent confrontations and desecrated her body thereafter, to instill a lasting fear within Sun Haozhe. His father forced the then 11 or 12-year-old boy to witness this horrific act. As if that were not enough, when Sun Haozhe decided to report his father, he was discovered and subjected to a brutal 3-day ordeal, suspended from the ceiling and beaten, with only minimal sustenance provided. Enduring such extreme terror, his mental state deteriorated significantly during that harrowing period. Eventually, he found an opportunity to escape and, with nowhere else to turn, sought refuge at my home. His condition was heartbreaking. He bore the marks of abuse, having lost considerable weight in just a few days. Fortunately, my parents, possessing kind hearts, were in the process of moving and decided to adopt Sun Haozhe. As Qifeng listened, he began to empathize with Sun Haozhe's plight. A child of such tender age, subjected to the violent whims of a father for 3 relentless days, endured a torment that few could withstand, an unbearable agony that left him wishing for death, yet unable to attain it. As Tang Xiaoyan recounted this tale, her chest heaved with emotion, revealing her deep concern for Sun Haozhe. Upon settling into our new home, we began to uncover the extent of Sun Haozhe's trauma. He refused to communicate with anyone outside our family, exhibiting a seemingly normal demeanor with us, yet transforming into a volatile and irritable individual in the presence of strangers. We had taken him to see a psychologist, and despite his reluctance, he complied. The doctor revealed that due to the immense shock and his father's influence, Sun Haozhe's mental health was gravely compromised, with little hope for recovery until he could confront his inner demons. The physician noted that a significant factor in his condition was rooted in his parents. His avoidance of strangers stemmed from a profound distrust of the world and an acute lack of security. Perhaps only when he truly felt the warmth of this world would he be able to open his heart once more. Subsequently, our family gradually bestowed upon him meticulous care, and he began to improve, albeit still grappling with significant issues. He consistently directed harsh words towards strangers, exhibiting a lack of cordiality. Moreover, as he was closest to our family, any disparaging remarks made about us, no matter how trivial, could ignite his fury. Yet, simultaneously, he displayed a profound sense of responsibility and justice. Perhaps you may find it hard to believe, but this is indeed the truth. We could not retreat to a safe zone, for entering such a space would inevitably involve interactions with others. Living under the domain of others, given Sun Haozhe's temperament, would undoubtedly invite unnecessary troubles, causing distress to everyone involved. I assure you, Should any trouble arise again, I would take it upon myself to leave with Sun Haozhe without your prompting. Therefore, I implore you to grant us this opportunity. We truly have nowhere else to turn." As she spoke these words, Tang Xiaoyan's voice quivered slightly, revealing the hardships she had endured. Zhou Qifeng sighed, his heart softening. "All right, Sister Tang. I admit my previous attitude was lacking. I was overly cautious. I ask for your understanding. I hope our future interactions can be more pleasant." A heavy burden lifted from Tang Xiaoyan's heart as she quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, thank you." After exchanging a few more words, Tang Xiaoyan took her leave. Upon closing the door, Zhou Qifeng noticed Zhao Xue, who had awakened at some point, gazing at him. Zhou Qifeng smiled and said, "Awake? Go ahead and sleep a bit longer. It's still early." Zhao Xue pouted, somewhat enviously remarking, "If I had slept a little longer, you would have almost run off with someone else." Zhou Qifeng chuckled. Her jealous demeanor was rather endearing. He approached her, cheerfully stating, "Not at all. We were discussing serious matters." Zhao Yixue turned her head away, sulking and ignoring Zhou Qifeng. He laughed heartily, playfully pinching her plump cheeks, and said, "All right, my dear aunt. Here is the situation." He then recounted to Zhao Xue what Tang Xiaoyan had shared. This small circle had, in a sense, been restored from the brink of disintegration to a semblance of normalcy. Chapter 61. A delightful meal on that morning, as Zhou Qifeng prepared for departure. Sun Haozhe was drawn to his side by Tang Xiaoyan. With a swift motion, Tang Xiaoyan extended her long, slender leg and playfully nudged Sun Haozhe, urging, "Apologize quickly." Although somewhat reluctant, Sun Haozhe complied and uttered a sincere apology. Zhou Qifeng, observing Sun Haozhe, smiled and replied, "It's quite all right. I too have my shortcomings. I hope for your continued support in the future." With that, Zhou Qifeng extended his hand for a handshake. Sun Haozhe hesitated briefly at the sight of Zhou Qifeng's hand, before awkwardly accepting the gesture, his expression reflecting a hint of discomfort. Before they knew it, 3 days had swiftly passed. During this time, the group had quickened their pace, and now less than 100 miles remained to Wuchuan County. Noticing that the day was drawing to a close, the four decided to find a place to rest. If all went as planned, they would reach Wuchuan County by noon the following day. However, the prospect of encountering others brought with it potential complications, thus necessitating a restful night to rejuvenate their strength and spirits for the uncertainties that lay ahead. Zhou Qifeng was intent on finding an appropriate resting place, one that boasted a pleasant environment, devoid of any odor associated with the undead. After days of cautious wandering and living in constant trepidation, it was imperative for everyone to relax and recharge. Once he had settled the others comfortably, Zhou Qifeng ventured out alone in search of provisions, hoping to treat his companions to a splendid meal prepared by Zhao Yixue. Though Zhou Qifeng had only been in this perilous world for less than 10 days, he had managed to adapt relatively well, securing sustenance and avoiding the dire fate of starvation. To ensure his safety, he smeared himself with the blood of zombies, layering it on in an effort to mask his scent. Cautiously mimicking the gait of the undead, he navigated through the streets with surprising ease, arriving at a reasonably well-stocked supermarket. As dusk began to settle, Zhou Qifeng was not inclined to linger. Truth be told, anxiety gnawed at him, his heart racing with trepidation. Donning his night vision goggles, the world around him transformed into shades of green. Inside the supermarket, a few zombies roamed, but their numbers were manageable. Upon entering, Zhou Qifeng found himself obstructed by the entrance, ensuring that even if the outer zombies detected his presence, they would not be able to breach the threshold immediately. The air within the supermarket was laden with an odd mixture of putrid meat and the sour scent of moldy items. Drawing his combat knife, Zhou Qifeng moved through the darkness like a specter, swiftly eliminating the scattered zombies within. In less than half an hour, all the undead had been dispatched, and after a thorough inspection of the area, he exhaled in relief. Today, he did not take the long-lasting provisions but instead ventured to the meat section to see if there were any unspoiled cuts available. Through his night vision goggles, he observed that many of the exposed meats had already begun to decay, infested with numerous insects. This sight pained Zhou Qifeng deeply. However, he suddenly recalled that establishments selling meat typically possess cold storage. Surely, the meat within would not succumb to spoilage so readily. Resolute, Zhou Qifeng decided to test his luck and began to search for the location of the cold storage. After approximately 10 minutes, he found it. Zhou Qifeng devised a method to pry open the large door of the cold storage. As he swung it open, a rush of cool air enveloped him, causing an involuntary shiver. His spirits lifted as he discovered an abundance of unspoiled meat inside. He retrieved a bag and filled it with generous portions of beef and lamb. Preparing to leave, However, after a moment's reflection, he closed the cold storage door securely and stepped outside to gather some fresh vegetables, along with several cans and instant foods. The weight of his laden backpack filled Shou Qifeng with anticipation. It had been ages since he had enjoyed a proper meal, and he was increasingly famished. Before departing, Shou Qifeng also tucked away 2 bottles of spirits and a pack of cigarettes into his already full backpack, leaving no space unoccupied. He knocked on the door, which was promptly opened by Zhao Yixue, who had been waiting at the entrance. Shou Qifeng beamed and leaned closer to Zhao Yixue, saying, "Let us see how you perform." Zhao Yixue blushed, not uttering much, and gently pressed her lips against Shou Qifeng's less-than-clean face. Coincidentally, at that moment, Tang Xiaoyan and Sun Haozhe arrived at the door and witnessed the scene. Tang Xiaoyan chuckled. "Are we interrupting something?" Zhao Yixue shot Shou Qifeng a glare, and he responded with an awkward smile. He then began to unpack his backpack, revealing the contents: meat, canned fruits, vegetables, a sizable portion of lamb and beef, spirits, and a pack of cigarettes. Upon seeing these, Zhao Yixue's eyes sparkled. Her desire to eat was secondary to her passion for cooking, which had been stifled by a lack of opportunity. Shou Qifeng then unearthed the assortment of seasonings he had previously gathered, which was impressively comprehensive. Zhao Yixue received the ingredients with a beaming smile and hurried off to prepare the meal. Given that the local power supply had collapsed, Shou Qifeng and Zhao Yixue had to rely on flashlights for illumination, supplementing this with a few candles they had prepared earlier, which cast a warm glow throughout the room. As Zhao Yixue entered the kitchen, Tang Xiaoyan joined her to lend a hand. Although electrical appliances were rendered useless, the kitchen was equipped with gas and a large water storage container, sparing Shou Qifeng the need to venture out for water. Meanwhile, Shou Qifeng and Sun Haozhe, lacking culinary skills, could only sit on the sofa outside and engage in light conversation. After the resolution of their previous conflict, Shou Qifeng and Sun Haozhe gradually became more familiar with each other. By now, they were even able to exchange playful banter. The relationship between Zhao Yixue and Tang Xiaoyan, the 2 women, progressed even more swiftly, as they often gathered together to share whispered secrets. This left Shou Qifeng marveling at the wonders of womanhood. The enticing aroma of the dishes began to waft from the kitchen, making Shou Qifeng and Sun Haozhe salivate. Zhao Yixue and Tang Xiaoyan seemed to be in high spirits, laughing and chatting in the kitchen. Before long, an array of delectable dishes was brought to the table. Sensing the time was right, Shou Qifeng uncorked a bottle of white wine, and the fragrance of the alcohol mingled with that of the food, intoxicating him. Tang Xiaoyan emerged from the kitchen carrying a platter of food and called out to Shou Qifeng and Sun Haozhe, "Qifeng, dog egg, it's time to eat." Shou Qifeng paused for a moment, then glanced at Sun Haozhe, who appeared somewhat pale and awkward. Surely, he hadn't misheard. Tang Xiaoyan had indeed referred to Sun Haozhe as dog egg. Unable to contain himself, Shou Qifeng erupted in laughter, spraying the water he had just sipped. He looked at Sun Haozhe with a bemused grin. Sun Haozhe's lips twitched, and he turned to Tang Xiaoyan, saying, "Didn't I ask you not to call me dog egg in front of others?" Tang Xiaoyan seemed momentarily taken aback, having inadvertently blurted out his nickname. However, she quickly regained her composure, beaming as she placed the dishes on the table. "What's wrong? I think dog egg is quite adorable," she replied. Shou Qifeng enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Sun Haozhe wore a despondent expression and looked at Shou Qifeng, saying, "Just don't tell anyone else, okay? And you mustn't call me dog egg either." Shou Qifeng chuckled and shook his head. That's simply out of the question. Left with no recourse, Sun Haozhe pondered why a formidable man like himself would be saddled with such a whimsical nickname. At that moment, Zhao Yixue also stepped out of the kitchen, delivering a playful jab. "Actually, I've known your nickname was dog egg for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Sun Haozhe shot another glance at Tang Xiaoyan, then defiantly stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth, conceding that if they were going to call him that, so be it. At least there was food to enjoy. Once the meal was prepared, the group engaged in lively conversation while savoring the long-awaited warm dishes. Shou Qifeng poured himself and Sun Haozhe glasses of white wine, and they began to drink with gusto. Meanwhile, Zhao Yixue and Tang Xiaoyan, who abstained from alcohol, sat together discussing topics that only they, as women, found intriguing. Chapter 62. Arrival at Wuchuan County. As a few individuals dined and engaged in casual conversation, they found today to be the most joyous day they had experienced in recent days, a happiness stemming solely from the readily available delicacies. It is only when humanity encounters loss that it truly comprehends the value and beauty of things. By 7 or 8 the following morning, Zhao Qifeng and Sun Haozhe, still slightly intoxicated from the previous evening, were roused from their slumber by the two women. Today marked their planned entry into Wuchuan County. Zhao Yixue felt a twinge of apprehension in her heart, yet it was inevitable. The time to confront this matter would come, and she would have to face it regardless of the outcome. With a sense of grogginess, Zhao Qifeng and Sun Haozhe rose to wash their faces. After a light meal, they felt considerably rejuvenated. The group then gathered their belongings, preparing for departure. Wuchuan County, a bustling locale, boasted a level of affluence comparable to that of certain cities, accompanied by a high population density, which inevitably signified greater peril. As Zhao Qifeng drove into the territory of Wuchuan County, the need for a map dissipated. For Zhao Xue was exceedingly familiar with the area. Gradually, a plethora of diverse buildings and towering residential complexes came into view. The formerly pristine streets had transformed into a chaotic scene, littered with debris and stained with darkened blood. Countless vehicles were haphazardly parked across the roads, and shattered glass littered the ground, while bullet holes marred the walls. From a distance, the presence of aimless zombies could be observed wandering the streets, and occasionally, two of them would engage in a gruesome struggle, devouring one another until nothing remained. Zhao Qifeng found it perplexing. After all, they were ostensibly of the same kind. Why would they resort to cannibalism? Navigating through the densely populated, zombie-ridden Wuchuan County, Zhao Qifeng drove cautiously along the path indicated by Zhao Yixue. However, no matter how careful he was, the frequency of their encounters with zombies steadily increased. Eventually, he located a relatively concealed corner to park the vehicle, gathered their equipment, and began to proceed on foot. To ensure that the defenseless Tang Xiaoyan would not encounter any trouble, Zhao Qifeng entrusted her with a handgun, periodically instructing her on its proper use. Although Tang Xiaoyan lacked combat prowess, she would at least be capable of momentary self-defense in critical situations, affording Zhao Qifeng and Sun Haozhe the necessary time to rescue her. Sun Haozhe, on the other hand, wielded a massive fire axe, effortlessly dispatching the ordinary zombies as if they were mere vegetables. The group made their way towards Zhao Yixue's residence, fortunate that it was not too far from their current location. After an hour's journey, they arrived at the upscale community where Zhao Yixue lived. The neighborhood featured elegant villas, with landscaping and environment designed with ingenuity. Its prime location suggested that acquiring a property here would require a substantial investment, likely in the millions. Zhao Qifeng remained vigilant, keeping a close eye on Zhao Yixue, fearful of her impulsiveness. However, he realized that he had underestimated Zhao Yixue's resilience. Even though the vicinity of this neighborhood was teeming with zombies, it was highly likely devoid of any living souls, implying that the chances of Zhao Xue's parents surviving were slim. Nevertheless, Zhao Xue remained composed, keenly observing the situation. Yet, her tightly clenched hands betrayed her inner turmoil and anxiety. Zhao Qifeng reached out, gently grasping Zhao Xue's hand in an attempt to provide her with a sense of security. Zhao Xue's home was situated in the heart of this villa community. Although not far, a multitude of zombies obstructed their path. Zhao Qifeng was uncertain whether smearing himself with the blood of the undead amidst a crowd would prove effective. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to try. If unsuccessful, he would have to devise an alternative plan. Carefully, Zhao Qifeng dragged a lifeless zombie from a short distance into a thicket, then plunged his hand into the creature's decaying slack flesh, beginning to smear the blood upon himself and Zhao Xue. Tang Xiaoyan and Sun Haozhe imitated his actions, resolutely following Zhao Qifeng's lead. For he was the one with experience. In a fleeting moment, the four individuals had transformed into sanguine figures, their bodies exuding a repugnant odor that rendered them quite uncomfortable. Yet, in their current predicament, no superior alternatives presented themselves. Should they create excessive noise, it would inevitably attract a greater horde of zombies, placing them in perilous danger. Fortunately, this method still proved effective. Zhao Qifeng's mind raced with calculations. He pondered whether such a tactic would remain viable should they encounter mutated zombies in the future. If it proves advantageous, then the peculiar zombies may become significantly easier to handle. The group imitated the erratic, disjointed movements of the undead, their hearts racing anxiously. At times, they found themselves perilously close to the zombies, the blood-red eyes scrutinizing them from a mere breath away, sending chills down their spines. Fortunately, they succeeded in their endeavor. However, the sight before Zhao Xue chilled her to the core. Their front door stood ajar. If there were still living souls within, such a wide-open entrance was unfathomable. A sense of desolation swiftly permeated Zhao Yixue's heart, and her breaths grew increasingly rapid. Zhao Qifeng, sensing the ominous turn of events, grasped Zhao Xue's hand and led her into the villa. Tang Xiaoyan and Sun Haozhe followed closely behind. There was no time to ponder whether the interior harbored zombies. Even if it did, it was surely fewer than those lurking outside. Zhou Qifeng hastily shut the door, but when he attempted to secure the heavy, fortified entrance, he realized he was utterly incapable of locking it. At that moment, it was Sun Hao's swift reflexes that came to the rescue, deftly securing the door. Zhou Qifeng fell into contemplation, pondering whether he was indeed less capable than this clumsy giant. After securing the door, Zhou Qifeng hesitated not for a moment. The tang knife was drawn, its sharp blade glinting with a menacing gleam. Sun Hao firmly gripped the axe in his hands. Zhao Xue retrieved her handgun, her heart lingering as she examined the home she once knew so intimately. The house had descended into chaos, countless items strewn about, having been ransacked by intruders. Inside the house lurked zombies, yet Zhao Xue could discern that they were not her parents transformed. It seemed that someone had entered the villa thereafter, seeking something of value. After vanquishing the undead within the dwelling, Zhou Qifeng observed the silence enveloping Zhao Yixue and felt a lump in his throat, uncertain of what to say. He gently embraced the hollow-eyed Zhao Xue and softly remarked, "Let us go. There is a safe zone nearby. Perhaps Uncle and Aunt are there." Tang Xiaoyan echoed, "Indeed. There are no zombies here that resemble Uncle and Aunt, so it is quite possible they are still alive." Sun Haozhi nodded in agreement, though at a loss for words. However, after days of companionship, he had gradually accepted Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Xue, and witnessing Zhao Xue's distress genuinely pained him. Zhao Xue wiped away the tears threatening to spill and nodded in agreement. Cautiously, they departed from the house. Although the safe zone was in close proximity to Wuchuan County, it was not situated within its boundaries, requiring them to travel approximately 50 miles further. Zhou Qifeng started the vehicle, accelerating away with haste. Since they no longer needed to enter Wuchuan County, the noise of the car would not attract the zombies, who were incapable of pursuing them. Nevertheless, despite opting for a route less traveled by ordinary folk, they encountered several zombie blockades. Fortunately, these were mere scares without real danger. An hour later, they arrived at a safe zone located on the outskirts. This refuge was established around a large food processing plant, surrounded by imposing walls. The outer layer fortified with electrified fencing. Numerous individuals patrolled the perimeter, and several watchtowers stood erected, with sentinels alertly observing the surroundings. As Zhou Qifeng approached the safe zone, they quickly drew attention. Upon reaching the entrance, a group of fully armed soldiers barred their way. Zhou Qifeng instructed his companions, "Stay in the vehicle. I shall inquire." With that, he exited the car and shut the door. The leading soldier inquired, "Refugees?" Zhou Qifeng nodded and replied politely, "We are survivors who have narrowly escaped Wuchuan County. We heard of this safe zone and came here. Could you kindly consider sheltering us?" The soldier frowned, appearing somewhat displeased, and remarked, "We are nearing full capacity and do not support idlers." Zhou Qifeng sensed something amiss. Why was this safe zone treating humans so differently compared to the one managed by Chao Xingyuan? Concealing his unease, he smiled and responded, "Understood. We are all capable young individuals. How could we be idle? We pledge to contribute to the development of the safe zone." "Brother, could you possibly?" Before he could finish his sentence, the soldier interrupted, asking, "Pray tell, how did you acquire that gear?" Zhou Qifeng suddenly choked up, replying, "You see, my brother was a soldier. Since childhood, I aspired to be an exemplary soldier like you, influenced by his noble spirit. However, just days ago, my brother met with misfortune. Before he transformed into a zombie, he urged me to end his life, entrusting me with all his possessions. Without that, I would not have survived this long." The soldier nodded silently, refraining from further conversation. Zhou Qifeng knew he could not divulge the truth, so he fabricated an excuse to deflect their inquiries. The soldier then inquired, "How many are you?" "4," Zhou Qifeng replied. The soldier nodded again, signaling the others to lower their weapons, and addressed Zhou Qifeng, "You may enter the safe zone, but I expect you to adhere to certain rules." Zhou Qifeng immediately smacked his forehead in regret, exclaiming, "Ah, it is my fault for forgetting the essentials." With that, he retrieved a fine cigarette from his backpack and offered it to the soldier, saying, "Brother, I apologize for my lack of decorum. I hope you can forgive me." The soldier smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Let your companions disembark, but we shall take custody of your vehicle. Of course, you are not permitted to retain firearms, so please hand them over for safekeeping." Zhou Qifeng increasingly sensed something amiss among these soldiers, yet he could not pinpoint the reason. Troubled, he said, "Brother, these are my brother's relics. Is there any way you could show leniency?" With that, he produced a bottle of white liquor he had not yet consumed. which would be considered a fine spirit in ordinary circumstances. The soldier's smile returned, and he remarked, while firearms must be surrendered as a matter of protocol. Given that these items were bequeathed to you by your brother, we need not be entirely heartless. Here is what we shall do. You may retain your handgun and weaponry, but everything else must be submitted. Zhou Qifeng felt a sense of reluctance but understood the necessity of compliance under the circumstances. He once again offered a smile, saying, "Thank you, brother." Chapter 63. Unexpected turn. The soldier consented to allow Zhou Qifeng and his companions to enter. After feigning gratitude, Zhou Qifeng prepared to instruct Zhao Yixue and the others to disembark. According to the soldier's stipulations, they were permitted to retain only their handguns and cold weapons, while all other equipment had to be surrendered for their management. Zhou Qifeng felt an overwhelming reluctance in his heart, yet he had no choice. Zhao Yixue's parents were likely within this secure zone, and he could not turn a blind eye. The soldiers following the leading one were poised to confiscate his vehicle. Zhao Yixue and Tang Xiaoyan were both stunningly beautiful, yet their styles were starkly different. Zhao Yixue, embodying a youthful purity, exuded an undeniable fortitude that evoked a sense of admiration and a desire for conquest among men. In contrast, Tang Xiaoyan appeared delicate, yet her long, shapely legs and alluring figure ignited a fervent desire in many, compelling them to steal glances. Zhou Qifeng furrowed his brow. This was not the demeanor one would expect from a soldier. There was something amiss about this secure zone. Although Sun Haozhe was somewhat oblivious, he was not foolish. He was acutely aware of the intentions of the leading soldier. With a resounding thud, the hefty fire axe in Sun Haozhe's grip struck the ground, creating a small crater in the hard surface, serving as a warning not to entertain any unwarranted thoughts. Zhou Qifeng was perplexed. He could not fathom why Sun Haozhe possessed such extraordinary strength, nor where he had procured such a superior fire axe. Approaching the leading soldier, Zhou Qifeng removed his gear and handed it to a nearby soldier, retaining only his handgun, a tang sword, and a military knife, as did Zhao Yixue. Zhou Qifeng inquired, "Brother, might we proceed into the secure zone now?" The leading soldier's shifty eyes continued to scrutinize Zhao Yixue and Tang Xiaoyan. With a lewd smile, he replied, "Since you wish to enter our secure zone, we must also ensure the safety of others within. Thus, a necessary body inspection is imperative, wouldn't you agree?" Nearby soldiers jeered, whistling, their audacious gazes lingering excessively on the two women. Zhao Yixue's expression remained stoic, yet her eyes betrayed a simmering fury. Tang Xiaoyan, trembling, sought refuge behind Sun Haozhe. Zhou Qifeng's smile gradually faded, his dark eyes losing their earlier warmth, deepening into a profound abyss filled with tempestuous emotions. At that moment, a gust carrying dust swept through, prompting Zhou Qifeng to squint at the leading soldier. Beside him, Sun Haozhe's fierce gaze resembled that of a predator, his grip on the fire axe revealing the defined musculature of his arms, akin to steel etched with intricate patterns, exuding an explosive aesthetic. Gazing upon the two individuals before him, the leading soldier suddenly felt a chill creep down his spine, particularly as Zhou Qifeng narrowed his eyes. From Zhou Qifeng emanated an intense aura of lethal intent. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Zhou Qifeng approached the soldier step by step, causing a flicker of fear to ignite within him as he instinctively took a step back. Zhou Qifeng, with a beaming countenance, produced several packs of cigarettes and remarked, "Brother, why not forego this body check?" The soldier swallowed hard. In his eyes, Zhou Qifeng's smile was as terrifying as a lion on the brink of fury. He sensed that if he continued to act defiantly, death would be imminent. The source of this feeling eluded him, yet he could not shake it. Forcing a strained smile, he replied, of course. Quickly lead these young brothers into the safe zone for registration." He firmly trusted his instincts. The glint in Zhou Qifeng's eyes was undeniably genuine. If he proceeded as usual, his entire group would meet their demise. Zhou Qifeng returned to his normal demeanor, watching the soldier's retreating figure with a smile, saying, "Thank you, brother." The remaining soldiers said little, guiding Zhou Qifeng and his companions into the safe zone. Zhou Qifeng surveyed his surroundings, noting the chaotic state of the safe zone, which was in dire conditions. Able-bodied young men were assigned labor, while the elderly, infirm, and weak were relegated to rudimentary wooden shanties. It was common for 4 or 5 individuals to be crammed into these tiny wooden shelters. Most faces were devoid of luster, with many children ill, weakly breathing in the arms of their mothers or elderly grandparents. The majority appeared haggard, with some elderly individuals teetering on the brink of death due to poor health exacerbated by the harsh conditions. Sun Haozhe observed the plight of those around him, his breaths growing heavier. He indeed struggled with mental issues. Yet, as Tang Xiaoyan had observed, he also possessed a profound sense of justice. Tang Xiaoyan's eyes brimmed with tears as she took in the scene, covering her mouth and wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. Zhao Xue frowned, her heart heavy with unease. Sun Haozhe and Appo's anger surged, and he abruptly seized the collar of a nearby soldier, lifting him off the ground. The soldier, momentarily disoriented, soon realized that Sun Haozhe had effortlessly raised him with one hand. Gripping the soldier's collar tightly, Sun Haozhe's fury was palpable, leaving the soldier terrified and momentarily forgetting to resist despite the weapon in his hand. With eyes ablaze, Sun Haozhe growled, "Why do you treat them this way?" The soldier trembled as he stammered, "I cannot decide this. It is dictated by those above. The elderly, the infirm, and even unattractive women receive the same treatment." Sun Haozhe's eyes seemed to ignite with fury, his other hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike the soldier's face. Zhou Qifeng gently placed a hand on Sun Haozhe's shoulder, advising, "Do not act impulsively." Sun Haozhe, unwilling to yield, shot a glare at Zhou Qifeng. Yet he understood that Zhou was also grappling with his own discomfort. With a disdainful snort, he hurled the soldier to the ground. At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered, their expressions menacing. Sun Haozhe returned their glares, exuding no hint of fear. Nearby, soldiers were inciting a ruckus, threatening to beat them up. Zhou Qifeng was aware that they lacked the courage to use their firearms, at least for the time being, as there were still certain rules within the safety zone. Damn it, these newcomers are incredibly arrogant. However, the two women beside them were quite attractive, possessing commendable figures. He thought, why not just thrash them and enjoy those two women? This group, akin to bandits, exchanged taunts, entirely dismissing Zhou Qifeng and his companions. As the saying goes, like master, like servant, it appeared that the overseer of this safety zone was not a commendable individual either. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Qifeng inquired, "Where do your able-bodied young men work?" "Oh, so they truly do not consider themselves outsiders. You little brat, I'll make you regret it," he thought. Zhou Qifeng found their bravado amusing. It wasn't he that he looked down on soldiers, but rather that he held contempt for this particular group. It was unusual for active duty soldiers to possess such paunches. Yet here they were in abundance. Zhou Qifeng smirked derisively and pointed at Sun Haozhe, stating, "If you can knock us down, we'll eat the filth you dragged out." Upon hearing this, Sun Haozhe grinned widely. It was precisely what he desired. The others erupted in outrage, cursing as they closed in on Zhou Qifeng and Sun Haozhe. Among them was a rather frail individual who licked his knife and coldly remarked, "So, hands bare or armed?" Zhou Qifeng handed a saber to Zhao Yixue and replied, "Bare hands, unless you prefer to lose limbs." Sun Haozhe casually tossed aside his fire axe, cracking his knuckles ominously. The frail man displayed a cruel smile and ominously stated, "You said it." With that, he flung his knife into the air and charged at Zhou Qifeng. However, to Zhou, the man's movements appeared as sluggish as a snail. It was no joke. Even before Zhou had embarked on missions, his physical prowess had already rivaled that of soldiers, albeit with a lack of experience. After enduring numerous life and death situations, Zhou not only compensated for his inexperience, but also significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. Zhou could not explain this phenomenon. He was uncertain whether others experienced similar rapid enhancements, but such concerns were trivial. He simply wished for his strength to continue to grow, slightly shifting his body. The man lunged and missed, his accumulated force dissipating into thin air, causing him to lose balance instantly. This sensation was both frustrating and uncomfortable. Zhou Qifeng seized the opportunity, delivering a swift and powerful punch to the man's abdomen as he lost his balance. The man's back arched slightly, and he promptly rolled his eyes and fainted. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how Zhou Qifeng had so decisively incapacitated an adversary. One individual gulped audibly and exclaimed, "Let us all charge together. I refuse to believe they are stronger than our numbers." Zhou Qifeng chuckled lightly, replying, "I must apologize. You are indeed correct. Individuals like you are hardly even an appetizer." With effortless grace, Zhou Qifeng navigated through the fray, each punch resulting in another adversary collapsing into unconsciousness. As for Sun Haozhe, he was an immovable force. Despite some attempting to strike his chest, he stood firm like a human fortress. The impact of their fists against his body felt akin to striking a steel plate. Sun Haozhe unleashed his formidable strength, his massive fists bulging with prominent veins, delivering blows that left many coughing up blood. Tang Xiaoyan watched with fervent excitement. She had never encountered such vile and wicked words before, and now she seethed with indignation towards the soldiers. The harder Sun Haozhe struck, the more satisfying it felt to her. Zhao Yixue remained silent, her expression cold and unyielding. They brought this upon themselves. Before long, the soldiers were brought to their knees, many losing consciousness, while Sun Haojia and Zhou Qifeng stood tall, seemingly unfazed, their eyes gleaming with mockery and disdain. Zhou Qifeng crouched beside a man whose nose had been shattered, grinning as he inquired, "Can you now tell us?" The smile appeared utterly terrifying to the man, who, despite the agonizing pain in his nose, nodded frantically, fearful that Zhou Qifeng might deliver yet another punch if displeased. Chapter 64. Shun Jun proceeding forward. After traversing approximately 3 or 4 watchtowers, one would eventually behold the processing plant, where all individuals capable of labor were gathered. Zhou Qifeng inquired once more, "What purpose does constructing watchtowers within the safe zone serve, given that there are no zombies present?" The individual hesitated for a moment before responding. "It is an order from the leadership, ostensibly to monitor the inhabitants of the safe zone, so that any ill-intentioned individuals may be dealt with decisively." His voice dwindled. Lacking conviction, Zhou Qifeng's expression hardened. Something must have transpired within this safe zone, for the military would not engage in such actions without cause. However, there was no time for further investigation. The immediate priority was to locate Zhao Yishua's parents. Without wasting another moment, Zhou Qifeng addressed Zhao Yishua, "Let us proceed. Your uncle is most likely at the processing plant ahead." Zhao Yishua nodded, burdened with unspoken worries. The group continued onward, and as anticipated, numerous watchtowers had indeed been erected within the safe zone, with vigilant eyes monitoring the movements of the frail and infirm. Armed soldiers patrolled the area. Yet the survivors instinctively recoiled from them, fearful of any potential contact. After passing 2 watchtowers, Zhou Qifeng felt an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the safe zone. Even more stifling than the chaotic world outside, rife with zombies. Countless rudimentary wooden shanties had been hastily constructed. The survivors, often food-deprived, were confined to this squalid environment devoid of clean water, sustenance, or sanitation. Only coldness and brutality remained. Sun Haojia remained silent, as did Zhou Qifeng. Just as they were about to approach the 3rd watchtower, a commotion erupted. An enraged voice thundered, "You bunch of bastards, damn you!" This was soon followed by the soldiers' furious shouts and the dull thud of blunt objects striking flesh. Drawn by the ruckus, Zhou Qifeng and his companions turned to witness a shocking scene unfold before their eyes. A boy, seemingly no older than 15, was being mercilessly beaten by 7 or 8 furious adults. Yet, despite the onslaught, the boy refused to bow his head. The blows from the rods rained down upon him. Yet he stood firm, fists landed on his face, yet he remained defiant. Even when a rifle butt struck him with force, he only emitted a muted groan. Bruised and battered, even as he lost his balance, he rose time and again, using his frail form to resist the grotesque soldiers who resembled bandits. No one dared to intervene, even though admiration for the boy's bravery welled within each observer. Unable to contain themselves, Sun Haojia and Zhou Qifeng acted on instinct. They rushed forward with utmost speed, fully aware that this could provoke the wrath of the safe zone's leaders. Yet at this juncture, they were indifferent to the consequences. Their legs moved with such swiftness that they appeared as mere phantoms, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Sun Haojia clenched his right fist, his speed unwavering, charging into the crowd like a cannonball. Zhou Qifeng, though slightly more restrained, leaped fiercely, delivering a powerful kick to one of the assailants attacking the boy. Instantly, the tremendous force sent the man tumbling, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself crashing to the ground, racked with excruciating pain, likely having fractured several bones. The stunning entrance of the 2 young men startled everyone present. At that moment, they stood resolutely, as if capable of supporting the very sky above them. One soldier aimed his weapon at Zhou Qifeng, seemingly poised to fire. In the distance, Zhao Xue's handgun continued to emit wisps of smoke. Tang Xiaoyan, taken aback by Zhao Xue's sudden action, almost forgot, amid the rapid deepening of their bond over the past few days, that Zhao Yishua was far from an ordinary character, especially when compared to Zhou Qifeng. Zhou Qifeng, treating the surrounding crowd as inconsequential, helped the boy to his feet, observing the countless scars and bruises adorning his body. These injuries were not solely from today. Zhou Qifeng could only imagine the extent of the boy's prior beatings, yet he could clearly see the boy's resilience. Zhou Qifeng glanced towards Tang Xiaoyan, who understood his unspoken intention, and together with Zhao Yishua, they hurried over. Tang Xiaoyan retrieved her ever-ready medical kit, beginning the initial treatment for the boy. With a stern expression, Zhou Qifeng turned to the crowd, demanding, "Bring out your leader. I have matters to discuss with him." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of where Zhou Qifeng found his audacity. Indeed, while his physical prowess was undeniable, could one man truly rival the might of a firearm? They were skeptical. Just as the crowd prepared to aim their weapons at Zhou Qifeng, Zhao Yixue, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. If you do not wish to meet your demise, you may wish to reconsider. Her tone was calm, yet she did not cast a glance at them. Her voice, reminiscent of a lark, now tinged with a chilling edge and simmering anger. In that moment, an icy dread surged through the crowd. Creeping from their feet to the very crown of their heads, their hands gripping their weapons trembling involuntarily, even without taking further action. They could palpably sense the terror that emanated from her. Why? They could not fathom. Zhou Qifeng pressed on. I suggest you act swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. No longer hesitating, the crowd fled, and as they distanced themselves from Zhou Qifeng and his companions, a weight seemed to lift from their hearts, cold sweat trickling down their brows. They were indeed a fearsome group. Tang Xiaoyan, observing the boy's injuries, felt a surge of anger and sorrow. The boy appeared no older than 15, his body marred with wounds, many of which had scabbed over yet continued to weep yellowish pus. Tenderly, Tang Xiaoyan bandaged his wounds, careful not to inflict any pain. The boy, exhibiting remarkable strength, managed a faint smile and rasped, "Thank you." Tang Xiaoyan's eyes gradually reddened. He could not fathom the strength of spirit a young boy must possess to endure such circumstances. In truth, Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Yixue were merely a couple of years older than him, yet their experiences destined them for anything but an ordinary existence. Zhou Qifeng inquired, "Young man, what is your name?" After a moment of silence, the boy replied, "My name is Shenzhen." Zhou Qifeng nodded and asked, "Very well, Shenzhen. I must ask you, has the situation in the safe zone always been thus?" Shenzhen affirmed, "Indeed, since my arrival here. The people have consistently conducted themselves in this manner. Those of us who are elderly, infirm, or disabled are the least favored. Often neglected during mealtimes and occasionally subjected to violence as a means of venting their frustrations. Many have perished as a result." Zhao Yixue lowered her gaze and eventually asked, "Have you not considered resisting?" Shenzhen shook his head. "It would be futile. No one would care. They would swiftly quash any rebellion, and we would face even harsher treatment thereafter. Moreover, to obtain food here, one must labor, yet they disdain the elderly and sick for consuming their supplies, rendering our plight even more dire. Countless women, children, and the elderly are confined to these wooden structures, damp, dark, and reeking of decay. Each day, we are allotted a meager portion of gruel and a small, nearly spoiled bun. Consequently, many succumb to illness without hope of treatment, left to await their demise. As for those women possessing even a modicum of beauty, it is needless to say that whether they consent or not, they are forcibly taken away to serve as vessels for the depraved desires of the brutish men." Zhou Qifeng and the others fell silent. Was it not said that every safe zone had overseers? What, then, was the purpose of these overseers? Had they perished? After some time, Shenzhen's wounds were nearly bandaged, and he felt a degree of comfort. Zhou Qifeng discreetly offered him a piece of compressed biscuit. Shenzhen swallowed hard. Zhou Qifeng whispered, "Eat quickly while no one is watching." It had been far too long since Shenzhen had tasted anything like this food, though it was merely a biscuit. He lowered his head and devoured the compressed biscuit with fervor, despite its hardness, occasionally choking, yet he did not slow his pace. Within moments, the biscuit had vanished into his stomach. Tang Xiaoyan handed him a bottle of water, and he tilted his head back, drinking it all in one go. Zhou Qifeng smiled reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, if possible, we will assist you." Shenzhen fell into contemplation for a moment, as if weighing his thoughts, and finally said, "If you could eliminate the leader of this safe zone, I believe I could manage the rest." Zhou Qifeng was momentarily taken aback, yet before he could respond, a sound akin to drumming footsteps echoed nearby. He turned to see a burly man striding menacingly towards them, flanked by a large group of others, all exuding an air of hostility. Zhou Qifeng had no time to inquire about the meaning behind Shenzhen's earlier words. He urged, "Shenzhen, you must retreat to a safe location. The matters ahead are beyond your capacity to resolve." Shenzhen hesitated for a moment before sprinting away. The burly man furrowed his brow, his eyes, resembling copper bells, bloodshot with rage. He ominously declared, "Are you fools seeking trouble on my territory? Do you wish for death?" Zhou Qifeng met the burly man's gaze and replied, "We seek a particular individual." The burly man's fury ignited, and he bellowed, "You truly have a death wish. I shall end your miserable existence today, and once I am done with you, I will ruthlessly ravage the two women beside you." Shou Qifeng felt exasperated. Why were these brainless individuals so driven by primal instincts? Suddenly, the sharp sound of bullets slicing through the air echoed, and before the burly man could comprehend, a bullet had already grazed past the crevice between his ear and scalp. A slight sting accompanied the warmth of blood trickling down from the torn skin. An explosive blast from behind him rendered the burly man momentarily paralyzed in confusion. If he was mistaken, a woman had just fired a gun, hadn't she? Not only had she shot, but her marksmanship was astonishing, almost terrifyingly precise, able to pass through the narrow gap between his ear and scalp. It was remarkable enough to possess such skill, but why did the bullet produce a sound akin to cannon fire as it grazed his skin? The burly man's inner rage began to dissipate, replaced by sheer terror. The emergence of zombies was already beyond comprehension, yet now a human had transcended the boundaries of humanity, becoming a being akin to a superhuman from fiction. This realization struck the burly man with an overwhelming sense of disparity. Chapter 65. Coercion. The countenance of the burly man gradually softened, and he chuckled as he remarked, "It was merely a jest on my part. I hope you all do not take it to heart." Throughout his speech, he did not spare a glance at his subordinates who had been affected by the recent explosion. Zhao Xue let out a cold snort and declared, "I am heading into the processing plant. I need to find someone." In that moment, Zhao Yixue had shed her usual gentle demeanor, exuding an aura of dominance and sharpness. Tang Xiaoyan and Sun Haozhou were equally astonished. They had previously pondered why Zhao Xue's handgun possessed such formidable power during their encounter with the mutated zombies, initially attributing it to the weapon itself. However, they had not anticipated that Zhao Yixue had awakened her extraordinary abilities, a well-kept secret indeed. Moreover, judging by Shou Qifeng's expression, he must have been aware of it all along. Tang Xiaoyan let out a wry chuckle, though their current interactions were relatively pleasant. Both Shou Qifeng and Zhao Xue still maintained a degree of wariness, perhaps having instinctively learned to conceal their true selves. The burly man, while outwardly smiling and nodding, was inwardly contemplating his next move. If he could persuade them to remain within the safe zone, it would provide him with unprecedented strength. However, the likelihood seemed slim. Yet, since they claimed to be searching for someone, there remained a glimmer of opportunity. The burly man led the group into the processing plant, where many individuals wielding sticks vigilantly monitored the laborers on the production line. At the slightest hint of idleness, the sticks would strike mercilessly upon the workers. Zhao Xue and Appo's expression hardened as she inquired, "Is this how you typically exploit them?" The burly man, with a forced smile, replied, "How could that be? This is not my intention. It is solely my subordinates acting on their own accord. I have reprimanded them countless times, yet they persist in such excesses. Put those sticks down at once. Who permitted this?" Everyone gazed at the burly man in shock, bewildered by his sudden outburst. Zhao Xue's face was as cold as ice, her brows slightly furrowed. She remained silent, focused solely on discovering the whereabouts of her parents, indifferent to the fates of others, lacking the energy to concern herself with them. The burly man guided Zhao Yixue and the others through every production line, inspecting each worker. He incessantly inquired, "So, esteemed lady, have you found the person you seek?" Zhao Xue, increasingly agitated by his questions, snapped, "Silence." The burly man complied, though a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. As Zhao Yixue continued her search through the crowd, disappointment washed over her with each passing moment, for she had yet to catch a glimpse of her parents. Suddenly, a familiar yet foreign face caught her attention. "Zhao Xue?" Zhao Xue abruptly turned her head, her father's visage emerging within her line of sight. It had been nearly 2 months since she last saw him, and he had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once immaculate and robust father now appeared emaciated and unrecognizable, his visage gaunt, complexion sallow, and eyes deeply sunken. Those once vibrant eyes now bore a hollow, fearful expression. His hair, no longer neatly groomed, hung long, disheveled, and greasy, reminiscent of a beggar's tangled mane. His once warm, slender hands were now caked with dust, the long fingers encrusted with grime. Witnessing her father's condition, Zhao Xue could no longer contain her emotions. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, shattering the facade of strength she had meticulously maintained. She collapsed into her father's embrace, weeping unabashedly. Indifferent to his dirt and odor, what mattered most was that he was alive. Zhao Lei, her father, held his daughter tightly, tears streaming down his face. He could scarcely believe that he would see his beloved daughter before his demise. She had transformed, no longer the naive, innocent little girl she once was. She had matured. undoubtedly shaped by countless hardships that had forged her into the woman before him. Zhou Qifeng, Tang Xiaoyan, and Sun Haozhe felt a wave of relief wash over them upon witnessing Zhao Yixue's reunion with her father, genuinely rejoicing in her happiness. Regardless of the inhumane trials she had endured, as long as she was alive, there was hope for the future. Just as everyone's attention was riveted on the poignant reunion of Zhao Lei and Zhao Yixue, the imposing figure of a burly man inexplicably vanished from sight. Upon realizing the man's absence, Zhou Qifeng began to search for him. At that moment, the burly man reappeared, holding a middle-aged woman hostage in plain view of the crowd. Zhao Lei, upon spotting the woman being choked, furiously shouted, "Wu Jingbo, you scoundrel, let her go." The woman in peril was none other than Zhao Yixue's mother, Kai Qingling. Seeing her mother in such distress ignited a surge of fury within Zhao Yixue, who raised her firearm, aiming it at Wu Jingbo. The man sneered, taunting, "Go ahead. Pull the trigger if you wish to see another hole in your mother's head." Zhao Yixue, gun in hand, felt utterly helpless as she beheld her mother's worn-down visage, mirroring her father's despair, a pain that threatened to shatter her heart. Kai Qingling managed a faint, sorrowful smile at her daughter, her eyes brimming with both pride and unmasked sadness. Wu Jingbo, in a frenzied laugh, bellowed, "Come on. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Take your best shot. If you don't kill me today, you'll never get another chance, ha ha ha." Zhou Qifeng also raised his firearm, directing it at Wu Jingbo. His brow furrowed as he stated, "You know this is a futile struggle." Wu Jingbo, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Zhou Qifeng, retorted fiercely, "No, this is no mere struggle. If you were going to shoot, you would have done so by now." Zhou Qifeng furrowed his brow. Indeed, none dared to fire a shot. Setting aside the multitude of armed soldiers nearby, even in the absence of such forces, discharging a weapon at this proximity could easily injure Kai Qingling. Zhao Yixue trembled slightly. After enduring such hardship to reunite with her parents, calamity still struck. She blamed herself for her carelessness. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Qifeng lowered his pistol and said, "Let us negotiate terms." It was with great reluctance that he found himself in yet another situation where he was held at the mercy of another. He recalled the last time they faced such intimidation, during their dealings with Zhang Minghui. Wu Jingbo grinned maniacally, exclaiming, "What does it matter if you possess abilities? In the end, you are merely a bunch of thoughtless wastrels." Zhao Lei gazed at Kai Qingling, who was being choked. A wave of desolation surged within him. He stepped toward Wu Jingbo and, with a sudden crash, knelt before him, humbly imploring, "Wu Ge, regarding our past dealings, we were blind and foolish. Could you, considering our long-standing relationship, spare my wife's life in exchange for my own?" "Dad," Zhao Yixue called out helplessly from the side. Wu Jingbo's smile turned sinister as he revealed his yellowed teeth, saying, "Zhao Lei, did you ever think you would find yourself in such a position? Reduced to this level of supplication? Haha. However, your life holds little value now, rendering you a useless waste." With that, he kicked Zhao Lei, whose frail body, weakened by prolonged exhaustion and malnutrition, could scarcely endure such a blow. Zhao Lei collapsed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood once more. Zhou Qifeng's countenance darkened ominously, as if it could bleed. He murmured, "Tang Xiaoyan, hurry and tend to uncle." Stepping forward, he fixed his gaze on Wu Jingbo and demanded, "What are your terms?" Wu Jingbo sneered, gesturing to the floor, "Kneel, then lick my shoes clean with your tongue. Afterward, call me Wu Yi 3 times. Perhaps I will consider sparing this wretched woman's life." Zhao Yixue trembled with rage. How could she possibly allow Zhou Qifeng to demean himself in such a manner? It was more unbearable than death itself. Tears streamed down her face. What did it matter if one possessed abilities when rendered so powerless in this moment? "Zhou Qifeng, don't." Zhou Qifeng turned to Zhao Yixue and offered her a faint smile before turning away again. Sun Haozhe let out a ferocious roar, "Damn it. I curse you." Wu Jingbo's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "You must think this through. I have a hostage." Sun Haozhe felt a searing fire burning within his chest, like molten lava, constricting his breath. Zhou Qifeng shook his head, saying, "Wu Jingbo, I hope you will honor your word." Gradually, Zhou Qifeng's proud spine bent until he ultimately knelt on the ground. Zhao Yixue wept bitterly. Her heart shattered into fragments upon witnessing the immense injustice inflicted upon the boy she cherished. Kai Qingling incessantly pleaded, "I implore you, I beseech you. Do you merely desire my life? End it, please. Do not torment these children any further. I beg of you, take my life." Her heart-wrenching cries reverberated through the ears of all present. Perhaps Wu Jingbo found her incessant lamentations irksome, or perhaps he feared she might take her own life. He swiftly produced a strip of cloth and forcefully stuffed it into Kai Qingling's mouth. Zhou Qifeng, kneeling on the ground, extended his tongue to endure the excruciating pain as if his chest might explode, and he licked the filthy shoes of Wu Zhenghua. Wu Zhenghua burst into triumphant laughter, lifting his foot to deliver a brutal kick to Zhou Qifeng's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose and inadvertently biting his tongue, which bled profusely. Zhou Qifeng collapsed to the ground but rose again, kneeling and gritting his teeth as he called out, "Master Wu, Master Wu, Master Wu." Wu Zhenghua nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Wouldn't it have been better to act this way from the start? However, seeing your reluctance, I cannot let this person go." Sun Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Damn you, I curse your ancestors." Wu Zhenghua remained unfazed, aware that among this group, the true core was solely Zhou Qifeng. Though Zhou Qifeng was a formidable man, he was not one of them. Suppressing the fury within, Zhou Qifeng continually reminded himself that now was not the time for an outburst. The lives of Zhao Yishua's parents were far more significant. For the girl who had always stood by him, for the one willing to face life and death alongside him. For the girl he deeply loved, Zhou Qifeng was willing to forfeit his dignity, even his life. Life is fleeting, yet time stretches endlessly. Encountering the right person at the right moment is a rarity, making it all the more precious for Zhou Qifeng to cherish. Kai Qinling had long since dissolved into tears, and gazing at Zhou Qifeng's youthful visage filled her with despair, wishing for death. Yet, Wu Zhenghua had restricted her every action to prevent her from taking her own life. She was incapable of even biting her own tongue to end her suffering. Zhou Qifeng declared, "State your terms clearly. Do not whine like a woman." Wu Zhenghua sneered, "Had I known it would come to this, why did we not act differently from the beginning?" Zhou Qifeng's expression twisted into one of ferocity as he gritted his teeth, proclaiming, "One day, I shall kill you." Wu Zhenghua tightened his grip on Kai Qinling with renewed interest, saying, "I eagerly await the day you attempt to take my life." Chapter 66. Resignation. Wu Zhenghua tightened his grip on Kai Qinling, mockingly inquiring, "So, are you interested in hearing my terms?" Zhou Qifeng found himself in a predicament. With the hostage in Wu Zhenghua's grasp, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Wu Zhenghua, wary of Zhao Yishue, dared not release Kai Qinling. He continued, "Recently, our safety zone has dispatched individuals to gather supplies, yet they inexplicably vanish. If you can resolve this issue, then we can discuss matters further." Zhou Qifeng remained silent, immediately discerning that the numerous disappearances must be attributed to a particularly troublesome adversary. He was reluctant to take such a risk, especially given his current lack of strength. Nodding in agreement, he stated, "I will set off tomorrow morning." Wu Zhenghua's sinister smile widened. "See, isn't that better? You can leave whenever you wish. But the person will not be released." Zhou Qifeng said nothing, turning away with a cold expression, while Zhao Yishue supported Zhao Lei as they followed him. Sun Haozhe was filled with reluctance but recognized that only Zhou Qifeng could make the final decision. Tang Xiaoyan watched Zhou Qifeng, her heart aching for the 17-year-old who bore burdens far beyond his years. Yet, there was no one to share his load. He could only rely on his own indomitable spirit. Zhou Qifeng did not intend to depart today, for he had other motives. A remark made by Shenzhen earlier had piqued his interest, and regardless of its veracity, he felt compelled to investigate. Currently, Zhou Qifeng's face was marred with blood, presenting a disheveled appearance. Zhao Yishue felt a pang of distress, as if her heart were being tightly grasped. Turning to Zhao Yishue, Zhou Qifeng said, "Let us seek out Shenzhen. I have some inquiries to make." Zhao Yishue's tear-streaked face bore traces of guilt as she replied, "You truly need not involve yourself. This is my family matter." Zhou Qifeng, with a bloodied smile, retorted, "For you, anything is worth it. However, that bastard Wu Zhenghua's shoes are downright filthy. I am loath to kiss you. It makes me feel nauseous." Zhao Yishue chuckled softly, pressing her lips gently against Zhou Qifeng's grimy cheek. A blush creeping onto her face as she declared, "Even if you were to become a zombie, I would never disdain you." For the first time, Zhao Lei found himself as the third wheel with his daughter, reflecting on the scene. He gazed at Zhou Qifeng's dust-laden silhouette, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. He felt reassured that his daughter had found such a companion in this bleak world, believing that they could still find happiness amidst the apocalypse. If Zhou Qifeng could forsake his dignity for Zhao Yishue, what could he, Zhao Lei, possibly say? Walking beside Zhou Qifeng, Sun Haozhe cursed Wu Zhenghua with a torrent of invectives, yet his heart remained heavy with unresolved anger. Zhou Qifeng simply remarked, "It's all right, Dog Dan. Wu Zhenghua is a man I am determined to kill." Zhou Qifeng turned to Zhao Lei and inquired, "Uncle, from what you just said, Wu Zhenghua is a businessman, correct? How then did he become the head of the safe zone? As far as I know, the leaders of the safe zones are typically military personnel, and there is also a supervisory group in place. Zhao Lei sighed and replied, "Indeed, Wu Jinghua is a businessman, but he possesses a significant background. His uncle is a colonel in the military district, and I've heard that he was promoted to major general after the disaster struck. Previously, he was indeed a businessman, and he sought my assistance in certain matters. However, his actions were somewhat unscrupulous, leading me to politely decline his requests. In reality, the soldiers currently present were selected from among us refugees. They are merely obedient lackeys. As for the supervisory group you mentioned, I have yet to encounter one. Is there a supervisory group in every safe zone?" Zhao Lei's words plunged Zhou Qifeng into deep contemplation. If this were true, Wu Zhengguo's uncle was no better than he seemed, adept at disguise, having thrived in the military for so many years while also developing his own small faction. Wu Zhengguo was a menace, as was his uncle. Both harbored malicious intentions, and one could only speculate what heinous deeds they might contemplate in the future. They must not be allowed to remain. Zhou Qifeng smiled and said, "Thank you, uncle. This information is already immensely valuable. Please take care of yourself and await our good news." After ensuring Zhao Lei was settled, Zhou Qifeng instructed Sun Haozhe and the others to look after him while he set off alone to find Shenzhen. Upon reaching the location where he had previously encountered Shenzhen, Zhou Qifeng found no sign of him. However, after inquiring with those around, he quickly located Shenzhen. Anyone who had seen Shenzhen would find it difficult to forget him. The child who endured daily beatings, yet always retaliated with the fiercest insults, had left an indelible impression on everyone. Upon seeing Zhou Qifeng, whose face was bloodied, Shenzhen expressed concern, asking, "Elder brother, what happened to you?" Zhou Qifeng shook his head and solemnly stated, "Shenzhen, did you not say that if we dealt with Wu Jinghua, you would be confident in handling the others?" Shenzhen nodded earnestly. Zhou Qifeng's interest piqued, and he asked, "Could you elaborate on how you plan to deal with them?" Shenzhen hesitated for a moment, then pulled Zhou Qifeng into a secluded corner and whispered, "Elder brother, I'm only sharing this because I see potential in you. Please do not tell anyone else." Zhou Qifeng nodded. "Recently, I feel as though I have awakened an extraordinary ability. Whenever I wish, I can create a space of darkness, and within this space, anyone I desire to eliminate will meet their end in an instant." Zhou Qifeng's pupils dilated in shock. This ability was indeed rather peculiar. He asked, "Then why don't you act directly?" Shenzhen sighed and replied, "It's not that I don't want to, but rather that I cannot. My abilities, though formidable, are severely constrained by a fatal limitation. As long as a leader exists, I am unable to activate my powers." Zhou Qifeng furrowed his brow and remarked, "Indeed. Your ability seems somewhat superfluous. Which team operates without a leader?" Shenzhen offered a wry smile, expressing his own frustration. Zhou Qifeng pondered for a moment and inquired, "What is the extent of your dark domain?" Shenzhen contemplated briefly before responding. "If there were no cost involved, I could potentially envelop the entire safe zone." "Cost? What sort of cost?" "It could be life itself." Zhou Qifeng paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon reconciled himself to this reality. Perfection is a rare commodity in this world, and any power that exceeds one's limits invariably exacts a toll. Zhou Qifeng pressed further. "Under normal circumstances, how extensive is your coverage?" Shenzhen extended a hand, closing his eyes, and instantly, an infinite darkness enveloped both men completely. Zhou Qifeng marveled. The world was indeed full of wonders. This shroud of darkness resembled a semicircular black dome, encasing Zhou Qifeng and Shenzhen, where, although Zhou Qifeng felt no discomfort, he could discern nothing. Soon, the darkness receded, and Shenzhen smiled, stating, "I can cover an area with a radius of approximately 50 meters." Zhou Qifeng chuckled, recognizing this as a potential breakthrough. He contemplated that perhaps he could find a way to eliminate Wu Jinghua without fulfilling the latter's demands. Resolute, Zhou Qifeng decided to accompany Shenzhen to confront Wu Jinghua. Once Wu was dealt with, the rest would be manageable. However, they could not be overt in bringing Shenzhen along, yet with his ability to shroud a 50-meter radius, the task became significantly easier. Zhou Qifeng detailed the situation to Shenzhen, who readily agreed to assist him. They returned to the processing plant where, according to Shenzhen, Wu Jinghua typically resided. To ensure Shenzhen remained undetected, Zhou Qifeng instructed him to conceal himself while he approached the entrance alone. However, soldiers stationed at the door halted his advance. Zhou Qifeng frowned and declared, "I have urgent matters to discuss with Wu Jinghua." The soldier remained unyielding, his expression impassive as he replied, The boss has decreed that you are not permitted entry unless you have completed the tasks assigned to you. Otherwise, the matter is non-negotiable. Zhou Qifeng muttered a curse under his breath. Wu Jingbo was indeed a cautious and fearful individual. With no other option, Zhou Qifeng had to retreat. Assassinating Wu Jingbo seemed impossible now, as even encountering him was out of the question, let alone executing a silent kill. It appeared that the only path forward was to uncover the truth behind the situation. After a brief exchange, Zhou Qifeng took his leave. Upon finding Zhao Yixue and the others, Zhou Qifeng directly stated, Tang Xiaoyan, Sun Haozhe, you two shall remain here for the time being. Sun Haozhe, upon hearing this, grew anxious and exclaimed, we want to go too, we are not cowards. Zhou Qifeng chuckled and shook his head, saying, I understand, yet this operation is exceedingly perilous. I do not wish to involve you in it. Tang Xiaoyan, with a smile, patted Zhou Qifeng on the head, displaying a rare moment of intellectual grace before him. In truth, she was 5 or 6 years a senior, yet Zhou Qifeng appeared far more resilient and mature. We are your companions. We cannot simply stand idly by in such matters. A wave of warmth surged through Zhou Qifeng's heart. He recalled their initial encounter, where they had been at odds. Yet now they had evolved into reliable allies. Zhou Qifeng grinned and declared, very well, let us join forces to uncover the rat lurking in the shadows. Zhao Lei's condition had improved significantly. His current state was merely a result of the relentless exploitation by Wu Jingbo and the prolonged deprivation of essential nourishment. With some recuperation, he would be restored to health. Zhao Lei expressed his gratitude to Zhou Qifeng, saying, thank you, young man. My little Shui is fortunate to have found a boyfriend like you. Beside him, Zhao Xue remained silent, her head lowered in modesty, while Zhou Qifeng's face flushed slightly. It felt as if he were meeting the parents, albeit in an unconventional manner. Zhou Qifeng cheerfully replied, oh no, uncle. I must thank you and Annie for raising such an extraordinary daughter. Zhao Lei beamed with pride, but after a moment, he hesitated and said, Xiao Zhou, regarding your aunt's situation, perhaps it would be best to let it go. It's too dangerous. Zhou Qifeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhao Lei would suggest refraining from rescuing Kai Qiling out of concern for his safety. It took considerable resolve to utter such words. What if Zhou Qifeng truly decided against it? No one could fault him for that. Zhou Qifeng placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Lei's, speaking earnestly, Uncle, what are you saying? Please trust me, the obstacles before us are never insurmountable. As long as we are alive, there is always a way to overcome them. Therefore, I am determined to ensure Annie's safe return. Zhao Lei gazed at Zhou Qifeng's resolute young face, his eyes glistening with emotion. He had believed that in the wake of disaster, everyone would shed their hypocritical facades, revealing their most sinister thoughts. Yet in Zhou Qifeng, he witnessed a rare and precious quality, accompanied by a fervent spirit. Chapter 67. The corpse at the break of dawn the following day. Zhou Qifeng and his companions rose early. As customary, after an almost frenzied session of physical training, Zhou awoke feeling a slight enhancement in his physical prowess. With his body growing stronger, a sense of apprehension gnawed at him, fearing that one day this progress might come to an abrupt halt. Should that occur, he would lose a crucial advantage he relied upon. With a refreshed mind, Zhou Qifeng got out of bed and roused the others. Before departing, Zhao Lei incessantly cautioned them that should circumstances exceed their capabilities, they must refrain from taking further risks. His concern was palpable. He feared for the precious youthful lives of Zhou Qifeng and his companions, and dreaded the thought of his daughter being lost forever. Zhou Qifeng nodded with a smile, then drove away from the safety zone. Prior to their journey, he had inquired about the onset of the peculiar occurrences. The soldiers informed him that such incidents had begun about a week prior. Strangely, none of the missing individuals had communicated via radio with the safety zone, as if they had vanished into thin air. As they embarked on their expedition, Zhou Qifeng pondered that if these individuals had indeed disappeared without a trace, it signified that the safety zone had drawn the attention of something ominous, something patient, adept, and perhaps skilled in the art of disguise. Exiting the safety zone, Zhou Qifeng surmised that their departure would not go unnoticed, and that whatever sought them would surely pursue. As the vehicle distanced itself from the safety zone, Tang Xiaoyan, seated in the back, turned to Zhao Yixue and remarked, I never imagined you were concealing such depths. If it weren't for your display of abilities yesterday, I would have remained oblivious to your prowess. Zhao Xue chuckled softly, replying, it's not that remarkable. These abilities come with limitations. Overuse could cost me my life. Intrigued, Tang Xiaoyan pressed further. How did you awaken your powers? Zhao Xue's cheeks flushed. Even she found the process of her awakening astonishing. Observing her reaction, Tang Xiaoyan's curiosity heightened. And with a teasing glint, she turned to Zhou Qifeng, playfully inquiring, "Did something happen between you two that led to her awakening?" Zhao Yixue was taken aback by Tang Xiaoyan's insinuation, hurriedly responding, "Oh, Tang Jia, how could you be so wicked?" Tang Xiaoyan leaned closer to Zhao Yixue, whispering, "Then why are you blushing?" Zhao Yixue stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Zhou Qifeng, bemused, couldn't help but laugh at Tang Xiaoyan's wild imagination. Sun Haozhe wore a mischievous grin, nudging Zhou Qifeng with his elbow and winking repeatedly, as if to say, "You've got it good." Zhao Xue's lovely face turned a deep crimson, a sight so delightful it evoked an irresistible desire to gently bite. Zhao Xue remarked, "No, it was just that day." "What happened that day?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper, and her cheeks flushed a deeper hue. Tang Xiaoyan, utterly astonished, cautiously probed, "Did you really just share a kiss? Nothing more?" Zhao Yixue turned her head away, pouting in indignation, "I won't talk to you anymore." Tang Xiaoyan hurriedly soothed her, murmuring, "Can you believe Zhou Qifeng's saliva had such a profound effect?" Zhao Xue, still sulking, retorted, "No, I merely brushed my lips against his. I didn't use my tongue." Tang Xiaoyan quipped with a playful smirk, "Why not try sticking out your tongue next time? Who knows, it might lead to a second awakening." Zhou Qifeng, feeling a wave of embarrassment, found himself seated in front of them, wondering if they would ever consider his feelings while they chattered so openly. Meanwhile, Sun Haozhe fell into contemplation, glancing sideways at Zhou Qifeng. Startled by this sudden attention, Zhou Qifeng shivered involuntarily. With a quavering voice, he cautioned, "Gooden, please don't act recklessly." Sun Haozhe, initially taken aback, quickly grasped the situation, responding with a deadpan, "Do you really think I care about you?" Their banter elicited hearty laughter from Zhao Yixue and Tang Xiaoyan in the back seat. A moment of silence enveloped the group as Zhao Yixue gazed out of the window, her mind replaying Tang Xiaoyan's earlier words. Why not try sticking out your tongue next time? Perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea. During their last encounter, aside from her racing heart and muddled thoughts, she felt little else. She looked at Zhou Qifeng, who was driving, and a gentle smile graced her lips. How blissful it would be if they could survive until the day the calamity passed, to grow old together, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Zhou Qifeng drove aimlessly, maintaining a leisurely pace as he awaited them to reach out to him. Sun Haozhe occupied the passenger seat. In the confined space, Menace's fire axe was stowed in the trunk. However, Zhou Qifeng had provided him with a handgun and several magazines, instructing him on the most basic operations, ensuring that Sun Haozhe could respond swiftly in case of an emergency. Perhaps it was due to Sun Haozhe's remarkable aptitude. Despite being a novice with firearms, his accuracy was astonishing, even with fast-moving targets. Suddenly, Zhou Qifeng felt the roof of the car tremble, as if someone had leapt onto it. Before he could investigate, a human face abruptly appeared on the windshield. Zhou Qifeng was jolted, not merely by the unexpected presence, but by the unsettling crimson hue of the individual's eyes. He had encountered a similar scenario before. The fluidity of these actions was astonishing, appearing almost instinctual, leaving one incredulous that this was Sun Haozhe's natural response. Sun Haozhe stood firmly atop the vehicle, his powerful legs and core providing an unwavering stability, as if his feet were glued to the roof, motionless like a clock. It was precisely these half-human, half-zombie monstrosities that had led to the demise of Zhang Yuntian. The murderous intent within Zhou Qifeng intensified, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Encountering such creatures here implied that Wu Jinchuan must also be nearby. Perhaps this time, he could avenge his fallen comrade, Zhang Yuntian. Sun Haozhe observed Zhou Qifeng's expression keenly and inquired, "What is it? Do you recognize them?" Zhou Qifeng's face turned icy as he nodded, replying, "They are monsters that have consumed zombies, retaining some human traits. They are capable of thought and concealment, and some bear peculiar markings upon their bodies. Those who have suddenly vanished must have been slain by this group of monsters." Tang Xiaoyan covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, "Are you saying they have eaten zombies?" Zhou Qifeng nodded earnestly, reiterating, "We have encountered such beings before. They not only consume zombies but also humans. Moreover, they do not wander aimlessly. They have a leader." Sun Haozhe pondered for a moment before saying, "They don't appear to be capable of thought." Zhou Qifeng responded, "The zombie we encountered earlier must have been exceedingly hungry, which is why it attacked us impulsively. We must continue onward. Everyone, remain vigilant, for we shall soon encounter them." The group nodded, their spirits weighed down by the gravity of their situation. After approximately half an hour, the road ahead had become nearly impassable for vehicles, strewn with bloodstains, wreckage, countless corpses, and debris, all permeated by a nauseating stench. With no other option, Zhou Qifeng parked the vehicle in a relatively concealed corner. This car could not be abandoned, as doing so would lead to complications. Sun Haozhe secured his firearm at his waist and grasped the hefty fire axe, finding it to be a more comfortable choice. Zhou Qifeng, Zhao Xue, and Sun Haozhe formed a protective circle around Tang Xiaoyan, whose ability to defend herself was woefully inadequate. The group advanced cautiously, striving to minimize noise, yet they felt a sense of disorientation. The enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained exposed, lacking a clear destination. Zhou Qifeng whispered, "Let us proceed in search of a safe haven. Everyone must exercise extreme caution before we do so." As they moved, Zhou Qifeng suddenly heard the sound of a window being opened. He swiftly turned, directing the muzzle of his gun toward the source of the noise. To his astonishment, on the second floor of a nearby building, a small boy, appearing no older than 5 or 6, had opened a window and was cheerfully waving at them. The child's eyes bore no trace of fear, and his face was clean. The unexpected presence of a human in such a desolate place was undoubtedly alarming. Zhou Qifeng maintained his aim, the cold, dark barrel of the gun unwaveringly trained on the young boy. The young boy, witnessing Zhou Qifeng's reluctance to approach, felt the warmth of his smile gradually dissipate, his once cheerful visage now turning cold, and his eyes beginning to redden. Zhou Qifeng, sensing impending doom, instinctively pulled the trigger. In the blink of an eye, the bullet pierced through the child's skull, and dark crimson blood blossomed in the air like a beguiling flower from the other shore. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard as countless figures surged from every corner. Though they bore human faces, their eyes, resembling those of the undead, betrayed their true nature. Compared to the previous encounter, this new wave of zombies moved with alarming swiftness, some already displaying faint markings upon their bodies. Zhou Qifeng shouted, "Everyone, pay attention and prepare for battle." Sun Haozhe roared, muscles rippling as he swung his fire axe with a forceful whoosh, cleaving through a zombie's skull. Instantly, the creature's body split in two, gushing forth a torrent of blood and entrails, yet Sun Haozhe remained undeterred. Zhao Yixue, wielding her handgun, accurately shot at the zombies' heads, deeming the situation not dire enough to warrant the use of her abilities. While Zhou Qifeng lacked supernatural powers, his physical prowess was formidable, excelling in agility, explosive strength, and reaction speed. The sharp Tang sword was drawn, and he swung it with lightning speed, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. These zombies had indeed grown stronger. But so had Zhou Qifeng. His exceptionally keen visual acuity allowed him to discern the subtle movements of the undead, even enabling him to predict their attack trajectories to a certain extent. The once black Tang sword soon became drenched in blood, resembling a sinister yet exquisite weapon. Chapter 68. Finding joy amidst suffering, the undead were utterly unprepared for the formidable combat prowess exhibited by Zhou Qifeng and his companions, particularly Sun Haozhe. Each time he swung his massive axe, a zombie would be cleaved in two. His strength appeared boundless. A flicker of human-like terror emerged in the crimson, lifeless eyes of the zombies. No one desires death, and these undead were no exception. Otherwise, they would not have consumed the flesh and blood of their own kind. Ultimately, it was all merely a struggle to survive. Surrounded by the horde of undead, Zhou Qifeng and his group refrained from any rash actions, instead taking shallow breaths to recuperate their strength. The true formidable adversary had yet to reveal himself. Wu Zhenchuan remained shrouded in mystery, lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a series of subtle vibrations. Zhou Qifeng's keen instincts sensed an impending danger, an inexplicable sensation that stirred unease within him. His heart raced. This was Zhou Qifeng's intuition, a precursor to the looming threat. He was uncertain whether their current strength could withstand the approaching peril. Yet he understood that retreat was no longer an option. Drawing a deep breath, he felt the veins in his hand, gripping the hilt of his dagger, throb with tension. While beads of sweat began to form on his brow, the tremors intensified. Zhou Qifeng found himself in a paradoxical longing for Wu Zhenchuan to arrive, yet simultaneously hoping he would not. If the approaching undead were not Wu Zhenchuan, it implied that he had grown even stronger. And Zhou Qifeng could scarcely believe that Wu Zhenchuan would fall easily. A colossal figure emerged before them, casting an oppressive aura that weighed heavily on their hearts. Tang Xiaoyan's legs trembled slightly. Before their eyes stood an abnormally exaggerated zombie, towering nearly 2.5 meters tall. Its body was enveloped in a purplish hue, reminiscent of the fully zombified Wu Zhenchuan, but even more vivid. Its form was adorned with eerie, icy patterns. From its decaying mouth, an unknown gas hissed forth, echoing like a serpent's deadly hiss. The surrounding undead instinctively recoiled, yet a few still obstructed their path. With a swift motion, the giant zombie extended its massive purple hand, crushing one of its kin into a pulp, black blood splattering in all directions, accompanied by grotesque, colorful innards that tumbled to the ground in a repulsive display. Zhou Qifeng sheathed his dagger and drew an automatic rifle, recognizing the peril posed by this towering undead was on par with that of the original Wu Zhenchuan. Sun Haozhe, faced with such an opponent for the first time, wore a grave expression. The monstrous zombie drew nearer, and without hesitation, Zhou Qifeng pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the beast. Yet, the creature advanced unfazed by the gunfire, as if impervious to the onslaught. His physique resembled that of iron. Bullets striking his body occasionally sparked flecks of blood. Zhou Qifeng was taken aback. While Wu Zhenchuan had been formidable, he did not seem quite this ferocious. Wasn't he the creature and Appos, as weakness supposed to be its head? Why did it neglect to shield its own skull? Zhao Xue no longer concealed her prowess, unleashing her handgun with explosive force akin to that of a cannon. Fortunately, her abilities proved significantly effective. The zombie staggered back under the onslaught, sustaining injuries, though none were fatal. Numerous gaping wounds, deep enough to reveal bone, marred its body, and half of its head had been obliterated. Its tattered clothing reduced to ashes in the searing heat. The injury incited a frenzy within it. It charged toward Zhou Qifeng and the others with its robust legs. Though its speed was not remarkable, its solid form barreling forward resembled that of a small tank, instilling terror. Zhou Qifeng shouted, "Scatter, quickly." The group dispersed, allowing the creature to collide with empty space. Yet, its momentum remained unabated, crashing violently into the wall. The sturdy concrete was breached, creating a sizable hole, with debris cascading down. Everyone swallowed hard. A direct hit would surely reduce a person to mere pulp. However, in the instant the zombie turned, Zhou Qifeng noticed something peculiar. The strange pattern seemed to converge toward a singular point, forming an unusual design. Zhou Qifeng called out to Zhao Xue, "I will draw its attention. You must target its rear. Remember, only the rear, do not strike anywhere else." Zhao Xue hesitated, uncertain, but she recognized that Zhou Qifeng had his reasons. Sun Haozhe stood like a mountain before Tang Xiaoyan, vanquishing the oncoming zombies, alleviating much of the pressure on Zhou Qifeng and Zhao Xue. Zhou Qifeng reloaded, flames erupting from the muzzle of his weapon. This time, his firepower was formidable, quickly attracting the large zombie, which roared and lunged at him. Yet, the zombie's movements were clumsy, lacking Zhou Qifeng's agility. He darted about like a slippery eel, and the more the creature failed to grasp him, the angrier it became, the colors of its patterns darkening further. Zhou Qifeng crafted an opportunity for Zhao Xue, exposing the creature's back within her firing range. Zhao Xue, too, noticed the peculiar design on the zombie's rear and pulled the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the explosive force carved a bloody hole into the creature's backside. The intense flames swiftly engulfed it. The zombie abandoned its pursuit of Zhou Qifeng, emitting an unprecedented, mournful wail, rolling on the ground as if desperately trying to extinguish the fire consuming it. However, all of this was in vain. The flames grew fiercer, and the struggles of the corpse-like beings diminished until they completely lost all signs of life. Zhou Qifeng observed the effectiveness of this method and breathed a sigh of relief, proving that no matter how powerful they were, they possessed fatal weaknesses. If this could be utilized wisely, victory could be within reach. Zhou Qifeng did not idle away, drawing his Tang Dao to slay the remaining undead. He pondered the current strength of Wu Zhenchuan. Before long, Zhou Qifeng and Sun Haozhe had eradicated the horde of corpses, leaving behind a foul pool of black blood, the nauseating stench rising to the heavens. Zhou Qifeng panted heavily, while Sun Haozhe fared slightly better. He too was utterly exhausted. During this time, Zhou Qifeng refrained from allowing Zhao Xue to engage, having noticed her pale complexion, a preliminary sign of overexertion of her abilities. They still faced greater dangers ahead, and Zhao Xue was their ultimate trump card. After vanquishing the undead, Zhou Qifeng led the group swiftly to a makeshift refuge, utterly fatigued. Every garment was drenched in sweat. Even Zhou Qifeng, with his commendable physical fitness, found such intense combat taxing. The group discovered a modest, albeit unclean, cabin. Zhou Qifeng retrieved food and water to help restore their strength. Starving, Sun Haozhe devoured his portion ravenously. Despite the limited supplies, Zhou Qifeng did not intervene, for restoring everyone to their peak condition was paramount. They were uncertain of when Wu Zhenchuan might appear, and even more so, whether his subordinates harbored even more terrifying entities. Zhao Xue remained somewhat withdrawn, prompting Zhou Qifeng to sit beside her. Tilting his head, he observed her hugging her knees in silence and inquired, "What troubles you?" He extended his warm hand to grasp her slightly cold one, smiling as he reassured her, "Do not fear. Whatever happens, I will bear the burden for you. You need not worry about our safety. We shall emerge unscathed." Zhao Yixue leaned her head against Zhou Qifeng's shoulder, her shoulder-length hair concealing her face. "Zhou Qifeng, what do you envision our future to be like?" Zhou Qifeng recalled the scenes from his dreams, sighing as he replied, "In the future, it is possible that both you and I may perish, but for now, we are alive, are we not?" Zhao Yixue smiled, a beautiful grin that Zhou Qifeng could not see. She lifted her head, and her delicate lips pressed against Zhou Qifeng's cracked ones. Before he could react, she withdrew her lips, beaming, "This is your reward." Zhou Qifeng chuckled, "Well, you could have lingered a bit longer, or perhaps we could try extending our tongues." Zhao Yixue shot him a playful glare. What a fanciful notion. At that moment, Sun Haozhe coughed, somewhat displeased. "We are still here." At this moment, Tang Xiaoyan, whose emotions were gradually stabilizing, covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. Zhou Qifeng cheerfully suggested, "Why don't you two share a kiss?" Sun Haozhe paused for a moment before suddenly turning to Tang Xiaoyan with a smile, and she too was beaming. Sun Haozhe, believing he had a chance, eagerly rushed over to her side, but just as he took a step, he heard Tang Xiaoyan sweetly say, "Get lost." Sun Haozhe found himself at a loss, indeed. The heart of a woman is as elusive as the depths of the sea. The tension following their recent battle began to ease among the group. This is one of humanity's most admirable qualities. Regardless of the despair and darkness they face, they can always discover joy in the journey of life. Their minds naturally begin to accept these circumstances, transforming each individual into a stronger version of themselves. When faced with the inability to choose, one must find a way to learn acceptance. This era is destined to cull a certain number of people while simultaneously nurturing others. The manner in which one lives, and the essence of living itself, are fated to be the central themes of this age, as well as its most merciless sieve. Chapter 69. Wu Zhenchuan. Zhou Qifeng and his companions had rested for approximately 2 hours, during which time they experienced an uneasy tranquility. However, their provisions were dwindling. And since Wu Zhenchuan had yet to seek them out, they had no choice but to venture forth in search of sustenance. Otherwise, their physical well-being would be compromised. The group set off once more, striving to evade encounters with the undead, as expending energy on such encounters was far from a prudent choice. Fortunately, convenience stores were plentiful in Wuchuan, and after about half an hour of walking, they fixated on a location devoid of zombies, with precision akin to a finely honed sword. They engaged the zombies, dispatching them effortlessly. Upon entering the store and neutralizing the remaining threats, they commenced their search for non-perishable goods, items such as bread, energy bars, and canned food. Admittedly, the mere thought of consuming these items made them feel nauseous, yet they had no alternative for the sake of sustaining their bodily functions. They had to gather every last morsel. Just as they stepped out of the store, Zhou Qifeng suddenly froze, his expression shifting dramatically. In a swift motion, he drew his Tang Dao and instinctively raised it above his head. The next moment, a series of bone-crunching sounds erupted from his arms, and he was sent hurtling backward. Amidst the swirling smoke, a formidable black figure began to emerge, Wu Zhenchuan. In just over a fortnight, Wu Zhenchuan had grown immensely more powerful. The purple hue that once enveloped him had entirely receded, replaced by a hue as dark as thick ink, with his muscles gleaming like steel. Nevertheless, the crimson patterns adorning his body remained, rendering Wu Zhenchuan all the more menacing. He exhaled scalding steam continuously, and the red in his eyes had intensified to an alluring yet eerie brilliance. Sun Haozhe swallowed hard. He had never experienced such an overwhelming sense of oppression, a feeling that nearly suffocated him with anguish. At that moment, Zhou Qifeng had nearly lost consciousness, and the Tang Dao in his hand had been reduced to 2 pieces. With a furious roar, Sun Haozhe charged forward, swinging his fire axe relentlessly. Yet Wu Zhenchuan's speed was astonishingly swift, in stark contrast to the previous corpse-like creature. Sun Haozhe repeatedly struck, but his efforts proved futile against Wu Zhenchuan, who exhibited a hint of disdain in his crimson gaze, no longer evading the blows. As Sun Haozhe's axe descended, Wu Zhenchuan reached out with a massive hand, seizing the fire axe effortlessly. No matter how much strength Sun Haozhe exerted, he could not budge it an inch. With a sudden surge of power, Wu Zhenchuan's iron-like grip crushed the fire axe into fragments. Then, with a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch. Sun Haozhe stood in stunned disbelief. Could such a monster truly be opposed by any human? He had no time to evade, raising his arms to shield his chest. Undoubtedly, when Wu Zhenchuan's fist struck his arm, Sun Haozhe felt as though a truck had collided with him. His arms shattered instantly, the splintered bones embedding painfully into his flesh, leaving Sun Haozhe to experience an agonizing torment akin to a piercing heartache. Zhao Yixue forced herself to remain calm as she sought the convergence of the patterns on Wu Zhenchuan's body. However, despair washed over her when she realized that the patterns on Wu Zhenchuan were scattered irregularly across his physique, failing to coalesce into a singular location. With no other options, Zhao Yixue was compelled to resort to gunfire. Bullets, akin to cannonballs, exploded relentlessly upon Wu Zhenchuan's form, tearing flesh and blood apart, yet he remained unfazed, advancing toward Zhao Yixue as if untouched by the chaos around him. A flicker of confusion danced in his eyes. He could not fathom the source of Zhao Yixue's extraordinary abilities. In a hoarse, subdued tone, he remarked, "You are quite intriguing." As Wu Zhenchuan drew near, Zhao Yixue felt her heart race violently within her chest. Her arm, clutching the pistol, trembled slightly, ensnared by overwhelming terror. At that moment, Shou Qifeng erupted in a furious roar. His visage, obscured by blood and wounds, rendered him nearly unrecognizable, yet his defiant eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve. Grasping the fractured remnants of his tang knife, he stood like a diminutive giant amidst the chaos. Wu Zhenchuan turned, regarding Shou Qifeng with a hint of amusement. His speech slow, perhaps due to the severity of his injuries. "What use is your futile struggle? Should you choose to join us, you would be spared from such suffering and gain power akin to mine." Shou Qifeng scoffed, retorting, "To live as a wretched being, neither human nor ghost, like you?" This statement struck a nerve within Wu Zhenchuan, his gaze igniting with murderous intent and fury. "Do not underestimate your own worth." Shou Qifeng laboriously raised his half-broken tang knife, pointing it defiantly at Wu Zhenchuan, declaring, "I curse your ancestors." Enraged, Wu Zhenchuan reacted with blinding speed, closing the distance before Shou Qifeng could react. His massive fist aimed once more at Shou Qifeng's vital points. Shou Qifeng's pupils dilated in instinctive response as he rolled aside, narrowly evading Wu Zhenchuan's strike. He retaliated by hurling a grenade and swiftly rolling away. Boom! The deafening explosion engulfed Wu Zhenchuan, debris raining down, but Shou Qifeng, caught unawares, was pierced by flying shrapnel, the searing pain nearly sending him into unconsciousness. Yet, the impact proved ineffective. Wu Zhenchuan sustained only minor injuries. Nonchalantly, he seized a large rock and hurled it at Shou Qifeng. Should that stone strike him, there would be no question of his obliteration. However, Shou Qifeng found himself bereft of strength, gritting his teeth in a futile attempt to rise and move, only to discover the effort was in vain. Shou Qifeng watched as the massive boulder loomed larger within his pupils, his expression darkening. The suffocating aura of death had enveloped him completely. With a sigh, he thought to himself that perhaps death could be a form of liberation. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable, ready to embrace his demise. It was not a matter of desire to relinquish life, but rather a realization of his utter helplessness. His bones were shattered, ribs fractured, and countless wounds continued to bleed profusely. The mere fact that Shou Qifeng had managed to endure until this moment was nothing short of a miracle. As the colossal stone plummeted, it stirred up a cloud of dust. However, to Wu Zhenchuan's astonishment, amidst the swirling debris shone a brilliant crimson light. Shou Qifeng slowly opened his eyes, and the scene before him was forever etched into his memory. Zhao Yixue was enveloped in a cascade of dancing flames. The white fire seemed to cloak her in a fiery armor, with flickering tongues of flames swirling around her form. The flames draped over Zhao Yixue like silk ribbons, enhancing her allure with an air of cold elegance and commanding presence. Simply by her proximity, the immense boulder disintegrated into dust, scattering through the air. The ground beneath Zhao Yixue ignited fiercely, yet around Shou Qifeng, there appeared a sanctuary untouched by flames. This was the solitary haven Zhao Yixue had conjured for him. She spoke not a word, her enchanting eyes flickering with white flames that danced like ethereal sprites. Stepping forward, an endless inferno radiated from her, instantly igniting everything in its vicinity, transforming the surroundings into a realm dominated by white fire. Wu Zhenchuan's countenance shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he attempted to flee, sensing the impending doom exuding from Zhao Yixue. Yet, she afforded him no opportunity. With her left arm extended and her right arm bent, she mimicked the stance of drawing a bow. In the blink of an eye, a longbow and an arrow forged from flames materialized. Releasing her grip, the white arrow shot forth like a missile, morphing into a resplendent phoenix that effortlessly pierced through Wu Zhenchuan's iron-like body. Flames erupted, consuming him entirely, and searing pain tormented his senses. He dared not pause, fearing that to do so would hasten his demise. The intricate patterns on his skin began to fade, the ebony hue lightening, and his once fiery red eyes gradually returned to normal, a sign that he was nearing his limits. Zhao Xue extended her slender hand, wrapped in flames, unleashing a beam of white fire that shot forth like a laser. Despite the distance, it accurately struck Wu Zhenchuan's heart. As he continued his frantic escape, Wu Zhenchuan coughed up blood once more, acutely aware that his life was slipping away at a rapid pace. His eyes brimmed with resentment, and he was unwilling to accept his fate. Gradually, Wu Zhenchuan's figure vanished completely, leaving no one to ascertain whether he would truly perish. However, it appeared increasingly unlikely that he would survive. The flames enveloping Zhao Yixue dissipated swiftly as she turned to Zhou Qifeng, offering a sorrowful smile before collapsing heavily to the ground, losing consciousness entirely. Zhou Qifeng struggled to crawl beside Zhao Xue, trembling hands searching for her pulse, relieved to find that she was merely in a state of unconsciousness. Although they had dealt with Wu Zhenchuan, their circumstances remained grim. Zhou Qifeng was gravely injured. Zhao Yixue lay unconscious, and Sun Haozhou was likewise severely hurt. Only Tang Xiaoyan emerged unscathed, yet she lacked any combat capability. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaoyan hoisted Zhao Xue onto her back and sprinted towards the supermarket where they had previously taken refuge. At this moment, the mere presence of a single zombie could spell disaster for their group. Exhausted, Zhou Qifeng lay on the ground, his body growing colder with the intense pain and significant blood loss. He gasped for breath, striving to maintain consciousness. Upon returning to the supermarket, Tang Xiaoyan swiftly secured the doors and windows, barricading the entrance with various objects. If zombies were to breach their defenses now, all would be for naught. Tang Xiaoyan retrieved her medical kit to tend to Zhou Qifeng and the others. With limited supplies, their treatment was confined to basic care and bandaging. Observing the nearly empty medical kit, she hesitated for a moment before her gaze hardened with resolve. She understood that she must take action for the 3 individuals who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 70. Tang Xiaoyan's bravery. When Zhou Qifeng opened his eyes once more, he discovered that the wounds on his body had completely stopped bleeding, and the fractured bones had been stabilized. Zhao Xue lay on a makeshift bed, her breathing steady and her complexion showing a hint of rosy vitality. Sun Haozhou had also emerged from danger, snoring peacefully beside them. Zhou Qifeng felt considerably better, free from the excruciating pain that had tormented him earlier, lying on the ground atop a modest blanket. As he turned his head, he beheld the weary figure of Tang Xiaoyan, her face pale and tired. She was utterly soiled, her body covered in dust and the blood of the undead. A tremor of realization coursed through Zhou Qifeng. He had previously regarded Tang Xiaoyan merely as a competent doctor, deeming her character not particularly resilient. Yet, at this moment, he recognized his misjudgment. Tang Xiaoyan was not weak. Rather, she had been well protected by Sun Haozhou. When the team needed her, she would cast aside her own safety and contribute her utmost. Upon seeing Zhou Qifeng awake, Tang Xiaoyan sighed deeply in relief, her eyes slightly reddening. During their unconsciousness, it had been Tang Xiaoyan who upheld the team, bearing the weight of their collective despair. She was acutely aware of her perceived inadequacy, yet in such dire circumstances, she steeled herself to become even more resolute. While Zhou Qifeng and the others lay in a stupor, Zhao Xue felt a profound sense of fear and confusion, burdened by the enormity of responsibility that rested solely upon her shoulders. Though she was on the brink of collapse, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Zhou Qifeng smiled, expressing his gratitude to Tang Xiaoyan. "Sister Tang, thank you." The acknowledgement filled her heart with an indescribable blend of joy and bitterness. She was no longer merely a hindrance. Wiping away the tears that threatened to spill, Tang Xiaoyan replied with a smile, "It was the least I could do." After a brief silence, Tang Xiaoyan inquired, "By the way, Zhou Qifeng, what ability has Zhao Xue awakened?" Zhou Qifeng pondered for a moment, recalling Zhao Xue's demeanor in the crucial moments before, and uncertainty crept in. He replied, "Yixue once told me that her power is fire, but it is relatively weak and requires a medium. She chose a handgun as her conduit, and her flames manifest through explosions." "What about just now?" Tang Xiaoyan pressed further. Zhou Qifeng continued, "Previously, Xinjin mentioned similar things to me. Their abilities can be enhanced, albeit slowly, and there is no systematic method for improvement. Additionally, those with powers can push themselves to amplify their abilities, but excessive strain may lead to fatal consequences." Tang Xiaoyan paused, her expression laced with concern. "Will there be any lingering side effects for Zhao Xue?" Zhou Qifeng shook his head, a melancholic tone in his voice as he replied, "I cannot say for certain. We will only know once Yixue awakens." Tang Xiaoyan lowered her eyelids, once again engulfed in silence. Zhou Qifeng gazed at the still unconscious Zhao Xue, feeling a profound sense of sorrow and guilt. With his current strength, he could manage against ordinary humans, but when faced with formidable zombies, his physical capabilities were utterly inadequate, scarcely worthy of mention. What would he do if adversaries arose that were as powerful as Wu Jinchuan, or even stronger? Zhou Qifeng sighed, wishing fervently for the ability to awaken powers akin to those of Zhao Ishiwei and the others. Yet, such matters lay beyond his control. He inquired, by the way, Tang Jia, do you still have a radio? Tang Xiaoyan nodded and rose to retrieve her backpack. Their own bags had been damaged during the battle and were no longer usable, their contents scattered and largely rendered worthless. Even Zhou Qifeng's automatic rifle had been completely destroyed. And the Tang knife, which he wielded with such ease, had snapped in two. This battle had been extraordinarily arduous, teetering on the brink of death countless times. Tang Xiaoyan produced a radio, and Zhou Qifeng adjusted it to a specific shortwave frequency, preparing to contact Chao Xingyuan. He spoke into the radio. This is Zhou Qifeng from Safety Zone 0649. Please help me locate Chu Rui. Before long, an excited voice responded from the other end. Upon hearing that Zhou Qifeng was alive, Chu Rui felt an involuntary surge of joy. That kid Zhou Qifeng is quite impressive, managing to survive out there for so long. This is Chu Rui. What do you need, Qifeng? Zhou Qifeng replied with a smile. Brother Rui, it's been a while since we last connected. Laughter echoed from Chu Rui's end. Indeed, but it's only been 2 weeks. Brother Rui, I'm reaching out to report something significant to Uncle Chao. Could you assist me in contacting him? Without delay, Chu Rui hurried to the operations command room to brief Chao Xingyuan on the situation. Chao Xingyuan, curious about the important information Zhou Qifeng had mentioned, spoke into the radio. Little Shou, what crucial intel do you bring this time? Hearing that familiar voice, Zhou Qifeng smiled gently and replied, Uncle Chao, here is the situation. He recounted the details regarding Wu Zhengbua and his uncle, also informing Chao Xingyuan about the zombies, particularly those with purple skin. If his assumptions were correct, the patterns on their bodies would converge at a specific point, their vital weakness. Zhou Qifeng briefly mentioned Wu Jinchuan, cautious not to elaborate too much, knowing that the fact that Zhao Ishiwei was an ability user was best kept to a minimum. Chao Xingyuan's expression gradually turned icy, a palpable aura of severity enveloping him. While he was unaware of Wu Jingbua and his uncle's actions, their behavior incited a profound wrath within him. This is not merely an act of negligence, it is a provocation against the soldiers and the central government. Chao Xingyuan coldly stated, Xiao Shou, I sincerely thank you for your invaluable assistance. I shall promptly inform the higher authorities of this matter. Both Wu Jingbua and his uncle cannot be allowed to remain. Zhou Qifeng smiled and replied, Thank you, Uncle Chao. However, I am reluctant for you to take direct action against Wu Zhengbua, as he has hostages. Chao Xingyuan inquired, Do you have a clever plan? Zhou Qifeng, recalling Shun Zhan's enigmatic abilities, replied with a smile, The wise have their own strategies. I hope you can request the soldiers sent to ascertain the situation to refrain from acting impulsively. With their cooperation, I am confident that I can seize that secure area without the loss of a single soldier. Chao Xingyuan furrowed his brow, uncertain of the clever plan Zhou Qifeng spoke of. However, he did not perceive Zhou Qifeng as arrogant. If he claimed he had a plan, there must be a valid reason behind it. Sighing, Chao Xingyuan said, Xiao Shou, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. Nonetheless, if you truly possess such extraordinary capabilities, I can arrange to deploy some soldiers from the 0649 secure area to assist you. Zhou Qifeng explained, Thank you for your understanding, Uncle Chao. But there is one more matter I have yet to disclose. I believe I have found the key to reversing the fate of humanity. Chao Xingyuan abruptly stood up, incredulous as he exclaimed, Xiao Zhou, what do you mean by that? Zhou Qifeng responded, I have located a supernatural being with formidable abilities, albeit with certain flaws. We have reached a consensus. Once Wu Zhengbua is eliminated, the other soldiers in the secure area will be like fish on a chopping block, at our mercy. Chao Xingyuan was profoundly astonished by the term supernatural being, so foreign to him. Without hesitation, he declared, Xiao Shou, where are you currently located? I will dispatch someone to assist you immediately. The sooner, the better. Zhou Qifeng instructed Tang Xiaoyan to retrieve the map and, after a brief examination, stated, I am at the Xiaodao supermarket on Yingbin Road in Wuchuan County. Chao Xingyuan, filled with excitement, responded, Excellent. Our personnel will arrive within half an hour. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qifeng requested, Uncle Chao, could you also bring me a Tangdao? I sustained severe injuries in the recent battle, and my original blade has been shattered into 2 pieces and is no longer usable. Chao Xingyuan readily agreed, understanding that if Zhou Qifeng's discoveries were indeed valid, the worth of a Tang Dao would pale in comparison. This could pertain to the very survival of humanity. After a further exchange of words, Zhou Qifeng closed the radio and packed both the radio and the map into Tang Xiaoyan's backpack. Fortunately, he had entrusted some essential items to her earlier, allowing him to focus solely on carrying ammunition and food. Otherwise, he might not have been able to reach Chaoxing Yuan at all. Tang Xiaoyan then asked, "How are things?" Zhou Qifeng smiled, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he declared, "It is going smoothly. Wu Zhengbo is undoubtedly destined for death." Seeing Zhou Qifeng's unwavering confidence, Tang Xiaoyan felt a sense of relief wash over her. Sun Haozhe and Zhao Xue remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Zhou Qifeng and Tang Xiaoyan engaged in casual conversation. Before long, Zhou Qifeng was once again enveloped by drowsiness, struggling to keep his eyelids from closing. He addressed Tang Xiaoyan, "Sister Tang, I appreciate your efforts. Please wake me if anything arises." As soon as he uttered these words, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Tang Xiaoyan observed Zhou Qifeng as he slept soundly, a smile gracing her lips. She then retrieved a blanket and gently draped it over him. Tang Xiaoyan held a deep admiration for Zhou Qifeng, not only due to his inherent strength and resilience, but also because this young man radiated like the sun, consistently transforming the impossible into the possible and finding a path to survival even in dire circumstances. The hardships he endured were perhaps only truly comprehensible to him. Although Tang Xiaoyan was weary, she found her burden considerably lighter in comparison to Zhou Qifeng and the others. She vigilantly watched over the three, her mind remaining sharply focused. As time passed slowly, the sunlight began to wane. Just as the sun was nearing the horizon, Tang Xiaoyan suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of helicopter blades whirring. In the tranquil atmosphere, the noise was jarringly sharp yet powerful. Tang Xiaoyan realized that the reinforcements Zhou Qifeng had mentioned had finally arrived. Chapter 71. Death. Zhou Qifeng remained utterly immobilized, while Sun Haozhe fared little better, experiencing excruciating pain throughout his body. Outside, the unsettling commotion of zombies could be heard, occasionally punctuated by the distant sounds of gunfire. Tang Xiaoyan stood at the door, awaiting the arrival of the reinforcements Zhou Qifeng had mentioned. Before long, a series of irregular knocks echoed in their ears. Tang Xiaoyan swiftly opened the door, allowing the fully armed individuals to enter. Although the number of newcomers was few, they were all familiar faces to Zhou Qifeng: Chu Rui, Wang Shun, Zhang Lin, Shenlin Shone, and LV Lai. Without uttering a single word, they hastily entered the room and assisted Tang Xiaoyan in barricading the entrance once more. Upon seeing his familiar comrades, Zhou Qifeng felt a surge of emotions and cheerfully remarked, "It's been a while, everyone." The moment Chu Rui and the others stepped inside, they were taken aback by Zhou Qifeng's injuries. The numerous bandages wrapped around him made him resemble a mummy. They hurried to his side, with Chu Rui anxiously inquiring, "What happened to you?" Zhou Qifeng chuckled lightly. "Just a little mishap during battle, but that is not the main issue. Will Uncle Chow send more people later?" LV Lai, somewhat embarrassed, replied. "Major General Chow mentioned that the personnel available for deployment are quite limited, so aside from us few who are familiar with you, no one else will be coming." Zhou Qifeng smiled. "That is perfectly fine. You one team need to engage in combat. Just be ready to provide support when the time comes." Chu Rui pressed further. "Is that so-called supernatural being truly real?" Zhou Qifeng nodded, saying, "Would I deceive you about something so significant? Given your current state, what can you possibly do?" Chu Rui asked incredulously. Zhou Qifeng grinned, glancing at his severe wounds. "This is exactly the effect I wanted." Chu Rui suddenly exclaimed in shock, "No way, Zhou Qifeng. Did you inflict all these injuries on yourself?" Zhou Qifeng, bemused, replied, "Rui Gu, you really overestimate me. Do you have any idea how painful this is? It was all just a series of coincidences." Laughter erupted among the group, and Shun Linchong inquired, "Is there anything we can assist with?" Zhou Qifeng shook his head. "You just need to wait until we clear the area of the remaining individuals before taking over this safe zone. The people inside are suffering greatly." Chu Rui and the others were momentarily stunned, responding in unison, "Is that all?" Zhou Qifeng nodded solemnly. "Indeed, just that. By the way, did you bring the items I asked Uncle Chow to deliver?" It was only then that Chu Rui recalled, placing the Tang Dao he had been carrying beside Zhou Qifeng. With a grin, he said, "You're in luck. This blade was acquired during a previous mission. The craftsmanship is unparalleled, far superior to your previous one. Enjoy it." LV Lai chimed in, "I never expected the Major General to take such an interest in you." Zhou Qifeng pondered for a moment before remarking, "It might be due to my handsome appearance." The crowd fell into silence, clearly recognizing that Shou Qifeng's comment was a rather poor attempt at humor. Chu Rui, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "What nonsense. You think you're handsome? Your entire family is." After further deliberation, it was ultimately decided that Chu Rui and his companions would wait outside the safe zone while Shou Qifeng and his team would enter to carry out the assassination mission. Shou Qifeng turned to Tang Xiaoyan and said, "Sister Tang, please search this supermarket for any small, sharp objects, like needles." Nodding in agreement, Tang Xiaoyan began rummaging through the chaotic supermarket and soon found some sewing needles. Shou Qifeng acknowledged her find, grasping the needles in his palm. He then inquired, "By the way, Sister Tang, can you drive?" Gritting his teeth, Shou Qifeng struggled to sit up and added, "All right, let Brother Rui take us close to the safe zone. And when we near it, you can take over the driving. The roads around there are relatively clear, with few zombies around." Tang Xiaoyan nodded, feeling confident about navigating without the interference of zombies. Once the decision was made, Shen Linchong and the others set off first, lacking any mode of transportation. They needed to make their way to the so-called safe zone on foot. Chu Rui carefully lifted the still unconscious Zhao Yixue into the back seat of the car, propping her against the window. Due to Shou Qifeng's severe injuries, they laid him flat in the back seat, resting his head on Zhao Yixue's soft lap. As Chu Rui was to drive and the back seat was already full, only Sun Haozhe and Tang Xiaoyan could occupy the front passenger seat. The car felt somewhat cramped, but there was no better alternative at the moment. Chu Rui started the vehicle, following the map towards the safe zone. Before departing, they severed the head of the large zombie they had previously killed. Despite being charred beyond recognition, the distinct facial features and unusual skin tone were still discernible. Sun Haozhe grinned awkwardly, unable to contain his amusement in such a bizarre situation. He felt as though even the glare from Tang Xiaoyan held a myriad of expressions. As they approached the safe zone, Chu Rui exited the car, handing over the driving duties to Tang Xiaoyan to safeguard against any potential threats. Shou Qifeng instructed Chu Rui to take the unconscious Zhao Yixue with them, fearing that this group might harbor ulterior motives. The vehicle resumed its slow but steady pace. Chu Rui found a concealed spot to observe the surroundings through the scope. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of the safe zone. The soldiers stationed there halted their progress, and Tang Xiaoyan stepped out, declaring, "Take us to your leader. We have urgent matters to discuss." The soldiers at the entrance were aware of Tang Xiaoyan's group's intentions, and they readily agreed to assist them. Tang Xiaoyan addressed the soldier, urging him to summon a few more individuals as they had injured personnel. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the rear door of the vehicle swing open. Shou Qifeng, enduring excruciating pain, stepped out, feigning composure as he asserted, "It's fine, we can manage on our own." Tang Xiaoyan opened her mouth, but refrained from speaking. Given Shou Qifeng's declaration, she felt it unnecessary to voice further objections. It was not that Shou Qifeng was physically capable of independent movement. Rather, he was compelled to act thus. He was acutely aware that Wu Zhenghua harbored apprehensions towards him, and should Wu learn of his incapacitation, he might resort to unforeseen actions. Additionally, Shou Qifeng had another objective, to locate Shenzhen and devise a means to bring him along. Only in doing so could Shenzhen activate his abilities the moment Shou Qifeng eliminated Wu Zhenghua. Even a mere few seconds' delay could render their group vulnerable to devastation. Tang Xiaoyan discreetly walked beside Shou Qifeng, offering her support. No one understood the severity of his injuries better than she did. As they approached the third observation tower, Shou Qifeng spotted Shenzhen. He halted and instructed the leading soldier, "Wait a moment, bring that child along. His presence is crucial to the success of this operation." The soldier frowned, expressing impatience. What does it matter to him? He has been safe in the secure zone. Just as Shou Qifeng was about to respond, Tang Xiaoyan interjected sharply, "If I say to bring him, you will bring him. Should anything go awry later, 1,000 of you would not suffice to atone." The soldier, momentarily silenced by Tang Xiaoyan's retort, begrudgingly approached Shenzhen. He shot a venomous glare at Tang Xiaoyan, seething with frustration yet unable to retaliate. For he was not a participant in this mission. If Shou Qifeng and his companions asserted the child's significance, no one could ascertain the truth. However, if it were indeed true, his head would be on the line, a fate he wished to avoid. He thought to himself, "Let you be arrogant for now. When you reach the boss, it shall be you who weeps. Just wait until I have my revenge on you, you insufferable woman." Shou Qifeng cast a look of approval at Tang Xiaoyan. She had performed admirably this time. Shenzhen, quick-witted, sensed that the time for action was imminent and promptly joined them without a hint of hesitation. The group swiftly arrived at the processing plant, which, while not exceedingly distant, felt like an interminable journey to Shou Qifeng. Cold sweat continuously beaded on his forehead. The bandages covering his wounds were entirely concealed by his clothing, rendering his injuries invisible to the casual observer. Upon reaching the entrance of the processing plant, Shou Qifeng instructed, "Go fetch your leader. There are matters that cannot be discussed openly in there." The soldier, somewhat reluctant, trudged off to locate their leader, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, what a hassle." With the heightened acuity of his senses, Shou Qifeng could undoubtedly hear the soldier's grievances. However, he chose not to pursue the matter further, for a minor indiscretion could jeopardize a grand strategy. The soldier approached the location of Wu Zhengbo and relayed the situation to him. Wu Zhengbo inquired, "How many of them have arrived?" His countenance gradually morphed into a sinister expression as he grasped a dagger and entered a chamber. Inside was none other than Kai Chi Ling, who had been subjected to unimaginable torment, existing in a state that rendered her scarcely human, on the brink of death. Her eyes had become profoundly hollow, devoid of fear or anger, as if she had relinquished all emotion. As Wu Zhengbo approached her menacingly with the dagger in hand, tears welled in Kai Qingling's vacant gaze, not out of fear, but rather from a profound sense of regret. It appeared that this day marked her end. She would never again behold the visage of her beloved husband or the cherished face of her daughter. The thought of this impending separation left her with an overwhelming sense of longing for the world. Wu Zhengbo uttered not a single word nor made any unnecessary movements. He simply advanced to Kai Qingling's side and, with a swift stroke, severed her carotid artery. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, pooling beneath her as she collapsed to the ground. In that moment, the sweetest memory of Zhao Yixue, merely 3 or 4 years old, came to mind. How she would cling to her, affectionately calling her mama.